Sympathy for the Peasants by Han Feng, Han Dynasty. Hoeing millet in the heat of noon, sweat drips into the earth beneath the stalks. Who knows that the meal in the bowl, every single grain, is the fruit of hard labor? Required characters: millet, sun, noon, sweat, earth, no, bitter. Homework: master the new characters and recite the text. Spring Dawn by Han Feng, Han Dynasty. Sleeping in spring, unaware of the dawn, everywhere I hear the birds singing. In the night came the sound of wind and rain. Who knows how many flowers have fallen? Required characters: Ode to the Goose by Han Feng. Ode to the Willow by Han Feng. Wind by Han Feng. It scatters the leaves of the 3 autumn months and opens the flowers of February. Grass on the Ancient Plain by Han Feng. Lush grass on the plain, withering and thriving once a year. Wildfire cannot burn it out. The spring wind blows, and it lives again. Song of the Wanderer by Han Feng. The thread in the hands of a loving mother. Inside the classroom, the students were diligently practicing the new characters they had learned today. Han Feng, their teacher, wasn't idle either. After teaching the dozens of characters for the day, he lay sprawled over the podium, writing furiously. One moment he was scratching the back of his head in thought. The next he was scribbling away again. Compiling textbooks was truly no easy task. Cough, cough. Even if he was just plagiarizing them, he still had to plagiarize selectively. Just like the ancient poems above, he couldn't include historical figures, historical locations, or historical events. They all had to be poems describing scenery, nature, or praising family affection and teaching filial piety. Otherwise, if he wrote, "Climbing Stork Tower," sure, the poem is simple. The white sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. But how would he explain it when teaching? A bunch of kids would chase him asking, "Teacher, which river is the Yellow River? What the heck is a sea?" How was he supposed to answer that? And don't even get him started on viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. Leaving aside where Mount Lu was, you couldn't even find a waterfall around the Han tribe's territory. There would be no way to explain it. Han Feng racked his brains recalling the ancient poems he had once learned, then had to filter for the ones with simple characters that were easy to learn, and finally compile them into a textbook. It was truly tedious and cumbersome work. Fortunately, just then, a sudden knock on the door saved him. Enter. "Chief, the mold you asked for is done. I brought it over. Can you take a look and see if it works?" The classroom door opened, and Big Mouth walked in holding 2 golden, plate-like objects, which he handed over to Han Feng's podium. Han Feng picked them up and examined them. They matched the blueprints he had given. The concave part of the plate had been carefully polished with sand and stone, then wiped with white wax. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, they were dazzlingly bright. These 2 plates weren't round, but square, with a circular depression in the center for the molten glass. However, there was a hole in each of the 4 corners where small copper rods could be inserted to fix the 2 halves of the mold together. This way, they wouldn't shift during the pressing process. "Chief, will this work?" Big Mouth asked again when he saw Han Feng hadn't spoken. "Yeah, it should be about right. Let's test it first. I don't think there will be any major issues. Anyway, for the rest of the class, you guys practice writing on your own. I'm going out for a bit." "Oh, right. Tomorrow I'm going to give you a dictation test on the words we've learned. For every mistake, you have to write the word 100 times. Dictation. 100 times for a mistake. Holy crap." Originally, seeing Teacher Luo about to leave, some students were itching to slack off. But hearing about the dictation test tomorrow and the punishment of writing 100 times, the hairs on the students' backs stood up. They all lowered their heads and began practicing their writing in earnest, no longer staring at Han Feng. "Chief, what exactly is this for? Even if we're casting copper or iron, we wouldn't use a metal mold, right?" Big Mouth asked as he followed Han Feng out of the school building toward Han Feng's house. "Who told you that you can't use metal molds to cast metal? Are you afraid the mold and the metal will stick together? Don't you know to smear a layer of mud on it to separate them?" Han Feng immediately reminded him. "Oh, right. I didn't think of that just now. Ha ha ha." Big Mouth let out an "oh" of realization. However, there is one thing you have to be very careful about with the mud-lined metal mold casting method. The mud must be dried. Otherwise, if the molten metal touches wet mud, it will release a massive amount of steam, creating bubbles in the metal liquid and affecting the quality of the finished product, Han Feng explained as they walked. "Oh, I'll remember that. Thank you for teaching me, Chief." Big Mouth thanked Han Feng with immense gratitude. For the past 2 years, Big Mouth had been acting under Han Feng's orders, managing all the metal smelting and casting work for the Han tribe. He knew better than anyone that the tribe's rise was inextricably linked to metal tools. Han Feng had entrusted him with such an important task and taught him so much technology. Even his wife had been found for him by Han Feng during the spring fair, and now his kid could even call him daddy. He naturally kept this kindness firmly in his heart. No need to thank me, just do your job well. Also, how are those apprentices of yours coming along? We might build 1 or 2 more smelting plants and processing factories this year. How many people can you spare by then? Han Feng waved his hand dismissively and asked about the apprentices instead. Chief, are we going to smelt those 2 types of lead, ore and silver ore? If so, I can spare about 15 people right now. They've all participated in every step of iron smelting, Big Mouth answered quickly. 15 people should be enough. Let them be the technical backbone, add a batch of apprentices, and it should be about right. Pay attention when you go back. Pick out the people in advance so they can be transferred directly when the time comes, Han Feng said after a thought. Yes, I understand, Chief. So, is this mold we made today for testing lead and silver? Big Mouth guessed. The stone we're smelting this time isn't metal, but something else. It has a lower melting point than copper and iron. It's called glass. Glass? Big Mouth was stunned by the new term. He looked at the mold in his hand and asked in confusion, then what is this glass plate? Thick in the middle, thin on the edges, used for? This shape can't hold anything. It's definitely not a container. Indeed, it's not a container. It's a tool. You'll know when the time comes. We can make it today. As they spoke, they arrived at Han Feng's home. From the side room that Han Feng used as a study, he took out several clusters of pure, colorless crystal. Wow, is this her too? It looks as clear as water, and the shape looks like a spearhead. Chief, is this the glass, or? It was Big Mouth's first time seeing such pure, colorless crystal. When the giant eagle had delivered it previously, only a few people had seen it before Han Feng put it in his desk drawer. This is indeed ore, but you can't call it glass ore. This is crystal ore, identified by shape and color, colorless, transparent, and sword-shaped. That is crystal. You can understand it as a crystal that is as transparent as water. Of course, there are other shapes, but its crystal form is typically this sword shape. Also, crystal can be used to make glass, but it's not refined. It's just melted and reshaped. To put it bluntly, it's just changing the shape of the crystal. It's just crystal processed by humans. Real glass can actually be burned from other materials and can achieve a transparency close to crystal. I originally wanted to use glass to make windows, but I haven't found suitable raw materials yet, so we have to make do with oil paper for now. Han Feng handed a crystal cluster to Big Mouth and explained in detail. Just melting the crystal, not refining glass. So, Chief, you mean we're just going to melt the crystal down and cast it into a clear plate? Big Mouth quickly grasped the key point from Han Feng's information. Exactly, that's what I mean, Han Feng confirmed with a nod. But Chief said earlier this is a tool. What can it be used for? Big Mouth looked the crystal cluster up and down, unable to figure out the tool's purpose. You want to know? It's easy. You'll see once we make it. Hurry up and get to work. First, smash these crystals, grind them into powder, and then melt them in a crucible. Just like mixing bronze. You've done this before. I don't need to say more, right? Han Feng urged, seeing Big Mouth's goofy expression. Smash such good stuff. Isn't that a pity? Big Mouth said, looking at the glittering, translucent cluster in his hand with heartache. What, you like this? If it stays like this, aside from sitting there to be looked at or used as a decoration, it's useless. Only by turning it into a tool can we use it. If you like it, when we mine it on a large scale later, you can keep a piece for yourself. Han Feng looked at Big Mouth with a smile. Chief, I didn't say. I just think it looks nice. It's a shame to smash it. Nothing to be ashamed of. Making it into a tool is more useful to us. Get to work, Han Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. Seeing Han Feng's persistence, Big Mouth couldn't say anything more. He immediately took the crystals to smash and grind them into powder. They had done the same with iron ore before. It wasn't his first time, and he knew the process well. Han Feng understood Big Mouth's feelings. Everyone loves beauty. Before they had anything, they used to grind bones into ornaments, let alone now seeing such magical transparent stones. Han Feng himself didn't think much of the crystal. In his past life, this stuff wasn't valuable. Crystal bracelets were street stall goods. Not to mention, in this life, he had discovered a crystal mine. He could have as much as he wanted with a single command. The crushing and grinding process went quickly. After all, the quantity was small, just a few clusters. In less than an hour, Big Mouth arrived at the iron smelting workshop carrying a porcelain basin. Han Feng had been waiting there for a while. The ground crystal powder wasn't very fine, more like sand than flour. The color was no longer transparent, but had turned white. Seeing this, Han Feng had a sudden idea. If this stuff was ground a bit finer, couldn't it be used as silica powder? This stuff wasn't just for making crystal glass. It could also be used as a special coating. In modern times, there was a piece of black technology stationery known as the fifth treasure of the study, the water writing cloth. Its surface was grayish-white. When written on with a brush dipped in clear water, it would show an effect as black as ink. The invention of this calligraphy artifact saved a huge amount of paper and was useful for both environmental protection and saving money. When Han Feng first encountered it, he felt it was magical. To understand its principle, he had specifically looked up some information. The working principle of the water-writing cloth wasn't complex. It was a black base cloth coated with a layer of white paint. The main component of this paint was silica powder. What is silica? It's transparent glass. What is the characteristic of glass? It refracts light. The principle of the water-writing cloth utilized this refractive property of silica. When the coating on the cloth was dry, because the paint was mixed with other white substances and the powdered silica itself appeared pale white, it looked like white paper. However, when the white coating touched the water from the brush, the wetted area would change the angle of light refraction because the gaps in the coating were filled with water, making the coating locally transparent for a period. Once the white coating became transparent, the black base cloth underneath was revealed. The principle was that simple. Thinking of this now, Han Feng had the idea of manufacturing water-writing cloth. If they had this, how much paper would it save the Han tribe? It would also play a significant role in promoting education later on. After all, paper wasn't cheap. Once privatization was fully implemented, not everyone would be able to afford large amounts of paper. But with water-writing cloth, one piece would suffice for daily practice. Even if the quality Han Feng developed wasn't as good as modern ones, if it could be reused 1,000 times, it would be worth it. However, making this thing couldn't be done in a day or two. The key technology lay in the formula of the white surface coating, which Han Feng wasn't clear about. He had looked up the information, but it wasn't very detailed, and he hadn't memorized it after a glance. However, he could infer some things based on the characteristics of the water-writing cloth. The most important thing was silica powder, which made up the largest proportion. The rest should include something like glue, since it was a paint. It had to be painted on the black cloth without falling off. So this glue had to be water-resistant, but not water-repellent, meaning it could get wet, but wouldn't detach from the substrate when wet. Then there was the need for a powder with water-locking capabilities. When the brush touched the coating with water, the water couldn't spread out all at once. It had to be locked in a local area. Otherwise, one stroke would turn a huge patch black, which wouldn't be fun. Finally, there needed to be a white substance that allowed water to evaporate quickly for fast drying. You couldn't write and then wait hours for it to dry. That would lose its practical value. From this, it could be calculated that the formula required at least 4 things: silica, waterproof glue, water-locking powder, and quick-drying powder. Han Feng currently only had silica. There wasn't even a shadow of the other 3. It seemed he could only research this slowly in the future. The immediate task was to make the convex lens first. Alright, that's about it. Start melting. Oh, right, bring some alkali over. We'll use it as a flux later. No need to add anything else. Han Feng grabbed a handful of crystal gravel, looked at it in his hand, and threw it back into the basin. Yes, Chief. Big Mouth responded quickly. He then led his assistants to start the smelting personally. Some pulled the bellows, some added charcoal. Before long, the crystal gravel in the crucible began to turn red. Open the lid and add a spoonful of alkali, Han Feng said to Big Mouth, watching the gradually reddening crystal gravel in the crucible. Yes, Chief. Big Mouth immediately hugged a ceramic jar, scooped a spoonful of white powder with a wooden spoon, and put it into the crucible. Then he stirred it with a pottery rod. With the addition of the flux and the huff-huff panting sound of the wooden bellows, the crystal sand in the crucible began to soften, stick together, and then fuse into a ball of viscous, bright red liquid. After maintaining this state for a while longer, feeling that the fluidity of the glass liquid had gradually increased, it was about ready for casting. Preheat the mold. Roast it over the fire first, then lift the crucible. We can cast. Han Feng observed the state of the glass liquid and ordered again. Yes, Chief. The assistant helping nearby quickly picked up the 2 bronze mold pieces and placed them on a stove to the side to bake. Big Mouth held the pottery rod and stirred the glass liquid in the crucible to heat it evenly. This stuff wasn't metal after all. Even if it was red hot and soft, its fluidity was still very poor. Picking it up felt like a lump of hot, melted taffy. After waiting a moment longer, the assistant brought over the 2 red-hot mold pieces and placed them flat on a nearby iron anvil for use. All right, lift the pot and cast, Han Feng commanded again. Big Mouth wasted no words. He picked up a pair of specialized iron crucible tongs from the side, clamped the red-hot crucible, and lifted the entire thing out of the furnace alone. Honestly, it wasn't that surprising. Glass was less dense than metal. Even a full pot would be lighter than the same volume of metal, not to mention this was only half a pot. Chief, how do we pour this? With only half a mold, won't it flow out by itself? I don't want anyone getting burned. Big Mouth stared at the copper plate on the anvil, stunned for a moment. When casting metal before, they didn't play like this. To cast a tool, the 2 halves of the mold had to be locked together tightly first. No need. Pour it just like this. The glass liquid is very sticky. It won't run everywhere. Just pour it on, Han Feng instructed again. Big Mouth was skeptical, but since the chief said so, he couldn't argue. He signaled the others to stand back a bit, then began to pour. The viscous glass liquid poured out of the crucible, flowing very slowly. Big Mouth stared blankly at it. Han Feng got a bit anxious. Flowing so slowly, it might cool down soon. So he took the pottery rod from earlier and raked it out of the crucible. Only then did the glass liquid smoothly enter the mold. Because the bronze mold had been preheated, the glass liquid didn't solidify or change color instantly upon contact due to temperature loss. Instead, it maintained a slow-flowing state, achieving Han Feng's goal. More and more glass liquid was poured out until it piled up into a high mound in the mold. Han Feng observed with his naked eye, feeling the volume was slightly more than enough, and told Big Mouth to stop pouring. Then he had the apprentice assistant, who had been watching for a long time, place the other half of the mold on top. They pinned the holes in the 4 corners with small copper rods to fix the vertical position of the 2 mold halves. Then, 2 people used a large wooden stick to press down hard on the top half of the mold. The 2 apprentices were obedient. Each grabbed one end of the wooden stick and hung from it, applying their full body weight. The glass liquid inside, which hadn't yet solidified, was immediately squeezed out by the downward pressure of the mold. But that didn't matter. If excess glass liquid could be squeezed out, it meant the glass inside had filled the space, so the lens Han Feng wanted should be complete. Big Mouth, use a knife to scrape off the excess glass around the outside. If it cools down later, you won't be able to scrape it, Han Feng commanded again. Oh, I'm on it. Big Mouth was also very curious. This was their first time burning glass, and they were all looking forward to seeing what kind of gadget they would make. The excess glass slime outside the mold was quickly scraped away, and the temperature of the entire mold gradually cooled down. After a while, feeling the cooling was about done, Han Feng had Big Mouth wipe the outside of the mold with a wet cloth soaked in cold water to further cool the mold temperature. Just as Big Mouth wiped it for the 3rd time, a soft pop came from inside the mold, startling Han Feng. Holy crap, don't tell me it cracked in half. Quick, open it, and take a look, Han Feng urged anxiously. 2 assistants immediately pried up the top half of the mold. Inside, a completely transparent, ice block-like object was revealed. It was shaped like a plate and had already detached from the mold. It seemed that as the temperature dropped and the glass solidified, it had shrunk just a tiny bit due to thermal contraction, causing it to fall off the mold completely. Good. Han Feng secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, they had wiped the outer mold with a wet cloth just now, so the cooling process was relatively slow. If they had wiped the glass directly to cool it, it probably would have cracked instantly. After opening the mold and letting it air for a while, Han Feng felt the temperature had dropped enough. He touched it through a layer of dry cloth and felt it was no longer scorching hot. He then had Big Mouth pour some clear water over it to cool it again. Finally cooled, the finished product taken from the mold was a glass object that looked like a poached egg. This was mainly because due to the mold compression, after the central mold cavity was filled, the excess glass liquid overflowed from the surroundings. Although Big Mouth had scraped some off, a lot remained. Around the thick lens in the middle, it was like a transparent sugar sheet on a candied hawthorn. But there was no need to worry about this. Although the Han tribe didn't have a glass cutter, These thin, light bulb-like glass burrs could be knocked off directly with a copper rod without affecting the lens in the middle at all, because the lens was thick enough. Han Feng put on a leather glove and picked up the lens himself. He used a small copper rod to knock off the surrounding burrs, then took sandstone from the blacksmith shop to polish the edges of the lens twice. Finally, he rinsed it clean with clear water. This super-large convex lens, with a diameter of fully 18 centimeters and a central thickness of 2 centimeters, was complete. Big Mouth, stick out your hand. Look at what this is. As Han Feng spoke, he had Big Mouth extend his hand, then held the magnifying glass flat over his palm. When Big Mouth saw his own palm through the magnifying glass, he immediately shouted in surprise. Wow, is this my hand? Why did it become so big? I can see it so clearly. I can even see the charcoal dust in my palm prints. Chief, is this tool used to make things bigger? Then what should this be called? Big Mouth looked at his palm in the lens in disbelief, feeling like his whole hand had grown larger. Yet, his body felt no special sensation. He quickly pulled his hand out from under the magnifying glass, only to see his palm was back to its original size. He was stunned again. Then, like he had discovered some incredible treasure, or like a child getting a magnifying glass for the first time, he put his hand under the lens to watch, then pulled it out, put it under, pulled it out, playing happily. It took him a good while to understand the purpose of the magnifying glass. Chief, this tool is too magical. Haha, exactly. This thing is used to magnify objects. However, it only makes things look bigger. It doesn't actually enlarge the object itself. Just like your hand, what you see through this tool is magnified, but without the tool, it's still the same, Han Feng explained. Chief, then what is this thing called, and what can it actually do? If it only makes things look bigger, it doesn't seem very useful. If it could turn a bowl of rice into a really big bowl of rice, that would be great. Just making it look bigger is frustrating, isn't it? Big Mouth suddenly felt this magical object was useless. Your way of thinking is unique. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and even if there were, it would definitely be poisoned. Grain is grown. If you could just shine this magnifying glass on it and make more, who would work? Everyone would just make magnifying glasses. This tool, called a magnifying glass, isn't useless like you say. Didn't you say it yourself? It can magnify things so we can see them more clearly. That is already very useful. Think about it. If I asked you to cast a bronze vessel with extremely tiny patterns right now, but you couldn't see them clearly at all, what would you do? But if you have a magnifying glass, it's different. If you take it to carve the mold, you can see more clearly and see even tinier details. By the way, this magnifying glass has another use. It can gather the sunlight from the sky into a single point. The temperature at that point is very high. Although it can't melt metal, it can ignite wood shavings. So as long as you have such a magnifying glass, on a sunny day, you can use it to start a fire. Han Feng educated them again. What? This thing can draw down heavenly fire? An apprentice exclaimed. In their view, heavenly fire was the great fire ignited by lightning striking trees. But trees spontaneously igniting from sunlight? They had truly never heard of that. Hearing Han Feng say this transparent round plate could draw down heavenly fire, they all felt it was incredible. No, not heavenly fire, but the sun's light. When you sunbathe in the summer, do you feel very hot, like you're being roasted by fire? Han Feng asked. They nodded cooperatively. Right. That means sunlight has temperature. Sunlight can heat things up, right? Han Feng continued to guide their thinking. The group thought about it. It really was like that, so they nodded again. This tool, the magnifying glass, can gather the sunlight shining on it into a very small point. That means the temperature of all that sunlight also gathers at that one point. So this point becomes extremely hot, hot enough to ignite wood, Han Feng summarized. But the group still listened with half understanding, faces full of confusion. Clearly, this issue of light refraction was beyond their daily scope of thought. How about this? It's afternoon right now, and the sun outside is at its hottest. Let's take this magnifying glass and test how to start a fire. Then you'll understand, Han Feng proposed. The group immediately looked excited. This was drawing down heavenly fire. Was the chief inviting them to witness a miracle together? This was too great an honor. Big Mouth immediately grabbed a few sticks of firewood, and the other two apprentices scooped up a handful of charcoal. They followed Han Feng out of the workshop shed, practically tripping over themselves. I say, do you guys want to roast by the fire outside or something? Or are you planning to cook outside? Aren't you afraid of the heat? Why bring so much firewood? One small piece of wood is enough. Han Feng put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Only then did the group awkwardly drop the things in their hands, leaving only Big Mouth holding a stick of charcoal and a piece of firewood. They arrived under the blazing sun. It was just past the middle of the afternoon, the time when the sun was most vicious. Han Feng took the charcoal and rubbed it on the firewood, blackening the wood, since black absorbs heat better, and then began to fiddle with the magnifying glass under their gaze. He held the magnifying glass at an angle, the lens facing the sun, and adjusted the focal length up and down. The group soon saw that as Han Feng moved the magnifying glass, a bright spot of light immediately appeared in the shadow on the ground. This light spot was large and bright, but as Han Feng lowered the magnifying glass, the spot began to shrink but became even brighter. When it shrank to the size of a soybean, the spot was bright to the extreme. You couldn't look directly at it, or your eyes would sting and tear up. Don't stare directly at it. Squint. Use your peripheral vision, or you'll go blind, Han Feng warned them. The group quickly followed Han Feng's method to observe. They saw the chief aim that spot of light at the firewood on the ground. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but in less than a minute, the blackened wood began to emit gray smoke. It's lit. It's lit. There's smoke. There's smoke. The heavenly fire is drawn down. The chief drew down the heavenly fire. An apprentice, ignoring the stinging in his eyes, saw smoke rising from where the light spot hit, and immediately stood up, shouting and screaming. His yell attracted the attention of people nearby. Those with nothing to do began to gather, including clan leader Shi, who was supervising the construction site nearby, as well as the rat shaman and elder Han, the two old men. It really is lit. Look, the smoke is getting bigger. If we put some wood shavings there now, one blow and it would ignite. Big Mouth began to summarize. What are you doing with the chief? The elder walked over, watching the two men shouting with tears streaming down their faces. Oh, the chief took us to make a tool called a magnifying glass. It can draw down heavenly fire and light wood directly. It can also make things look bigger and clearer. It's amazing. Elder, you guys should take a look too. Big Mouth explained. Oh, there's such a tool? Magnifying what? The rat shaman also asked. Magnifying glass. With more people joining in, the following events became even more magical. Several old men and a group of teenagers squatted under the blazing sun, using the magnifying glass to burn wood and roast ants. Shouts of joy rose and fell. They didn't even feel the heat, making Han Feng sweat just watching them. Look, just look. These are my managers. Just like a bunch of kindergarten kids. All right, that's enough looking. Heavenly fire hurts the eyes. If you keep this up, you'll all be blinded, and then you won't be able to see anything. Seeing them playing endlessly and happily, Han Feng started using harsh words to urge them. He had no choice. This thing wasn't made for playing. Han Feng intended to use it to carve the steel stamps and wax molds for minting coins. Without this magnifying glass, how could he carve those tiny patterns on the coins? This was a serious micro-carving tool. After finally wresting the magnifying glass back from the group of children, Han Feng began preparing to start work officially. A single lens couldn't be used on its own. For convenience, Han Feng found a wooden bucket and made a wooden frame, like a desktop vanity mirror, specifically to mount the magnifying glass. The angle could be adjusted freely, making it absolutely perfect for carving characters and micro-engraving. With the magnifying glass sorted, another important tool couldn't be left behind: the various carving knives. Han Feng took some scrapped arrow shafts and whittled them into the shapes of various carving knives. Then he gave them to Big Mouth to have people forge them, directly mass-producing a batch. There were too many places where carving knives were needed. Carving ceramic clay bodies, wood products, printing plates for movable type, the wax molds for coins Han Feng wanted to make, and seals. Since there were so many uses for carving knives, Han Feng couldn't possibly do all the carving work himself. It was better to mass-produce a batch now to save trouble later. The following days were unremarkable. Han Feng taught the students every day. While the students practiced writing, he would compile textbooks, design coin patterns, or practice carving on a piece of white gypsum. Sometimes he would also practice carving clay types for movable type printing. Later, Han Feng felt that carving by himself was too boring and slow. Since the students were learning to write anyway, he simply dragged the more than 300 students to carve clay types with him. The clay bodies were dried hard clay ingots. Han Feng would write the characters in reverse on them, then distribute them to the students to carve together. Out of 8 classes a day, at least one was dedicated to this. Otherwise, who knew when it would be finished? Chief, What are we carving these reverse characters for? Even if we use them, shouldn't we carve them correctly? Isn't carving them like this a waste? While Han Feng was lying on the podium carving characters, he suddenly heard a student raising a question from below. He didn't get angry. Having their own ideas was a good thing. If the chief said something and the people below asked nothing and just completed the task, how were they different from robots? This is called a printing plate. It's used to print characters. Right now, it's a clay body, so it can't be used yet. The reason we're carving now is that the clay is soft and easy to carve. Once it's fired into a ceramic ingot, you won't be able to carve it anymore. However, trying it out a little now is no problem. Take a carved character, use your brush to dip a little ink, brush it onto that character, and then press it onto white paper. See what it becomes. Han Feng told him to verify it himself. This was more effective than any explanation. The student, who had once served as a squad leader in the clan hunting team, became curious hearing the chief's answer. He immediately began the experiment according to Han Feng's method. He took a clay type that had been carved and sitting there for half the day. He squeezed his brush until the ink was half dry, then brushed it onto the clay type. After brushing it completely black, he pressed the carved side onto the white paper. The originally blank white paper immediately showed a correct Chinese character. "Yeah, this can print a character," the man exclaimed, immediately attracting the attention of those around him. The whole class turned to look, and the students nearby were immediately stunned by the Chinese character on the white paper. It really can print a character. But why did we carve it in reverse, yet it printed out correctly? The man's neighbors, after marveling, also raised their questions. Student who printed the character, take your paper and the character you carved and walk around the class to show everyone. I believe all the students want to know. After you've all seen it, I'll explain it to everyone, Han Feng said, sitting on the podium. The students below immediately stirred. The squad leader who printed the character took the things he had just made to show everyone in the class. Meanwhile, Han Feng had already drawn something like a chessboard on the blackboard with chalk, filled with grids. Clack, clack, clack. After the students below had all seen the movable type printing, Han Feng knocked on the blackboard to attract everyone's attention. Everyone just saw that printed Chinese character. Did you find it magical? You don't need to write with a pen to get a Chinese character. I believe some people are very happy right now, thinking that since we've made this thing, we won't need to write anymore. Han Feng cracked a small joke with them. The people below immediately laughed out loud. Clearly, he had hit on the thoughts of some of them. And it made sense, considering the lives these people used to lead. Being stuck here learning to write from morning to night was practically torture. Haha, but that's impossible. What we are making now is called movable type printing. These are just printing plates for printing. You saw the effect just now. It's used to print characters. Of course, printing one character is useless. But the characters each of you carved are different. What if we make all the Chinese characters? Now, everyone look at this diagram on the blackboard. Are there many grids and grooves? Imagine if we made a wooden tray or an iron tray like this, then arranged the characters one by one according to what we want to say, brushed on ink like just now, and made a rubbing with white paper. Wouldn't we be able to directly print a passage of what we want to say? Han Feng pointed at the blackboard and explained to them. Wow, that's true. But the chief said this isn't to replace our writing. Then what's the use of making this thing? Isn't it just for printing characters? The student who printed the character asked again. Your question is very good. Actually, you can think about comparing this movable type printing with writing by hand. What are the advantages? This advantage is the reason we make it. Now, I asked the whole class to answer. Whoever answers correctly, after graduation, I can let them be specifically responsible for the Han tribe's printing work. This is a significant position. Think about it carefully. Han Feng tempted them directly. Chief, I think it's that everyone's handwriting is different. Some people's writing is ugly, and others might not understand it. But with this movable type printing, we only need to find one person with good handwriting to write all the characters, then carve them. Then when printing in the future, the printed characters will also be good looking. This way, everyone who can read will understand. A boy who wasn't very old, only about 13 or 14, stood up and answered. Very good, what you said is correct. This is indeed one advantage of movable type printing, but it's not comprehensive enough. It has an even better aspect than handwriting. Can you think of it? Han Feng looked at the student with appreciation. If he remembered correctly, this should be a member from a laborer tribe that had joined. Their tribe had been working over at the new city for half a year. It was only during this rice harvest that they formally decided to join the Han tribe. It hadn't even been a month yet. It seemed to be a tribe from south of the new city that specialized in making dried persimmons, called the White Fruit Tribe. Now they were the Bai clan of the Han tribe. Han Feng flipped through the student list on the desk, his finger stopping under a name called Bai Chi. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chief, I think this printing, it should be able to print many times. If someone writes it by hand once, they will definitely be tired. But with printing, you just need to dip some more ink and print again. So, if you want to write a passage many times, printing would be faster, and every copy printed would be the same. Bai Chi thought for a moment and spoke again. Very good, very good. You are quite right. Actually, this is the true purpose of printing, to quickly replicate the same content in large quantities. Although hand copying can achieve this, it requires too many people and is too slow. But with printing, just 2 or 3 workers can match the copying speed of thousands of people. This is the advantage of printing. Han Feng clapped his hands happily and praised Bai Chi sincerely. A group of students suddenly looked enlightened, but some still couldn't figure it out and raised questions again. Chief, this printing is indeed fast, but why do we need to print so many identical contents? Isn't this a waste of paper? You said paper manufacturing isn't easy. Han Feng glanced at the person who spoke. He wanted to scold him, but held back. He then patiently explained to them. I taught you to write Chinese characters personally. So how do you feel inside? Is learning Chinese characters good? Is it useful? Of course it's useful. At the very least, Chinese characters can convey messages conveniently and record knowledge in various production methods. This makes it easy for us to pass it on to our descendants. You don't hope that because our good technologies aren't passed down, our descendants will have to pick up stone spears and go into the mountains to hunt again, do you? Han Feng paused and continued. And to spread this knowledge to more people and pass it on to future generations more effectively, what is the ultimate method? It is to print this knowledge. We print 100 copies, 1,000, 10,000. Surely one copy will survive. As long as one copy can be passed down, it means our efforts were not in vain. Chinese characters, printing, the most important thing is still the dissemination and inheritance of knowledge. Right now, I am teaching 320 of you alone. When you learn it, some of you will become managers helping me manage the cities below. What will the rest do? You will be like me now, teaching the knowledge I gave you to others. If each of you teaches over 100 people, in a year, you could teach an entire city. So, we want to turn knowledge into sheets of Chinese characters, then sew these papers together into books and print tens of thousands of copies. Then, anyone who can read can learn knowledge through these books. Then our mission of inheriting knowledge will be considered complete. Do you understand? Han Feng explained to them word by word, emphasizing the important uses of Chinese characters and printing, hoping their ideological awareness could be higher. The chief is indeed the leader of 10,000 tribes. Not only does he teach the important methods of farming and animal husbandry to every clan without reservation, but he also thinks of our descendants in advance, hoping to pass on knowledge forever. The chief loves the 10,000 people as his own, passing on the arts of survival to nourish the common people of the world. He has shown grace to the people of the world and will surely leave a good name for 1,000 generations and bless 10,000 generations. We are endlessly moved and are willing to die for the great Han, willing to serve the chief like oxen and horses, so that the clan people all over the world can have food when hungry and clothes when cold, and never suffer from hunger and cold again. Han Feng stood on the podium, his eyes sweeping over all the students below. When his gaze passed over one of the shills, he gave him an imperceptible wink. The man immediately understood and quickly stood up to recite the loyalty pledge Han Feng had made him memorize thoroughly beforehand. For a moment, the whole class was silent. They were stunned for a full 10 seconds. Just as the shill didn't know how to keep up the act, everyone in the class stood up and seconded his words. The chief's grace covers the world and moves the people. We are willing to die for the great Han, serve the chief like oxen and horses, and relieve the hunger and cold of the people of the world. The voices of 80 people combined were loud. The sound spread throughout the entire school building and drifted to the construction site of the office building outside the window, confusing a group of workers. What kind of madness are those literate people up to again? Cough, cough. This is what we should do. The great Han does not discriminate against any clan. Everyone under heaven who looks like us is our kind. Since we have the ability to make them live better, why not do it? All right, that's it for today. You guys continue carving characters. Remember, every character you carve now is the hope of our knowledge inheritance, so be a little more serious when working. Han Feng pretended to cough modestly twice, then encouraged them again before ending the Q&A session on Chinese characters and printing. The classmates lowered their heads to carve characters seriously again. Han Feng went to the classroom window and looked out. The sun outside was still vicious, but bursts of refreshing cool breeze hit him. It was late August. Autumn was coming soon. Looking east from the third floor of the school building, one could see that the paddy fields outside the city were already a patch of gold. In the past few days, the paddy fields had been drained to harden the ground. In about another week, when the mud in the paddy fields hardened, the harvest of this year's second crop of rice could begin. After the rice was harvested, there probably wouldn't be enough time to plant other grains. But leaving the land fallow wasn't an option. So Han Feng decided to have the tribe plant another crop of lacquer grass this year. That stuff looked like sunflowers but could produce natural lacquer. Whether for painting wood or making leather armor, it was very useful. Of course, it had another important use. Inside the large flower disc of the lacquer grass, similar to a sunflower, many round lacquer grass seeds would grow. They looked like black beans. Rodents and birds loved to eat them. Even the Chi clan, lacquer tribe, people said humans could eat them too. They used them as emergency food in winter. Moreover, the yield of this thing was no lower than corn. It could totally be eaten as grain. In addition, these lacquer beans were rich in oil. The oil yield from pressing was also very high, with an oil content of at least 35%. It was non-toxic and harmless, with a fragrant smell. Not only was lacquer bean oil edible, but the bean dregs left after pressing could also be used as fine fodder for chickens, cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep. The Han tribe didn't raise fish right now, but if they did, feeding it to fish would be no problem. However, Han Feng didn't intend to eat this oil. Instead, he planned to use this lacquer bean vegetable oil to make ink for movable type printing. Oil-based ink had stronger adhesion than water-based ink, especially for carriers with relatively smooth surfaces like ceramic movable type. Oil-based ink was most suitable. This was why Han Feng chose to plant lacquer grass. But seeing several figures running from downstairs outside the window, Han Feng knew his autumn planting plan was about to add a new item. The female chief of the Mulberry tribe had been sent over by Big Tree. It seemed that in 2 days, mulberry planting would have to be added. Sericulture, this agricultural technology with a long history, included mulberry planting, silkworm breeding, and finally silk spinning technology. It could be described as a one-stop industrial project. It had many additional benefits too. Once sericulture could be popularized, it would be equivalent to giving the Han tribe's chicken farming industry a vaccine. Epidemic prevention. How could Han Feng not take it seriously? Downstairs, Rat 1 led Sang Qiu and her group of over 170 people through the gates of Hanyang City. They were immediately stunned. The sturdy and thick drawbridge, the solid wood gates painted in vermilion oil, and the towering, majestic gate tower all displayed the power of the Han tribe. This place looked much more imposing than the 2 rammed earth-walled market towns at New City, even if it wasn't as large as the market area. Section Chief Shu, is this Hanyang City? Sang Qiu conversed with Rat 1 through her tribe's translator. That's right. Aren't the words Hanyang written above the city gate? How about it? Is this place good enough? Rat 1 hadn't been back for half a year either, so returning to Hanyang City was exciting for him too, especially in front of these newcomers from the Mulberry tribe. The pride in his heart was indescribable. However, due to the rapid development of the Han tribe, although he hadn't been back for only half a year, Hanyang City had changed drastically. Even Rat 1 himself was almost becoming a newcomer. Your whole tribe has over 170 people. I think you should stay in the military camp first. There are bunk beds there, just enough for you. Then I'll take you to see the chief and see how he arranges your accommodation. Rat 1 decided after a thought. Oh, okay. We'll follow your arrangements. Sang Qiu was new here. Although she had become familiar with Rat 1, this soldier leader, back in New City, being brought to this unfamiliar place meant she had to listen to his arrangements. Just now, seeing the attitude of the city guards toward Rat 1, he seemed to have status here too. The Han tribe was so powerful, there was no reason for them to do anything bad to them, right? Sang Qiu comforted herself. A group of people walked on the clean and tidy streets. The blue brick-paved streets were exceptionally smooth. The paulownia trees and fluorescent willow trees on both sides hadn't grown very big yet. Children playing games could be seen everywhere, chasing balls back and forth. The adults in the city were also busy with their own affairs, appearing vibrant and full of life. Following the straight streets, looking at the rows of blue brick houses along the road, The Mulberry tribe group felt their eyes weren't enough. They chattered noisily about the various sights of Hanyang City. Look, that's a windmill. Inside the house, they're sawing wood. I saw one over at New City, but there are so many big windmills here. A Mulberry tribe girl shouted happily. Wow, look. Those houses over there are so tall. There are so many windows on them. Look, there are people inside too. Another Mulberry tribe member exclaimed. The group soon arrived at the military camp originally established in Hanyang City. Although most people had left, whenever soldiers returned here after completing missions, they would stay temporarily, so it still appeared very tidy. We're here. This is it. Hanyang City might not have that many empty houses right now, so you'll have to live together for now. These are bunk beds. You can sleep on the top or bottom. If there aren't enough, pushing those tables together to sleep on is the same. As for meals, they will be arranged uniformly. I'll take you to the elder later to get some animal skins for bedding. Arriving at the clean and tidy barracks, although it seemed a bit simple, these primitive people from the Mulberry tribe, who had never lived in brick houses, didn't dislike it at all. Instead, they felt that bunk beds were very magical. They had no dissatisfaction with the camp environment. Excitedly throwing their luggage on the bunks, the group immediately began automatically distributing ownership of the beds, showing no sign of fatigue from their journey. Having settled the Mulberry tribe members, Rat 1 took Sang Chio and her translator to find Han Feng. Winding through the streets, they saw many busy tribesmen. Some drove ox carts transporting salt or from outside the city, while others used 2-section trailers to transport processed timber to construction sites in the city. But when Rat 1 arrived at Han Feng's house, he couldn't find anyone. Even little Butterfly wasn't home. He only saw 2 naked children squatting under a tree by the roadside playing with mud. Hey, have you 2 seen the chief? Where did he go? Rat 1 walked up to them and asked. I know. The chief is in the school, teaching those clan leaders to read. I even snuck into the school to look the other day. It's huge inside, MMPH. A child quickly stood up to show off. But before he could finish, the other child covered his mouth with a small hand covered in mud. You're so stupid. We can't tell others about sneaking into the school. Did you forget? Rat 1 looked at the 2 innocent children and laughed. Ignoring whether they had entered the school or not, he took Sang Chio and the translator to the central city area's school building. If he remembered correctly, those 4 tallest buildings were the school they mentioned. Arriving at the central city area, Rat 1 was a bit stunned. These high-rise buildings hadn't been built when he left Hanyang City. He knew nothing about what they looked like inside, nor which building the chief was in. Fortunately, the construction site for the office building was right next door. Rat 1 went straight to Wood Bucket, who was directing the erection of pillars and beams. Wood Bucket, where's the chief? Which building is he in? I brought the newly joined Mulberry tribe and need to take them to see him. Yeah? Rat 1, you haven't been back for a long time. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Oh, right, you're looking for the chief. I'll take you there. Otherwise, you'll probably get dizzy spinning around in the building. Wood Bucket looked at this old acquaintance with surprise. Although Rat 1 used to be a tribal chief, Wood Bucket from the Tree tribe had joined earlier. Before the Black Rat tribe came, Wood Bucket was already the head carpenter of the Han tribe. Naturally, he wasn't lower than Rat 1. The 2 had always interacted as equals. Sure, chatting, the group entered a school building. Climbing up the stairs from one side, Rat 1 and Sang Chio were so startled they didn't know which leg to lift. You guys, move the stairs from the city wall into the house. Is this wood strong enough? Rat 1 asked in surprise. Yeah, this is nothing. You 3 could jump on the stairs together and it would be fine. What are you afraid of? Follow me up. The chief is usually on the 3rd floor. I don't know why he likes staying in high places so much. Wood Bucket explained with a smile, pulling the group upstairs. Sang Chio and the translator followed behind, whispering. The Han tribe is so amazing. Are houses like this really made by people? At first, I thought we had arrived at a place where gods live. They actually came up with such a magical way to let people walk into a house taller than a big tree. The translator carefully held the handrail, sighing with emotion as she climbed the stairs. Don't say things like that in the future. Our whole tribe has joined the Han tribe now. We are Han tribe people. This is our tribe's residence too. You'll get used to it slowly. The Han tribe has too many magical things. There's also the wool weaving and silk weaving the chief mentioned. I haven't even seen those yet. Sang Chio also sighed. 3 floors weren't very high. They soon arrived in front of a classroom on the 3rd floor. The door wasn't closed. There weren't many people in the building anyway, and keeping the door open made the room cooler. Wood Bucket stood at the door with the group. They immediately saw dozens of students carving mud inside, and Han Feng standing by the window, smiling at them. No need to knock. The chief had known they were coming for a while. Wood Bucket, if you have nothing else, go back to work. Rat 1, you guys follow me to the classroom next door to talk. Han Feng, who had been waiting at the window for a long time, saw them come up and walked straight out of the classroom to address them. Han Feng led the group to a classroom next door. After finding seats, they finally had the chance to properly examine the classroom. Rows of neat wooden desks and chairs, 2 blackboards taking up half the walls at the front and back, and a teacher's podium at the front, orderly and clean. Sang Qiu sat on the stool somewhat uncomfortably. She still felt a bit constrained in such a luxurious place belonging to the Han tribe. Moreover, she didn't know what this place was for. Facing Han Feng, the great chief who held real power, she was also nervous. After all, compared to their Mulberry tribe, the Han tribe was too wealthy. Are your clan members settled in? Han Feng asked in a gentle tone. Oh, chief, I've temporarily settled them in the military camp. I came here to ask how you plan to arrange things for them. Rat 1 chimed in. So what does Chief Sang think of Hanyang City? Han Feng hadn't planned to put the Mulberry clan in Hanyang City at all. He had other arrangements. Asking this now was to hear Sang Qiu's attitude and thoughts first. After all, they had come for the Han tribe. It wouldn't be appropriate to kick them out to rebuild a base before they had even warmed their seats. Chief, I think Hanyang City is very good. If we can live here in the future, the clan members will definitely be very happy. I guarantee they will work hard and complete the tasks assigned by the chief, Sang Qiu answered quickly. The meaning in her words was obvious. They wanted to stay in Hanyang City. Han Feng thought to himself, then I'll be honest with you. You should have seen when you came that Hanyang City is indeed built much better than New City, but it is indeed not as large as New City. Moreover, there is no extra open land inside Hanyang City now to build residences. So if you want to move into Hanyang City, I can only have some of the city's current residents move out so you have houses to live in, Han Feng said, spreading his hands. The translator was stunned hearing Han Feng say this. She hadn't expected Han Feng to be this kind of person. Previously, it was clearly agreed that as long as they joined the Han tribe, they could move to Hanyang City to live. Now that they had torn down their homes, abandoned their things, and traveled so far to get here, what did this chief mean? No place for them to live. Sang Qiu knew only a smattering of Chinese and didn't understand very well. Seeing her translator not speaking to her, she didn't know what had happened, so she secretly tugged at her translator. What did the chief say? Why aren't you telling me? Chief, the Han tribe's chief, he. Shut up. Do you want to get us killed? We have already joined the Han tribe. He is our chief now, our chief. Don't call me chief anymore in the future. Do you remember? Sang Qiu scolded in a low and stern voice. Yes, patriarch. The chief said there are no houses for us in Hanyang City. If we want to stay here, we can only move some of the people currently living in the city out. The translator whispered aggrievedly. This. Sang Qiu didn't know how to respond for a moment. She didn't know what Han Feng meant. Back at New City when looking at the worms, hadn't he shown great interest in their tribe? No, he should have been interested in their silkworms. Why was he so unwelcoming to them now? If Hanyang City couldn't accommodate them, why not just leave them at New City back then? Although New City wasn't as well built as here, it wasn't that bad in comparison. The key was that it was spacious. Even if 10 more Mulberry tribes came, there would definitely be room. Does the chief mean we have to move to another place to live? Sang Qiu didn't understand what Han Feng was thinking, so she probed carefully. Han Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he went to the podium at the front and drew a rough map of the terrain around Hanyang City with chalk on the blackboard. Then he turned to ask Sang Qiu, You raise silkworms. Do you know if there are other worms similar to silkworms that also eat leaves and spin cocoons? Other worms? Spin cocoons. Sang Qiu didn't get an answer from Han Feng, but heard his counter-question instead. She was stunned. She really didn't know this. Yes, there are other worms. By the way, can you read a map? If not, I can teach you. Come over and take a look. Han Feng called the group over and pointed at the blackboard. This is Hanyang City, where we are now. This is the river to the east of the city. These are the farmlands on both sides of the river. Can you understand? Sang Qiu looked at the map following Han Feng's guidance, then looked out the window at the city wall, farmlands, and river. She seemed to understand a bit, then nodded slightly hesitantly. She still didn't understand why Han Feng was saying this now. Forget it. I'd better just point out the window for you. Han Feng looked at Sang Qiu nodding with a blank and confused expression on her face. He couldn't believe she understood. Look at that river outside the city. You came across that wooden bridge, right? Han Feng stood at the window pointing east. This time Sang Chio finally understood and nodded quickly. Cross the wooden bridge and walk south for a day. There is a chestnut forest. Chestnuts are a fruit with a hard skin, very delicious and easy to store. There should be a type of silkworm there that specifically eats chestnut leaves, called the chestnut silkworm. Chestnut silkworms are about the same size as mulberry silkworms, but they are green and have fleshy spikes on their bodies. They can also spin silk and make cocoons like mulberry silkworms. It's not impossible for you to raise mulberry silkworms here, but there are no mulberry trees in Hanyang City. Even if we plant them now, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for the mulberry trees to grow enough to harvest leaves for raising silkworms, right? Han Feng asked again. Hearing Han Feng say this, Sang Chio and the translator understood his meaning. Right, the Han tribe didn't have sericulture as a production project, so there were no mulberry trees. There weren't even wild ones around. How could they raise them here? Even if they planted trees now, it would take 2 years, as the chief said. But what would they do for those 2 years? With this question, and based on Han Feng saying there was a green silkworm not far away, Sang Chio and the translator roughly understood Han Feng's intention. Was he asking them to plant mulberry trees first, and then raise other silkworms for these 2 years? Does the chief mean for us to go across the river to raise those green silkworms? Sang Chio probed. No, not raise. I think there must be chestnut silkworms there. And since the forest is large, if there are chestnut silkworms, there must be many. I want you to go and collect some wild chestnut silkworm cocoons first. We'll experiment with reeling silk, spinning yarn, and weaving silk fabric in Hanyang City. If successful, we will farm them artificially and expand the scale in the future. In addition, I plan to build another city near the chestnut forest across the river. It will be larger than Hanyang City, close to the riverbank. We will reclaim paddy fields and plant grain. The control range will also cover the surrounding Paulownia forest and chestnut forest. It will mainly produce grain, chestnuts, silk, and tung oil. I want your mulberry clan to move there. For now, you will mainly be responsible for the construction of the new city and the collection and breeding experiments of chestnut silkworms. Are you willing? Han Feng looked at Sang Chio and her translator and asked. Hearing Han Feng say this, Sang Chio, the translator, and Rat One were all shocked. Building another new city. Chief, are we going to build another new city this year? Rat One asked bluntly. Yes. Find the location first, clear the land, and put up the walls. We'll build the inside after spring next year. You don't need to worry about this. The more people our tribe has now, the better for development. We need to occupy more land first to plant more grain. With grain, we won't worry about the population problem. Han Feng explained simply, then looked at Sang Chio and the translator again. Chief, you mean for us to build a new city? A new city even bigger than this Hanyang City? Sang Chio asked in disbelief. You definitely need to participate, but not just you alone. Many other clansmen will participate too. After all, you don't know how to build, right? You can only learn from everyone first. Also, when I said for your Mulberry clan to move to the new city, I didn't mean moving there this year. You'll move there next year when the houses are built. This is also to make it convenient for you to raise chestnut silkworms. As for mulberry trees, you can plant them here in Hanyang City this year. When the city is built, transplanting the saplings over there will be no problem. Han Feng explained to them. Sang Chio listened to Han Feng's explanation and thought about it seriously. Now that they had joined the Han tribe, they were living under someone else's roof. What could they do but listen to the chief's orders? Disobeying wouldn't end well. Besides, the situation was indeed as Han Feng said. If they didn't agree to this arrangement, they really wouldn't be able to do anything for a year or two. However, what about the silkworm eggs they brought this time? Chief, we can agree to your arrangement and are very willing to build a new city with everyone. But what about the silkworm eggs we brought back this time? If we knew there were no mulberry trees here, we wouldn't have brought them. Now that they're here, we can't raise them. It's such a pity, Sang Chio said regretfully. No, it's not a pity. Mulberry silkworms can be raised without mulberry leaves. They eat other leaves too and can still spin cocoons. It's just that after turning into moths, they won't produce offspring. You can raise this batch of mulberry silkworms first. In another year or two, when the mulberry trees here are usable, you can go back and collect another batch of eggs. Otherwise, sitting idle is sitting idle. Might as well raise them, Han Feng said. It can be done like that. Sang Chio and the translator were stunned. These were things they didn't know. How did the chief know? But thinking of the scene when they first met Han Feng, they weren't surprised anymore. Without such ability and knowledge, could he be the leader of such a large tribe? Then we will obey the chief's arrangement. Sang Chio immediately stated her position. Good. You came at the right time. In a few days, the rice outside the city will be harvested. You newly joined clansmen can help out and learn how to farm. When you are assigned to live in other cities in the future, you can be self-reliant. For now, you will stay in the military camp. We can only do this for this year. Later, I'll have someone take you to see Hanyang City's weaving workshop to see how we weave cloth. Then I'll draft some of your women to learn. When you weave silk fabric yourselves, don't be ignorant of how to use the machines. Han Feng continued to arrange. Yes, we obey the chief's arrangement. Sang Chio answered immediately. Han Feng nodded, walked out of the classroom, and called a student from the next room to lead Sang Chio to visit the weaving workshop. This would also dampen their arrogance. Don't think that just because they can raise silkworms and make silk clothes, they are amazing. Look at the Han tribe's textile technology. You guys are nothing. Just learn obediently. After Sang Chio and the translator left, only Rat 1 and Han Feng remained in the room. Rat 1 couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly asked Han Feng for confirmation. Chief, are we really going to build a new city this year? What? Would I talk nonsense about such a big thing? And not just one new city, my plan is two. One in the chestnut forest on the east bank of the river, and one in the valley to the north. Both must be built before the end of next year. As Han Feng spoke, he went to the podium again and drew 2 circles on the sketch map, marking the locations of the 2 new cities. But Chief, where are we going to get so many people? The new city isn't full yet. Building 2 more cities, we might not even have enough people for construction. We'll have people soon. Next spring, more than 4,000 people from those 2 tribal alliances in the north will come south. If you don't plan ahead now, when thousands of people suddenly arrive at your home with nowhere to live and nothing to eat, you'll really be dumbfounded. We are laying the foundation in advance now. When the time comes, it will be faster for them to build it themselves, right? Being prepared early is better than emergency relief, right? Han Feng spread his hands helplessly. Being in such a rush was unavoidable. After all, it was the early stage of construction. People were needed everywhere. But this was good too. If you build the phoenix tree, are you afraid the phoenix won't come to stay? With good houses, giving them away for free, would no one want them? Of course, as long as you admit to being a citizen of the Han tribe and obey the chief's arrangements. Rat 1 thought about it, and it was indeed true. After all, he had soldiers following those 2 alliances, so he naturally knew about the 4,000 people coming next year. According to what Han Feng just said, if 4,000 people swarmed Hanyang City at once, he dared not imagine the chaos. The chief was truly farsighted. Then Chief, what will these 2 new cities be called? They can't all be called New City, right? That would make 3 new cities. Rat 1 thought for a moment, looked at the sketch map on the blackboard, and raised another question. I've thought about the name issue. Here is Hanyang Commandery. The new city in the valley to the north is just a county seat, under the jurisdiction of Hanyang Commandery. Also, I chose to build a city there mainly to rely on the terrain of the Valley Pass, and build a wall to defend against the attacks of the cannibals. After all, our current strength is not enough to wipe them out completely. We can only choose a conservative defensive posture. So this is both a county seat and a checkpoint. And because we rounded up wild horses there, I plan to call this county seat Fuma Pass, Horsebinding Pass. As Han Feng spoke, he wrote 3 Chinese characters on the map at the valley location with chalk. Then there is this new city on the east bank of the river, near the Chestnut Forest and Paulownia Forest. This is a new commandery, equal to Hanyang City. In the future, other county seats will be expanded around it. This commandery uses the river as a boundary, facing Hanyang Commandery across the river. Then there is the new city that you and Big Tree are guarding now. There are already 2 connected market towns there. But although they are market towns, they are actually a size larger than Hanyang City, and they will continue to expand in the future. So that is also a large commandery, equal to Hanyang Commandery and Ruyang Commandery. It will be called Luyang Commandery. Because the 2 existing market towns in Luyang Commandery are connected, they count as township level. The northern one is called Linza Township, and the southern one is called Shangtian Township. They are uniformly under the jurisdiction of Luyang County seat. The specific jurisdiction of Luyang Commandery will be even larger. To the east, it must control the water chestnut tribe in the swamp. To the west, it borders Ruyang Commandery. To the north, it must control the Babao Mountain copper mining area. The south is still under development, with no specific jurisdiction set yet. We will establish our county seats in these places later to achieve actual control. While Hanfeng marked the names on the blackboard map, he spoke about the specific administrative jurisdictions of these administrative units. Rat 1 looked at the map in shock. Hanyang Commandery, Riyang Commandery, Luyang Commandery, plus a county-level administrative unit Fuma Pass, and the 2 townships of Linza and Shangtian in Luyang County. With just a casual drawing by the chief, the Han tribe was already this big? Looking at the map on the blackboard and listening to Han Feng's description, Rat 1 felt an excitement that was hard to suppress. The Black Rat tribe had joined the Han tribe for almost 2 years. Although the time wasn't very long, the development of the Han tribe was immense. From a cave with a wall to the first city, then the second and third appeared this year. Before long, the fourth and fifth cities would appear too. The radiation range of the Han tribe was getting larger and larger, with abundant resources within the territory. At this speed, in less than 2 years, even the entire iron mining area in the north would probably become the Han tribe's backyard. The Han phone before him made Rat 1 feel more and more how correct his initial decision was. In the future, he must follow Han Feng's footsteps closely. Only by following such a chief could he achieve greater success. If the Han tribe had dozens of cities and hundreds of thousands of people, would the Han tribe still be afraid of the cannibals? They would probably trample their mountains flat. No matter how fierce the man-eating apes were, if 10,000 warriors charged up with steel sabers, the apes would likely end up as fertilizer for the fields. Chief, shouldn't I do something? Why don't you assign me a task? I finally came back. If I go back to New City? No. Back to Luyang Commandery to guard the city. That would be so boring. You said it yourself. There are tens of thousands of people in Luyang Commandery who would be blind enough to attack us. You really want to stir things up, huh? Fine. The rice harvest in Hanyang City is in a few days. After this busy farming season ends, I'll give you some manpower. You go choose a place to open up wasteland and clear the ground. Whether to go to Fuma Pass or Riyang Commandery, you say it yourself. Han Feng knocked on the 2 places on the blackboard and asked, Go to Riyang Commandery. Our Black Rat tribe used to be over there. Now the location of Riyang Commandery isn't far from the former residence of the Chestnut tribe. I'm still quite familiar with that area. I guarantee I'll choose a good piece of land for the chief. Rat 1 thought for a moment and immediately chose the most familiar Riyang Commandery, patting his chest to guarantee to Han Feng. All right then. Let me tell you the site selection requirements for Riyang Commandery. First, it must be close to the river. Riyang Commandery needs to grow grain after all. Being closer to the water source makes irrigation convenient. Second, the area of this city will be relatively large. The length and width must be no less than 1,000 meters. Third, Chief, why is Riyang Commandery so big? Isn't that too big? Before Han Feng finished speaking, Rat 1 asked in surprise. The seat of Hanyang Commandery was only 400 meters in length and width. Riyang Commandery started at 1,000 directly. The area difference was more than 4 times. Even for a large commandery, the difference shouldn't be this big, right? But Han Feng looked serious, with no intention of changing it. It has to be that big. I regret making Hanyang City too small now. A county seat, and the head of a commandery, can only hold less than 5,000 people at most. Don't you think it's small? And the land area for households in the city is too small. There's no place to raise 2 pigs or a few sheep at home. Excluding the house, the entire yard is less than 6 meters wide. What can you do with that? Also, I won't mention that the streets aren't very wide. A place as important as the school doesn't even have a separate courtyard and has to be squeezed together with the commandery governor's manor. Is this a place for learning? The commandery governor's office building is even more cramped. So many departments have to squeeze together. It's only because our population is small now and there aren't that many matters that we can make do. If we build a few more county seats, I think even daily office work will be difficult. This is the mistake I made due to lack of experience when building the first city. So we absolutely cannot make the same mistake again. Didn't the residential area in Luyang Commandery expand to 16.6 meters in length and width? It's more than double the size of Hanyang City here. You've lived there for so long. Which do you think is more convenient? Han Feng listed the wrong decisions of Hanyang City one by one, appearing extremely regretful. If it weren't for having too many things to do now and construction going on everywhere, he would have wished to expand Hanyang City all over again. Oh, putting it that way, the houses in Riyang Commandery are definitely more comfortable to live in. The yards are so spacious. I saw those model workers raising several livestock and still having so much space. I understand the chief's meaning. Our newly built cities in the future should be as big as possible, right? But chief, after these few times, I always feel like you want every household to raise pigs and sheep. Rat 1 nodded in agreement. What? Isn't that good? If all the Han tribe clansmen have land to farm, food to eat, and leftovers to feed 2 pigs, isn't that kind of life good? I know it's hard to achieve, but we just need to work towards this goal. By the way, where did you drag me off to? I was assigning you the site selection task. Han Feng suddenly realized and pointed at Rat 1. Yes, Chief was talking about the task. Ha ha ha. Rat 1 immediately stood straight and replied with a cheeky smile. Right, I already said it. First, it must be close to the river channel, preferably no more than 2,000 meters. Because Commandery also needs to dig a moat and use this artificial river to transform paddy fields, similar to Hanyang City here. If it's too far, the excavation workload is too large. Second is that the length and width cannot be less than 1,000 meters. There's nothing more to say about this. It can only be bigger, not smaller. Third is the surrounding terrain. Choose a slightly higher place to build the city. Don't let the river surge and flood the city for me. Fourth, it must be flat enough. At the very least, it must be easy to level. It's best if it's open land, so it's convenient for us to reclaim farmland. In addition, the surrounding open space must be large. Ensure that the grain output of the surrounding land can meet the needs of the entire city. I don't want to have to transfer grain from other places then. That would waste even more manpower and resources. The last point, and the most important one, is to be close to the forest. The surrounding forest must provide construction materials and fuel supply for the entire city. Corn stalks can be used for cooking, but there must be wood for building houses. Han Feng listed several important conditions for site selection again. This was practically following a map. If Rat 1 still couldn't find a place to build the city, he probably had no value for growth. Yes, Rat 1 guarantees to complete the task assigned by the chief. Rat 1 immediately cupped his fists and bowed. This guy accepted the task readily, not considering the difficulty at all. It seemed he was really suffocated in Commandery. Whatever, just treat it as letting him out for some air. Anyway, it wasn't far from Hanyang City. If something happened, he could call for support immediately. All right then, go prepare. I'll go see how the Mulberry tribe is arranged. Han Feng nodded and dismissed Rat 1. He wanted to see the surprised face of that old woman saying Chiao. Cough, cough. Of course, Han Feng wasn't that bored. The main thing was to get the silk reeling machine out. This thing had quite a few differences from cotton, linen, and wool spinning machines. Specialized equipment was required. Having sent Rat 1 away and settled the students for self-study, Han Feng went to the weaving workshop alone. The weaving workshop covered quite a large area. There were 2 workshops in total, converted from 2 adjacent warehouses. One was used for roving and spinning, and the other was specifically for weaving. 2-meter-wide cloth was produced here at a rate of over 500 meters a day, a huge output. Arriving at the workshop, Han Feng's mother-in-law, clan leader Shang, was still inspecting the workshop, occasionally pointing out operational points to the female clansmen in the textile factory. Han Feng didn't see Little Butterfly. She might have gone to research cloth dyeing again. Now Little Butterfly no longer obsessed over weaving technology because Han Feng's 2 mechanical iterations had already raised the entire textile industry to the peak of manual handicraft. There was really nothing left to improve. Further optimization could only start from power, but that wasn't something that could be done now. Therefore, Little Butterfly had changed her research direction, crossing over from the textile industry to the printing and dyeing industry. These were 2 industries that, although closely related, were basically completely different. No matter which one chose, the waters were deep. Even if a person spent their whole life, they couldn't possibly master both industries completely. The spinning wheels in the spinning workshop were nonstop. The latest generation of multi-spindle spinning machines continuously turned wool into yarn, supplying the weaving workshop. This workshop kept at most 2 days of stock. If it stopped for a day or 2, even the weaving workshop next door would stop production due to a lack of raw materials. Entering the workshop, Han Feng saw a group of women wearing see-through silk clothes from a distance. They were all gathered around a roving machine in the middle. Most of them covered their mouths, looking as if they had seen a ghost. But they all restrained themselves from screaming. They were afraid of being looked down upon by the old clansmen of the Han tribe, and they also didn't want to disturb these female workers. So they stood quietly aside and watched. It was quite a scene, a beautiful scenery created by labor. A female worker sat in front of the roving machine, her feet pedaling continuously to drive the machinery. Her hands ceaselessly picked up washed and dried wool from two large baskets beside her, quickly tearing it into small pieces and feeding it into the rollers. Tufts of white wool were instantly swallowed, torn, combed, and spread by the rollers, finally evenly spread into a thin layer, then cut into strips of roving by the exit splitter plate. It was fast and of high quality. The visitors from the Mulberry tribe were all shocked. The Han tribe had too many magical aspects. Even in Luoyang Commandery before, they had never seen such exquisite and magical machinery that could make the complex and tedious textile process so fast and efficient. After lingering at the roving machine for a while, the group moved to a place where roving strips were connected. There were the fewest machines here, but all the yarn strips had to be processed once. A needle wheel covered with steel needles pinned short yarn strips together, connecting them into a super long yarn strip, which was then sent to the spinning machine to be spun into thread. The group moved to the spinning machines again. The spinning machines here were modified based on the spinning jenny. Workers only needed to sit and pedal, pulling ropes with their hands to operate the tension bars. They could spin 20 spindles of yarn at once. The speed was incredibly fast. Did the chief of the Han tribe create all these machines? Sang Xiao asked the student guiding them. Yes, the chief has created many machines. Not just these machines for weaving cloth, but also the watermill outside the city. Even hard iron ore can be easily crushed into powder without human or animal power. As long as there is a continuous flow of river water, it can drive the huge stones on the millstone to rotate nonstop. And windmills too. That's even more magical. Borrowing the invisible wind as power, it can drive many machines to work. Gang saws for sawing planks, forge hammers for blacksmithing, stone mills for oil workshops. All can be driven by windmills. Our chief is amazing. That is the son of heaven. Do you know what the son of heaven is? It's the son of the sky above. He is a god-man who can borrow the power of heaven and earth. As long as the chief is here, the Han tribe will definitely become stronger and stronger. The student assigned by Han Feng said. Sang Qiu nodded with admiration. She couldn't tell. She had already thought this Han tribe chief was impressive, but after visiting these machines, she felt she had still underestimated that young chief. Let's go. That's all for the spinning workshop. To see these thin threads turn into the cloth we wear, we have to go to the weaving workshop next door. Thank you for your guidance. Sang Qiu returned the respect sensibly. No choice, the Han tribe was too awesome. Looking at this guy dressed smartly, speaking eloquently, and knowing the Han tribe's various production technologies like the back of his hand, who knew what kind of figure he was? Anyway, sucking up first couldn't be wrong. Who asked her to be the newcomer? The group moved to the weaving workshop next door. Even Han Feng following behind them went unnoticed. The black technology here was just too attractive, leaving them overwhelmed. How could they have time to look at who was beside them? Just arriving at the door of the weaving workshop, they heard a sound completely different from the spinning workshop. Just now it was the whirring of spinning wheels. Here, it was clack-clack sounds. The clacking of dozens of machines mixed together sounded like 10,000 marmots gnawing on wood. Those were the sounds made by stepping on pedals and pulling shuttles to beat the weft. Seeing rows of looms, the first feeling was complexity and chaos. People with trypophobia might even feel dizzy because there were simply too many threads. But after careful observation, one would feel that those numerous yarns were all arranged in an orderly manner. They all ran according to their respective routes, finally turning into strong and durable cloth under the skillful hands of the weaving workers, exchanging for countless precious livestock for the entire Han tribe. Rollers feeding yarn, pedals controlling the heddles to separate the warp threads grouping, one hand pulling the flying shuttle, the other hand swinging the beater to tighten the fabric, then continuing to pedal, pull the shuttle, beat. The 3 steps repeated over and over. Just like this, little by little, accumulating small amounts to make much, weaving tiny yarns together to form strong wool cloth. The group of Mulberry clan women were all dumbfounded. Unknowingly, they became immersed in this monotonous cycle that went back and forth without stopping. They didn't even know that the great chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng, had walked up to them. Chief sang, "Do you think if we turn silk into these individual yarns, could they be used to weave cloth?" Han Feng stood aside and suddenly spoke. Chief. Sang Xiu heard someone asking a question. It sounded familiar. She turned her head and saw it was the chief, startling her. Chief? I think it should be possible. Sang Xiu reacted and said immediately, I think so too. Weaving with silk isn't much different from wool or linen yarn. It's just that the spinning method is different. One is dry spinning, the other requires wet spinning. I already have some ideas for the specific operation method. How about this? There are still a few days before the rice harvest. Why don't I have Rat 1 take you to that chestnut forest to collect some wild chestnut silkworm cocoons? A round trip takes about 4 days. I'll use these few days to make a silk spinning machine. When you come back, we can test it right away. Han Feng proposed to Sang Qiu. The chief can make a machine for spinning silk so quickly, Sang Qiu said in disbelief. It's not that complicated. We have pedal spinning machines that we replaced before. I'll just take one and modify it, and it should be about right. Han Feng spread his hands to indicate. Since that's the case, we are willing to go to the forest the chief mentioned to collect cocoons. If we can really turn cocoons into cloth like this, it will definitely be the most beautiful cloth in the world. Sang Qiu said excitedly. After seeing the Han tribe's weaving workshop, she couldn't wait to turn the familiar silk into cloth. This way, they would be useful to the tribe. In the future, if there were any benefits, it would be easier to fight for more for the clansmen of the same clan she brought. In addition, she could also fight for more say for herself. Maybe in the future, she could sit as an equal with Shang. One had to fight for everything. With so many clans in the Han tribe, if she didn't take the initiative, when would it be her turn? Then select some clansmen to go with you. I will send Rat 1 to be your guide and be responsible for the team's safety. You guys be quick too. Don't delay the grain harvest in a few days. Han Feng nodded and instructed. Yes, rest assured, Chief. Sang Qiu accepted the task and immediately took her leave from Han Feng. Han Feng didn't stay long either. Instead, he found someone to move an eliminated pedal spinning machine to the carpentry workshop to implement his modification plan. The process of spinning silk wasn't very difficult or complicated. The only difference from wool and hemp fibers was the need for water, hot water. Sericulture and silk weaving have a very long history in China. There are many idioms about silk, such as spinning a cocoon around oneself, getting trapped in one's own web, and stripping the cocoon and extracting the silk, painstaking investigation. The most important process in silk spinning is actually in those 4 words, stripping the cocoon and extracting the silk. The silkworm cocoon contains the silkworm pupa, the dormant form before the silkworm moth undergoes metamorphosis. Once the silkworm baby wraps itself up to become a pupa, it will grow into a mature form in a few days, turn into a moth, bite through the cocoon, and drill out. However, to obtain a complete cocoon, the pupa inside must be killed before it completes its metamorphosis. There are 2 common methods to kill the pupa. One is to boil the cocoon in a pot, using boiling water to kill the pupa inside so it doesn't metamorphose. The other is suitable for large-scale processing, using a high-temperature drying room to dry and roast the pupa inside the cocoon to death, which also prevents metamorphosis. After obtaining the complete cocoon through this step, the next step is stripping the cocoon and extracting the silk, also known as silk reeling. First, put the cocoon in a pot and add clear water to boil. It doesn't need to boil vigorously. The water temperature should allow a person to put their hand in, basically the temperature of a hot bath. The main purpose of this process is to dissolve the sericin in the cocoon with hot water. Unlike spider silk, silk itself is not sticky. So when the silkworm baby spins silk to make a cocoon, it attaches a layer of sericin to it. The cocoon bonded this way is very strong and hard. But after soaking in hot water, the sericin dissolves, and the silk can be extracted from the cocoon. When a silkworm makes a cocoon, it first climbs to the designated position and weaves a base for the cocoon with silk, shaped like a hammock. After that, the silkworm baby climbs onto the hammock, coils its body into a U shape, and spins silk to wrap itself up. Therefore, on the outside of the cocoon, there is a layer of messy silk connected together, that hammock. So before reeling the silk, this unusable hammock layer must be torn off. After this step, basically a bare cocoon remains. This cocoon is composed entirely of a single silk thread 500 to 1,500 meters long. There are only 2 thread ends in total, one inside the cocoon and one outside. So at this time, there is another important step, finding the clue, finding the thread end. This step isn't difficult. Because silk is only 1/10 the thickness of a hair, spinning is usually done in groups of 7 or 8 cocoons, combining 8 silk threads into 1 silk yarn for weaving. Therefore, when finding the clue, just pile 8 cocoons together in a water basin, then stir quickly with chopsticks. This allows each cocoon's thread end to automatically wrap around the chopsticks. Then, pinch the 8 thread ends together, thread them onto the spinning machine, and they can be used for spinning. In summary, the silk reeling process isn't complicated, and many manual steps cannot be replaced by machines. What machines can really do is just tie the thread ends to the spindle after the clues are found, then use a pedal flywheel to provide power to roll up the silk. So for this silk reeling machine, the front part of the original pedal spinning machine could be removed directly, leaving only the flywheel, power pedal, and crankshaft connecting rod. Then add a few horizontal rod brackets to guide the silk, and finally add a hot water basin in front to hold the cocoons. In addition, to improve work efficiency so that this machine could spin multiple silk threads simultaneously, the machine had to be wide enough. Hanfeng's preliminary idea was to spin 4 silk threads at the same time. This would require a water basin that wasn't very wide but long enough. Also, so that each group of cocoons wouldn't affect each other, the water basin could be made with built-in partitions similar to a split-pot hot pot, isolating each group of cocoons in a separate area. This would also prevent groups of cocoons from accidentally tangling together. After Hanfeng wrote down these requirements and dimensions, he immediately taught them to the carpentry workshop's deputy, Wood Dolphin, to handle. Wood Dolphin didn't like to talk much and was suited for researching technology. That guy Wood Bucket was suited for management, assigning tasks to other carpenters, allocating work, and had strong organizational skills. With one managing the inside and one the outside, these two managed Hanyang City's carpentry workshop in an orderly manner, making Hanfeng, the chief, very comfortable using them. It would probably be modified in less than 2 days, Hanfeng thought. The design and modification of the silk reeling machine went smoothly, but the Mulberry clan preparing to collect chestnut silkworm cocoons, and Rat 1 and his group preparing for the Riyang commandery site selection didn't go so smoothly. After the Chestnut tribe was forcefully annexed by the Han tribe, their residence had long been abandoned. Apart from sending people to harvest chestnuts once a year, the Han tribe rarely went to that place anymore. But in this gap of more than half a year, no one knew that another tribe had come to this place, occupied the abandoned Chestnut tribe residence under the Han tribe's nose, and settled down there. The day after Hanfeng made the arrangements, just as the first glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, Rat 1 led 20 male clansmen, 50 people from the Mulberry clan, along with 2 ox carts and several horses, leaving the city early to head for the opposite bank of the river. According to the custom for going out, everyone had to carry weapons, even if it was just the most ordinary long spear. However, this group was essentially going to work and didn't expect to encounter enemies. At most, they would defend against wild beasts, so they didn't bring many weapons. If one had to count, the long-handled axes for chopping trees and iron shovels for digging soil probably counted. The rest were the longbows carried by the men led by Rat 1, along with a small number of long spears and Rat 1's own steel saber. The group took the old beast path, which was frequently trodden by forest animals. It was the path the Chestnut tribe warriors used to take when hunting. Over the past year, it had long been obliterated by new vegetation. The team wasn't entirely on foot. Since they brought 2 ox carts, they moved very slowly, wasting most of their time clearing the path. Meanwhile, at the original residence of the Chestnut tribe, another migrating tribe had already occupied the area. This tribe had many people, a full 400 or 500. They had built new dwellings on the abandoned site of the Chestnut tribe. Although they still used tents made of branches, they had plastered a layer of mud on the outside. This significantly enhanced the warmth and sturdiness of the houses. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that this tribe had learned to farm crops. This was absolutely a remarkable achievement. For humans who had mastered planting technology, as long as there were no natural disasters, food could be guaranteed, and growth and expansion were just around the corner. On this morning, it was another sunny day. The men of the tribe went out to hunt as usual. They were also responsible for patrolling the surroundings. Exploration was necessary. They had been here for less than half a year and weren't very familiar with the surrounding situation yet. They only knew there was a forest rich in nuts, close to a water source, and open land. They had even found an abandoned settlement, so they settled down here. The women of the tribe took wooden forks and long spears to the river to try and catch some small animals or spear fish by the riverbank. But these weren't their tribe's staple food. They mainly relied on the crops they planted as rations. It was a crop with vines growing above ground and tuberous roots growing underground. The main edible part was the root buried in the soil. These root fruits had brown skin and were white inside. Some also had small light brown spots. They looked a bit like dragon fruit, but they weren't. Each was the size of an adult's fist, rich in starch, and could be eaten directly after roasting in a fire. This thing generally wouldn't be cut open because the skin touching the flesh after cutting would be irritated and itchy. Only by roasting hands by the bonfire could that particularly itchy sensation be stopped. The people of this tribe called this crop Taro. Therefore, their tribe's name was the U tribe, Taro tribe. U was actually taro, similar to potatoes. Yams were its relatives. Its planting history in China was very long. It should have been widely known during the Zhou dynasty and was already regarded as an important food crop during the spring and autumn period. Han Feng had eaten it once, but didn't like it much. However, many people loved it. This was mainly a matter of personal taste. Also, taro wasn't a modern staple grain, so it wasn't planted much. Han Feng had little knowledge in this area, but no matter how ignorant he was, having one more type of grain was better than having one less. Not to mention anything else, vine plants like this were very popular in the Han tribe right now because pigs loved eating them. The Han tribe wasn't rich enough to feed pigs with corn yet, so currently, they could only use these vine plants as the main source of pig feed. But all that is a story for later. The Taro tribe had been here for half a year, busy reclaiming land, planting taro, and building the tribe's residence. Although they sent people out to hunt, they still couldn't escape the activity loop of the primitive era, walk until noon at most, and must return to the tribe before dark. In addition, the Han tribe hadn't been here for a long time, so the two sides had never encountered each other. The Han tribe had no way of knowing about the Taro here. But today, the opportunity for this meeting finally arrived. By the early morning of the second day, Rat One's group was very close to the Taro tribe's camp. However, they hadn't set off yet. Instead, they gathered together eating breakfast. Two large iron pots buried in the ground were boiling salted meat porridge. The aroma of the rice porridge drifted far into the forest. But it was precisely this strange aroma that attracted the Taro tribe's hunting team. "Do you smell something?" A squad leader leading the team confirmed with his members. "Yeah, seems like the smell of burning fire." "I smell it too. Not just smoke, but the smell of food. But I don't know what food that is. It's not like roasted meat, but it smells good." "Good my ass. You only know how to eat. Shouldn't you pay attention to who lit the fire first?" "Everyone pay attention. Someone might be cooking over there. We don't know if they are a friendly tribe, so be careful when we go over later. If they have no malicious intent, we shouldn't strike first. We've been here for more than half a year, but haven't found any other tribes nearby. We don't know if there are salt stones here. The salt stones we brought from the migration are almost finished. So this might be an opportunity. If they have salt stones, we can try to trade for some," the squad leader said to the dozen or so members below him. "Yes, Captain." The group of men nodded to show they understood, then carefully followed their captain toward the source of the smoke smell. They weren't far away. A dozen people wearing leaf and animal skin suits looked just like jungle camouflage. After walking for 10 minutes, the smells became more distinct. Some fragmented voices also reached their ears, making the Taro tribe's hunting team even more vigilant. The group exchanged glances. Most stayed behind, leaving only 2 or 3 people to continue creeping forward carefully. They were all excellent hunters. Usually, they drove, surrounded, and even approached prey stealthily like this. So the few men appeared confident and didn't think they would be discovered by the other party. However, just then, a soft twang was heard overhead. Immediately after, a thin, short wooden spear flew down from a nearby tree with a whoosh, casually passing before the Taro tribe squad leader's eyes, then nailing into the tree trunk beside him with a thud. Immediately following was the sound of a sharp whistle echoing through the surroundings. "Oh no, we've been spotted," the leading squad leader cried out inwardly. "How could I forget? The ones cooking in front of us aren't wild beasts. They are our own kind, humans. And the skill people of this era are best at is probably climbing trees. How could I forget to watch out above?" The sound of the warning whistle immediately alerted the Han tribe clansmen cooking. The first to react were the men brought by Rat One. They immediately grabbed their bows and weapons, aiming at the place where the sound came from. "Who is it? Come out quickly. Sentry in the tree. Is it a human or a beast opposite?" "How many?" Someone from the Han tribe shouted immediately. "It's humans. There are 3 under the tree. Not from our tribe. Wearing animal skins. I've already aimed at them. They aren't moving wildly. Looks like scouts. There should be more behind them. You guys come and take a look." They didn't run. They probably came specifically to find us. A voice immediately came from the tree canopy beside the Taro tribe captain. Hearing the sentry's report, Rat 1 put down the bowl he was preparing to eat from and led a group of warriors to the front. The 3 men from the Taro tribe, having been discovered, no longer hid. They simply stood out openly. After all, there were only 3 of them. Leaving the others behind beforehand was to prevent the whole group from being discovered. This way, even if a fight really broke out, whether retreating or calling for support, more people would survive in the end. This was the experience summarized by most tribes through lessons of blood. Since no direct conflict broke out, the first meeting was considered friendly. Well, as long as no one was hurt, let's call it friendly. Who are you people? Why did you sneak into our camp? Rat 1 first had the warriors surround the 3 men, then asked them with hand gestures. We, tribe, right here. Many people. Who are you? Are you a tribe from nearby? What are you doing here? Why haven't you come before? The Taro tribe squad leader replied with gestures. However, the 3 of them were extremely surprised by the attire of the people in front of them. Clothes they had never seen before, definitely not animal skins. The shoes on their feet were also exquisite, looking like they were made of animal skin. The weapons in their hands were even more unseen. A long wooden handle, some with a gray-white spearhead, some with a gray-black round flat blade that looked particularly thin. Definitely not made of stone or bone. They had never even seen that material. Especially the man leading the other side. He wore a headdress shining with a silvery white luster. It looked extraordinary. There seemed to be a totem resembling a rat on it, which looked a bit comical, wearing a feather crown like a human and holding a long spear in its claws. Extremely quirky. Hearing the other party say this, Rat 1's expression became a bit strange. Their black rat tribe had lived in this vicinity for so many years. How could they not know what tribes were around? Apart from the Chestnut tribe and the Han tribe, where were there other tribes nearby? But now that they were all Han tribe people, where did this group pop out from? Why didn't he know? However, seeing the other party's cautious look, actually warning him that their tribe was not far away and had many people, how many more could they have than the Han tribe? The other party's words not only had no deterrent effect, but instead made the Han tribe warriors laugh. Our tribe is not far either, just across the river. We came here this time to collect fruits in the forest over there. If you are really around here, you should know that forest too. Rat 1 explained with gestures, probing them in passing. You are across the river? Then how did you get here? Also, how do you know there are fruits in that forest? The Taro tribe squad leader continued to ask. This river isn't that wide. Isn't it easy to come over? As for how we know about that forest, it's because we go there every year to pick fruits. Oh right, you guys didn't rebuild the camp we abandoned before, did you? You live in that abandoned camp now. Rat 1 suddenly remembered something and confirmed with sudden realization. What? That place was abandoned by you. You are the tribe that migrated away from there. But even if it is so, you gave up that forest yourselves. I won't let you go there to pick fruits. That place belongs to our Taro tribe now. If you want the fruits there, unless you exchange things for them. By the way, do you have salt stones? Just this thing. If you have salt stones, I can talk to the chief and let you pick some fruits. While declaring ownership of that forest, the Taro tribe squad leader took out a small piece of translucent white stone from the animal skin skirt at his waist. Rat 1 was all too familiar with this thing. Wasn't this natural salt, or that hadn't been processed yet? Was there another salt mine nearby? This stuff? We really do have it. But ours is cleaner. It's called white salt. If you want to trade, that's fine too. Let your chief talk to me. We, the Han tribe, have plenty of white salt. Also, there's something I didn't make clear just now. The tribe in your current residence before, they were wiped out by us because they stopped us from picking fruits. Now most of their clansmen have joined our tribe. So, no matter how big your tribe is or how many people you have, if you dare to stop us from entering the forest, hee, what a joke. If you have any business, let your chief talk to me. You aren't qualified. Here, take this. Bring it back to show your chief. If you want white salt, come talk to me yourself. Rat 1 waved to a warrior beside him. Immediately, a Han tribe clansman took out a small bag of marching white salt from his body and handed it to Rat 1, who then threw it to the Taro tribe squad leader. The squad leader caught the bag made of cloth. After opening it, he immediately saw it full of pure white small granules. After looking at it briefly, he unhesitatingly pinched a little and tasted it. This wasn't because he was reckless, but because the Han tribe clearly held the advantage. With more than 20 people surrounding the 3 of them, killing them was just a matter of a sentence. Did they need to use poison to kill him? Besides, such exquisite and pure poison would probably be hard to make. Would the other party bother making such a thing just to harm people? Sure enough, the moment the white salt entered his mouth, he knew it was good stuff. The pure salty taste without any impurities was obviously much better than salt stones. This was the best of salt stones. This salt stone, do you have a lot? The Taro tribe squad leader asked nervously. The whole tribe had migrated here for more than half a year. Finally, they found a tribe with salt stones. Tasting such high-quality white salt now, how could the squad leader not be excited and nervous? This was a key issue concerning whether their tribe could take root here for a long time. A lot. Of course, a lot. No matter how many people your tribe has or how much white salt you need, we can supply it. But your chief must talk to me. Rat 1 continued to emphasize his requirement. Having joined the Han tribe for more than a year, he now knew the power of this white salt. As long as one could control a tribe's white salt supply, it was like holding their lifeline. Then, whatever you wanted them to do, wouldn't it be up to the Han tribe? This tribe could really be counted as walking right into the trap. This was food delivered to the mouth. Not eating it would be a waste. Since they had already settled in the territory of Commandery, they might as well use this tribe's people for the construction of the new city. Why not use free labor? Having made up his mind, Rat 1 became even more enthusiastic about meeting their chief. If he could subdue this tribe directly this time, it would definitely be another great merit. Then he wouldn't have to bow his head to that kid you foo anymore. That guy caused a huge stir this year. The batch of grain seeds he got simply made the chief wake up laughing from his dreams. Who knew what was so special about them? If he could make a contribution this time, big or small, at least this year wouldn't be wasted. Meeting our chief isn't impossible. Then who are you? Are you the chief of your tribe? What is your tribe called? The Taro tribe squad leader continued to probe. We are people of the Han tribe. I am just a leader in charge of the Han tribe's warriors. Our great chief is busy. He has no time to run here with us to pick fruits. Rat 1 raised his eyebrows and said with considerable pride. The Taro tribe captain sized up the so-called Han tribe warriors around him and their weapons. After thinking for a moment, he immediately made a decision. All right then, I can take you to see our chief. But you can only keep me. I'll guide you. Let the two of them go back to report to the chief, and then bring the chief to meet you. Rat 1 laughed upon hearing this. Wasn't this just fear that he would know the location of their lair? Or fear of leading these dozens of people directly to their residence and doing something bad? However, in order to successfully meet the other party, Rat 1 didn't refuse. He knew the terrain of this area very well. This guy couldn't trick him. Agreeing to their conditions could also gain some trust from the other party, which would be more beneficial to the outcome of the negotiation. Thinking of this, Rat 1 nodded. Fine. Let your two men go first. Later, you take us to the meeting place. Let's agree first, don't run too far. We still have tasks assigned by the chief. We don't have time to wander around with you. The Taro tribe squad leader also nodded in agreement, then weighed the salt bag in his hand and asked, Can I let them take this back? Otherwise, I'm afraid the chief won't believe it. Take it, take it. Just a tiny bit of white salt. Be quick, don't waste our time. Rat 1 urged impatiently directly. Seeing Rat 1 agree, the Taro tribe squad leader was so happy his eyes almost laughed out loud. He quickly explained a few sentences to his two subordinates, telling them what to say when they saw the chief, and agreed on where to meet later. Then he let the two go back first. After the two left, the squad leader looked at Rat 1 again and asked, Leader, when do we leave? No rush, no rush. Wait until our people finish eating. You guys really came at a bad time, delaying my meal. Rat 1 complained a couple of times, then told everyone to go back to eat. The group also took their bowls and lined up to scoop meat porridge from the pot. The Taro tribe squad leader had no choice but to find a place out of the way to sit down. While resting, he observed these Han tribe clansmen. But as he watched, he found something wrong. That was the source of the food aroma. No wonder it didn't smell like roasting. They were boiling food and water in a container similar to a stone basin. Even more exaggerated was that each of these people had a very exquisite container. The material was definitely not stone. Just like the container they used to boil food, he didn't recognize any of them. Heavens, is their tribe this wealthy? Everyone has such a precious container. The squad leader was shocked inwardly. Hey, brother, want a bowl? Taste our Han tribe's meat porridge. Just as the squad leader continued to be dazed, Rat 1 had already walked over carrying 2 large bowls of porridge. Come a bowl. The squad leader was stunned. Although he didn't know what come a bowl meant, he could still see Rat 1's intention to share food with him. After thinking slightly, he nodded. Seeing what these people ate and witnessing their containers was also a rare opportunity. Hold it well, careful it's hot. Here, these are chopsticks. Rat 1 handed him the bowl first, then placed a pair of chopsticks on the rim of the bowl. The squad leader gently took the white bowl and looked at it, but couldn't find a single trace of polishing. The entire container was so smooth it could be used to reflect light. He really couldn't figure out how it was made. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. The method of making this kind of container was definitely the other tribe's secret. He couldn't ask casually, so he might as well taste their food first. However, before this, he also took out a leaf-wrapped object from a beast skin bag he carried. Peeling off the layers of leaves, a black, charred thing was revealed inside. The squad leader broke it in half from the middle, immediately revealing the white food inside. That was the lunch the hunting team carried with them when they went out in the morning, also a kind of short-term dry ration. Eat. This is from our tribe. Half a roasted taro was handed in front of Rat 1. Rat 1 was slurping porridge. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white food handed over by the other party and got interested. He really hadn't seen this thing before and didn't know what tree's fruit it was. Rat 1 wasn't a polite person. He took it without a word, then looked at the Taro tribe squad leader, asking with his eyes, "How do you eat this?" The squad leader also received the signal. He peeled off the charred skin with his hand and took a bite directly into the white flesh. Seeing this, Rat 1 followed suit, peeled the skin, and stuffed a mouthful in. He immediately choked, almost unable to catch his breath. This fruit didn't have the overflowing juice he imagined. It tasted dry and floury. It was exceptionally filling, but tasteless. For Rat 1, who didn't lack oil, salt, and meat, it was really bland and flavorless. But using it as a staple food like rice was a good choice. He just didn't know if this thing grew on trees or in the ground, if there was a possibility of planting it, and how the yield was. "What's this thing called?" Rat 1 swallowed the taro and asked curiously. Mountain yew. We found it in a mountain." The squad leader also took a sip of meat porridge. It was so hot tears came to the corners of his eyes, but he answered happily. "Yours, delicious. Salty, fragrant. Just burns the mouth." Rat 1 looked at him and smiled without speaking. Although he really wanted to ask what this mountain yew was, he knew the other party definitely wouldn't tell him. In this world, apart from his own chief Han Feng, probably no chief would actively teach others their method of obtaining food. The group finished breakfast quickly. This also allowed the Taro tribe squad leader to become a bit more familiar with the Han tribe. The Han tribe should be very wealthy. Their clansmen didn't lack food or clothing, and they had surplus salt stones to trade with other tribes. In addition, they also had, my God, what is that? They actually ride wild beasts. Seeing everyone finish eating, the women cooking also packed up the pots and bowls and put them on the ox carts hidden in the bushes nearby. Only then did the squad leader notice that there were two strange things made of wood not far away. And those people who finished eating let out several wild beasts from who knows where. What made him feel even more incredible was that these huge beasts looked very docile, allowing people to ride them, and obediently helping people pull that huge wooden thing. Rat 1, who had just been eating with him, now also flipped onto a steed. Holding the reins, he steered the horse to the squad leader's side and looked down at him. "All right, hurry up and take us to the meeting place. I guess your chief must be very anxious right now." Rat 1 said nonchalantly. What beast is this? Doesn't it bite? It can carry people and walk." The squad leader tentatively reached out and touched the horse's long face. The horse just snorted but didn't do anything aggressive. "This is called a horse. It eats grass. It doesn't bite, but it can kick people to death, so you'd better not stand behind it. Hurry up and lead the way. We can talk on the road." "Oh, right. If you don't want to walk, you can sit on the ox cart. Just point the direction for us." Rat 1 pulled the reins and urged. The squad leader was also very interested in Rat 1's proposal. He felt this Han tribe was getting more and more interesting. Being able to try a way of moving without walking, he could definitely brag to his clansmen for a year when he got back. He quickly sat on the ox cart under the guidance of the Han tribe clansman, sitting in front with the driver. While pointing the direction for the driver, he looked back from time to time, because only now did he see that on this rotating wooden thing, there were many tools he didn't know the use of, but there were also things he recognized, like axes. The group moved quickly like this. Meanwhile, the Taro tribe chief, U2, was already getting a bit anxious waiting. They had come here for more than half a year. Finally, there was a new source of salt stones. But the other party insisted on talking to him. Could he not be anxious? So the Taro tribe chief, U2 immediately followed his clansmen to the agreed meeting place. But after waiting for a good while, no one came. How could he know that Rat 1 and his group had to finish eating before coming? Fortunately, the Han tribe had cattle and horses, so the wait wasn't very long. Before long, a Taro tribe warrior ran over from the distance. "Chief, they're coming, they're coming." They came riding wild beasts. There's a beast as tall as a man. The leader we saw just now was riding that kind of beast. There's also a horned beast dragging a particularly big thing. It seems our captain is sitting on it too, the warriors said, excited and incoherent. What nonsense are you talking about? Humans, beasts. Before you two could finish scolding, the Han tribe's team had already arrived from the distance. That human, that thing-dragging beast, seeing it with his own eyes this time. He was so surprised he almost bit his tongue. However, this surprise didn't last long. Rat 1, walking at the front of the team, sat high and saw far. He saw U2's side early on. Clamping the horse's belly with his legs, he accelerated and charged over, scaring the group of Taro tribe warriors into retreating repeatedly. Fortunately, Rat 1 didn't charge directly into their faces. When he got close, he pulled the reins. The horse immediately stopped in place, raised its front hooves, and neighed at the sky. Only after Rat 1 steadied the horse did he jump down from its back to greet the other party. "You are the chief of the Taro tribe?" Rat 1 asked with gestures. I am. I am the chief of the Taro tribe. Are you the tribe chief with the salt stones?" U2 looked at the steed showing off its might in front of him just now, stunned for a moment. He only reacted when Rat 1 spoke up to greet him. "I am not the chief, but a leader in charge of the tribe's warriors. I came here this time because our chief sent me to the chestnut forest to find something. Your clansmen happened to meet us and said they wanted white salt. So I came to ask you how much you plan to want and what you'll exchange for it." Rat 1 explained with gestures. While they were talking, the large group behind also caught up. The squad leader sitting on the ox cart also quickly ran back to his chief's side. "This, white salt, is what you call salt stones, right? If you have a lot, naturally the more the better. As for what to exchange, didn't you want the fruits in the forest? I can let you pick fruits once a year. As long as you can take them away, take as much as you want. We'll use this to exchange for a year's worth of white salt." U2 tentatively offered the condition he had thought about for a long time. He felt this was already a big concession. After all, there were really a lot of chestnuts in that forest. It had supported a tribe before, after all. But Rat 1 didn't think so. Hearing the other party say this, he almost laughed out of anger. But thinking of his credit, the rough-tempered Rat 1 forcefully held it back. "Damn, so arrogant. Wait 2 days until you see our chief. Hope you can still talk like this." Rat 1 criticized inwardly. "Your tribe has so many people. A year's worth of white salt is quite a lot. Also, you want a year's worth at once? That might be too much. I can't make the decision. I must tell our chief. And the condition you mentioned is definitely not acceptable, because the place you live now was originally abandoned when we moved. We also collect from this chestnut forest every year. This was originally our stuff. You guys just arrived. How long has it been before it became yours? So even without asking the chief, our tribe won't agree to this condition. But since you live here now, I won't say the forest is still ours. We don't care what you do in the forest, but you can't stop us from doing what we do in the forest either. As for the white salt, you have to exchange it with something else." Rat 1 thought for a moment, trying not to intensify the problem, but also not to weaken the Han tribe's momentum, while maintaining a friendly relationship with the other party as much as possible. He deliberated for half a day before stating his conditions. Undoubtedly, the conditions Rat 1 stated were relatively fair. He didn't take advantage of the other party, nor did he weaken his own momentum. His slightly simple-looking head even dug a pit for the other party. Rat 1 actually had the authority to decide on a tribe's white salt transaction on behalf of the Han tribe, but he deliberately said he couldn't. This was clearly a big trap. The longer the transaction dragged on, the more likely changes would occur. Moreover, the Han tribe wouldn't suffer any losses, while the Taro tribe would have to prolong their shortage of salt supplies. The longer this time went on, the more advantageous it would be for the Han tribe in this negotiation. Of course, Rat 1's goal wasn't just that. He was, after all, the impressive person who had come up with the idea of flipping goods for a price difference. He still had that bit of intelligence. U2 could also see the other party's sincerity in wanting to negotiate. Regarding the ownership of the chestnut forest, he actually hadn't planned to bite down hard on it. It could only be considered a first round of probing. Anyway, wasn't negotiation just like this? Asking for a sky-high price and paying back on the ground. You state your conditions. Whether I agree or not is my business. Moreover, since they had never met the other party, yet the other party accurately knew the location, scale, and output of the chestnut forest, plus they knew about the abandoned residents. These conditions added together were enough to judge that they were indeed the tribe that moved away from here. Even if not, they came often. So there was no good excuse to forcefully occupy the chestnut forest. Our tribe has nearly 500 people. We need a lot of salt. White salt. If your tribe can't provide a year's amount at once, we can trade slowly. Also, regarding the chestnut forest, we can do as you said. But what do you want to exchange white salt for? If you want too many things, I might not be able to agree. U2 thought for a moment and spread his hands. What to exchange for? There's a lot. The problem is, what do you have that we need? You definitely don't have livestock like this, right? Rat 1 patted the horse beside him and asked. No. What about animal skins? If the quantity is large, that works too. Rat 1 continued to ask. Cough cough, that's not a lot either. U2's face turned a bit red. They had just settled here for half a year and hadn't even stood firm yet. Where would they get large reserves of supplies? Plus, their tribe had many people and needed a lot of animal skins for winter. It was good enough not to have to find other tribes to trade for animal skins. Where would they have extra for trading? If it weren't for being close to the forest with no shortage of firewood, close to the river with water and fish, plus the chestnut forest as an emergency reserve, and the taro they planted themselves, it was uncertain whether this winter would be easy to pass. Livestock, no. Animal skins, you don't have either. What about water containers? Do you have many? Rat 1 asked with a strange smile. Don't have that either. U2 blushed even more. As the chief of a large tribe of nearly 500 people, he seemed to be looked down upon by others. No containers, no animal skins, no livestock, not even white salt. TSK, you guys really are. But we have all these things. Rat 1 unkindly mocked U2. Wait a minute. You said you have all these things. U2 was mocked by Rat 1. At first, he was a bit angry out of shame, but before exploding, he keenly caught the most important information. Yeah, isn't the livestock right beside me? But our tribe doesn't trade this externally. You saw the white salt just now. Animal skins. I dare not say how many the Han tribe has, but it's not a problem to keep your less than 500 people warm for the winter. As for containers, I dare say, however many you want, I have that many. Provided you can bring out things to exchange. You don't need to look at me with that suspicious look. If you don't believe me, ask your own subordinate. Rat 1 proudly showed off the Han tribe's wealth. Without exaggeration, he absolutely believed the Han tribe was the wealthiest tribe in the world, bar none. Yes, chief. Before coming here, I ate breakfast with them. Not only do they have large containers that can boil food and water together, but they also have many small containers. Everyone gets one. And those containers are not only numerous, but also very beautiful. I couldn't distinguish the material, couldn't tell if it was stone or wood, but they should have made them. They know how to make containers. The squad leader heard Rat 1 mention him and quickly stood out to testify. This, able to produce white salt themselves and able to make containers. This is already invincible, okay? As long as they have these two things, what can't they trade for? Turns out I still underestimated this Han tribe. But this way, my side seems even poorer. There's basically nothing the other party would want. What can I use to exchange for those good things? U2 thought worriedly. You should need these things very much, right? But you don't have anything to exchange, except that you have quite a few people. How about this? I have an idea. You don't need to provide goods to get containers and white salt, maybe even animal skins, or the kind of cloth I'm wearing. I don't know if you're interested. Rat 1 gradually began to close the net. Don't provide goods? Then how to exchange? Exchange with people? That won't do. U2 was stunned hearing Rat 1's words, then immediately became alert. Oh, no need for that. You have so many people, and our tribe happens to be short of people to work. As long as you are willing to help us work, we are willing to give you some things. For example, help us build houses. One person working for one day gets some white salt, or other things, like water containers, cloth for clothes, animal skins, etc. And these people are still from your tribe. Whatever you want to do is up to you. Anyway, if you help work, we give things. If you don't work, you get nothing. How about it? Rat 1 used the set of recruitment methods Han Foam had formulated again. But this time, his goal wasn't just as simple as recruitment. He wanted the other party to submit directly, to join the Han tribe directly. Negotiating a business partnership versus absorbing the other party directly into the tribe. These two seemed only a step apart, but the credit was worlds apart. From the beginning, Rat 1 didn't just want to talk business. He said this only to lead the other party into his trap little by little. Sure enough, this plan of getting something for nothing, just selling some strength to exchange for a large amount of essential living supplies, had a fatal attraction for you Tuesday. It sounded so simple. Just help with some small jobs like building houses, and they could exchange for a large amount of supplies. This was absolutely them taking a huge advantage. In this primitive era, what was the least valuable thing? Strength. Sometimes warriors worked themselves to death running all day and might not get a single prey. But if they could obtain stable supplies just by using strength? If Rat 1 hadn't said this personally, you two wouldn't even dare to think about it. Anyone who could say this was either a fool or had so many supplies they had nowhere to put them. But this Han tribe leader didn't look like a fool. That was why you two appeared very excited. Then how many people do you need? What work do they do? Also, how will you give the things you promised? Is it given daily or given after everything is done? You two quickly asked with gestures. Don't be anxious about this. As for exactly what work to do, I can't tell you right now, because you need too much white salt. If the chief doesn't agree, it's useless even if I tell you. How about this? Our tribe isn't far from here, just a day or two's journey. I now formally represent our Han tribe to invite the Taro tribe chief to be a guest at our tribe. Then you can talk to our chief after meeting him. Oh right. Also, to express our sincerity, please accept the gift I present to you on behalf of the Han tribe. Someone come. Bring me 10 bowls. Get half of the remaining bag of salt too. I want to give it to the Taro tribe as a gift. Rat 1 shouted loudly to the warriors behind him. The Han tribe warriors quickly brought the items according to Rat 1's request. 10 large white porcelain bowls and a small half bag of white salt, plus the small bag they took earlier. In you two's eyes, this gift was already quite luxurious. He hadn't expected Rat 1 to give such generous gifts when no deal had been reached yet. However, what he didn't know was that this meant nothing to the Han tribe. For white porcelain bowls like these, the Han tribe could produce over 1,000 in a single kiln firing, and they had more than one such kiln. This is really for us. No need to exchange anything? You two asked in disbelief. Of course. Since you live here now, we count as neighbors. There are no other tribes around here. Anyway, we aren't far apart. We should communicate more usually. After all, you also need bloodline continuation, right? Take it, don't worry. The Han tribe can afford this little bit of stuff. Consider it a gift for the first meeting between our two tribes. This time I came to your tribe. I also hope you can come to be a guest at our Han tribe and discuss the exchange of white salt by the way. Rat 1 said generously. Thank you for your gifts. These things are truly too precious. You are a good person, straightforward. Your chief should be nice too. I think our deal will definitely be successful. By the way, when can we go to the Han tribe to see your chief? It's almost autumn. Everyone needs to store food. It's better to settle this matter as early as possible. I can also go early to give the Han tribe chief some of our unique things. You two asked enthusiastically, wishing he could meet that filthy rich fool of a Han tribe chief right now, hoping to get some more good stuff from there. This. Rat 1 thought for a moment and made a decision immediately. How about waiting for us to complete the task assigned by the chief this time? Then I'll take you back with us. What do you think? It's just 2 or 3 days. Once we find what we want, we'll go back. Collect cocoons for 2 or 3 days first. Adding the return journey, the Han tribe would be harvesting rice just then. Let them witness the Han tribe's massive food reserves and huge city. Then lead this fool to the chief and bamboozle him. Once the chief's domineering aura bursts forth, wouldn't this whatever Taro tribe bow down immediately? Then, as the instigator of the whole thing, he would deserve the primary credit. Rat 1 fantasized in his heart. This, no problem. We can prepare some gifts too. Since we are neighbors, you guys can set up a camp near our tribe for these few days. We are close to the water source, so it's somewhat convenient. Consider it increasing communication. Seeing Rat 1 from the Han tribe being so easy to talk to, you two didn't want to make the relationship so stiff anymore. After all, they gave gifts, and there was a large long-term supply deal to discuss. He should give some trust. Honestly, he hadn't dared to bring the meeting to his own tribe. But the Han tribe invited them to be guests at the first meeting. Comparing the two, you two felt embarrassed. Leaving aside everything else, he had already lost to them in terms of boldness. That's great. But Chief you, rest assured, we brought our own food and won't cause you too much trouble. Hearing the other party invite him, Rat 1 immediately climbed up the pole. After all, the task of collecting cocoons assigned by Han Feng wasn't for him, but for Sangqiu. His main task was site selection, choosing the site for the city. And the only place nearby close to a water source with a large open space was near the original Chestnut tribe residence. If he couldn't go there, how could he complete the task assigned by Han Feng? He had patted his chest and guaranteed it in front of the chief back then. The following matters followed logically. The residence of the Taro tribe was south of the forest clearing Rat 1 envisioned, at the junction of the Chestnut Forest and the grassland. Rat 1 and his group set up camp in the center of the large clearing, not far from the Taro tribe, but not interfering with each other. It was perfect for surveying the terrain. Although U2 invited Rat 1 to sit in their residence again, Rat 1 didn't agree. The task progress had been delayed a bit because of the Taro tribe matter. He had to hurry up. Arriving at the camp, Rat 1 ordered people to unload the things from the carts and camp on the spot. Then he sent half of the warriors to drive the carts and escort Sang Chio and the others to the Chestnut Forest to find cocoons. Rat 1 himself took the remaining few people to start surveying the terrain. For this task, Rat 1 had specially applied for 2 compasses to measure directions. Then he and several warriors used tape measures made of fine hemp rope to measure back and forth. First, the distance to the river. Then measuring a square clearing with a side length of 1,000 meters. Also, the width to be reserved for the moat around it, and where it would be convenient to divert water from. Especially the last point. The route of the artificial river concerned the transformation of paddy fields, and how many paddy fields could be transformed was a key factor in grain output. So repeated measurement work became Rat 1's task. Several people rode horses running back and forth. Once measured, they stuck a flag in the ground as a marker, then recorded it on the white paper given by the chief, drawing a simple sketch to show the chief when they returned. Some people from the Taro tribe noticed the abnormal situation of Rat 1's group, but they didn't know what they were doing. And since the other party didn't go to their residence or fields to cause trouble, they ignored it. However, Sang Chio's group on the other side was different. They went to find the cocoons the chief mentioned, but the Taro tribe thought they were collecting chestnuts and dragging 2 big carts in. Damn, how many were they going to collect? To prevent the Han tribe from collecting all the chestnuts at once, U2 quickly sent the women of his tribe to rush harvest chestnuts. To supervise the Han tribe group, he even ordered the collection team to travel with the Han tribe, collecting as much as possible ahead of them. However, after just 1 day of contact, they found something wrong. This group of Han tribe people didn't pick a single chestnut. Instead, they looked for bugs in the trees everywhere. Surprisingly, in one afternoon, they really found a kind of large green meatworm and some cocoons spun by meatworms. Finding the chestnut silkworms mentioned by the chief, Sang Chio was very happy. At least this proved the chief didn't lie. There really was such a thing. Moreover, unlike mulberry silkworm cocoons, chestnut silkworm cocoons had good luster and could reflect light. If this could be made into cloth, it would definitely be better than mulberry silk. And with these chestnut silkworms, they could be considered to have firmly established themselves in the Han tribe, no longer needing to worry about being randomly assigned due to lack of contribution. Cocoons were collected batch by batch and loaded onto carts to be transported back to the camp. Then they were boiled in the big cooking pots and dried. This went on for 3 days. Rat 1's collection and mapping tasks were also about done. Wild cocoons were not rare in the chestnut forest. In 3 days, they collected quite a few, totaling 5 or 6 baskets. They had all completed preliminary processing, killing the pupae to ensure they would never come out again. Rat 1 had also figured out the terrain roughly. It basically met Han Feng's requirements. Even for the parts that didn't fit, they found ways to fix them. Now that the agreed date had arrived, it was finally time for them to pack up and go home, taking that guy U2 to Hanyang City to broaden his horizons. Rat 1's original group remained intact, not a single person missing, but 11 more people had joined the team. The Taro tribe's chief, U2, and his 10 guard warriors. The team of less than 100 people advanced on the road back to Hanyang City. The return journey was easier than when they came. The vegetation they had just cleared hadn't had time to grow back. Rat 1 still rode his high horse at the front, while U2, the guest, had no horse to ride. He didn't know horsemanship anyway, and to show his different status, he sat on the ox cart at the back. You guys didn't collect chestnuts, just got these things. Is this very useful? What can it be used for? U2 sat on the cart, scooped a handful of cocoons from the bamboo basket beside him, and asked Sang Chio, who was also sitting on the cart, curiously. Weaving cloth, making clothes. Sang Chio's answer was very concise. She didn't know many Chinese nouns herself, and communicating with this guy you two still required hand gestures. You two didn't ask further. He really couldn't associate these cocoons with clothes made of animal skins. If they said this was the stuff Rat 1 was wearing, it didn't look like it. This Han tribe was indeed very weird, seeming to possess many amazing technologies. Just like water containers and white salt. The team first marched north from the forest. When they reached a dirt road full of ruts, they turned west. You two knew that was the direction of the small river. It seemed they really came from across the river. But now a question suddenly arose in his mind. If the Han tribe's residence was on the west side of the small river, why did the ruts on the road they were walking on extend all the way to the east, so long that the end couldn't be seen? Such distinct traces were obviously not trampled by humans or beasts. Only the transport tool he was sitting on now could press out such unique traces. So since they lived on the west bank of the small river, why leave traces even further east? U2 was a person who couldn't hide questions in his heart, especially when curiosity was involved. Not asking clearly made him feel like 100 claws were scratching his heart, making him restless. So regarding the doubt in his heart, he asked Sang Chio directly, I see this trail goes even further east. Does your Han tribe go there often? What's over there? U2 asked straightforwardly. There is another residence. My clansmen and I came from that residence. We also just joined the Han tribe not long ago. Sang Chio didn't hide it. Or rather, she didn't think there was anything to hide. The Han tribe being powerful wasn't something shameful. The Han tribe has a residence in the east too. Why does a tribe need separate residences? Also, why did you join the Han tribe? Did they attack your tribe and force you to join? I see there isn't a single child in this team. Did they use the children's lives to force you to work? You two couldn't help guessing. The corner of Sang Chio's mouth twitched. She couldn't help suspecting if this guy had a hole in his head. His imagination was so rich. Threatening them with children? Did the Han tribe need to do that? Her clansmen had worked in Luoyang Commandery for half a year and had seen many tribes join the Han tribe. Yet not a single one was initiated by the Han tribe. It was all those small tribes begging themselves. Wasn't that explanation enough? The Han tribe has too many people. One residence can't hold them all. You are a chief too. You should understand that if there are too many people, the food output of one place won't support them. So another residence must be established. You understand this, right? As for us joining the Han tribe, it wasn't threatened by the Han tribe. We joined voluntarily. The Han tribe is powerful, so big you can't even imagine. Joining the Han tribe means living a life without hunger. My clansmen were all willing to join, and I had no reason to object, so we joined. Sang Chio acted like it was just that simple, spreading her hands innocently to show it wasn't as complicated as he thought. This answer left you two somewhat speechless. He admitted the Han tribe had white salt, containers, livestock, and vehicles. It was indeed a powerful tribe. But even so, it shouldn't be enough to make other tribes join voluntarily, right? If they really wanted those things, couldn't they trade for them? Was it necessary for the whole tribe to defect? Sang Chio felt there was no need to explain further. She had said just now that the Han tribe's power was unimaginable to outsiders. Just wait. When he saw it with his own eyes, it would probably be even more exaggerated than when she first arrived at Hanyang City. This wait didn't make you two wait long. They force-marched from early morning on the first day until they couldn't see the road before stopping to rest. They set off again at dawn on the second day. And since they walked on the bare main road on the second day, shortly after noon, they already heard the sound of the small river flowing. The Han tribe was arriving. How do we cross the river? It's fine for people to swim across. But what about these livestock and carts, and so many things on the carts? You two couldn't help asking curiously. Just walk across. Sang Chio's answer appeared calm and matter-of-fact. She had walked that wooden bridge twice. The first time she felt it was extremely magical. The second time, she could only admire the Han tribe's power. Now walking it for the third time, she was full of pride because in front of you two, she represented the Han tribe. She was also a member of the Han tribe. Just walk across? Just stand on the cart and look ahead. Sang Chio didn't explain much. Hearing her say this, U2's curiosity could no longer be contained. He stood up on the cart and looked ahead. Under the scorching afternoon sun, the sparkling small river looked like a silvery white jade belt. However, right in front of them, the jade belt was abruptly broken in the middle. There, something seemed to be lying across the river surface. U2 judged. Having gotten the answer, his heart was suddenly filled with astonishment. As the distance closed, that thing became clearer and clearer, clear enough to see every thick wooden plank on it. It looked no different from the ox cart he was sitting on. Even a fool could see that this thing lying across the river came from the hands of the magical Han tribe. The driver didn't even ask them to get off. He drove the ox cart directly over the wooden bridge, crossing the small river very simply. Not a single creak was heard from the wooden bridge during the process. This thing was truly steady as a rock. However, at this moment, U2 didn't let out a cry of surprise for this magical wooden bridge, because the scene on the west bank of the small river had completely overturned his cognition. He saw that city built of blue-black bricks and stones. Not only that unusually tall city wall, but even the surrounding scenery equally astonished him. Standing on the ox cart gave him a high vantage point, allowing him to easily see the farmland on both sides of the main road. Those wild grasses hanging with golden yellow ears grew very lushly, but they weren't wild at all. Row upon row, column upon column, they were arranged incredibly neatly, divided into square plots by dozens of ditches. If anyone told him this grew naturally, he would definitely rip their head off and kick it like a ball. Don't ask me what a ball is. Probably the same thing those kids in the distance are kicking. The closer the team got to the city wall, the more U2 couldn't help trembling. Such a tall building could absolutely not be natural. Those rows of straight brick seams were all proving to him that this was a man-made product. Its function was also obvious, same as the Taro tribe's fence, used to resist attacks from beasts and enemies. However, there was absolutely no comparison between the two. No wonder that old woman Sang Chio told him the Han tribe's power was unimaginable to ordinary people. Damn, who could imagine people could build this kind of thing? No, it's not about whether they can build it or not, but that I simply dare not imagine it. The city gate was open, and the drawbridge was steadily laid across the other end of the moat. The wild beasts around Hanyang City had long been cleared out, so there was no worry about beasts intruding. Unless they were stupid to the extreme or self-inflated to the extreme, wild beasts rarely dared to stroll here, because that meant they would be digested into compost in the cesspit by a large group of two-legged humans. There was absolutely no second possibility. U2 was a bit nervous, a bit cramped. He had already jumped off the cart before entering the city, insisting on walking in. That feeling seemed like a devout believer going on a pilgrimage. Although he didn't go so far as to kowtow every 3 steps and crawl all the way to the Han tribe chief, the trembling of his legs equally showed his unease. His feet, encased in simple bark sandals, stepped on such a flat, solid, clean blue brick avenue for the first time. U2 didn't even know which leg to move first. He really couldn't imagine. It was understandable if just the walls were built tall and strong for defense, but to make the roads inside the residence so flat and paved with bricks and stones, he really didn't know what to say. The other 10 warriors following him weren't much better off. They looked at their own chief with bewildered expressions, wondering if the decision for this trip was right or wrong. The blue brick houses on both sides of the street were arranged neatly. Some older children ran back and forth playing. Adults were busy with their own work. Many clansmen gathered in 2s and 3s by the water wells at the alley entrances, drawing a bucket of clear water and squatting aside to sharpen sickles and plowshares. The chief had issued an order in the morning to prepare for the grain harvest. Tomorrow, the whole city would mobilize to start the busy farming season. There were also many people coming and going on the main street. Some were preparing hemp sacks and carts. Others were cleaning the warehouse with the rat shaman and the elder. For the once-a-year autumn storage, the 2 old people attached special importance to it. Without Hanfeng's arrangement, they consciously took on the task of supervision and command. In the afternoon, the logging team on the mountain outside the city also transported backlogs and cartloads of firewood with ox carts as daily use and winter fuel reserves. There were also vehicles from the carpentry workshop transporting processed building materials to the construction site in the city center. The prosperous scene most directly displayed the population in this residence, which shocked U2 greatly. Not to mention anything else. Just in this short while, the children he saw on the street added up to more than the entire population of the Taro tribe, let alone those adults working. The huge population gap left him powerless to even complain. Recalling what Sang Chio said just now, this is just one of the Han tribe's residences. There are 2 more cities like this in the east. You should know, right? Too many people can't be supported in one place, so other residences need to be opened. These words seemed to still linger in his ears, making U2 unable to help but let out a sigh, a bitter laugh. This really is too many people. Rat 1, who had left first after entering the city, came to them again at this time. The horse had been sent somewhere unknown, but presumably, such precious supplies must have a special place for placement. Rat 1 first sent away the Sang clan group, letting them unload and rest, and prepare to participate in the autumn harvest tomorrow. Then he looked at the remaining 11 people from the Taro tribe and the 2 baskets of gifts they brought. Let's go. I just want to see the chief and told him your tribe wants to exchange for white salt and some other supplies, and the quantity is quite large. Our chief is willing to talk to you. Follow me to see the chief now. Rat 1 said straightforwardly to U2. Oh, I know. Okay, no problem. U2 recovered from various surprises, remembering the purpose of coming here. He came to represent all the clansmen of the Taro tribe to discuss business. This concerned the key issue of whether they could stand firm in the future. Where is your chief? Is it far from here? U2 asked as he walked with Rat 1, because this city was really a bit big, making him unclear where the Han tribe chief would be. Not far. Just turn past this row of houses, and you'll see it. Rat 1 smiled, looking at U2 with shining eyes. This guy wasn't a person, he was solid credit. Because when he reported the situation to Han Feng just now, Han Feng had happily praised him and promised to record a merit for him. Although the matter hadn't been finalized yet, Han Feng wasn't worried about this problem at all. After seeing Hanyang City this time, even if the other party didn't bow down immediately, as long as the labor for goods model could be formed, the other party would submit in less than half a year. Here we are. This is it. But you can only bring 2 warriors carrying gifts. And you cannot carry any weapons. Don't worry, we will protect your safety. Rat 1 said politely, but U2's expression looked like he had seen a ghost. Here, this 3-story building in front of me, taller than the city wall, is where the Han tribe chief stays. Seems plausible. The 3-story blue brick tube building, although not a unique architectural style, was unique by its very existence. Where else in this world could one see a building like this? The 3 men followed Rat 1 into the tube building nervously. In the long corridor, classrooms on both sides were open, revealing countless tables and chairs. The doors were all open. Because they were newly made tables and chairs, coated with a lot of tung oil, special personnel were responsible for opening doors and windows on sunny days. This startled U2 and the other 2 somewhat. They didn't understand what these carefully crafted things were for, but since they were made by the Han tribe, they definitely weren't simple. Arriving at one side of the tube building, Rat 1 took the lead to climb the wooden stairs, walking up naturally. But the 3 from the Taro tribe were surprised again. Made of wooden planks again. The Han tribe seems very good at handling wood. Why is it so hard for our tribe to even sharpen a throwing spear? After sighing a couple of times, U2 continued to lead his 2 clansmen upstairs. Honestly, they didn't feel safe walking on these suspended stairs. Fortunately, there were walls and handrails on one side of the stairs, so even climbing this thing for the first time wasn't too scary. Finally reaching the 3rd floor, it was another long corridor. This time the rooms on both sides weren't empty. Many people were doing things inside. Before U2 could observe carefully, Rat 1 had led him to the door of a spacious classroom. He knocked gently on the door panel a few times. A voice speaking came from inside, seemingly granting permission. Only then did Rat 1 lead them into the classroom. The huge room was filled with desks, chairs, and benches. Only on the high platform at the front sat a young man. He looked like he had just come of age. A golden hair ornament glittered on his head, and he wore well-fitting white long clothes. U2 didn't know what material the clothes were made of. Anyway, they were very precious. The man with the golden hair ornament was looking at him, smiling, and suddenly asked, "You are the chief of the Taro tribe? I heard you want to exchange for some white salt and containers from our tribe." As the chief of the Great Han, Han Feng naturally wouldn't use hand gestures to communicate with the chief of such a small tribe. That would lower his status too much. Moreover, this was the time to put on airs. So he spoke Chinese, and Rat 1 beside him translated with gestures. "Yes, Han tribe chief. Thank you for the gift you gave our tribe. This is a unique food of our Taro tribe, now presented to you to taste." U2 spoke very politely. No choice, he was in someone else's lair. He couldn't help but be polite. Moreover, having seen the Han tribe's massive power with his own eyes, he could only pray that the Han tribe was wealthy enough to look down on his tribe's small population and belongings. Otherwise, they really only had the path of running away. But the other party had those fierce beasts that were good at running and could carry people. It seemed they couldn't even run away. This Sai? Oh, there are gifts too. Seeing that they actually sent a kind of food, Han Feng immediately became interested. Food was indeed valuable in these times, even for the Han tribe. If Han Feng hadn't come here 3 years ago, maybe the Han tribe would have exchanged a woman for these 2 baskets of food, because in places the Han tribe hadn't touched yet, food was sometimes very scarce. Pacing down from the podium, the 2 Taro tribe warriors quickly placed the gifts on the ground in front of them for Han Feng to inspect. These Taro presented as gifts were naturally the best ones, each round and big. They seemed to have been washed with water, so Han Feng recognized what this thing was at a glance. This is Taro. Even though Han Feng was usually calm, he couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. This was Taro. This was a divine artifact comparable to potatoes, and each was the size of an adult man's fist. One weighed at least a catty or 2. Although Han Feng didn't like eating this stuff and wasn't familiar with Taro, he knew a little about this tuber family of crops, high yield. Taro couldn't compare to potatoes and sweet potatoes, which easily had yields of thousands or 10,000 catties per mu. But compared to the many crops the Han tribe already had, this was absolutely the highest yielding one. Currently, the Han tribe's best paddy fields barely yielded about 800 catties per mu. No matter how bad the newly planted corn was, as long as it could be harvested normally, it probably wouldn't be lower than this number. If done well, maybe it could break the 1,000 catty mark. These were the Han tribe's 2 mainstream crops, wet and dry. But compared to a dirt lump like Taro, they were still more than a head shorter. Modern Taro, depending on the variety, yielded at least 3,000 catties per mu, and exceeding 6,000 catties was normal. Looking at the size and dimensions of the Taro in front of him, if a mu of land was full of these, he dared not say too much, but at least 4,000 catties was the baseline. Damn, planting 1 mu of this would equal 5 mu of paddy fields. Although Taro wasn't as palatable as potatoes, it could count as a supplementary grain. After all, the starch content inside was genuine. Eating it really filled the stomach. Even if he didn't expect to use this stuff to completely replace rice, if they encountered a disaster year or famine, using it for emergency relief could save who knows how many lives. Han Feng picked one up and weighed it in his hand, feeling the heavy weight. He was extremely excited inside, but very calm on the surface. Now was not the time to be excited. Successfully taking down the Taro tribe was the main business. As long as the Taro tribe could be absorbed into the Han tribe, was he afraid of not knowing the source of this thing? I like your gift very much. On behalf of the Han tribe, I accept it. Now let's talk about the transaction. Han Feng pretended to throw the Taro back into the basket nonchalantly, said a polite sentence, and pulled the topic back to the original transaction. Chief Han is straightforward. We came this time for this matter. Listening to your Captain Shu, as long as our tribe sends people to help the Han tribe do some house-building work, the Han tribe can exchange some white salt and other good things for us, like animal skins and containers. Seeing Han Feng didn't take the gift seriously, you two went straight to the point. After all, only by negotiating a stable supply of white salt could their tribe stay here peacefully. Of course, this isn't the first time we've done this. I heard you also spoke to the clan leader of our Mulberry clan. Then you might have heard that the Mulberry clan got to know our Han tribe because they worked for us to exchange for supplies. Han Feng nodded affirmatively, dispelling a lot of you two's worries. Then what work do we need to help the Han tribe with? Just building houses? Houses like the Han tribes? Also where to build? If it's here at the Han tribe, we might not be able to come because it's too far. We can't let our clansmen leave that far away. You two continued to ask. Haha, not far. Absolutely not far. Because the place where we build houses is right next to your current residence. Han Feng grinned, revealing a successful smile, leaving you two somewhat confused. However, after listening to Rat One's translation and gestures, he froze on the spot. Then came deep fear and unease. Han tribe chief, what do you mean? Next to our residence? Are you planning to annex our tribe? You two trembled all over, asking bravely. He didn't know if it was because of anger or fear, but he had to ask this sentence. Because he was already in the palm of the Han tribe, and the other party had so many people. If the Han tribe planned to attack his tribe at this time, he couldn't even send a message. His clansmen wouldn't get the news and couldn't even run. The final result was obvious. It would definitely be the fall of the whole tribe. At that time, to avoid being killed, the best outcome would be only the path of forced joining. Just thinking about it made you two feel a chill in his heart. Did the other party plan for this from the very beginning of contact? That would be too terrifying. Of course not. Annexing you doesn't need to be that troublesome. If I wanted to, I just need to mobilize all my clansmen once. You know what the result would be. Han Feng spread his hands to show his innocence. then continued speaking. You should have seen it. Our Han tribe has many people, and it is constantly increasing. One city cannot meet our survival requirements at all. So we built 2 cities on the east bank of the river, but that is not enough. Now we need to build a 4th one. The location is where Rat 1 and the others measured a few days ago. It is still some distance from you. You should know this, right? That won't affect your life. This is the real purpose of me sending him there. You don't need to feel anything is wrong. Because before we chose that piece of land, we didn't know you had moved there to live. There is one thing Rat 1 didn't lie to you about. The residence you live in now was indeed abandoned by us when we moved. And we go to that forest every year. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to know that place is suitable for building a city. Han Feng explained in detail. This explanation wasn't useless. At least Han Feng thought so himself. For these surrounding tribes, he always maintained the most peaceful way possible to let them join voluntarily. The Han tribe could naturally achieve forceful seizure, but it was basically impossible to make those captured prisoners loyal and obedient. Rapid expansion was certainly no problem, but there were too many hidden dangers. Not only did he have to worry about construction every day, but he also had to worry about rebellion below at all times. To put it another way, even if the Han tribe really captured a batch of people, the work efficiency between working voluntarily and being forced to work was worlds apart. So if force could be avoided, it was best to solve it peacefully. Otherwise, Han Feng wouldn't have explained so much to him. He would have just sent troops to wipe them out. Listening to Han Feng's explanation, you two suddenly remembered Rat 1 and the others running around by the river with sticks and ropes a few days ago. So they were measuring the land back then. You two, realizing this belatedly, began to think. The Han tribe chief was right. They were indeed newcomers, and they occupied the abandoned residence. The Han tribe didn't know they had moved there when selecting the site. There was no problem with this explanation. Indeed, it couldn't be blamed on them. The Han tribe didn't do it on purpose. Having figured this out, only one question remained. The Han tribe wanted to build a city. They couldn't stop it at all. Opposing meant only a dead end. But if the Han tribe's city was really built next to their residence, was this a good thing or a bad thing? Should his tribe help them build the city? What consequences would it have for his tribe? You two immediately fell into thought. Obviously, once they were so close to the Han tribe city, they would inevitably enter a state of mixed living. After all, they were by the same river, drinking water together. They relied on the same forest, chopping wood together. He just didn't know if the Han tribe would hunt. If they hunted, maybe disputes would arise over the ownership of prey. No, wrong. With so many people in the Han tribe, what dispute? Probably once their large group of hunters scattered out, the Taro tribe's hunting team wouldn't catch a single hare. But living with the Han tribe, the benefits were also visible. At the very least, there was no need to worry about white salt. They could exchange directly with them. There were also other various living supplies, all exchangeable. It was just that eating meat in the future would be troublesome. Apart from spearing fish in the river not causing disputes, probably not a single animal in the forest would be their share. Fortunately, they could plant taro, otherwise, even food would be a problem. You two immediately fell into a contradiction, not knowing what choice to make. Their whole tribe of nearly 500 people counted as a sizable tribe. They were living fine originally. Why move north? Wasn't it because others coveted the salt mine they discovered? Those shameless bastards gathered several tribes to fight them for the salt mine, beating their originally over 700-strong tribe down to less than 500 now. They directly lost 200 able-bodied members, enough to form a small to medium-sized tribe. Seeing that they couldn't hold on anymore, and continuing would sooner or later wipe out the entire tribe, you two could only grit his teeth and lead the whole tribe to give up the territory they had lived in for generations and migrate north. They didn't want the salt mine anymore either. They only took a batch they had mined before, leaving the rest for those few tribes to grab. Don't look at how happily they gathered together then. Once the Taro tribe left and it came time to divide the benefits, they would beat each other's brains out. But now, the migration road wasn't easy either. Paying the price of dozens of lives, they finally walked so far and moved here. Just after staying for half a year, rebuilding their homes with the survivors, reclaiming fields, and growing fruits, just as they planned to rest and recuperate here, they encountered a ridiculously strong neighbor. The neighbor wasn't bad, but after all, they weren't of the same clan. They couldn't possibly give up their own interests for others. From the Han tribe's perspective, the Taro tribe were indeed the outsiders. What to do now? Try to live in harmony with this powerful neighbor? or hide far away from them and migrate with the whole tribe again. No, can't do that. Can't move again. U2 warned himself in his heart. It was already early autumn. If they moved again at this time, they definitely wouldn't be able to find a safe place to survive the winter before winter came. At that time, with insufficient food, insufficient animal skins, and no houses to shelter from the wind and keep warm, their whole tribe would starve or freeze to death for various reasons. This was a result he, as the chief, absolutely did not want to see. But if they didn't move away, right next to them was the powerful Han tribe. U2 fell into incredibly conflicted thoughts. However, Han Feng wasn't anxious. He didn't expect the other party to bow down the first time they saw him. Everything had a process, right? Why did Rat 1 insist on bringing them over at this time? Wasn't it to show them the Han tribe's power and wealth? Now they knew the power, but they really hadn't seen the wealth yet. In this era, what was most important? Ask 10 people this question, and probably 10 people would say food. Correct. Only by possessing enough food could one keep one's life in this era. Han Feng and Rat 1's thoughts reached a tacit agreement. Tomorrow, take them to see the rice harvest first, taste the Han tribe's rice and delicacies, then let them see what breeding is and the Han tribe's massive livestock reserves. Directly show off wealth, act cool, and brag all in one go. If he didn't bamboozle them until they were crippled, he would lose. Han Feng thought in his heart, then spoke. You don't need to be so anxious to make a decision. You can stay in the Han tribe for a few days, see our way of life. The Han tribe's clansmen have no malicious intent. Even if we become neighbors, there will only be benefits. U2 had no way to refuse Han Feng's request to stay. Although he was eager to return, the purpose of his trip had not yet been achieved. The trade for white salt and other supplies hadn't been settled, so what was the point of going back? It would have been a wasted journey. But now, U2 was no longer fixated on the white salt. He was worried about the future of his tribe. Even if he wanted to lead his entire tribe in an escape, it was likely impossible. Moving several hundred people was no simple matter. Negotiations were fruitless, and escape was impossible. Since the Han tribe's chief insisted on having him stay and see his tribe, he might as well look. After all, they had so much technology, he could learn a few things just by observing. With a mindset of making the best of a bad situation, U2 and his men followed Shuda on a tour of Hanyang City. There wasn't much to see in Hanyang, really. The streets were bare, with no shops or idle strollers. Aside from mischievous children, the only traffic was the constant stream of carts transporting goods. Shuda took them to see the woodworking workshop, then to a construction site in the city, and finally to the weaving workshop in the Han tribe's livestock farm. These places perfectly showcased the Han tribe's technological level and productivity. While there was a risk of revealing their techniques, Han Feng wasn't the least bit concerned. Some things couldn't be learned just by watching. Take woodworking, for example. It looked simple, but without metal tools, how far could one really get? Besides, even if you were a genius who could learn it at a glance, could you actually build it? Could a small tribe of less than 500 people possibly construct something as high-tech as a windmill? Conversely, Han Feng did not let them see high-level crafts like blacksmithing. That way, they wouldn't learn how to make tools or think of extracting materials from stone. He also kept them away from the most basic technology, pottery making. It was simply too easy. One look and you'd understand the principle. Shape clay into the desired form and fire it. Once you knew the principle, you could figure it out with a few tries. You might not be able to make fine pottery, but functional, cruder pots were easy enough. Han Feng's idea was simple. Monopolize the manufacture of containers to control other tribes. This was the foundation of the Han tribe's peaceful development. If other tribes also had vital resources like metal, salt, and pottery, and the Han tribe could no longer control them through production, they would have to resort to force. There were other methods, but most were too slow to implement, and Han Feng didn't have time to wait. So this was the only way. After the tour, U2 and his men were in a daze. The conceptual shock brought on by this heaven-defying technology was too intense, mercilessly shattering their original worldview. When they returned to their lodgings that afternoon, they were like zombies, capable of repeating only one sentence over and over. So, it can be done like this? At the livestock farm, he had encountered the concept of animal husbandry for the first time. While his own people were still betting their lives, running all over the mountains to hunt, a single sow in the Han tribe had given birth to 12 piglets. They could be turned into meat simply by gathering some vines every day. What an advanced concept. They had learned to plant crops, so they should have understood the advantage of cultivation over gathering, which was the same as the advantage of animal husbandry over hunting, stability. Yet, from beginning to end, they had never learned to apply this lesson to other areas. On another note, while they were still worrying about animal hides for the winter, the Han tribe was already shearing wool from their domesticated sheep to weave cloth. Unlike his own tribe, which killed the animal first and then skinned it for warmth, they sheared the wool from living sheep, allowing it to regrow. This way, they could make unlimited use of a limited resource. Look at their advanced thinking, and then look at what his own tribe was doing. Killing a sheep for its hide was no different from killing a chicken to get its egg, or draining a pond to catch all the fish. They reused and got multiple yields, while his people made it a one-time deal. How shameful. As he reflected on these sights, time slipped by, and soon it was dinner time. To promote the Han tribe's way of life in every possible aspect, Yu-Tu and his men were even made to cook their own dinner. In the central room of the main house, the two stoves on either side were stuffed with firewood. One of Shuda's warriors was teaching Yu-Tu and his men how to cook. If anything could represent a tribe's culture, it was surely their style of dress, their dining habits, and their architecture. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were the basics of human life. When people met, the first thing they saw was a person's appearance, their clothes, their style. A discerning eye could even glean the customs and character of a people from their appearance. After meeting and getting acquainted, the next step was naturally to taste their unique food. Food was a fundamental part of human life. The abundance, taste, and manner of eating all reflected a nation's character. This was especially true for the great heavenly kingdom, whose culinary culture was simply heaven-defying. Foreigners who tasted it were full of praise, earning it the reputation of being the undisputed king of the culinary world on this blue planet. While the current Han tribe wasn't that exaggerated, they could still easily whip up a dozen dishes. Paired with their unique staple, white rice, the meal was elevated to the sublime. It was only then that Yu-Tu was finally certain that the Han tribe had a stable staple food. It made sense. If several thousand people relied solely on hunting and gathering, they would probably strip every blade of grass for 100 miles around. Besides the food itself, the most important thing was the way they ate. Compared to his people, who still sat randomly on the ground, ate grilled meat with their hands every day, and occasionally even ate raw meat and drank blood, the Han tribe's dining etiquette was far more refined. The food had to be placed on pre-washed plates and porcelain bowls, then arranged on a long wooden table. Hands had to be washed before eating. When several people ate together, there were even rules for seating, with a certain order of seniority. Only the person with the highest status could sit at the head of the table. After finally getting through all that, when it was time to actually put food in their mouths, they had to use chopsticks. My God, this was torture. The table full of food was making him drool, but he wasn't allowed to use his hands. And he couldn't get a grip with the chopsticks. It was like an instrument of torture designed for the clumsy. Although they were difficult to use, they were quite good for shoveling rice. And when he heard Shuda explain that this was a crop the Han tribe grew themselves, for a moment, Yu-Tu thought he had found his own kind. Indeed, he had guessed it. Those neat rows of grass outside the city couldn't possibly be wild. When he eagerly sought confirmation from Shuda, Shuda readily admitted it and told him that tomorrow was the day of the rice harvest. If they were interested, they could go and watch. Interested? Of course, we're interested. We'll definitely be there tomorrow. Yu-Tu immediately nodded in agreement. The next day, before the sun was up, smoke was already rising from the chimneys of every household. Harvest Day was different from ordinary days. The Han tribe had plenty of food and was accustomed to eating breakfast, but on a normal day, it was usually just a bowl of thin porridge, perhaps with some pickles to supplement their daily salt intake. Speaking of which, the pickles were made from a plant similar to mustard greens, provided by the snake tribe. But Harvest Day was different. Breakfast had to include meat. For one, it provided energy for the hard work ahead. For another, it symbolized a bountiful harvest. One had to find a reason to have a feast. After all, privatization had already begun in Hanyang City. Every household raised black-boned chickens and white rabbits. On this day, the more extravagant families would stew a rabbit or slaughter a chicken. At the very least, they would have a few eggs. In short, the harvest was a joyous occasion, and it was gradually becoming a custom. This was a good sign, and Han Feng was pleased. It was finally starting to look like a nation. Ever since the people of the heavenly kingdom unlocked the skill of farming, they had regarded it as more important than life itself. Food is heaven for the people, and the Han tribe was no exception. On this day, all the workshops in the city were closed, and nearly the entire population turned out. Even the number of children out herding was smaller. The older children carried baskets on their backs and looked after their younger siblings, clearly determined not to cause their parents any trouble. U2, of course, did not have to participate in the work, but he was allowed to observe. Hanfeng also rose early that day, swung his sickle, and cut the first sheaf of rice. What followed was the spectacular sight of several thousand tribe members swinging their sickles in unison, advancing as they harvested. Those in front cut the rice and gathered it into sheaves, leaving them on the ground. The people behind would spread mats on the spot and thresh the rice ears against wicker baskets and straw mats to collect the grains. Next came bundling the stalks and loading the rice onto carts to be transported to the city for drying. Everyone had a clear role, and the entire process was orderly and methodical, a real eye-opener for U2 and his people. So this was the correct way to farm. The U tribe's farming techniques were still far too inferior compared to the Han tribes. Following the grain carts back to the city, they saw that people had already started pouring the grain onto the main street in the city's bluestone square. They used special rakes to level it, spreading it evenly on the ground to dry. Children held long-handled nets, guarding the drying grounds to prevent the grain from being eaten by pesky birds. Occasionally, a foolish bird that didn't fear death would swoop down to steal some grain, only to be caught in a child's net and end up as a piece of food in their bowl. The children were always very interested in this kind of work that was both fun and edible. "Is this the white rice we've been eating these past 2 days?" U2 asked as he followed Han Feng on his inspection of the drying grounds, scooping up a handful of grain to examine it curiously. "That's right, but we have to wait for it to dry before we can husk it, grind off the outer layer, and separate it. What's left is the white rice we eat," Han Feng explained. "So, the new city the Han tribe is building next to us will also be planting this rice?" U2 asked again. "Of course. This is one of our Han tribe's staple foods. That place is near a river, which is convenient for converting the land into paddy fields. So, naturally, we'll focus on planting rice. But it's not the only crop. We have many other crops in the Han tribe that are also excellent grains and can be used as staples. It's just that most of them don't have as high a yield as rice," Han Feng explained again. U2 didn't ask any more questions. He had only been in Hanyang City for less than 2 days, but he was already numb from the shock. If the Han tribe was skilled in animal husbandry, U2 could only offer his sincere admiration. But when it came to planting crops, he had thought he was better than them. But now, the Han tribe's farming skills had long surpassed theirs. Not only did they grow things well, but they also had more variety. He thought back to the meal he had last night. Forget the rice, it was right here at his feet. But the dishes were so diverse. Look at them, they were growing not just grains, but vegetables too. And then he looked at his own tribe. Never mind, no point in looking. They couldn't compare anyway. Then the Han tribe's new city will surely need a lot of land to grow rice. In that case, it will likely extend to where we live, U2 said again, gesturing with his hands. His tone was rather helpless. It was unclear whether this was a question or just a lament. Han Feng didn't answer immediately. To say it wouldn't would be a lie. The city Han Feng had designed for Commandery had a side length of at least 1,000 meters, making it 5 times the size of Hanyang City. Even with an increased per capita land area, this city would house at least 10,000 people, perhaps even close to 20,000, just like Commandery. With such a population density, one could imagine the required area of surrounding farmland. To ensure a food supply for over 10,000 people, even with high-yield rice harvested twice a year, they would need at least 10,000 mu of land. The location Shu Da had chosen was so close to the U tribe, to say it wouldn't have any impact. Even Han Feng himself wouldn't believe it. "Yeah, so it's true. Chief Han, your ultimate goal is to annex our tribe, isn't it?" Without receiving an answer from Han Feng, U2 took it as a tacit admission. He couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. In the end, it still came to this. No matter how nicely it was put, it couldn't hide the Han tribe's wolfish ambitions. "No, I never force other tribes to join. I have ways to make them join the Han tribe voluntarily. That includes you. You can think I'm overbearing, I admit that. But I'm also doing it for the good of your people, am I not? You can't refute that," Han Feng said, deciding to be frank since he had put it that way. "Why?" U2 asked, unconvinced and unwilling to accept it. "I know you might not think so, but it's the truth. Take your tribe, for example. What future is there in living independently under your leadership? You can't even protect your own salt source, and you lost over 200 of your people. I really don't know how you managed to fight so poorly. Let's not even talk about that. Let's just talk about living standards. Living on your own, you might have enough food, but what about all the other resources? What do you have? You don't even have enough animal hides for the winter. But as long as you join the Han tribe, you can have the life you've experienced these past 2 days. You can clearly let your people live away from danger, in peace and prosperity. How do you think your people will choose? Will they abandon you to join the Han tribe, or will you lead the entire tribe to join? What's the difference between those two outcomes? And if you try to stop them from joining, then you don't deserve to be a chief. My tribe may be bigger than yours, but I am also a chief. I know I should let my people live better lives. I've done that. I've made sure my people have food to eat, warm clothes and houses, and sturdy city walls. What do you have? What do you have? The question was a bit too direct, a bit too domineering. But if you didn't put it that way, you too probably wouldn't understand. Since coming to this world, Han Feng had learned one thing. Don't play games with these uncivilized savages. They wouldn't get it. It was better to be direct. Seeing that he didn't answer, Han Feng continued. You've met Sang Qiao. Her tribe wasn't as large as yours, only 100 or so people, but she was also a tribal chief. Why did she choose to lead her people to join the Han tribe? It's because her people like the life here. I can't make promises about everything in the Han tribe, but as long as you're not lazy, as long as you're willing to work, you can always fill your stomach. You won't go hungry or cold. That's why they chose to join us. It's just like the life you've experienced in the Han tribe these past 2 days. Do you think your tribe can achieve that? But I can. As long as all my people follow my orders, I guarantee I can give them a good life. This is why so many tribal chiefs are willing to believe in me. Of course, you might not be able to figure it all out right now, and you can't make a decision immediately. But that's fine. I won't force any tribe to join the Han tribe, and that includes you. I will honor the trade agreement we made. I promise you here and now, as long as you are willing to work for the Han tribe, all supplies will be distributed on time. This will be the case whether you join the Han tribe or not. In a little while, you will naturally understand what I've said today. With that, Han Feng left without waiting to see how much he understood, leaving you two standing alone in the drying field, dazed. Although Han Feng had simplified his meaning as much as possible, it was still difficult for him to grasp it all at once. Han Feng wasn't in a hurry. Weren't the other tribes the same? Since the Han tribe's development, the first group of people were all bought by him. The second large-scale intake was when he used the common enemy, the cannibals, to threaten the other tribes. Join me or die? So the other tribes had no choice but to join. And the most recent group were all laborers from Luoyang Commandery. Which of them hadn't lived in the Han tribe for several months before choosing to join? As the saying goes, it's easy to go from a simple life to a luxurious one, but difficult to go from luxury back to simplicity. It was very fitting here. No matter how bad life in the Han tribe was, it was still better than not having enough to eat and risking their lives hunting every day. Once they got used to having food every day in the Han tribe, asking them to go back. Han Feng didn't believe there would be such a fool who would go against their own stomach. The rest of the work went smoothly. The people of Hanyang City were no longer the savages who were learning to farm for the first time. This important skill of stably harvesting food had become familiar to them through more than 2 years of labor. The rice was quickly harvested, dried in the sun, threshed, winnowed, and then bagged and stored. The fields outside the city were also being tilled without delay. The chief had given an order to plant another season of lacquer grass before winter arrived. The tribe members had no complaints. The land was just sitting there anyway. If they didn't plant something, it would just lie fallow. Given the nature of these primitive people, they would let the land lie fallow in winter because they had no choice. But the rest of the time, they wished they could harvest food every month. For no other reason than that they were afraid of hunger. In the days of the small tribes, people really did starve to death. You two didn't go back for the next 2 days. Every day, apart from eating and drinking, he was in the Han tribe's fields. On one hand, he was pondering what Han Feng had said to him. On the other, he was constantly watching, observing the Han tribe's farming techniques. The Yu tribe also planted crops, but their farming was worlds apart from the Han tribes. The Han tribe already had all sorts of supporting tools, as well as a systematic set of planting steps and methods. Watching the Han tribe use oxen and horses to plow the land row by row, you two deeply felt the gap between him and the Han tribe. No wonder the Han tribe had endless food. They were both farming, but look at how they did it. And then look at his own tribe. Just in terms of land utilization, there was a huge gap. The Han tribe planted in rows, not wasting a bit of space. But the Yu tribe's taro fields were like a chaotic graveyard, full of messy little mounds, with a few taro plants in each. It was a high-yield crop, but they had managed to make it just barely enough to fill their stomachs. This was the gap. However, he still didn't plan to agree to Han Feng. It couldn't be said that it was his own selfish motives at play. After all, he had experienced the life and development of the Han tribe, but his own people had not. Even if he wanted them all to join the Han tribe, some of his people might not agree. If he really proposed it then, it might not be useful. Perhaps, as Han Feng said, once they understood the life in the Han tribe, even if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to stop those who wanted to join. That wouldn't be so bad. Although he would lose his authority as chief and have to be under Han Feng's jurisdiction, life in the Han tribe was indeed comfortable. He was already beginning to understand what Han Feng was saying. Take himself, for example. These past few days, he had also thought that if he weren't the chief of the Yu tribe, but an ordinary tribesman, he probably wouldn't be willing to go back to the hard life now. Thinking of this, Yu too seemed to have figured it out. But he was not an ordinary tribesman. He was the chief of a tribe of several hundred people. So he still had to go back, and he had to lead his people. Even if they were to join the Han tribe, he had to wait for his own people to agree. So he left. He left with the men he had brought with him. He had already decided to stay and help the Han tribe build the city. Firstly, it was to make life a little better for his people. Secondly, even if he wanted to flee with his entire tribe, he no longer had the chance. Speaking of which, he thought Han Feng was a very bad person. He actually didn't trust him. To prevent them from running away, he had specially sent Shuda with a group of people to go back with them, saying it was to immediately prepare for the construction of the city wall, and also to bring a batch of urgently needed supplies to the Yu tribe for them to use first. But Yu too didn't think so. He purely believed that Han Feng had sent Shuda over to monitor them, to prevent the Yu tribe from secretly slipping away. But that wasn't wrong either. When Han Feng issued this order, he did indeed have such a purpose. About half a month after the rice harvest in Hanyang City, all the harvesting and replanting were completed. Hanyang City returned to its previous various tracks. The pioneer team led by Shuda also officially set up camp next to the Yu tribe, becoming a new human resource trading market. And the main source of labor now was their neighbor, the Yu tribe. The formation of this pioneer team was more experienced than the first time. The people sent out were no longer those skilled in trading, but various skilled technicians. This was also specially arranged to facilitate leading the laborers in their work. The construction of the new city was bound to be watched over by Han Feng, the great chief, but he couldn't go. The distance was still a bit far. Although the commandery city of Riyang wasn't as far as Luoyang, a round trip would still take several days. Han Feng was teaching, handling 4 classes by himself. Time was tight, so he naturally couldn't go. But just because he couldn't go himself didn't mean others couldn't bring him news. A fellow named Bear once said that rivers are the highways of the jungle, and Han Feng deeply agreed. Traveling to Riyang Commandery by land took several days. Even riding a fast horse through the forest at full speed would take several hours. But taking a boat by water took less than an hour. Why? Because Riyang Commandery was also by the river. Hanyang and Ruyang were bordered by the river, and this river conveniently served as a rapid transport link between the two commanderies. If Han Feng didn't know how to use this natural channel, he wouldn't be Luo Xiaochong. Due to the river's width limitations, large ships couldn't be used. So Han Feng had the woodworking workshop build an inland barge, square at both ends with a flat bottom, just like the original one. Mu Tong and the others were already experienced, so it wasn't difficult. After all, an 8-meter-long, 3-meter-wide riverboat was just a small thing in the world of wooden boats, only slightly larger than a sampan or a canoe. The new boat was built quickly. The most time-consuming part of building a wooden boat was the planks. However, Hanyang City had a windmill-powered automatic gang saw, a godlike artifact that was practically a cheat. As long as you fed a whole log in one end, planks would continuously come out the other. First, they made a double-row keel, then soaked the ready-made planks, bent them into shape with fire, and finally assembled everything. A wooden boat that originally took Han Feng and dozens of men over a month to build could now be produced by the woodworking workshop in a week. In just half a month, 2 new boats took on the transport task between the two commanderies. Even if a wooden boat couldn't carry much at once, it was fast. A round trip took only an hour and a half, which thoroughly frightened the Yu tribe. Large quantities of daily necessities, construction tools, and various craftsmen landed at the Riyang Commandery Station with a frequency of 4 to 8 times a day, leaving the Yu tribe completely dumbfounded. Yu too had been to Hanyang City, but he had traveled by land. The fastest round trip took 5 days. In his mind, even if the Han tribe wanted to build a new city like Hanyang, the speed certainly couldn't be fast. If they ever had a falling out with the Han tribe, he could still find a way to escape with his people. But now, looking at the wooden boats arriving 8 times a day by the river, he wanted to die? Damn it, they wouldn't even give him a chance to run. In the blink of an eye, they could bring in 100 or 80 reinforcements, all strong young men. And because of the convenient water transport between the two places, the residents of Hanyang City could even take a boat to work in the morning and return home to their wives and children in the evening. This was undoubtedly a huge boost to the construction of the new city. What's more, for future communication between the two places, the Han tribe was constantly building more wooden boats. Wood was free, after all. The logging team in Hanyang City cut down trees every day without stopping. And the wood couldn't be used immediately. It had to be air-dried for at least a year. So they just stockpiled it. You could never have too much of this stuff. With the development of the Han tribe, this wood would sooner or later be useful. Riyang Commandery was under construction. The first step was still to dig the river for soil and build kilns to fire bricks. With the experience of building Hanyang City, this time it was a familiar road. The tribe members were already skilled workers in this process. The only difference from Hanyang City was that the commandery city of Ruyang was larger, with a side length of 1,000 meters. The city walls and moat naturally had to be of a higher grade. Hanyang City's walls were 7.5 meters high and 3 meters wide at the top. Riyang City walls were a full 12 meters high and 6 meters wide at the top. Even mounting large ballistae on them wouldn't affect personnel movement. The structure was also earth-packed brick. To obtain a large amount of earth for ramming the city walls, the moat used for excavation was dug wide and deep. An 8-meter-wide moat provided all the earth needed for construction. Not only was it used for ramming the city walls, but the soil for building houses and firing bricks in the city also came from here. After all, the surrounding land still needed to be reclaimed for farmland and couldn't be dug up everywhere. So they could only fleece this one sheep. Although the amount of work was large, Han Feng was not in a hurry. This was just advanced construction, in preparation for further population expansion in the future. From the beginning of August to the beginning of September, a month of busy work. Even the renovation of the 4 teaching buildings in Hanyang City was completed. The 4 teaching buildings were now fully operational. In addition, the government office building project was also progressing rapidly. Since it was a purely wooden structure, its construction speed was even faster than the teaching buildings. After the most difficult earth and stone foundation was laid, the wooden structure above went quickly. Wooden pillars were erected one by one. Then beams, stairs, and planks were added. With Han Feng, the designer, personally directing, it changed almost daily. At this rate, Han Feng estimated that the office building would be completed before this batch of students graduated. But on a day in early September, Yu Yi, who had been sent out by Han Feng for reconnaissance, returned. And he didn't come back with just his own few men. He had managed to bring back over 500 people, big and small, for Han Feng. In addition, there were a small number of domesticated plateau wild donkeys and a large number of alpacas, totaling more than 200. This directly shocked Han Feng. But that wasn't what surprised Han Feng the most. The northern lands were mountainous, a semi-plateau region, rich in wild donkeys and alpacas. However, these people couldn't digest just eating meat. Humans need a comprehensive supplement of vitamins, and a few internal organs were clearly not enough. In Hanyang City, they grew their own vegetables and could also pick some wild fruits. But fruits were not common in the north, and vegetables were even more non-existent. So what did they eat? They ate tree leaves. Eating tree leaves, and processed tree leaves at that. Raw tree leaves didn't taste good, and they would dry out if left for a long time. But they had already learned how to process them. Although it was just a simple rubbing and rolling to let them ferment naturally, this could be considered the primitive prototype of tea leaves. So what should this be called? High mountain tea? As for whether it was high mountain black tea or high mountain green tea, well, he would have to taste it to know. Given their special product, Han Feng decided to give them a name, the High Mountain Tribe. Now they were the Gao clan of the Han tribe, and all members would take Gao as their surname. As usual, the reception was held in the teaching building, and on the 3rd floor at that. Ever since he had this teaching building, Han Feng increasingly liked to receive foreign guests here. Why? Because it was high. If he didn't make you climb the stairs first, how could you appreciate the power of the Han tribe? And how could he, Luo Xiaochong, show off? On the third floor of the school building, Han Feng was brewing tea over a small red clay stove. He wasn't sure if this primitive tea from the High Mountain tribe would be any good, but he was willing to try, willing to cultivate it, willing to develop it. After all, though Han Feng didn't understand tea or know how to drink it in his past life, he knew its importance. It was one of the earliest natural beverages developed by humankind, and it had excellent practical value. Throughout history, tea, along with ironware, cloth, and salt, was known as one of the 4 hard goods, meaning hard currency. Why was that? A look at world history would reveal that tea was always present in all forms of trade, whether domestic or international. This stuff was beloved by the entire planet. The people of the steppes lived as nomads, ignorant of farming, subsisting on meat and milk daily. However, they were severely deficient in vitamins. Without vegetables or fruits, what could they do? They could only drink tea. They put tea leaves in horse milk, turning it into milk tea. Others used barley or chinka, ground it into flour, and boiled it with some yak butter to make yusu. Mixed with milk tea, it became their daily beverage, butter tea. In short, tea was, and always has been, an indispensable part of the nomadic lifestyle. As long as you could produce it, you never had to worry about not being able to sell it. Later, during the Age of Discovery, Europeans launched several crusades to the east, only to be beaten so badly by the Arabs in Central Asia that they didn't even recognize their own mothers. Centuries of continuous warfare had turned the Europeans into paupers. The entire European continent was trying to find ways to make money. It just so happened that a guy named Marco Polo took a trip to the east and came back bragging everywhere. The east is great. The flatbreads in the east are filled. The leaves on the trees can be steeped in water and drunk. Money is everywhere. Well, with his bragging, countless ships traveled thousands of miles to the eastern heavenly kingdom in search of filled flatbreads and tea. And so, tea began to become popular internationally, especially in aristocratic circles. If you didn't have your afternoon tea every day, you'd be too embarrassed to call yourself a noble. Tea was sold all over the world, widely loved by humanity, and even formed unique tea cultures in various places. As the saying goes, existence is reason. The rise of tea was a choice of heaven, or rather, an inevitability. If this stuff really didn't taste good, would it be loved by the whole world? The answer is, of course, no. So tea had to be good. It absolutely had to be. If it wasn't good, how could Han Feng make money off it? If Han Feng said it was good, then even if it tasted worse than piss, you had to buy it. That's right. I'm just that reasonable. After all, one must persuade people with virtue. And right now, Han Feng was persuading people with virtue. Han Feng was brewing tea in the third-floor classroom. He boiled the water, rinsed the leaves to wash away the dust, then steeped them in boiling water. Then he looked at Yu Yi and the chief of the High Mountain tribe before him. Yu Yi, there's one thing I don't understand. How did you find their tribe, and how did you convince them to join our Han tribe? Han Feng asked curiously. Although he was very interested in the tea, he was equally interested in the origin of the High Mountain tribe. Reporting to the chief, we ran into them by accident. Didn't you say in your letter that we should try to capture prisoners in the cannibal settlement? We tried several times, but failed. To sneak in without being discovered, we couldn't ride horses. But without horses, even if we caught someone, we couldn't escape the encirclement and pursuit. So the mission to capture a scout for intelligence couldn't be done. Then we had to complete the second mission, to return along the river and survey the navigation route for boats heading north. We didn't discover the High Mountain tribe at first. It was while we were heading south along the river that we encountered a small team of cannibals, only about 40 of them. But they were escorting a dozen people from the High Mountain tribe, looking like they were returning to their own tribe. Encountering something like this, as long as it could strike a blow against the cannibal tribe, I felt we should do it. Plus, we had horses this time, and the crossbows issued by the chief. So we used ranger tactics, killed those cannibal totem warriors, and rescued the captives from the High Mountain tribe. After we rescued these dozen people, they were very grateful and invited us to their tribe as guests. It was only when I got there that I learned their tribe also had the stone slate legend, the same one we saw in the 2 tribal alliances before. So I told them about the chief in our tribe, and they agreed to come with me to take a look. At first, they didn't promise to join the Han tribe, only that they would come and see. And they had just suffered a cannibal attack and were planning to migrate south anyway. They said if the Han tribe was really as I described, and the chief was the legendary sky god chief, they would be willing to join. Now, looking at the situation, it seems they've agreed. Yu Yi, sitting opposite, gave Han Feng a detailed account of their return journey, their encounter with the High Mountain tribe, and the whole process of how he had talked them into coming over. Han Feng was very happy to hear this. He hadn't forgotten to recruit people for the tribe. He immediately began to praise Yu Yi. Yu Yi, you did a great job on this mission. The tribe will definitely record a great merit for you. It's just that the tribe is about to undergo reforms this winter. That is, change the management system a bit. I'll give you your reward then. As for things like food and clothing, you can go to the elders and apply for them yourself. Thank you, Chief. Hehe, I'm not lacking anything. Our reconnaissance team uses the best equipment. Although we don't have food supplies, our other gear is unique in the entire Han tribe. I don't want anything else. As long as there's another mission like this next time, just remember to call me Chief. Hearing Han Feng's praise, Yu Yi immediately became embarrassed. He only expressed his desire to participate in such actions again. From this, one could see the wild and free spirit of his Yu tribe. After understanding the whole story, Han Feng turned his gaze to a big man beside him. This man was about 25 years old, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a naturally long, donkey-like face. One word long. 2 words, really long. And he had a full beard. His bare upper body was like that of a gym instructor, with knotted muscles that looked full of explosive power. This man was the current chief of the High Mountain tribe, and also the clan leader of the Gao clan. Han Feng gave him the name Gao Ran. Tall, and with a big beard. One look at the name, and you knew who it was. What a descriptive name. At this moment, Gao Ran was still looking around curiously, either at the decorations in the classroom or out the window. He was curious about the Han tribe and curious about Han Feng, but also very interested. Interestingly, this guy had followed Yu Yi to Hanyang City before dawn. The city gates were still closed then. They had no choice but to wait until morning, and they personally witnessed the opening of Hanyang City's gates. And then, this guy, without even seeing Han Feng, the chief, started clamoring to join the Han tribe. Han Feng was also very curious and puzzled by this, and he didn't quite understand this guy's temperament. So he asked him, Clan Leader Gao, why did you say you wanted to join the Han tribe this morning before you even entered the city? Was there a reason? Hearing Han Feng's words, Gao Ran suddenly turned his head, a faint smile on his lips. He stroked his big beard with his hand and said happily, Han tribe, wall high thick, gate strong, can't break, live here safe. Those were his exact words and his true thoughts. Interestingly, this guy had already learned some Chinese. According to him, he had learned it from Yu Yi along the way. Although he didn't know much, what he said was barely understandable. Gao Ran was a very honest and direct man. He decided to join the Han tribe simply because he was impressed by the sturdy walls of Hanyang City, which could protect his people from being slaughtered by enemies. Of course, the reason couldn't have been that simple. Yu Yi's efforts to win them over and his introduction to the Han tribe's situation must have played a part. Otherwise, even if the man was impressed by Hanyang's walls, he wouldn't have made up his mind just because of that. After understanding the situation of the High Mountain tribe, Han Feng began to think about how to arrange their accommodation. The High Mountain tribe had over 500 people, and Hanyang City was definitely too crowded to fit them in. In that case, it would be better to move them to Reincarnation Commandery to work on construction. That was over 500 people, almost on par with the Yu tribe. Placing these people there could also serve as a counterbalance to the Yu tribe. Of course, this was just a precaution. Han Feng's more far-sighted consideration was to combine the over 500 people of the High Mountain tribe with the over 170 people of the Sang tribe. If the Yu tribe could be won over, their tribe also had nearly 500 people. The total population of these 3 tribes would be around 1,200. Although only half of them were productive laborers, with some support from the Han side, it would be no problem to build the new city. Moreover, these 1,200 people could serve as the foundation for the newly established Reincarnation Commandery. Using this group as a base, they would only need to continuously inject new blood in the future. In this way, the commandery would be established. When spring came next year, the 4,000 people from the 2 northern tribal alliances would come south. He would have them stationed in Fuma Pass County Town. Of course, if anyone wanted to come to Hanyang City or Reincarnation Commandery, they could be transferred. Spreading them out among the 3 cities would also be more conducive to the construction of the new cities. In any case, the new cities would definitely need strong support from the old city. After settling on this arrangement, Han Feng had Shu to take Gao Ran to see the construction site in Ruyang Commandery. If they felt it was okay, he would send them all over directly to settle down there. As for surviving the winter, they could first use the excavated soil to build adobe houses. Adobe houses were quick to build, and they could have heated kangs inside. The houses were not afraid of fire, so surviving the winter would be no problem. Another point was that these things were quick to build, but also quick to dismantle. They could get through this winter first, and then move into new houses next year. It wouldn't be too much trouble. With the newly arrived high mountain tribes settled, the construction projects in Hanyang City were basically completed. The only project still under construction was the office building, and its wooden frame structure was now complete. All that was left was to install some doors, windows, and walls. And now that the white paper production in Luoyang Commandery had increased, using it to cover the windows was no longer a problem. After all this was taken care of, Han Feng once again summoned Yu Yi, who had been resting for a week. Yu Yi, how about I arrange a city-building job for you this time? Han Feng said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. Huh? Building a city? Is the chief talking about the one being built in Ruyang Commandery now? Isn't Shuda already watching over that place? What would I go there for? I'd have nothing to do there, Yu Yi said, puzzled. Not Ruyang Commandery, but Fuma Pass. I plan to set up a county town there to accommodate the 4,000 people coming south next year. We need to prepare now, otherwise they'll have nowhere to live when they arrive next year. If we wait for them to build it themselves, another year will be wasted, Han Feng explained. Oh, I see. But I'm not very good at building houses. I've been running around with my brother ever since I joined the Han tribe. Building a city? I'm not good at it, Yu Yi said, spreading his hands to show his helplessness. Han Feng looked at him and took a deep breath, wanting to slap him dead. This was clearly an excuse, just not wanting to stay in one place. What did he mean he wasn't good at building cities? Forget it. Since this guy didn't want to do it, even if he was forced to, he wouldn't have any motivation. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Who else did he have that was suitable to manage the construction of a new city? Deshu was guarding Luoyang Commandery. This person couldn't be moved, otherwise the nearly 20,000 people in Luoyang Commandery couldn't be controlled. Deshu was considered a veteran of the Han tribe, and the clan leaders still gave him face. Shuda was supervising the construction of Ruyang Commandery. Although this guy was a bit reckless, he had been a chief before and was still quite clever. He had a job, so he couldn't be moved either. Shoya was a capable person and a veteran of the Han tribe. Han Feng trusted him very much, but he was the military commander. When there was no war, his position was the highest. Now that Shuda was already supervising in Ruyang Commandery, if he was transferred, there would be no one to manage the soldiers. Shuetu was brave, and his loyalty was not a problem. But if you asked this guy to lead people on a hunt or kill an enemy, that was fine. But asking him to do construction, forget it. As for the newly joined clan leaders, they had been chiefs and had managed tribes before. But to have them build a new city, firstly, they had no experience, and secondly, Han Feng didn't trust them. The person who personally presided over the construction of a new city would definitely have a high reputation in this new city. After all, they were the one who led everyone to build their homes. So it was very suitable to make them the city lord, that is, the head of the new city. Therefore, saying it was construction was actually no different from choosing a city lord. This made Han Feng feel a bit melancholic, not knowing who to use for a while. After careful consideration, Han Feng finally found a candidate, Ing Rue. The Eagle clan had been with the Han tribe for a long time. Their prestige was sufficient, so there was no problem with deterrence and management. Their loyalty was also acceptable. Just look at the giant eagles they provided for sending messages back and forth. The Han tribe's information communication all relied on them. If you didn't trust them, would you dare to use them? It was just that this person was not good at building cities, so he had to send someone to assist him. After thinking it over, Han Feng finally decided to send Shurtu and Du Air to assist Ing Rue and jointly preside over the construction of Fuma Pass County Town. This way, there would be someone to hold the fort and someone to preside over the construction. It was a really good idea. With the candidates decided, the next step was the specific construction project of Fuma Pass. As a town with a primarily military purpose, the construction of this county town naturally couldn't be as ordinary as other cities. Han Feng's idea was this: find the narrowest part of the Fuma Pass Valley, then build a city wall to block the road and seal the entire valley. Of course, that wasn't enough. With such an advantageous geographical condition, it would be a pity to only use it for defense. So Han Feng wanted to build another city wall behind the outer wall, using 2 city walls to enclose a section of the narrowest passage in the valley. This was a barbican. A barbican is a false city. The name itself implies inviting the enemy into a trap. Imagine, if there was only one wall, the enemy naturally couldn't break through it. Han Feng was confident about that. But what was the use of that? Although the enemy was defeated, he himself would suffer heavy losses and get no benefits. This was a losing business. But with this barbican, it was different. Suppose the enemy came to attack. Fuma Pass could completely leave the first outer wall undefended. Not only that, but they would also open the city gates to welcome them. After letting all the enemy into the city wall, the soldiers stationed at the first city wall would close the gate. In this way, they could trap the enemy in the barbican, and the next step would be to catch turtles in a jar. Of course, after so much effort and energy, it would be meaningless to just kill them all. Fuma Pass could completely maintain a defensive posture, only defending and not attacking, waiting at ease for the enemy to exhaust their supplies. When they had eaten all their dry rations and were all starving to death, the Han tribe would open the city gates and go in to collect the spoils. However, these cannibal barbarians were all poor ghosts. It was impossible to capture any wealth, but they themselves were a resource. At that time, they could directly demote the prisoners to slaves. Whether they were sent to the mines to dig or to the kilns to move bricks, they were all very cheap labor resources. It could be said that catching them was earning. And to achieve this goal, all that was needed was to build an extra rammed earth city wall. Compared with the benefits, it was clear which was more important. These 2 city walls formed a barbican, which could be seen as a military fortress. Its purpose was not for residents to live in, so the real settlement had to be built separately. The topography of Fuma Pass was a long and narrow valley, with stone cliffs on both sides. To the north, out of the valley, was the hilly grassland where they had ambushed the cannibal apes. Although it was open and the soil was good, unfortunately, there was no water source here, so it couldn't be reclaimed into farmland. Therefore, it was better for the tribe members to live inside the valley. Building Fuma Pass County Town to the south of the barbican, there was flat land around suitable for reclamation. And there were mountain springs flowing out from the mountains on both sides, gradually converging into small streams on the mountain. Although there was less water, they could manually dig ditches to guide it. Finally, they could dig a large pit at the foot of the mountain to store water. According to Han Feng's strange name, this water pit should be called a reservoir. Digging a reservoir, guiding mountain springs into it, accumulating small amounts into a large amount, and using it to irrigate the grain fields. The flat land at the foot of the mountain could be transformed into paddy fields to grow rice, and the gentle slopes on the mountain could also grow corn that didn't need much water. These 2 things were lazy crops. As long as they were planted, they didn't need much management, and their yield was not low. They could completely make Fuma Pass self-sufficient. At the same time, they could also plant some other things on the mountain. Mulberry, hemp, chili peppers, vegetables, fruit trees. These were all agricultural byproducts, but they were also urgently needed materials for the tribe members. Not to mention food, planting mulberry to raise silkworms, feeding chickens, planting hemp to twist ropes and weave cloth. These were all things that could be used to get rich. At the same time, if they also wanted to raise cattle and sheep, besides using straw as feed, they could also go to the hilly grassland outside the valley to graze. The wool produced at that time would also be a considerable income, and there would also be meat to eat. With a reservoir, there would be fields. With fields, they could support people, so there would be a settlement. The residential area of Fuma Pass was still a city independent of the barbican. The barbican was a military institution for stationing troops, while this county town was a civilian residence, also undertaking some self-protection purposes. But this county town had a limited population and its level was not high enough, so the city walls did not need to be built so high and large. At most, it would be similar to the Hanyang city built by Han Feng. From the above, it can be seen that the construction project of Fuma Pass was not easy. Its scale was not comparable to Riyang Commandery, but it was very cumbersome. The walls of the 2 barbicans, the walls of a county town, digging ditches to draw water from the mountains, and then running to the foot of the mountain to dig a pond. Oh, no, that's called a reservoir. In short, there was a lot to do, but there was no need to be too anxious. Anyway, the residents would not arrive until next year. The main project to be completed this year should be the walls of the 2 barbicans. With these walls, the safety of the valley behind would be guaranteed. Then it was to go up the mountain to find a water source, find a small stream, and dig a ditch to divert the stream, finally converging into the reservoir dug at the foot of the mountain. As long as these were completed, it would not delay next year's farming. Plant the land first, and then they could start building the new county town during the slack season. Hanfeng sent away the unwilling Yu Yi, then marked all the construction plans and drawings on the map, as well as the standards and requirements for various tasks. Then he had Ing Rue, Du Air, and Tu summoned. I plan to have you go and build the county town of Fuma Pass. Are you going or not? Hanfeng asked the three of them directly. When the three of them heard Fuma Pass, they had heard it from Hanfeng's mouth once before, and they also knew that this was the valley where they had rounded up wild horses. It turned out that the chief planned to build a city here. But although the three of them were a little surprised, they did not speak out against Hanfeng's arrangement. If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agree. You can ask me anything now, Hanfeng continued, looking at the three of them. Chief, we've already started building Ruyang Commandery this year. Now we're starting another one. Can Hanyang City handle 2 lines of construction at the same time? Ing Rue thought for a moment and raised his question. But this was also a question that showed his attitude. This year we are only building the city walls, not starting full-scale construction. And the construction work in Hanyang City is only left with a little woodworking. The 200 slaves that have been kept in the city have no work to do now. We can completely transfer these people there to build the city walls. We can't let them waste food for nothing every day, Hanfeng explained. Oh, then it's fine as long as there are people to do the work. I'll listen to the chief. I'm willing to go and supervise and command them. Ing Rue thought for a moment, nodded, and felt that the problem Hanfeng mentioned was not a big one. So Hanfeng looked at Duer and Tu again. What about you two? Any problems? Chief, you said before that we would build a city wall there, but the city wall needs so much earth. Where will we get it from? Are we going to dig a moat? But there's no moat there, Tu asked, scratching his head. That's a good question. We don't need to dig a moat. There really isn't much water there. The earth needed for the city walls can be taken from the hilly grassland outside the valley. Feel free to take the earth. It's no problem even if you level the hills into a plain for me. There's plenty of earth there, Hanfeng said, tapping on the valley entrance on the map. Why did Hanfeng choose this place? Because there was really a lot of earth. What are hills? To put it simply, aren't they just big piles of earth? Anyway, they were just piled up there, so it was better to take them to build the city walls. If the soil problem is solved, then I have no problem, Tu agreed immediately. Then, Hanfeng turned his gaze to Duer, who had yet to speak. Chief, there's little water there, only streams on the mountain. It's not easy for daily drinking water or irrigating the fields, Duer said after some thought. Then cut down trees, dig ditches, and lead the streams down the mountain. Dig a pond to store water. Hanfeng directly stated his well-thought-out plan. The chief's method is very good. I have no problem either. What should we do next? Duer also nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll send the three of you. Ing Rue will be the general manager, mainly responsible for finding a suitable location and transporting soil from outside the valley to build the city walls. Duer, you will be specifically responsible for finding streams, digging ditches to bring the water sources together in one place, and then digging a pond at the foot of the mountain to store water. As for you, Tu, you will be specifically responsible for clearing the land, cleaning up the local vegetation, and then going up the mountain to cut down trees. Cut as many as you can, and after cutting, pile them up in one place for storage. They will be useful when the new city is built next year. Hanfeng methodically assigned tasks to the 3 men, and all 3 agreed. 2 days later, the newly formed Fuma Pass preparatory team was ready. The team consisted of 500 people in total, including 300 residents of Hanyang and 200 slaves. Led by the 3 heads, they set off for the northern valley with a large convoy of carts and supplies. The entire team was loaded with countless food and tools, kicking off another expansion plan for the Han tribe. Fuma Pass was actually the mountain pass behind Hanyang City, not very far away. At the current pace of walking 20 kilometers a day, it would only take 3 days to get there. The distance was at most 70 kilometers, and Hanfeng had always conservatively estimated it to be around 60 kilometers. This distance was not considered far. After all, according to the military history of the Rabbit 8th Route Army, our soldiers had previously made long-distance forced marches of over 100 kilometers in a day and night during flanking and encirclement operations. And at that time, they relied on their 2 legs to race against the wheels of the Baldi's vehicles, yet we still won. This distance was really nothing. With Hanyang City as the center, The construction tasks on the north and south lines began to proceed simultaneously and gradually got on the right track. Han Feng sat comfortably in his classroom, receiving news from both places every day. But on this particular day, the prairie trade caravan, which had been out for more than half a year, finally returned. This was good news. At the very least, the harvest this time was indeed gratifying. When the personal letter from Yufu was delivered to Han Feng's hands, the caravan was still 3 days away from Hanyang City. But it was 3 days to Hanyang City, yet just a stone's throw from Ruyang Commandery. Han Feng immediately realized this was a good opportunity. The caravan had brought back many good things. How could they not stop by the construction site of Ruyang Commandery for a cup of water and a rest? Han Feng chuckled, immediately wrote back to Yufu, telling him that a new city was being built at the former residence of the Li tribe, and they could take a detour to rest there for a day before coming back. It wouldn't be too late. Yufu was also surprised after receiving Han Feng's reply. He didn't expect the Han tribe's headquarters to expand so quickly. How long had Hanyang City been built? And they were already starting a new city. This was something many people had not expected. Therefore, Yufu was also very interested in this new city. He immediately followed Han Feng's instructions, changed direction, and headed towards Ruyang Commandery City, arriving there the next morning. The next morning, the people of the Yu tribe woke up early. The entire tribe, men, women, old, and young, gathered around an iron pot to cook breakfast. The pot was a good one, earned through the labor of all the tribe members. It was the only one in the entire tribe, but the food inside was not good food, but boiled taro chunks. Although this was not a proper grain, it could relieve hunger. And this way of eating boiled food was something they had just learned from the Han tribe not long ago. The tribe members all liked it. This food with both soup and water was much better than eating barbecue all day long in the past. But just as they had cooked the food and were about to divide it and eat, the white soup in the pot suddenly rippled. Then, almost everyone felt the earth tremble. If you carefully put your ear to the ground, you could even hear a rumbling sound like muffled thunder. What was going on? Yu was a little flustered. He really didn't know what was going on, so he didn't know how to react. On the other side of the construction site, Shuda had obviously also noticed the situation. He had cavalry under his command, so Shuda immediately recognized that this was the sound of a large number of heavy livestock running at full speed. Coming from the south, and with so many cattle and horses in hand, who else could it be but Yufu's caravan returning? To be honest, Shuda had a strong prejudice against this guy. He, a proper military commander, couldn't get a single fight all year round. But this guy, who was clearly a merchant on the run, was showing off everywhere with 2 companies of heavy cavalry. Wasn't this infuriating? Even Uncle Ren couldn't bear it. No, next time he had to talk to the chief. He also wanted to go to the prairie. He could also fight. Who wanted to be stuck here moving bricks and digging earth every day? It was really a grievance, Shuda thought with a heavy heart. Yufu's team arrived quickly, but the first to run over was a group of dogs, followed by a group of sheep, cattle, and horses, and a small number of caravan members on horseback. And those who were slowly riding in carts behind were definitely Yufu. However, the Yu tribe obviously didn't know these people, but they also knew that this was a team from the Han tribe, because the leader's silver crown was very bright, looking no different from Shuda's. In addition, there were thousands of cattle, horses, and sheep. There were not many cattle and horses, but there were still 2,000 or 3,000. The rest were all live sheep, clumps of dirty sheep, so numerous that they were everywhere, impossible to count. To be honest, even Yufu himself didn't know how many there were. So many livestock, and all belonging to the Han tribe. This immediately scared the Yu tribe silly. No wonder the Han tribe was so powerful. The entire tribe, men, women, old, and young, added together, were not as many as their draft cattle. With such a disparity in strength, what was there to compare? Seeing so many cattle, the first thing Yu thought of was plowing the land. He had seen the rice harvest and replanting in the Han tribe, so he naturally knew the role of cattle. So he really wanted some draft cattle, but when he made the request to Shuda, Shuda refused unhappily. Chief Yu, how could you have such an idea? Although there are many cattle here, our Han tribe is also short of them. How many newly reclaimed lands are waiting to be plowed by cattle? Where would we have extra to exchange with you? But it's not impossible, Shuda said with a chuckle. What way? Yu asked curiously. Of course, it's to join the Han tribe. As long as you join our Han tribe, the chief will definitely distribute cattle to various places. At that time, you won't even have to ask. What a joke. Do you think you can get it by asking? Don't even think about it. Shuda earnestly persuaded you to. You too. Damn it. In the end, it was still about joining the Han tribe. But if he didn't join, it seemed his own people were about to become uncontrollable. The tribe members didn't care about anything else. Whoever could protect them, whoever could let them eat their fill, they wanted to follow. If they couldn't even fill their stomachs, who cared what the chief did? At this moment, such a situation was unfolding. Several children in the U tribe were holding on to lambs and not letting go, constantly shouting that they wanted to eat meat and wear clothes. This was a whole process of skinning and eating meat. In front of several people were a dozen vicious herding dogs. Seeing the lambs they were herding being snatched, they immediately wanted to bite the children to death and snatch the lambs back. However, in front of this group of vicious dogs was a row of warriors holding long spears, mostly to protect the children. But the children were also excusable. The U tribe planted taro, which was a high-yield crop, so the tribe members all relied on it for food. They were about to vomit from eating it. No matter how delicious the food was, eating only this every day was unbearable. Of course, there was also meat. Every day, they would spear a few fish from the river, or the hunting team would go hunting. But it was unknown whether it was because the Han tribe was nearby, but the wild animals in the vicinity were extremely scarce. It seemed that they might also be afraid of the Han tribe's sweeps. Therefore, the U tribe did not have much meat. Even if they caught prey, it was not enough to be divided among nearly 500 people. That's why the scene before them happened, with a child holding a lamb and saying he wanted to eat meat and wear clothes. Several children were all naked, without a stitch of clothing on their bodies. But it was already autumn, and the weather was getting worse day by day. Recently, a strong wind had started to blow, but these children still didn't have a single piece of animal hide. If this continued, with insufficient meat reserves, they couldn't obtain higher calories, and without animal hides for warmth, it was almost a foregone conclusion that they wouldn't survive this winter. But these children were not stupid either. Or rather, this was called the instinct for survival. They wanted to live, not just die like this. So they caught the Han tribe's sheep, wanted to eat mutton, and wear sheepskin clothes. They wanted to live, that's all. But this standoff couldn't go on forever. Someone had to come forward. At this moment, Yu Fu, who was in the middle of the team, finally walked over. Seeing Shu Do wearing a tin crown, Yu Fu immediately smiled. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance. It had been half a year, and he thought things had changed. Yu Fu rode his horse to Shuda, then dismounted, wanting to greet Shuda. But Shuda ignored him, his eyes fixed on those children, as if they had done something wrong. Shuda, what's wrong? What's the situation? Who are those people? Did our chief just take them in? Yu Fu also asked, looking at the situation in front. Shuda was originally angry and disdained to speak with this guy Yu Fu. But since the other party greeted him first, if he ignored him, it would inevitably seem petty. So he said, those are people from the U tribe. They are now our new city's neighbors and also laborers who work for us. The chief wanted them to join, but their chief has been unwilling, Shuda said expressionlessly, without looking at Yu Fu. Hee, I was wondering what it was. So that's it. Watch me. Yu Fu said and went forward, leaving Shuda grinding his teeth in place. Not far away, Yu Fu first let out a loud whistle. The herding dogs that were confronting them immediately ran to Yu Fu's feet, wagging their tails. Then he saw this guy take out a handful of jerky made from some unknown meat from the cowhide bag at his waist and throw it behind him. A dozen herding dogs immediately swarmed up, fighting each other for the jerky. Without the threat of the vicious dogs to the children, the adults who were blocking in front also relaxed. But seeing a person wearing a tin crown like Shuda, they felt an indescribable nervousness in their hearts. What was this guy going to do? He wouldn't shout and kill our children for this, would he? Yu Fu walked up to the child with a smile. The child's dirty face was still streaked with 2 lines of tears. His small, thin arms were tightly wrapped around the lamb's neck, and he wouldn't let go no matter what. He was about to strangle the lamb to death. The adult next to him was also very anxious, not knowing what would happen if the sheep died. This guy Yu Fu squatted down in front of the child, didn't speak, and once again took out a handful of jerky. He first stuffed 2 pieces into his own mouth, smacking his lips and chewing constantly in front of the child, almost making the child opposite him cry with greed. Then this guy smilingly stuffed the jerky into the other's mouth. When the child tasted that it was meat and salty at that, he immediately began to chew it in big mouthfuls, looking at Yu Fu with a silly smile. But when Yu Fu made a gesture to ask for the lamb, this little guy started to retreat, clutching the lamb's neck, constantly repeating the two words in Chinese, eat meat, wear clothes. Yu Fu smiled at him, pointed at the lamb and asked him, you want this sheep to eat its meat and use its skin to make clothes? The child nodded quickly. No clothes, wind big, cold, will die. But this is our sheep, I can't just give it to you. What will you trade for it? Yu Fu asked again. This time the child might not have understood very well. He was stunned for a long time, still not saying anything, and finally came out with two words, nothing. Yu Fu laughed when he heard this. Then if you have nothing to trade with me, I can't give it to you. You're not from our tribe. If you were from our tribe, I would just give you a set of clothes. You see that big cart over there? It's full of furs. We have as many of these furs as you want, and every one of them is bigger than this sheep. What's the use of just holding this sheep? It's so small, its skin isn't even enough to wrap yourself in. Besides, where are your shoes? This little bit of skin isn't enough to make shoes for you, right? Aren't you afraid your toes will freeze off in winter? The child looked at the little lamb he was holding, then at himself, and finally looked down at his two black feet. Then he looked up pitifully at the adults around him. His parents lowered their heads and sighed. Animal hides were so scarce. Where could they get a set of animal hides for their child? This child actually had clothes before, but his mother gave birth to another baby and thought he was big enough, so she took his animal hide away. But this child was at most 6 or 7 years old. Without an animal hide, he was just waiting to die. Mom, I want to wear clothes. I want to live. Let's go to the Han tribe. I want clothes. I want to live. What a heart-wrenchingly simple request. Yet, even a request as simple as this was difficult for the Yu tribe to fulfill. And how many tribes like the Yu were there in this world? The Yu tribe could at least meet their need for food. It was likely that other wild tribes were even worse off. The child's mother was in agony. But she was a member of the Yu tribe. Her own chief hadn't spoken, so could she make the decision to take her child and join the Han tribe on her own? In the month they had been in contact with the people of the Han tribe, were they truly not envious of their lives? Watching the people of the Han tribe eat white rice and vegetables every day, had they truly never been greedy? When their bare feet were pricked by stones as they walked, were they truly not envious of the shoes on the feet of the Han tribe's people? How could that be possible? The saying goes that the barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. But there's another part of the saying that's not recorded. The barefoot also want to wear shoes. They just didn't have the means. Otherwise, they wouldn't be barefoot. The child's mother turned her head to look at her own chief, Yu Tu, who was still staring at the herd of animals, dumbstruck. Then she looked at the Han tribe's vast herds, and finally, at the child at her knee. He was the flesh of her heart, whom she had carried for 10 months and risked her life to give birth to. His small body shivered in the autumn wind. His eyes were filled with tears and helplessness. He had only the simplest request in the world. He wanted to live. Tears blurred the woman's eyes, making everything she saw hazy. Even animals have the maternal love of entrusting their young before death. For humans, who had already gained intelligence, it was even more so. A mother's love knows no borders, nor does it distinguish between species. It is an innate instinct. If the tribe truly had extra animal hides, no one would want their children to wait for death naked in the cold wind. But the Yu tribe truly had none. What could they do? Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. Thousands upon thousands of livestock flowed endlessly before their eyes. The several tall, four-wheeled carts were laden with animal hides. Her own tribe didn't have them, but the Han tribe did. Join them. It was just a few words. Say it, and they would eat well and live well in the future. Don't say it. And could she face the child pleading at her knee? He was her own flesh and blood. Who could love him more than she did? Let this child join your tribe. As for the chief, we'll deal with him. You take him away. The child's mother suddenly made up her mind. Tears poured down as she fiercely pushed the child towards Yu Fu, then turned her head away. She knew that if the child stayed with her, he would definitely have no clothes to wear. In that case, it was better to hand him over to the Han tribe. Although she might never see him again, at least the child could live. The child was pushed by his mother and stumbled, falling to the ground with the lamb. Hearing his own mother's words, he immediately burst into tears. He didn't want the lamb anymore, and instead hugged his mother's leg, wailing, "Mom, I don't want clothes anymore. I'll stay with you, Mom. I'm not leaving. Go. You can live with them. They have everything. Go." The child cried his heart out, unable to bear leaving his mother. And his mother pushed him away again and again. Each time she pushed, the child would cry, "Get up," and run back. The mother and son went back and forth, and in the end, they couldn't bear to be separated, hugging each other and crying in a heap. The other children and adults holding lambs seemed to be affected as well. They all dropped their lambs and hugged their parents' legs, secretly wiping away tears. The heart-wrenching cries finally attracted everyone's attention. U2, who had been staring blankly at the herd, also came back to his senses. He watched the scene quietly without a word. The image of the young man with the golden crown reappeared in his mind. The words that man had said to him seemed to have been spoken just now, echoing in his ears. You are also a clan leader, a tribal chief. If you can make your people's lives better, but you don't, are you still fit to be a chief? Can you face your own people? Oh, after a long while, U2 seemed to have figured something out. He let out a long breath, and his shoulders slumped powerlessly. The thing he had held onto for so long seemed to be something he could no longer bear. After what happened today, if he still didn't agree to join the Han tribe, someone might raise a shovel behind his back at any time, chop off his head, and then brazenly stand in the Han tribe's camp. Or those little ones without clothes. Don't look at how small they are. They might just smash his head with a rock in the middle of the night. The U tribe was on the verge of a mutiny. Although there was no saying of soldiers shooting their officers in the back at this time, there were still backstabbings. Who are you to stop us from joining the Han tribe? Who are you to stop us from living a good life? If we don't kill you, who will we kill? I don't care if you're the chief. I'm not. Whoever stands in our way of joining the Han tribe is our enemy. This sentiment had quietly spread among the U tribe. Perhaps not everyone thought so, but there were always dozens who did. But U2 simply couldn't bear this risk, because even one person could make it so that he wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Therefore, between continuing to hold out and then being killed by his own people, or leading them to join the Han tribe and then winning the position of clan leader, U2 had no choice but to follow his heart. Under the gaze of all his people, he walked up to the mother and son and Yu-Fu. The child's swollen eyes were full of anger and gloom, which gave him a real fright. This child might really want to kill him. U2 pretended not to see, then looked at Yu-Fu. His expression straightened, and he immediately said with great righteousness, I am their chief. I am willing to lead all my people to join the Han tribe. Please give these children some clothes. The tribe members looked at their chief in astonishment, listening to the words coming out of his mouth, and finally fell into a frenzy of joy. From now on, there were also people of the Han tribe. Yu-Fu was stroking his beard and smiling, calm and composed. Shuda was so angry he was about to faint. He had been busy for nearly 2 months just to earn this merit, so that when he stood before the chief with this guy Yu-Fu, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. But now, damn it, where's my knife? Son of a bitch, I'm going to kill that bastard. I finally got a merit, and it was about to succeed, but you came and kicked the final goal away. Are you going to let people live? And this news was quickly transmitted to the Han tribe by wooden boat. Han Feng was not particularly excited. He had experienced too many such things. In 2 years, the Han tribe had absorbed countless tribes. A mere Yu tribe was nothing to be concerned about. Besides, Han Feng had long predicted such an outcome, so he did not pay too much attention to them. Yu Fu returned, with thousands of cattle and horses. It sounded like a lot, it looked like a lot, and in fact, it was a lot. When they left, they already had nearly 300 horses. Although there weren't that many people, the 70 heavy cavalrymen each had 3 horses, so the number was naturally large. Let's not count how many they traded for after arriving at the prairie. Just the one time they robbed the Exian tribe, they obtained a large number of cattle and horses. Firstly, because they didn't have carts, all their goods were transported by cattle and horses. In this way, the number of cattle and horses required was a large number. The Han tribe could load a cart with goods that might take them 10 cattle and horses to carry. In addition, the Exian tribe had traded for cattle and horses with various tribes on the prairie along the way, so the number was even greater. Another batch came from the Snow Wolf tribe. 500 cavalry attacked the trade caravan. The Han tribe killed over 100 people in the first encounter and captured nearly 300 horses. You know, most of them also had 2 or 3 horses per person. Although they didn't continue to fight after that, on the day the team caught up with them, they extorted hundreds of fine horses from them. In this way, the harvest was very considerable. 2 battles brought countless benefits to the Han tribe. Of course, these were all living things. The captured dead things naturally had to be counted as well, especially the large amount of sea salt captured from the Exian tribe. In addition to the goods brought by the Han tribe, this was equivalent to gathering the resources of 2 tribes. The traded livestock were all gathered in one place, so the scale of the herd was naturally large. Such a large number of livestock naturally expanded the strength of the Han tribe, but raising them also became a problem. First was the scale. The Han tribe had thousands of horses in total, and it was difficult to raise them in one place now because there was no feed. Unlike cattle and sheep, cattle, sheep, donkeys, and alpacas were more tolerant of roughage, meaning they were easier to raise. They were not picky eaters, as long as there was something to eat. Especially things like corn stalks, although not valuable, cattle and sheep loved to eat them. But if you put the same thing in front of a horse, it might not even deign to look at it. They wanted to eat fine feed. What was fine feed? Good quality alfalfa. Even if it was straw, it had to be wheat or barley straw. Rice straw could also make do. In addition, according to the amount of exercise, it was best to supplement with some seasonal fruits and vegetables or high-energy, high-calorie crops like beans in order to raise good horses. But such harsh conditions were difficult for the Han tribe to meet now. However, in the current situation, whether the horses were raised well or not was not the main issue. The most important thing was to ensure they survived. Hanyang City had stored a large amount of rice straw, but it was still not enough. So some of these horses had to be sent to Luoyang Commandery, where there was also a lot of straw. Even in the Babao mountain area north of Luoyang Commandery, the water and grass on the edge of the swamp were very lush, which was also a rare fodder reserve. In addition, there were unharvested corn stalks. The two commanderies sharing the burden would be about enough for the winter. However, to save the stored fodder, they still had to eat outside for the 2 months before winter. If they could eat outside, they wouldn't eat at home. When winter came and the mountains were sealed by snow, they wouldn't be able to eat outside anymore. Han Feng immediately gave an order to divide Yu Fu's trade caravan into 2 parts. One part would take half of the horses north out of the pass. For these 2 months, they would first go to the hilly grassland outside Fuma Pass to graze, and wait until it snowed before bringing the horses back to the city to eat straw. Otherwise, winter would be difficult. The other half of the trade caravan would take the remaining cattle and horses to Luoyang Commandery, grazing along the river, from Linza Township north to Babao Mountain, eating their fill before returning, and only entering the city when winter came and it snowed. After arranging the winter management of the livestock, Han Feng called Yu Fu over and had him recount his experiences along the way, the customs and geography of the prairie, and the attitude of various tribes towards the Han tribe's trade caravan, so that Han Feng could formulate a future strategic policy for the prairie. This was a national policy and could not be taken lightly. Chief, it will snow in 2 months. We definitely can't go to the prairie again this year, right? What should I do for these 2 months? Chief, please arrange something for me to do, Yu Fu said with a grin. 2 months, what else can you do? Why don't you take your people to collect crops? The chestnuts in Luoyang Commandery need to be harvested, the tung seeds from the tung trees also need to be harvested, and the sisal hemp in the West Mountain, the rami in the southwest, the man-eating tree in the back mountain, collect some of that too. That's it. Don't you like to run around? Don't complain about being tired then, Han Feng said, looking at Yu Fu with a playful expression. So many places? All right then, I'll go tomorrow. But our tribe has also changed a lot. I've only been out for half a year, and so many new things have come out, Yu Fu said, then suddenly took out a few letters from his body. These were all handwritten by Han Feng, and they were indeed sent by him to Yu Fu. Chief, what is this? It doesn't look like animal hide. And these characters, what are they written with? I didn't have this thing when I left. As soon as I came back, it was everywhere, Yu Fu asked with some curiosity. This is nothing special. You should have seen a writing brush before. It's similar to a brush, made of bundled animal hair. You've also seen the ink. It's just what was used for the carpenter's ink line before. As for paper, this is indeed a new thing, but the output is already very stable. A lot of paper is produced every day. Speaking of this, Han Feng's face had a proud expression. I'm a transmigrator. Look how amazing I am, smugly. So, after a round of flattery from Yu Fu, the chief is really amazing. Han Feng rewarded this guy with a set of stationery, a 5-piece set of brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and pencil. Of course, there were many other things, like a brush washer. Han Feng spread his hands helplessly. If you have the ability, find Cripple to make one for you separately, or just don't say anything and find a porcelain bowl to replace it. Yu Fu could already write, as could be seen from the letters he had communicated with Han Feng in the past. He was just interested in these new things that had appeared. But if you asked him to go to class, that was naturally impossible. It would probably be more painful than killing him. Han Feng didn't bother with this playboy. only telling him to go and collect chestnuts and tung oil as soon as possible. Then he continued to teach the students in the classroom. The days passed one by one, and the characters Han Feng taught became more and more complex. But now, ordinary characters were no longer a problem for everyone. After all, they had been studying for so long. But on this day, while Han Feng was teaching, a giant eagle circled outside the window, constantly crying out, as if looking for Han Feng. Han Feng looked closely and saw two black cloth strips fluttering on the eagle's leg. He immediately understood. Oh, it was news from Luoyang Commandery. He quickly went outside to receive the envelope. After opening it, there were only a few words inside, but they made Han Feng's brows furrow tightly. Chief, winter is approaching, and the southern tribes have insufficient autumn storage. So many tribes have taken the opportunity to join our tribe. The population of Luoyang Commandery has exceeded 20,000, but the influx of wild people is still constant, and it is expected to exceed 30,000 before winter. The grain storage in Luoyang Commandery may be insufficient. What should we do? Should we allow a large number of livestock to be slaughtered to prepare for the winter? Respectfully, Lin Shu. What the hell? I spent so much manpower and resources, wasted several years to accumulate these livestock, and you want to slaughter them for me? Why don't you go eat shit? This is truly a case of a son selling his father's land without a second thought. Han Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. After he finished cursing to Shu, he picked up the letter again. The more he looked at it, the angrier he got. Who said primitive people were stupid? I'll slap him to death. They're all a bunch of shameless bastards. This is clearly taking advantage of the loophole in the public ownership system to freeload off the Han tribe. The construction of Luoyang Commandery began last winter with site selection and land clearing. Then they immediately recruited nearby tribes to start construction, followed by the transfer of nearly 7,000 people. With more labor, the construction speed increased. Then they continued to recruit laborers from the surrounding areas, while also attracting some tribes to seek refuge and join. Over the past year, a considerable number of people had indeed joined. But compared to the sudden surge now, what did the number of people who joined this year count for? Why didn't they join earlier or later, but chose to flock here like crazy just as winter was about to arrive? Why? It was because they saw the drawbacks of the public ownership system. What is public ownership? It's eating from the big pot. Although the Han tribe had long since divided into households, with each family cooking their own meals, the source of food was still uniformly distributed by the tribe. Most of the tribes that were rushing to join now had grasped this point. It was already autumn, and all the tribes were storing food for the winter. But some tribes might have thought they couldn't store enough on their own, or perhaps they were just lazy and wanted a free meal. Didn't the Han tribe recruit people? All right then, we'll go just before winter. We won't have to do much work then, and we can still wait for the tribe to distribute food. Anyway, I've joined the Han tribe now, so I'm one of them. You can't just watch me starve to death, can you? This was damn well premeditated. They had held back for a whole year, not doing any work for the Han tribe. Now that winter was coming and a lot of labor would stop, you came with your whole family. What the hell were you doing before? What is this if not freeloading? Han Feng slammed the table in an empty classroom, furious. But what was the use of being angry? The problem still had to be solved. The current food reserves were limited, but the population was soaring. With so many more mouths to feed with the same amount of food, a food shortage was a foregone conclusion. Could he let these people, whom the Han tribe had worked so hard to recruit, starve to death? After the anger and cursing, Han Feng's mood gradually calmed down. The letter had already said that with this sudden surge, the population of Luoyang Commandery would exceed 30,000. So how could they feed over 30,000 people with the current grain in the warehouse? This was a very serious problem. Because it was the first year of construction, Luoyang Commandery did not have many newly reclaimed and cultivated fields, and the rice had only been harvested once. There was no choice, it was planted too late. Although they had rushed to plant corn after the rice harvest, Han Feng was afraid that there wouldn't be enough time for the corn to mature, and they would waste these hard-won seeds. So the amount of grain was fixed. Even if they could harvest another season of corn before winter, it wouldn't be of much use. There was no choice, there were too many people. The grain was limited, but it wasn't without a solution. If there was no grain, wasn't there still meat? The animal husbandry in Luoyang Commandery was indeed impressive. Just the saiga antelopes and the purchased sheep alone numbered over 10,000. There were also a large number of cattle and horses, but these were precious livestock and could not be slaughtered at will. In addition, there were a large number of flower pigs. Ever since the Lu tribe joined, Luoyang Commandery had been vigorously expanding the scale of flower pig farming. How did they expand it? They just raised them, let them breed more, but didn't eat them. Now, after a few months, the new batch of piglets were already half a meter long. The total number of flower pigs, big and small, had grown from the original 600 or 700 to nearly 3,000. There was no choice, it was mainly because pigs are too prolific. You can tell just by looking at the 2 rows of teats on their bellies. A litter would have 10 or 8 piglets, and sometimes a litter could have 13 or 14. With such a terrifying breeding rate, and only breeding without eating, it was hard for the number not to increase. However, Han Feng still didn't want to slaughter them on a large scale like this, because this was the foundation of the entire Han tribe. In the more than 3 years he had been here, he had only found one tribe, the Lu tribe, that had domesticated pigs. These domesticated pigs were all provided by them, and he had not yet found any other breeds. Otherwise, Han Feng would not treasure these pigs so much. These were to be promoted throughout the entire Great Han in the future. How could they be killed so casually? In that case, they could only start from opening up new sources and reducing expenditure. First was reducing expenditure. With more people, there were naturally more mouths to feed, so they couldn't eat and drink as they used to. They had to learn to be frugal and eat sparingly. Before, when the population was not particularly large, Luoyang Commandery could still have 3 meals a day, with at least 2 meals of white rice. Perhaps this was also the reason why so many shameless people were attracted. But now it couldn't be like this. They had to reduce expenditure, severely reduce expenditure, so that these freeloaders couldn't eat so happily. Then let's change it to 2 bowls of thin porridge a day. In addition, there was opening up new sources. If there wasn't enough grain, they could supplement it with other food. Luoyang Commandery was worthy of being called sheep-leaving commandery. There were really a lot of sheep, and they reproduced extremely fast. This was a creature that could reach sexual maturity at 1 year old and reproduce at 1.5 years old. It would be a shame not to kill a batch. And killing them early could also save some fodder for other livestock to get through the winter. Then let's kill half of them first, 5,000. Start with the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Then quickly salt and preserve them, and keep them for cooking meat porridge in the winter. As for the other livestock, they naturally couldn't be slaughtered on such a large scale. So opening up new sources couldn't just target livestock. They had to think of other ways. And in this season, for a tribe that lived by the water, what was the most suitable food to store? Naturally, it was the fish in the river. This was the time when sea fish migrated in large numbers. Han Feng had discovered a few days ago that the fish in the river had returned, and Hanyang City had also assigned people to start fishing. The number of fish caught was very large, too many to count. However, Han Feng had been observing this for 3 years and had made some small achievements. That is, this fish was a saltwater fish. In autumn, it would return to freshwater to reproduce. However, after these fish laid their eggs, they no longer planned to return to the sea. They would wander in the freshwater every day until they died. Then the newly born small fish would grow up in the river. After they survived the severe winter, they would once again follow the laws of their ancestors and return to the sea. So, even if Han Feng didn't catch these fish after they had reproduced, they would never be able to return to the sea. It was better to catch them than not. Anyway, it was free. Another point was that there were fish in the river of Hanyang City, and many could be caught every day. Luoyang Commandery should naturally follow suit. But according to the news Han Feng received, there were some discrepancies. It wasn't that Deshu hadn't tried to fish in Luoyang Commandery, but the situation there was not the same as in Hanyang City. The small river in Hanyang City was really small, no more than 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters deep. It was easy to fish here. Anyway, the river was only that big, and there were so many fish. Where could you run to? But the river in Luoyang Commandery was 100 or 80 meters wide and of unknown depth. There were more fish, but the capacity was too large. Even if there were many fish, most of them were in the middle of the river. Those fish were not stupid, who would run to the shallows by the river for no reason. This also added to the difficulty of Deshu and their fishing. Could the fish be caught? Of course, but there were too few. The current fishery output of Luoyang Commandery could only allow the residents of the city to have a taste. It was too difficult to use fish as a reserve food. This was not to say that Han Feng's fishing method was useless. The main reason was that the population was different now. At that time, 100 people ate 2,000 fish. Could it be the same as now, with 20,000 to 30,000 people eating 1,000 fish? Han Feng rubbed his temples. seeing so much meat hidden under the water, but he couldn't get it. How could this be? To catch the fish in the big river, the top priority was to build boats. At least 3 or 4 boats were needed, and then cast a wide net in the middle of the river. In this way, those fish would naturally have no way to escape. But the biggest difficulty of this plan was the lack of boats. Commandery was a new city. There was a windmill sawmill there, but it was too busy producing various building materials and tools. Where would they have time to build boats? They had built a small one before, which was specially used to contact the Ling tribe. Besides, a drop in the bucket, that one lonely little boat seemed even more desolate. The only fishery output now was supplied by this small boat. Building new boats was not a problem, but there was not enough time, and the materials were not many. The craftsmen in Commandery did not have much experience in shipbuilding. It would be fast if they could build one in a month. By the time they built 3 or 4 boats, it would probably be snowing heavily and the river would be frozen. At that time, what was the use of boats? Thinking of this, Han Feng was not in a hurry. He might as well wait until the river froze. It wasn't impossible to fish in winter. At that time, they could directly drill holes on the ice to fish. It would definitely be better than fishing by boat. After all, these were all landlubbers. It would also take time for them to skillfully drive a small boat. By the time they had practiced enough, the river would be frozen. Change 3 meals to 2, both thin porridge. Kill sheep and salt meat for emergencies. Fish along the river. Let's wait until winter. After finalizing the winter reserve plan for Commandery, Han Feng sneered at the Shu's letter. Want to take advantage of me? Hee hee. In this life, only I, Han Feng, take advantage of others. You actually want to take advantage of me. Han Feng sneered as he took out a piece of white paper and wrote furiously. He wanted to write back to the Shu, first scolding him, then writing down the several measures he had thought of. Finally, there was Han Feng's means of retaliation. For all newly joined tribes, each household must reclaim 10 mu of land before winter. Violators will be expelled from the city, and their food supply will be stopped. Aren't you being lazy and deliberately dragging it out until now? Don't you want to get something for nothing without working? All right then, now that you're here, make up for the work you didn't do for me. Look at whose family's food isn't earned through their own labor. Why do you want to eat and drink for free? Don't want to do it? Fine, the Han tribe doesn't lack people like you. Go back where you came from. If you don't work together with everyone, why should you eat the food everyone has grown? After writing this letter, Han Feng smiled smugly. He could almost see the indignant faces of those people as they reclaimed the land. But these guys would definitely not leave, because if such lazy people left, they could only starve to death. Only by finding a way to stay in the Han tribe could they get the guarantee of survival. Now, let alone asking him to reclaim 10 mu of land. Even 20 or 30 was not out of the question. They will definitely like it, Han Feng said with a cold smile. Reclaiming land now could be used to plant a season of winter wheat, but the planting time for wheat was too long, and the yield was ridiculously low. Large-scale planting was simply not feasible. Now was the founding stage of the Great Han Empire. It could be said that all aspects were being tried, but this wheat could not be planted in large quantities. If everyone planted wheat, and it didn't produce that much grain, the Great Han would definitely be in chaos. However, this did not mean that everyone was insulated from wheat. Of course, it had to be planted, and it had to be continuously selected and cultivated to expand the yield per mu, reduce the planting time, and then promote it to the people. Of course, unlike the 2 high-yield crops of rice and corn, wheat was a disadvantaged group. But as the saying goes, things are precious when they are rare. Anyone with a brain could figure out how expensive this little bit of wheat would be when everyone was generally eating white rice and corn. Wheat was the most luxurious grain of the Great Han Empire. Nothing wrong with that. So planting winter wheat was impossible, but turning the land over in advance also had its benefits. It could turn the original wasteland into fertile fields. If there were insect eggs in the soil, they would definitely freeze to death in winter after being turned up. When spring came next year, they only needed to follow along. Whatever others planted, they would plant the same thing. Wheat, this kind of thing, definitely couldn't exist in the founding stage of the empire. Only when the granaries were all full could someone propose planting wheat, because there would be no pressure then. They definitely couldn't risk starving people to plant wheat. Such a person would definitely be a fool. Fortunately, Han Feng was not. The letter was sent, and Han Feng also began to arrange for fishing, especially winter fishing. This thing required a huge dragnet, preferably woven from hemp fibers. In addition, there were special tools for drilling holes in the ice, ice picks, steel chisels, fish hooks, and other indescribable things, all of which began to move under Han Feng's command, looking so coordinated. But no matter how fast it was, they had to wait for 3 months, otherwise the river surface would not be frozen solid, and there would be no talk of winter fishing. The construction at Fuma Pass is underway. The first city wall has already been erected. Since this city is being built on flat ground, and there is no moat below, the city wall is built higher. Of course, this Barbican wall is mainly for defense, so it must be higher and wide enough, because in the future, ballistae or cannons will be mounted on it. The first phase of the project is the 2 rammed earth walls of the Barbican, 15 meters high, 8 meters wide at the base, and 6 meters wide at the top. From a cross-section, it looks like a large trapezoidal mound of earth. This is a high wall built to defend against giant apes, so it's not a big deal for it to be a bit higher. In the future, the city walls here will undergo a second phase of construction, which is brick facing. However, this will have to wait until people have migrated over. With the current number of people, it's already very difficult to build the walls. Ing Rue has been supervising the slaves on this matter. When the cannibal apes besieged the city, he was already in the Han tribe and had seen those monsters with his own eyes. Now that the chief has asked him to build defensive works here, he is naturally more attentive than anyone else. After all, he has seen the terror of the monsters. There is no moat here, and they can only rely on the city walls for defense, so it's better for them to be higher and, of course, stronger. Duer's team in the valley is also progressing smoothly. They not only found a stream in the mountains, but also followed the stream to a not-so-large waterfall. Below the waterfall is a clear, deep pool. The water from the cliff constantly rushes down, creating a thunderous impact sound that rumbles through the valley. This waterfall is quite rare. It's the first one the Han tribe has discovered so far, but it's not very useful, other than providing drinking water. Duer's team immediately replanned the canal, directly diverting the original stream and expanding the water supply. The entire canal wends its way into the heart of the valley, and finally all converges into a pond, providing clean drinking water for the city and county, and a large amount of clean water can also be used for irrigation. In addition, at the junction of the waterfall's pool and the canal, a sluice gate was made to control the water supply to the downstream valley reservoir, so there is no need to worry about the downstream valley flooding. With this reservoir at the foot of the mountain, it also provides the possibility for the future expansion of the villages and towns here. If they want to open up villages between Fuma Pass and Hanyang City in the future, they only need to dig a canal from this reservoir and continue to extend it southward, which greatly solves the problem of irrigation water. The land reclamation project that Sure 2 is responsible for is also underway. They first cut down the shrubs along the planned location of the city, directly clearing a firebreak, and then found a windless day and burned the city site to the ground. After clearing the city site, this group of people began to cut down trees in the valleys on both sides, removing the branches and piling them up in the mountains, and then piling up the logs nearby for use when the city is formally built next year. By the end of September, Hanyang City had already built 6 new wooden boats, constantly traveling between Hanyang Commandery and Riyang Commandery, continuously supplying this new city with nutrients. Thanks to the addition of the Yu tribe, there were already 1,200 people here, plus the people who came from Hanyang City every day to help with the work. The number reached 1,500, which could barely be considered the appearance of a city. More members of the Yu tribe took wooden boats to Hanyang City. While helping to transport materials, they also gained a better understanding of this new tribe they had joined. This made them even more determined in their original decision to join the Han tribe, because they all saw the good life in Hanyang City, and they were also building a new home under the command of the chief. What they saw would one day be born from their own hands. In addition, they had also changed from the original Yu tribe to the current Yu clan of the Han tribe. The great chief had bestowed a surname, and from then on, they were no different from the other members of the Han tribe. And the benefits of joining the Han tribe were almost immediate. The materials that were previously said to be exchanged for labor had now been transported to the new city. Boatloads of porcelain, pottery, buckets, iron pots, iron tools, farm tools, and cloth continuously arrived at the shore of Riyang Commandery, making every newly joined tribe member overjoyed. Whether it was the newly moved High Mountain tribe or the original Yu tribe, almost everyone was cheering. Holding these exquisite utensils and wearing warm woolen clothes, they also began to feel proud of being citizens of the Han tribe, because these were all good things that other tribes could not get. Shu, who was stationed in Luoyang Commandery, received Han Feng's instructions and also began to act according to the rules. He ordered a large number of wild people who came to seek refuge to reclaim wasteland, distributed tasks by family unit, and then ordered special personnel to measure the land, and then verify it family by family. Although these cunning people who came to seek refuge were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to obey, otherwise they would be driven out of the city. There were also some tribes who had just arrived here and had not yet formally requested to join. After learning about this situation, they could only bite the bullet and continue to seek refuge, because there was only 1 month left before winter. They had already wasted a lot of time on the road of migration and had no time to collect reserves for the winter. Turning around and leaving now would only mean starving to death in the mountains and forests. It was better to honestly reclaim a few acres of land here and ask for a household registration quota. And the old people of Reborn Commandery also looked down on these newcomers. After all, it was because of their appearance that their 3 meals a day had become 2 meals of thin porridge, and they were not as full as before. These people were naturally not happy. So even if Han Feng did not give this task of reclaiming land to the newcomers, these people who came to share their food for nothing were not welcome. If you don't contribute to the tribe, how can you have the face to eat the grain we have grown? The population of Luoyang Commandery was rapidly increasing. No one knew where they all came from, only that they came from the south. But if you asked them to say the specific location, no one could explain it clearly. Even if they could explain it clearly, no one in the Han tribe would know. After the newcomers reclaimed the land, they couldn't live in luxurious brick houses for the time being. Shu could only build another city and then urgently build adobe shacks. For now, they could only make do, because winter was coming soon, and it was too late to build brick houses, so they could only use rammed earth houses instead. These earth houses were very simple, but most of the functions of brick houses were also available here. The most important point was that these earth houses were not afraid of fire, and they could burn kangs for heating. The construction report for the new city was also sent to Han Feng, asking him to give the new city a name. Han Feng thought for a moment. The previous 2 cities were at the township level, one Linza Township and one Shangtian Township, so this time it would be called Fengyi Township. Normally, these townships should actually be called workshops, because Han Feng wanted to set up a small capital in Luoyang Commandery to be used as the current capital. After all, the plain in Luoyang Commandery was not small, with tens of thousands of acres of flat land, enough to support many people. Once the population here developed in the future, it would definitely be a large commandery comparable to the capital, and it was close to the big river, so it was very convenient to transport materials by water or land. However, according to the current development speed, Luoyang Commandery could not even be self-sufficient now. It was nonsense to talk about the capital. Even the food for the winter had to be thought of by Han Feng, the chief. Alas, after approving Shu's application for building the city, as well as the naming and related matters, Han Feng also began to get busy with his own affairs. The people of the Sang clan had already collected a large number of wild Tussa silkworm cocoons, but they still knew nothing about the processing method. Whether these cocoons could be successfully turned into cloth still depended on Han Feng. In a corner of the spinning workshop, a new spinning machine was quietly placed. This was modified from the first-generation machine, but now it was completely unrecognizable, and it was impossible to see where it looked like the original. A special rectangular iron basin was placed on the reeling machine, and charcoal was burned in the furnace below. This way, the temperature after burning was higher, and there was basically no smoke, so even ordinary families could afford it. As for the iron basin, if you couldn't afford it, you could replace it with a ceramic basin. It was no big deal, it was just a heating tool after all. The iron basin was like a pot of Mandarin duck hot pot, divided into 4 by the partition inside. Most people couldn't understand it. Han Feng originally wanted to explain it to them, but then he thought about it and decided against it. They might not understand even if he told them. It all depended on whether it worked or not. If it really worked, then they would naturally understand. Someone, put the selected cocoons into the hot water, then stir them with chopsticks. Remember, you can only put 8 in each trough. Let's begin. Han Feng stood aside and began to command the Han tribe's first silk reeling work. The operators were Sang Xiao, the clan leader, and the translator she had brought with her before. The 2 of them took out a fine wicker basket, then counted the cocoons from it, and put them into the iron basin, 8 in each water trough, no more, no less. A few days ago, Sang Xiao and the other had also asked Han Feng why they had to use 8 silk threads as one strand, why not 5 or 6? To be honest, Han Feng himself didn't know. This was what the teacher who liked to raise silkworms in his previous life school told him. But what could he say now? He was also very confused. The diameter of a silk thread is only 1/10 of a human hair. It's too thin to be convenient for weaving. But Han Feng couldn't be sure whether this was what the teacher said or the number passed down from ancient times. However, Han Feng had great disagreement with this. For example, the silk clothes unearthed from Mwangdui in his previous life. A whole piece of clothing could be folded and stuffed into a matchbox. How thin and light was such a piece of clothing? How did the ancients weave such thin silk? If they used 8 threads when spinning, Han Feng would never believe it. But although it was not necessary to use 1 silk thread to weave cloth, it was still possible to be as fine as 2 or 3 threads. Without continuing to struggle with this problem, the current situation was to weave the silk first before talking about anything else. First prove that it is feasible, and then slowly improve it. Sang Xiao stirred the cocoons in the water trough with chopsticks, and soon there was a phenomenon of silk coming off. This was the layer of hammock on the cocoon used for fixing had decomposed. After tearing off these hammocks, one by hand, they continued to stir them in the water trough. After a while, a few threads were indeed wound on the chopsticks. This was a great success. Sang Xiao and the translator were both very excited, as were the few people watching around, including Han Feng's mother-in-law and Xiao Dai. This silk is so fine. If we use this to weave cloth, it will definitely be very thin. I just don't know what it will look like when it's woven. Han Feng, can I weave this? Xiao Dai asked from the side, her eyes full of expectation. She was very interested in any new things in the field of textiles. It's good to be interested. People with vision, who maintain a strong curiosity about new things, can think independently, and have their own opinions are the people suitable for this era. Otherwise, if everyone in the Han tribe was listless, there would be no need for development. Of course, you can weave the first piece of silk then. Han Feng agreed readily, eager to find something for her to do. But while the two were talking, Sang Xiao and the translator had already found 4 sets of thread ends. Then, under Han Feng's guidance, they threaded the 4 sets of 4 threads through the various joints of the machine and finally wound them on the spindle. The next step was to provide power with the foot pedal. As the flywheel rotated rapidly, the silk threads of the cocoons began to be gradually peeled off. The 8 cocoons in each group were tightly gathered together because the silk threads were pulled by the flywheel and began to float and shake on the water surface. The process of the cocoons getting smaller was almost imperceptible to the naked eye because the silk threads were too fine. A cocoon no bigger than a chestnut could produce about 1,000 meters of silk thread, which shows its fineness. Thanks to the experience of developing the previous 2 generations of spinning machines, the modification of this reeling machine was very successful. It could work normally on the first try, which made Han Feng very happy. But looking at the slow speed at which the silk accumulated on the spindle, Han Feng was also speechless. It was boring. There was no choice. The textile industry was originally a boring and direct industry, repeating the same action every day. Of course, the main reason was that there were too few patterns now. There was only one weaving technique, plain weave, and dyeing could only be done in a single color. There was no color matching or printing, so it seemed very boring because there were too few tricks to play. It was not easy to wait for the first round of 4 bundles of silk to be spun into yarn. Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little sleepy. Of course, this little bit of stuff was definitely not enough to weave cloth, so they had to repeat this process, constantly reeling silk until all the cocoons collected this time were reeled into silk threads. Otherwise, it would not be enough to make a fuss. Han Feng was a busy man. He had no time to continue staring here. With so many cocoons and only this one machine, it would probably be snowing by the time they were all done. So he turned and left. With this time, he might as well continue to carve his own coin minting steel stamp mold. Back in the classroom, the first class in the afternoon was self-study. But now all the self-study classes were arranged by Han Feng for carving characters. He himself was also sitting at the teacher's desk, drawing the pattern of the coin against a magnifying glass, and then carving it. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that he had just sat down for a short while when Bai Qi, who was appointed by Han Feng to be in charge of all the carving work, came to report to him. Chief, our clay movable type. All the commonly used characters of the first font size have been carved. They are all 8 millimeters square. Should we fire a batch first? The first batch of clay movable type had been carved, which made Han Feng very happy. There were 5 or 6,000 commonly used characters, and each character needed to be carved more than 10 times, with the most having dozens. This added up to tens of thousands of characters. It took the entire school of 300 people working together several months to carve out the first set of characters. Although it was only one size and relatively small, this 8mm square font was already quite large compared to modern book print. Its area was about the same as the cross-section of a regular cigarette, as most cigarettes have a diameter of 8mm. Fire them. Of course we'll fire them. Fire a batch first to test the printing effect. If it's not good, we'll switch to other materials. But speaking of other materials, I've come up with an idea that might be a once-and-for-all solution, Han Feng immediately decided. Chief, what do you mean by once and for all? Bai Qi asked, puzzled. Once and for all means we only have to do it once, and we'll never have to carve characters again. And we only need to carve one of each character, then we can mass-produce them, Han Feng said with a slight smile, very pleased with an idea that had suddenly occurred to him. With clay movable type, the characters can be printed continuously. Can the clay blocks of the movable type also be copied? Bai Qi looked shocked. He felt this was ridiculous, an insult to his intelligence. After all, he had personally carved characters with his classmates for several months and deeply understood the hardship involved. But hearing these words from the chief's mouth made him feel, for some reason, that it was credible. After all, the chief was the omnipotent son of heaven, the son of Old Man Heaven himself. That's right. Using metal movable type. We can use a tin lead alloy to cast the type. Of course, to achieve a once-and-for-all solution, metal movable type alone is not enough. We must first make a batch of character molds. This way, once we have a batch of character molds as a standard, if we want to cast movable type in the future, we can just take out the molds and cast one. Then we'll never have to carve characters again. And if the character molds are well maintained, they can be passed down for thousands of years without any problem. The more Han Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? The printing technology of the rabbit was world famous, from early woodblock printing to later movable type made of wood, clay, copper, tin, and lead. They had almost everything, but it was never widely promoted. There were reasons for this, but these reasons were not a problem for Han Feng. The ancestors had taken a winding path for thousands of years and told him the most correct method. There was no reason for him to repeat the same mistakes. The earliest woodblock printing was too labor-intensive, which led to the development of movable type printing. But the material of the movable type was constantly evolving, yet it was never widely promoted. Instead, woodblock printing technology continued for thousands of years, all because the ancestors took too many wrong turns. The earliest wooden movable type, because the wood easily swelled and deformed after absorbing ink, had a very low utilization rate. The characters had to be recarved after a short period of use. And because of the typesetting technology invented by Bai Shang, which used pine resin and wax to stick the wooden movable type to an iron plate, disassembling the movable type after printing was very troublesome. The pine resin and wax stuck to it had to be scraped off bit by bit. The heavy workload was even more troublesome than woodblock printing, which made people shy away. Later, clay movable type was used, which solved the problem of the printing plate absorbing water and deforming. But the typesetting and fixing technology was still the same, still using glue, and it was just as troublesome to disassemble after printing. Later, a clever person improved the typesetting and fixing technology, changing from using glue to using a wooden frame to squeeze. All the movable type was placed in a frame and then stuffed tightly with things. After use, it could be taken out directly, which reduced the workload of disassembling the movable type and allowed movable type printing to begin to rise. But wooden and clay movable type still had major drawbacks. They were not durable. They would be ruined after a short period of use and were not easy to preserve. So someone came up with the idea of casting metal movable type, hoping to increase the service life of the movable type. But after switching to metal movable type, new problems arose. First was the price. The early copper movable type was very expensive. After all, copper was the currency of ancient times. Using money to cast movable type was something that only an emperor with the power of the whole country could afford. Who among ordinary people had this financial strength? Later, to lower the price, tin type appeared. But both tin and copper had a common feature of metal movable type. The printing effect was not good. The printing ink used in Ancient Rabbit was all water-based ink. To put it bluntly, It was water-based ink formed by melting water and ink sticks. But water would automatically condense into small water droplets on the metal surface, making it impossible to evenly adsorb the ink on the metal movable type. So metal movable type was never widely promoted. This was mainly related to the problem of surface tension of the metal. The later lead movable type was something that was brought back from overseas after printing technology spread to Europe. As for why metal movable type was so widely used in the West, one reason was that their writing was all letters, just a few dozen of them back and forth, so the work of finding characters was very easy and efficient. The second reason was that the ink used by Europeans was oil-based ink, which could easily and evenly adsorb on the metal surface. The integration of the advantages of both sides led to the success of Western metal movable type printing technology. But none of the above problems were problems for Han Feng. First, the currency set by Han Feng was copper and silver, while the movable type was made of tin and lead. This avoided the phenomenon of using money to cast type, and the cost was greatly reduced. Moreover, the melting points of tin and lead were only 200 or 300 degrees, so the cost of smelting and casting was greatly reduced. After all, it was not like copper and iron, which had melting points of over 1,000 degrees. You could melt tin and lead in an iron pot with firewood, without even needing charcoal. How low was the cost? Furthermore, Han Feng already knew the correct ink for metal movable type printing, which was oil-based ink. And oil-based ink was abundant for the current Han tribe. Not to mention animal oils like lard, beef tallow, and mutton tallow. There were more than 5 types of vegetable oils, including tung oil, lacquer oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, and hemp seed oil. Even the pine nuts collected from the mountains could be pressed for oil, although the yield was too low. Now, as long as oil replaced clean water and ink sticks were ground in the oil, the simplest oil-based ink could be obtained. As for which one had the best effect, it could be known with a little experimentation, which was not a problem for Han Feng at all. As for the ink sticks, the ink kilns on the mountain were constantly burning. The output of one ink kiln was now enough to support the entire Han tribe. After all, among the tens of thousands of people in the entire Han tribe now, no more than 2,000 could write, and less than 500 could write several thousand characters. With so few literate people, how much ink could they use? Finally, there was the once-and-for-all method that Han Feng mentioned, which was to make a set of character molds and then cast them in batches. After all, after literature was promoted, after 100 or 80 years, a new culture of the Han tribe would definitely be born. At that time, printing books and so on could not just be done by the government. There would definitely be private printing houses. But how would they print then? Making their own movable type was too time-consuming and wasted manpower and material resources. At this time, Han Feng's character molds would come in handy. If someone wanted to open a private printing workshop, they could directly apply to the government. At that time, the government would directly cast a set of lead tin movable type with the character molds. The private printing house only needed to pay. This way, they could directly buy a set of national standard metal movable type printing plates, which was both cost-effective and convenient. As for whether private individuals had the financial strength to buy movable type printing plates from the government, Han Feng felt it was not a problem. The metals used were lead and tin. These two things were valuable if you said they were, and worthless if you said they weren't. Copper and silver were currency, and iron could be used to make tools and weapons. Lead and tin could only be used as a small amount of additive for bronze alloys. Taken alone, they were almost useless. Except that tin could be used as solder for welding, especially lead. What could it be used for in this era? It was useless except for making movable type. And because of the ultra-low melting point, the smelting cost of lead and tin was so low. So even if it was used to make movable type, except for the labor cost which might be a bit expensive, the material cost would not even exceed the labor cost. In this way, the low-priced metal movable type could be promoted on a large scale. With more private printing workshops, there would be more books. With more books, they would be very cheap. Cheap books would be conducive to the spread of culture and the popularization of education, allowing everyone to afford books and go to school. Only when people have knowledge can they have insight, and it will be easier for the country to become strong and prosperous. So, this idea was really a benevolent policy that benefited the country and the people. The more Han Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but implement this plan immediately. Han Feng immediately sent Bai Qi away, asking him to send the first batch of clay movable type to Cripple's place to be fired first. Then he asked Dezue to prepare a batch of wax ingots, to first carve a set of character molds using the lost wax method. After that, it was to recycle the early bronze wares of the Han tribe, such as bronze farm tools, axes, and so on, and replace them all with iron ones. The tasks were quickly assigned, and Dezue's efficiency was also very fast. He sent a large pile of wax ingots on the same day. Speaking of which, the Han tribe had not used the lost wax method to cast things for a long time, so these waxes had been idle, which was why Dezue could quickly take them out. With the wax blocks, the next day Han Feng began to lead 300 students to carve characters. This time, they were carving character molds, so it was completely different from the previous clay movable type. What were character molds? They were models. After these things were made, they could be used repeatedly, so only one of each character was needed. On the same day, Han Feng drew a grid on paper with a pencil, then wrote out 10,000 characters with a brush, and none of them were repeated. It was also worth noting that this time they were carving standard characters, which means the characters were positive, and the printed ones would be reversed, because this was mainly for casting molds, not for printing. The previous set of clay movable type, because it was for printing, required at least 10 of each character, and some even had dozens. Several thousand commonly used characters had their workload multiplied by more than 10 times. In addition, the students still couldn't write, and their carving skills were also unfamiliar, so the progress was very slow. But this time was different. Han Feng gave each of the 300 students 35 characters, totaling more than 10,000 characters, and each character was different. He asked them to finish carving them in 2 classes, which was more than 2 hours. Since they all had a lot of experience carving clay movable type before, their skills were proficient. In addition, the wax ingot material was also relatively soft, making it very convenient to carve. And this time they were carving positive characters, which made their work even smoother. Some fast-handed students even finished the task in half an hour, which made Han Feng very happy. This was equivalent to completing a set of character molds in just 1 day. The progress was amazing. The next day, Han Feng had Dezue take away these wax ingots, then mixed white refractory kaolin clay into a thick and easily flowing paste, and then inserted these wax ingots into it. After they were dry, he heated them to pour out the melted wax liquid, then recut the solidified wax blocks into ingots of another font size, and sent them to Han Feng and the others again. Han Feng, who got the new wax ingots, organized 300 students to carve more than 10,000 characters on this day, just that the size was different from yesterday's. Dezue, who got the molds, was not idle either. He began to smelt lead ore on the same day and cast the first batch of lead ingots. After the molds were completely dry on the 3rd day, this guy, as instructed by Han Feng, melted the previous bronze farm tools in the furnace, then smelted an alloy according to a 1-to-1 ratio of bronze and lead, directly reducing the melting point of the alloy to about 600 degrees. Then he used these lead bronze alloys to cast the character molds, which was completed on the same day. And at this time, Han Feng had already led the students to finish carving 3 sizes of character molds. After getting these character molds, Dezue was also able to cast a batch of lead bronze character molds every day, and the efficiency was greatly improved. A week later, Han Feng had already obtained 5 sizes of metal character molds. The smallest batch was 5 millimeters square, about the same size as the font in modern books. This could be used for printing books, and also for use with large-size characters. Large characters could be used for printing the main text, and small characters for printing annotations. Together, they could be used to print dictionaries. This kind of tool book would definitely have the largest sales volume, and any number could be sold. 5 sizes: National Standard Size 1, 5 millimeters long and wide; National Standard Size 2, 8 millimeters; Size 3 1 centimeter; Size 4 1.5 centimeters; Size 5 2 centimeters. From the annotations of dictionaries to printing notices, these 5 sizes could basically adapt to all needs. Of course, this was not the most important thing, because these character molds were all positive characters and could not be used for printing. So they had to use these character molds to cast reverse characters. This was the real purpose. First, make a wooden box, then mix refractory clay into soft mud and put it in the box. Whatever character needs to be cast, take out a corresponding character mold, then press the character face down into the mud. In this way, a reverse character mold is made. If you want to cast a dozen of one character, just press the same character mold a few more times. Finally, cast this mold full of holes with a lead tin alloy, and a dozen identical reversed characters will come out at once. This is the final metal movable type used for printing. In this way, Han Feng and 300 students completed a task of thousands of years in just 1 week. With these bronze alloy character molds, they would never have to carve characters again in the future. When a new printing plate needed to be cast, they just had to take out the character molds and press a few pits in the refractory clay. After use, wash the character molds clean, put them in a wooden box, pad it with woolen cloth, then pour tung oil on it, and finally seal it. As long as these metal things are always maintained with oil, they can be preserved for 1,000 years without any problem. In this way, Han Feng's wish was fulfilled. End of the month, collecting monthly tickets, comrades. Please support with your monthly tickets, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Another week passed, and the various workshops in Hanyang City were still bustling. Sang Xiao in the spinning workshop had already accumulated several thousand bundles of silk thread and was now trying to weave silk with Xiao dye. Although it was late autumn and the temperature was dropping daily, these female textile workers were still working with great enthusiasm. De Zue's metallurgical workshop was not idle either. In this week, he had already used the bronze alloy metal character molds to cast 5 complete sets of lead tin movable type of different sizes. Each piece of movable type, shining with a dazzling silver light, was like a seal, ready to be inked and used for printing books at any time. Muton's wood processing factory was even busier, with the largest number of personnel. One part was constantly making desks and chairs for the school buildings, another group specialized in producing wooden boats, and another batch was producing various utensils, such as wooden machinery, farm tools, and miscellaneous items like buckets. But none of these were important. What was important was that Han Feng had them make a batch of new things these past few days. There were several large cabinets for placing the movable type, as well as wooden frames for typesetting, brushes, workbenches, and other tools. Han Feng himself was not idle either. In addition to continuing to teach the students, he had also personally mixed some oil-based ink formulas. The ink was still pine soot ink, and the oils were all vegetable oils: peanut oil, hemp seed oil, lacquer oil, and tung oil. Han Feng had tried all 4 of these, and finally mixed several oils in different proportions to create the best oil-based ink. Through experimental analysis, tung oil, a type of natural varnish, was not very suitable for printing. Because tung oil paper is waterproof, the printed characters would also be waterproof, but it looked awkward compared to the surrounding blank areas, and it had a strong tung oil smell. Although the smell of tung oil is not toxic, it is not something most people can accept, so it was not adopted. Then there was peanut oil, which had a decent effect, but the ink dried relatively slowly. Hemp oil and lacquer oil also had their own characteristics. After some comparison, Han Feng mixed a hybrid ink, using 30% hemp seed oil, 60% lacquer grass seed oil, and 5% tung oil. After mixing, it was ground evenly with pine soot ink. The characters printed with this hybrid ink, because they contained hemp seed oil, would not smudge. The printed characters would not easily spread on the paper, so the characters were clear. Also, because it contained a large amount of lacquer grass seed oil, the ink had strong adhesion and was easy to apply to the surface of the paper. It could be inked once without having to be brushed back and forth several times. As long as the paper was laid on the printing plate, a single pass with a brush could easily apply the ink, avoiding rework and reducing the rate of defective products. Finally, because a small amount of tung oil was added, the ink could dry quickly. The ink had good volatility and dried fast. And because tung oil was added, it could also increase the brightness of the ink, making the printed characters stand out. This might not be obvious in daylight, but at night, when reading under a dim oil lamp, this feature immediately became prominent. Although the printed characters were not as exaggerated as fluorescent characters, they could still be clearly distinguished from the surrounding white paper. This feature was particularly important in an era without electric lighting. Finally, due to the addition of a large amount of pine soot ink, the printed characters were not only particularly black, but also had a smell of roasted pine wood, which made the printed paper smell very pleasant. Oil-based ink, paper, metal movable type, typesetting tools, printing tools, type-picking shelves, workbenches, all kinds of equipment were ready. Han Feng couldn't help but want to print books. After spending so much manpower and material resources, how could he not see the results? The final choice for the printing workshop was the top floor of an empty school building, with 2 classrooms specially set aside for printing. The shelves were placed against the wall, and the 5 sizes of metal type were placed on them. In the middle were several large workbenches, on which various printing tools were displayed. The classroom next door was the warehouse, storing white paper and oil-based ink, as well as the printed books. There were also several tables here for binding the new books. Everything was ready, except for starting the work. There were not many people in the printing workshop, only 5. Bai Chi was the general manager. But when they first started, they encountered a difficulty, which was the most tedious part: type picking. Type picking was not difficult, but for someone like Bai Chi who hadn't learned many characters, it was not easy, let alone finding the required characters one by one in the sea of Chinese characters. Han Feng was a person who had received modern education. He had learned pinyin and radicals, but Bai Chi had not. So currently, only Han Feng could pick the type. This was the huge pit of movable type printing, because the work of type picking could only be done by people who could read. In fact, type picking was similar to an input method. Han Feng first used the most familiar pinyin type picking method, arranging all the movable type according to pinyin, then pasting small pinyin paper strips on the shelves. He held a tray with a page of manuscript on it, and then went to find the characters one by one, first finding the corresponding initial, then the final. It was easy to find, but after finding 2 pages of the book, Han Feng cried. He was the only one who knew pinyin. If he had to typeset a whole book, how long would it take? Later, Han Feng tried the Wubi input method, looking for characters according to radicals and strokes. He felt this was even more troublesome. The main thing was that whether it was pinyin or radicals, only he knew them. Without Han Feng, they still couldn't do anything. But if he taught them pinyin, who knew when they would learn it? Finally, Han Feng came up with a stupid method that could specifically deal with the current situation, which was to compile a catalog for all the movable type. Over 10,000 movable type characters were all written in a small booklet according to radicals. This was equivalent to a dictionary, except that what was written after each character was not the annotation of the character, but the character's location in which cabinet, which shelf, which compartment. In this way, Han Feng only needed to find the location of the character in this catalog, and then call someone to get it from that cabinet. This greatly increased the efficiency of type picking. Han Feng and Bai Chi sat behind the workbench, holding the manuscript and starting to flip through the catalog. After finding the location, they would call someone. You go to cabinet number X, shelf Y, compartment Z to get which character. After hearing this, the type picker would go directly to the spot, get the movable type, and check if it was correct. If there was no problem, they would proceed to the next one. When a page of the book was collected, it would be sent to Han Feng, who would check it again. After 2 checks with no problems, it would be sent to another table for typesetting. The metal movable type would be arranged according to the format of the book page, and the blank spaces would be filled and fixed with small wooden blocks. After this step was done, the typesetter would check it against the manuscript for the 3rd time. If there was no problem, it would be sent to the printing table. After the printing table received the plate, it had to be checked for the 4th time. First, they checked for typos, then they checked if the typesetting had placed the characters correctly, so that no character would appear horizontal or upside down in the end. After the 4th check was completed, they could apply the ink and print. Working according to this procedure, the efficiency was indeed improved. It was much faster than one person picking the type alone, and there were basically no errors, reducing the probability of printing errors to the minimum. Since Bai Chi was the person in charge, Han Feng placed him in the most important part of type picking, letting him learn how to flip through the catalog with him. This catalog was all written in Chinese characters, and the sorting method was according to radicals. Since Han Feng had taught them to write characters according to radicals, there was no obstacle in reading this catalog now. After Bai Chi had picked more than 10 pages of the book with Han Feng began to let go and sat aside to watch Bai Chi find the characters himself. After he found them, he would give them to Han Feng to check, and there were no errors. It was this stupid method, but it allowed the few people in the printing department to start working independently without Han Feng's help. This was a good phenomenon. He was finally free, Han Feng thought with satisfaction. The first book printed by the printing workshop was some manuscripts that Han Feng usually wrote, and this one was called Selected Poems. Each page had a poem that Han Feng had copied, then modified a bit, summarized, and put together to become a book. Each page had a poem, using size 3 font, and below the poem were annotations to the ancient poem, using the smallest size 1 font. Each plate had to be printed 3,000 times. The pages were accumulated together, then cut, sorted, and bound. In this way, a book was completed. Considering the technology of this era and the production cost, the final binding method chosen was thread binding. Only one woolen thread was needed. It was cheap and fast, much faster than using glue. Although the one with glue was indeed more exquisite, what was the use of it? It was still the same sentence. The cost was too high. In this way, the work of the printing department became more and more proficient, and the quality and speed of printing became better and better. Basically, Han Feng didn't have to worry about it anymore. But just as Han Feng was busy with printing books, good news came from Xiao Dai's side. The trial production of silk was successful. This was really a good thing. At least the Han tribe had another project that benefited the people. In the future, it could not only bring a large amount of output to the Great Han, but also promote foreign trade. Most importantly, it could also bring tax revenue to the Great Han's regime and become an important project of fiscal revenue. Han Feng was invited to visit the weaving of silk. After watching for a while, he was stunned. Since this was undyed raw silk, the silk produced was naturally white. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like the white silk used for hanging in TV dramas. This was so exciting. After observing for a while, besides the silk, Han Feng also found a few places on the machine that needed improvement. Then he called Mu Tong over and told him how to change it. The last step was to modify and test it. Once the experiment was successful, it could be mass-produced. But this was not very urgent. After all, it was still in the experimental stage. It was better to think more about how to optimize the equipment. Mass production would not be possible for another 1 or 2 years. In the following days, the Han tribe was building in all directions, while Han Feng honestly printed his books in Hanyang City. The Shu and Luoyang Commandery had also sent Han Feng many letters these days. One was to report how many new people had arrived. The second was how many acres of land these new people had reclaimed, and the last was to report on the 100 acres of corn in Luoyang Commandery, saying that the corn was growing extremely well. Not to mention where the grain was. Just the large leaves and long stalks were perfect for feeding livestock. Unconsciously, time entered mid-October. The weather was getting colder and colder, and it was only warm at noon. The corn in Luoyang Commandery was about to be harvested, but the corn was not growing well now. Although it was barely ripe, due to the increasingly low temperature and the short planting time, the yield was naturally not enough to look at. Let alone a bumper harvest, it probably couldn't even reach the normal yield per mu. But it didn't matter. This season's grain was originally rushed. It was better to harvest more grain than to let the land lie fallow. At the same time, on the southwest coast, a dozen people were trekking with difficulty. They were wrapped in rough animal skins, which looked like they had been casually peeled off, perhaps without even being tanned. They were the trade caravan of the Ecchi tribe. The trade caravan that once dominated the entire prairie, bringing sea salt to countless herdsmen. The trade caravan that had crossed the hidden heavenly road in the sea, bringing countless livestock to Bamboo Island. The trade caravan that had brought countless grain seeds, tried in vain to buy a bullock cart from the Han tribe. The trade caravan that was refused to trade and suffered a devastating blow from the heavy cavalry. The trade caravan that was pursued and killed by the Snow Wolf tribe on their way back. The trade caravan that was so hungry that their eyes were dizzy and finally had to eat their mounts, walking 1,000 miles to go home. They looked like beggars. No, beggars were richer than them. This group of a dozen people had dull eyes and were on the verge of madness. After experiencing 2 pursuits and robberies and being surrounded by wolves on the prairie, the team of 20 or 30 people had been constantly shrinking on their way back. Everyone was about to collapse, but the obsession of going home was still supporting them. Finally, they saw the bamboo building standing by the sea, and everyone cried. Elder Shang was lying on a simple stretcher, already in a coma. He was not young to begin with, and after a series of blows, he finally collapsed. A group of people entered the bamboo building and saw the supplies stored here. There were dried meat, corn, and a pottery urn for cooking food. Arriving at the bamboo building was like standing at the doorstep of home. But it was still the middle of the month, and the reef bridge in the sea had not yet emerged. Otherwise, they could go home immediately. But in the current situation, they could only wait here until the end of October, when the 2 months met, the tide receded, and the heavenly road emerged. But this was also good. They were already exhausted, and there were many supplies here. It was better to rest here for half a month. 2 days later, Elder Shang, who had been unconscious, finally woke up after being fed hot soup by his team members for 2 days. Damn the Han tribe. Why did they rob us? Why won't they let us sell salt? We just wanted to buy a cart. What's wrong with that? Why did they hit us? Woo 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 woo. The heartbroken Elder Shang covered his old face and cried his heart out. "Elder, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should," the squad leader who had survived by chance said, looking at Elder Shang. Elder Shang looked at the squad leader blankly, signaling him to say what he had to say. "If you don't say it, how will I know?" "Ahem, the road ahead of us is full of potholes and rocks. A cart can't go on it. Even if we bought it, we couldn't bring it back," the squad leader said helplessly. Elder Shang. Buying a cart and not being able to bring it back was a problem, but Elder Shang didn't see it that way. The main reason was that they had never intended to buy carts in large quantities. They just wanted to get a sample to take back and replicate. If they couldn't bring the whole cart back, couldn't they just dismantle it and carry it back on horseback? But he didn't say that. People who could become elders were not fools. In fact, on the way back, he had already figured out many things. For example, even if they got a cart, they probably couldn't replicate it. Why? Because they didn't have the right tools to process wood. This theory was indeed correct. In fact, the entire technological progress of history revolved around two focal points, as important as a person's two eyes. One was a new power source, and the other was more advanced materials. And what the Exian tribe lacked now was materials. They lacked iron tools, and they didn't even have suitable bronze tools. After all, when iron tools were insufficient, hard bronze could also be used to make some tools. But it was useless to talk about this now. He was the Elder Shang of the Exian tribe, in charge of trade. What did developing tools have to do with him? The current situation was that as long as he could get the cart back, it would be a great achievement. Unfortunately, this one and only goal had not been achieved. Instead, they had paid a heavy price for it, and were even threatened not to trade on the prairie in the future. This was undoubtedly cutting off their source of wealth. Sigh. Elder Shang sighed. The thought of having to go back and discuss countermeasures with the leader and many other elders made him worry. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to harvest the corn. Winter was coming soon. A few days ago, Deshu had written to Han Feng in advance to ask how to harvest corn. After all, this was not rice and could not be treated the same way. In the early morning, the weather was a bit cold. People had already put on their woolen clothes early. It was quite interesting. They originally thought that corn also had to be cut with a sickle, but they didn't expect the chief to write back and say that they only needed to break off the two corn cobs on top, and then cut down the stalks and gather them. So, a large crowd of people entered the cornfield. According to the method of dividing into sections, they lined up to break off the corn. This work was not tiring, but being scratched by the corn leaves and tassels made their whole bodies itch. Anyone who has been in a cornfield should know that this is definitely a very uncomfortable experience. But for the sake of food, this little itch was nothing. It wasn't life-threatening. The broken-off corn was collected, and then the outer husks were peeled off, but not pulled off. In this way, the corn was tied together one by one with its own husks, and a pile of corn was tied into a string and finally hung up to dry. Or, they could just peel it clean and then spread it out on mats to dry, but this could only be done when there was sun at noon. Next was to dry the corn and then thresh it. But there was no machinery yet, so they could only rub it by hand. It was a very hard job, but for people with nothing to do, it was also a kind of game. Which rural child didn't grow up rubbing corn? By the time the corn was harvested, it was already November. The turn of the month was also when the tide receded in the bay between the mainland and Bamboo Island, the long-awaited time to go home. Elder Shang and his group of a dozen people stepped onto the wet reef. This road was very difficult to walk, more than 10 kilometers long, full of potholes and rocks, covered with seaweed and the excrement of crustaceans. But it still couldn't stop their steps towards home. They walked forward, one deep step and one shallow step. They had to race against time. Fortunately, they had rested for half a month. Otherwise, they would have been pushed into the sea by the rising tide before they even reached their destination. The journey that would have taken only a few hours on horseback took them a whole day. It was not until the new moon climbed into the sky that they finally set foot on their homeland. Elder Shang cried. He was old, and tasks like this foreign trade mission should not have fallen to him. If it weren't for the merit, why would he have gone in person? But he didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous, and he almost lost his old life. Fortunately, it was all over now. They were home. They didn't rest, but continued to march through the night with torches. Finally, they were discovered by a village stationed on the coast, which finally put their minds at ease. Staying in the villagers' homes and eating corn porridge cooked in bamboo tubes finally made them feel like they had returned to the human world. The other side of the sea was too terrifying. Hanyang City. White snow had already started to fall in the mountainous areas here. The herding team in the north had returned with the construction team of Fuma Pass. Smoke was also rising from the chimneys of the earthen houses in Ruyang Commandery. The heated kangs were constantly burning, making the newly joined members of the Han tribe happy for several days. Although it was not as beautiful as the brick and tile houses in Hanyang City, the adobe houses with heated kangs were not bad either. In addition, the large amount of animal hides and cloth sent from Hanyang City was enough to ensure that everyone could survive the winter safely. The faces of every new tribe member were filled with smiles. This was the warmest winter they had ever had. In Hanyang City, the metallurgical workshop had started smelting iron again. Many tribe members had joined this year, and with the needs of foreign trade, the Han tribe needed a lot of iron pots, as well as various farm tools and tools. The tens of thousands of people in the entire tribe all depended on these two blast furnaces. In the nearby school building, Han Feng was flipping through a newly printed book. The first batch of 3,000 copies of selected poems had all been printed. Each of the 300 students had a copy, which surprised and delighted them. They had followed the chief and carved characters for several months, and now they finally saw the results. It turned out that this thing could really print books in batches. Looking at the chattering students below, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They would graduate in 2 months. He didn't know if they could be of any use. But from today on, in addition to continuing to learn Chinese characters, this new book was also listed as a required textbook. Soon, the classroom was filled with the sound of reading aloud. Hoeing grain at noon, sweat drips to the soil below. The snow fell for a whole day, but it did not leave any traces on the roofs of Hanyang City. It all quickly melted into water, and finally left crystal-clear icicles on the eaves. The houses had heated kangs, and the indoor temperature was high, so the roofs would not accumulate snow. In this early winter season, a major event for the Han tribe finally saw a glimmer of hope. After several months, Han Feng's coin wax mold was finally carved. The currency of the Han tribe was similar to the modern currency system, divided into 3 types: yuan, jiao, and won, and then subdivided into various denominations. For example, one was actually the same as fun, with a total of 3 denominations: 1 won, 2 won, and 5 won. Jiao also had 3 denominations: 1 jiao, 2 jiao, and 5 jiao. Only yuan had 1 more: 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan. These currencies, from the smallest 1 won coin to the largest denomination of 10 yuan, were also calculated in a decimal system. This had no special meaning. It was just for the convenience of accounting. 7 denominations of currency, with front and back sides, meant 14 steel stamps. From design, to drawing, to meticulous carving, Han Feng spent several months alone, and now it was finally completed. The front pattern of the 1 won coin was a circular sheaf of rice and a cloud, symbolizing favorable weather and a bountiful harvest. The blank space had the words 1 won, and next to it was the Chinese character for 1 won. The back had the words, minted in the first year of the Tianqi era of the Great Han Empire, and in the center was a portrait of Han Feng wearing a flat-topped crown and ceremonial robes. Although he didn't have these things yet, it didn't stop Han Feng from drawing them himself. As for the portrait on it, a 70 to 80% similarity was enough, and it looked a bit more mature than Han Feng's actual age. Portraits were like this. The portraits printed on coins were actually a bit better looking than the real person. This was an unwritten rule, and it had been like this throughout history. Han Feng's portrait was no exception, looking more mature and majestic. The front of the 2 won coin was a pattern of a person wearing a bamboo hat and bending over to plant rice seedlings. The denomination was added in the blank space. The back was the same as the 1 won coin, with the version year and portrait. The front pattern of the 5 won coin was a person driving an ox to plow the land, with the denomination in the blank space and the portrait on the back. The patterns for the 3 denominations of the jiao level used animals. The front of the 1 jiao was a horse, the 2 jiao was a saiga antelope, and the 5 jiao was a giant eagle with its wings spread. The back was still the year and portrait. The patterns for the yuan level denominations all used light industry. The front of the 1 yuan was a pattern of a woman weaving cloth. The front of the 2 yuan was a strong man forging iron. The front of the 5 yuan was a 3-masted sailing ship, and the front of the 10 yuan was a palace. However, the 3-masted sailing ship and the palace on it had no actual reference objects. They were all imagined by Han Feng himself. The pattern on the back was still the year and Han Feng's portrait. Now that the 14 wax molds were all carved, the next step was to mix refractory kaolin clay and ant nest soil with water to form a paste, then put these wax molds in it. After it dried, the wax blocks would be melted and poured out, and the mold for the steel stamp would be ready. However, to cast a qualified steel stamp, one could only directly pour high-quality molten steel into the mold. The previous steel-making method would not work. So this time, Han Feng tried the top-blown converter technology for the first time. This technology was not difficult to say and simple to say. It was just that for the current technological level of the Han tribe, it could be done, but it could not be applied on a large scale, and the quality would definitely not be as good as modern top-blown technology. Top-blown converter, in fact, is to take out the molten iron, put it in a large vat, then insert a pipe from above into the molten iron, and then pass a large amount of pure oxygen into it through the pipe. The pure oxygen reacts with the carbon atoms in the molten iron, turning into a large amount of carbon dioxide, and then bubbling out of the molten iron, forming many rolling bubbles. The top-blown technology uses this method of oxygen plus carbon, turning into carbon dioxide, and finally being discharged to achieve the purpose of reducing the carbon content of the molten iron, turning the molten iron directly into molten steel. Of course, Han Feng did not have pure oxygen, but it was not impossible to blow air directly. Anyway, the quality of the finished product would definitely not be as good as modern steel. The pipe used for top blowing was a steel pipe made from previously produced steel. The back was connected to a ceramic pipe, the interface was sealed with mud, and the back was connected to a large manual bellows. Since this equipment used hard materials for the pipes, it could not be moved at all, so the other party had to be more proactive. On this day, Han Feng personally directed in the metallurgical workshop. First, he smelted iron, then released the molten iron from the bottom of the blast furnace, and finally poured it into a crucible half a person's height. Then he used a small cart to move the molten iron under the top-blowing machine, then pushed the small cart directly onto a lifting frame and fixed it. Finally, he used several levers around to lift the lifting frame, so that the fixed nozzle on it could penetrate deep into the bottom of the crucible. This was to allow them to fully react with the air. After everything was in place, the manual bellows at the other end of the pipe began to work, blowing a large amount of air into the molten iron in the crucible. Because the hot molten iron came into contact with the oxygen in the air, it began to undergo a violent exothermic reaction. Not only did the bubbles released on the surface of the molten iron seem to be boiling, but the temperature of the molten iron was also gradually rising. This top-blowing process, although there was no fire heating, this reaction itself could generate a lot of heat, keeping the molten iron in a flowing liquid state and preventing it from cooling and solidifying. Everyone was keeping a safe distance, watching from afar. It was too hot near the top-blowing machine, and the large number of surging bubbles made the molten iron seem to be boiling, with countless sparks splashing around. Fortunately, this place had been cleaned up long ago, so there were no flammable items. This reaction did not last long. After about a few minutes, when he estimated that the time was about right, Han Feng began to call a halt. Then he lowered the lifting frame and observed whether the color of the molten iron was similar to the color of the previous stir-fried steel. After feeling that it was okay, he could use it to cast the mold, because this molten iron had now transformed into molten steel. This large vat of molten steel was used to cast 14 currency steel stamps. The remaining molten steel was not wasted and was cast into other production line parts for stamping currency, such as 2 large fine steel wheels for milling the edges of coins, fine steel rollers on the metal rolling machine, and the punch for stamping coins, as well as the model below. After these important pure steel parts were cast, after they had completely cooled, they had to be heated again for tempering and local quenching to increase the hardness of some parts, especially the 14 steel stamps, whose hardness naturally had to be higher. After quenching, the parts were cleaned with dilute hydrochloric acid produced by the reaction of sulfuric acid and sodium chloride, then polished, and finally oiled and maintained. This batch of currency steel stamps was completed. Although the production process was complicated, it was also a guarantee against counterfeiting currency. It was extremely difficult for the Han tribe to make these few steel stamps, let alone other tribes. Even the Han tribe's own people might not understand these technologies. But without being able to make steel stamps, it was even more absurd to want to counterfeit the Han tribe's currency. So Han Feng was not worried about anti-counterfeiting at all. With these parts, the next step was to make the assembly line equipment. A metal rolling machine, This was mainly to heat raw materials such as copper ingots or silver ingots, and then put them into the rolling machine. Just like pressing noodles, pressing them into flat sheets over and over again until they reached the required thickness of the coin. After the metal plate was pressed, the next step was to use a stamping machine to punch out a large number of coin blanks. The stamping machine was modified from a wind-powered automatic forging hammer. The iron hammer on it was replaced with a punch of the same size as the coin, and the anvil below was replaced with a steel anvil of the same size as the coin. In this way, as long as the silver plate was placed on it, the stamping machine would smash it up and down, and a lot of round coin blanks of the same size as the coin would be punched out. Then these punched-out blanks were put into a foot-powered circular edge milling machine. The coin blanks were put in, and the edges of the coins were polished by the mutual squeezing of two steel plates. In this way, not only was the finished edge smooth, but the side of the coin was also pressed with fine lines, which felt quite rough to the touch. The last step was to stamp the pattern. The edge-milled coin blanks were placed on a stamping machine. On the machine bed of this special machine was the steel stamp of the back of the coin, and on top was the steel stamp of the front. Then there were several fixed tracks around to align the upper and lower steel stamps. Finally, this stamping machine was used to smash the coin blank hard, and the front and back sides of the coin blank were pressed with patterns. End of the month. Asking for monthly tickets, comrades. Thank you for your support. The Mint wasn't responsible for metallurgy. They only needed metal ingots as raw material. With a few metal rolling mills, coin blank presses, edge milling machines, and pattern stamping presses, they could complete the production of coins. Under this assembly line operation, coin production was extremely fast, far beyond the production capacity of ancient square-holed coins. With the Han tribe's current conditions, only a small number of people were needed to produce enough currency. Moreover, there was no need to make a lot of currency at once. For one, it was impossible to release it all into the market at once, as that would only cause the currency to devalue, with no benefits at all. Given the current situation of the three commanderies, Han Feng decided to set up the mint in Hanyang City first, because all the equipment here was ready-made, and only here did they have blast furnaces for smelting metal. The first batch to be trial-produced were the three denominations of the one level, 1-1, 2-1, and 5-1, all made of a 95% brass and 5% lead alloy. They were 2.5 centimeters in diameter, the same size as a modern 1 yuan coin, but slightly thinner. The 1 yuan coin was only 1 millimeter thick, the 2 yuan coin 1.5 millimeters, and the 5 yuan coin 2 millimeters, similar to a modern 1 jiao coin. The smelted brass and lead ingots were mixed according to the ratio, and the final cast bronze alloy plate was still golden yellow, looking just like gold. And because of the addition of 5% lead metal, the liquid fluidity of the alloy was better, making it easier to stamp fine patterns on such coin blanks. Moreover, this alloy ratio, while ensuring the superior quality of the copper coins, also prevented others from destroying the currency to cast weapons, because this ratio of lead bronze, apart from its excellent minting performance, could not be used as a weapon at all, because it was too soft. 10 people selected from Dezue's subordinates began to learn the craft of minting. The original metallurgical plant had been temporarily idle after the steel production was completed, so it was just right to use it to produce currency now. Dezue personally led the people to melt the alloy, then cast it into strips of copper ingots. After slightly heating them, they were fed into the rolling mill and repeatedly rolled. After each rolling, the thickness of the copper plate was measured with a newly made vernier caliper. Finally, after reaching the qualified thickness, they began to punch the coin blanks. The long, thin copper plates were manually fed into the stamping machine, and then the sound of the wind-powered automatic stamping machine going up and down could be heard. Then, one after another, round copper plates continuously fell from under the machine, clinking as they hit the wicker basket below. This was all money. When the wicker basket was full of copper plates, these copper plates were taken away by a small cart, and then manually placed at the feeding port of the edge milling machine. One by one, the copper plates were fed in a line. Another person operating the edge milling machine was also constantly pedaling. He had to keep the edge milling machine in a rotating state. These copper plates were fed into the edge milling machine, then squeezed and rolled in the track, rotating around the fine steel grinding disc for more than half a circle before falling out from the exit again. At this time, the burrs on the edges of the copper plates had been ground off, turning them into smooth coin blanks. Next was the final step of pattern stamping. Since it was still semi-mechanized, some steps were still done manually, such as stamping the patterns. The upper and lower sides of the stamping machine were two pattern steel stamps, one positive and one negative. The one below was equivalent to the anvil of an automatic forging hammer, fixed on the base and would not move. Then there was a sleeve on the lower steel stamp that could be manually lifted. The two sides of the sleeve were one high and one low. During operation, the coin blank was placed on the higher slide, and the coin blank would automatically slide into the sleeve. Then the sleeve was manually pressed down so that it just fit over the lower steel stamp. Then the pedal under the foot was stepped on, and the upper steel stamp would fall into the sleeve and smash down hard, instantly completing the two-sided stamping of the coin, pressing out embossed characters and patterns on the surface of the copper plate. The entire stamping process was carried out in a straight sleeve. This was to prevent the upper and lower steel stamps from being misaligned. This vertical sleeve actually provided a common track for the upper and lower steel stamps, in order to limit their direction of movement. After the stamping was completed, the pedal under the foot was released, and the upper steel stamp was lifted again by a gravity lever. Then the worker manually lifted the sleeve, causing it to tilt forward. At this time, the finished coin that had been stamped would slide out from the notch on the lower side of the sleeve, and then roll down a wooden track into a wicker basket. At this point, the entire coin was completely finished. During the entire stamping process, the worker's fingers would not touch the steel stamps or the sleeve. While improving work efficiency, it also provided safety protection, preventing the worker's fingers from being smashed into meat paste by the steel stamps. The efficiency of this assembly line was very fast. As the worker's proficiency continued to improve, the maximum production speed could reach about 10 coins per minute, basically one every 6 seconds, and 600 per hour. Although it was incomparable to the tens of thousands per hour of a mint in the previous life. In this era, being able to mint such exquisite coins was already a remarkable achievement. According to the current needs, as long as production continued, it could still meet the supply. 3 denominations, 3 stamping machines, continuously producing golden copper plates, clinking as they fell into the wicker baskets. Picking up a handful and throwing them down, a pleasant clattering sound was instantly produced. This should be the most beautiful sound in the world. From the casting of mechanical parts, to the assembly of equipment, to the skilled production of workers, 2 months of winter passed. Hanyang City had already produced a large number of copper coins, but they had not yet been distributed. Because money could not be distributed randomly, the amount of currency distributed must be equal to the production volume. Otherwise, distributing too much would only cause inflation, and the money would become less and less valuable. Fortunately, at the end of the second month of winter, the 4 classes of students personally taught by Han Feng also ushered in their graduation. Although the academic level of these people was very average, they could only write a few thousand characters and do simple 4 mixed operations, but for now, it was enough. In the current situation, to formally implement private ownership, a most basic task must first be completed, which was a census, to count how many people the Han tribe had in total, so that the assets could be fairly distributed. And to complete this task, one must first have suitable officials. The first batch of about 300 graduates naturally could not all become officials, so they had to be selected through an examination. For this, Han Feng was quite experienced. As a modern person cultivated through exam-oriented education, Han Feng was very familiar with exams. Soon, an examination for the selection of officials began. To save the trouble of printing test papers, Han Feng directly wrote the questions on the blackboard, and then had everyone answer on white paper, and finally write their names and hand them in. The content of the exam was also very simple. In addition to new characters, word formation, and sentence making, there was also filling in the blanks in poems, and finally writing an article, which was an essay. The topic of the essay was, Tribe A and Tribe B were hunting in the same forest. Both sides threw a spear, and both hit the same deer. So which tribe should the deer belong to in the end? Please answer this question in the form of a short essay, and clearly state your point of view. This was actually not an essay, but a question and answer question. But the key point of this question was different, because this question had no correct answer at all. You could say the deer belonged to Tribe A, or Tribe B, or even that the 2 tribes should share the deer, as long as you could clearly express your point of view. Because this question was originally testing reading and writing skills. First, to answer the question, you had to be able to understand the meaning of the question. If you couldn't even understand the question, it meant your reading comprehension was not up to standard. If the chief gave you a written task, and you didn't even know what you were asked to do, what was the point of doing it? After understanding the question, you had to answer it and state your point of view. There was no fixed answer, but when you answered, it depended on whether your logic was correct and whether it was organized. For example, if you said it should be given to Tribe A, then you had to have reasons below, preferably listing 1, 2, and 3, to explain clearly why you made that judgment. Many students were stumped by this question. The previous questions were basically questions that could be answered by rote memorization. But this last question and answer question stumped many people because they didn't know who to give it to. So many people couldn't figure out the correct answer to this question, but this question had no correct answer at all. The language exam took a whole morning. After collecting the test papers, it was lunch and a lunch break. In the afternoon, the math exam continued. The math exam was relatively simple. After all, there was no room for personal interpretation. There was only one correct answer. No matter how you answered, it was useless because math is rigorous. The exam ended quickly. Han Feng spent 2 days grading the papers alone and finally selected dozens of people. These people either wrote Chinese characters well, or had clear logical thinking, or were good at arithmetic, which was just right to serve as clerks in the household department, specifically responsible for counting the population and various materials. Now was the time for a census and asset evaluation, and such people were just what was needed. The remaining people were not useless either. They could be teachers, specifically staying in the school to teach children to read and write. In a few months, the last building in Hanyang City, the government office building, was also completed. With a formal office space and a group of capable talents, the first temporary government of the Han tribe was finally about to be formed. The first place in this batch of student graduation exams was a squad leader from the Shui clan, named Shui Qian. After joining the Han tribe, he had participated in the construction team and understood the entire process of building houses. Then he followed Da Li to the Salt Lake to mine, and later was transferred to Luoyang Commandery to participate in housing construction, serving as a group leader. Later, when Han Feng had the clan leaders select students, the clan leader of the Shui clan sent this guy over. Shui Qian's performance could be said to be the most outstanding. He only made a few mistakes in Chinese, and the question and answer question at the end was also answered very well. This guy not only wrote out the answer, but even listed 2 situations. Either the 2 tribes A and B would share the prey, or the prey would belong to one party, and the tribe that got the prey would have to give some appropriate compensation to the tribe that gave up the prey. You see, this was written so well, with reason and evidence, and it was fair and just. It was much better than the idea from someone from the Xiong tribe, who suggested that each side send out a person, and the 2 would fight. Whoever won would get it. Although there was nothing wrong with this answer, there was a problem with this kind of thinking. Anyway, Han Feng would not dare to let such a guy manage the local area. Well, if such a person became an official, and there was a conflict among the people, he would probably wish for them to have a fight, and then he himself would watch the fun. Han Feng flipped through the report card, ticking and drawing on it, selecting the first government leadership team of Hanyang County. The chief political official of Hanyang County, Shui Qian, the position of county magistrate, whose responsibility was to lead the population, production, agriculture, taxation, water conservancy, animal husbandry, education, and so on of a county. Zhong Jie, county adjunct, the deputy chief official, which means deputy county magistrate. These 2 were officials on the establishment, belonging to the formal civil servants who received imperial grain, 8 salaries, and had ranks. Then there were the master secretary and the advisor. One was for accounting, and the other was for giving advice. If the advisor were in modern times, he would probably be the county magistrate's secretary and consultant. These 2 were recruited by the county magistrate himself, and the county magistrate paid for them himself. Generally, when the county magistrate was transferred, he would also take the advisor or the master secretary with him, because one of these 2 was definitely the county magistrate's staff. The 2 leaders were confirmed, and then there were the various departments below that were responsible for specific tasks. The household department clerk, in charge of household registration, land, and tax collection affairs. The punishment department clerk, in charge of public security affairs. Of course, the punishment department could also be called the patrol office. No matter what it was called, their responsibilities were actually similar. The agriculture department clerk, in charge of farming and animal husbandry. The works department clerk, in charge of water conservancy, road construction, and bridge building. There was also the education official, in charge of a county's education, cultural activities, and sacrificial activities. The last one was the statistics department, responsible for counting various data in the county. As for the yamen runners, they were hired by the county, not even considered contract workers. They were just idlers who ran errands. Any department that needed work could take them out. At this point, the entire management structure of the county government was completed. The county magistrate, county adjunct, advisor, master secretary, with 6 departments below. The leaders were clerks, and below the clerks were a number of scribes of varying numbers, who were considered clerks, and also secretaries, and so on. They were just helping to run errands and take notes. In this county yamen, the officials on the surface added up to 8 people. The county magistrate and the county adjunct were formal civil servants. The advisor and the master secretary were private staff hired by the county magistrate. The 6 department clerks were contract workers, and they had the opportunity to become permanent. The remaining scribes and yamen runners were all hired temporary workers, bottom-level employees whose wages were not enough to eat. The only benefit was that the county yamen provided 1 work meal. This first batch of officials, naturally, couldn't be expected to be very smart. At most, these people could only do simple arithmetic and read and write Chinese characters. But even so, they were considered the most high-end talent in the Han tribe. Letting them exercise political power in the local areas would certainly not be done well. They could only be slowly trained by Han Feng. It didn't matter if they didn't know how to do it. The chief would tell you what to do, and you just had to do your best to complete it. This was also something that couldn't be helped. All beginnings are difficult. Fortunately, the total population of the Han tribe was not very large now, and it had not yet exceeded 40,000. This population was not even as large as a county in the Ming dynasty. Han Feng could still manage it for now. When the population surged in the future, he believed that his subordinates would have already trained a group of capable talents. The first county government was set up, and then Han Feng divided the remaining dozens of people into several intern groups. These intern groups were temporarily not assigned to administrative regions. They would first follow the Hanyang county government to learn the working model. After being trained by Han Feng for a period of time, they would be sent to various places to govern next year. In winter, everything was quiet. The tribe members also stayed at home to get through the winter. But after meals, people would occasionally come out for a walk on sunny days. Now was a good time. Because the mountains were sealed by snow, there was no work to do, and most people were idle at home, so it was also a good time to do a census. Therefore, the first order Han Feng gave to the Hanyang county government was to organize people to conduct a specific population census. The requirement was that all the population must be registered, by household, one by one. There must be names, how many spouses, how many children, whether there were old people above, and also age, how many disabled people, how many children and teenagers, and the clan of these people, all must be registered. Not only that, the Han tribe also had to issue household registration books. This household registration book had no high-tech features. It was actually made of bamboo slips. Paper was too difficult to preserve, so Han Feng decided to use bamboo slips. Each person was registered, and then their personal household registration information was written on a bamboo slip. One person had one bamboo slip. A household with several people would have several bamboo slips. Finally, they were woven together with hemp rope. Birth, old age, sickness, and death could also be added or deleted on this basis. But this was the first generation for internal circulation, and it would definitely be updated in the future. For now, they had to make do. As the saying goes, use people without suspicion. Since the task was assigned, they naturally had to be allowed to do it freely. So after arranging the task, Han Feng immediately took the divine artifact that had been prepared for 3 months to Luoyang Commandery. There were a lot of people who came this year, and life was not easy, so Han Feng decided to go and see them in person. There were not many people accompanying him on this trip, only 10. Besides Han Feng and Ro Huishan, there was also a horse-drawn cart carrying tools, as well as Dai Li and Yu Mao and others. These 2 people, one stayed in the iron mine all year round, and the other stayed in Babao Mountain all year round. It was not until winter that they returned to Hanyang City. They were originally the closest and most trusted people around Han Feng. After all, these 2 were the original members of the Han tribe, but now they were often separated. Now that there was an opportunity, they naturally had to let them stay by his side for a period of time. The group rode on their mounts and soon arrived at the territory of Luoyang Commandery. In the distance, at the end of a vast white plain, stood 3 earthen cities. The 3 earthen cities were lined up in a row, echoing the great river not far away. The Shu, who had received the letter in advance, was already waiting at the city gate with a group of clan leaders. "Chief, you're finally here." The Shu and the clan leaders were overjoyed to see Han Feng riding on an elephant. Their faces were filled with sincere smiles, but their eyes were glowing green, constantly peeking at the horse-drawn cart behind Han Feng. "Humph, are you looking forward to my arrival? Or are you hoping I'll bring you something to eat? Life with 2 bowls of thin porridge a day isn't easy, is it? Let me tell you, there's no food. If you want to eat meat, do it yourself," Han Feng said bluntly, exposing them. "Hee, what are you talking about, Chief? I didn't know so many people would rush to join us at the end of autumn. If they had come earlier this year, we might have been able to grow some more grain, and we wouldn't have to save so much now." The Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was also helpless about this matter. So many people suddenly appeared, but there was only so much food. What could he do? He couldn't just turn people away, could he? In this era, population is strength. As long as you have the ability to feed them, who would push them away? Han Feng also knew that he couldn't blame the Shu. Besides, the order to recruit people was also given by Han Feng. If he had to blame someone, he could only say that those opportunistic guys were too bad. They came at the wrong time. "Chief, actually, 2 bowls of thin porridge a day is not bad. At least the newly joined tribe members are very content. When they were in their own tribes before, it was common to eat once every 2 days in winter. Now, although they are eating thin porridge, it's still 2 meals a day. The only ones with some emotions are the old people who have been in the tribe for a year. They used to have dry rice every day, but now a group of guys who have made no contribution have come to share their food. The grain they worked so hard to grow now has to be shared with them, and they have to drink thin porridge every day. It's natural for them to feel a little unbalanced," the clan leader of the Chai clan also said from the side. Han Feng rode on Huishan's back, his eyes narrowed, and asked with a blank expression, "Did they fight?" No, they didn't. Originally, the tribe members were firmly against letting the newcomers into the city to share their food. But the chief had given an order at that time to have every new family reclaim 10 mu of wasteland. Seeing that they had all done the work, the old people finally let them into the city. But they still look down on these newcomers now. But there has been no conflict. The newly joined people are very honest, because they know that if they are not honest, they will have no food to eat, the Shu immediately reported. That's good. It's okay if they look down on them. Next year, we'll just transfer some of the newcomers away and let them go to other places to work. Rion Commandery is still short of a lot of people. As they talked, they began to walk into the Shangtian Township Earthen City, which was built first. The environment here was quite good. Shangtian Township was the southernmost of the 3 earthen cities. The city was full of brick houses, and the streets were crisscrossed. The population was about 7,000. Linza Township to the north was different. Half of it was brick houses, and half was earthen houses. The ones living in the earthen houses were naturally the newcomers that Han Feng was worried about causing trouble. When they reached the newly built Fingy Township, it was like a can of sardines. As far as the eye could see, there were low adobe houses. Although the houses were not large, each room was packed with a large family. In this small city alone, there were over 10,000 people. Han Feng's arrival caused a small sensation in the new city. Many people came out of their earthen houses to see the chief. It was too rare. They had been here for so long, and this was the first time they had seen the legendary chief, and he was alive. So everyone was excited. But Han Feng obviously had no time to be watched like a monkey here. He couldn't charge them an entrance fee, and letting them watch for free was too much of a loss. Therefore, after inspecting each township, Han Feng left. After all, this trip was not just for inspection. The main purpose was to seek benefits for the tens of thousands of people in Luoyang Commandery and make their lives better. "How is it? Is the river completely frozen?" Han Feng said, holding a bowl of hot tea in the house he had lived in before. "It's frozen, but with the river frozen over, is there really a way to catch fish from inside?" The Shu asked with great suspicion. The Shu couldn't figure it out. In this weather, 2 of the 4 winter months had already passed. It was the coldest time of year. The river near Luoyang Commandery was already frozen solid, at least a foot thick, if not 3. Could there still be fish in the river? Wouldn't they freeze to death? Winter fishing just seemed unreliable. Of course we can catch fish, and it's easy to catch them at this time of year. Gather them in, we'll start today. I've brought all the tools, Han Feng decided on the spot. Yes, Chief. I'll go make the arrangements, the Shu replied with a quick salute, then turned and went out to call for people. Before long, people appeared by the river. A large crowd came, basically everyone who had enough clothes and boots. There were over 1,000 people, a massive throng, and even many horses and carts. Many people were also carrying shoulder poles and wicker baskets, which they said the chief had told them to prepare for carrying fish. Everyone found it incredible, but since it was the omnipotent chief who had suggested it, they didn't dare to object. Hundreds of people stood scattered across the 100-meter-wide river surface. The ice was thick and covered with snow. People looked down at their feet but couldn't see anything at all, only endless solid ice. Where were the fish? Han Feng didn't rush to start. Instead, he gazed along the river, observing where the fish were most numerous. For something like netting fish, in spring, summer, or autumn, the best method would be to find a spot, put down some bait that fish like, and once the fish were attracted, catch them all in one go. But this method wouldn't work in winter. Under the ice, fish didn't just wander around. The water was cold in winter, and even fish knew to pick a place to spend the winter. And the most suitable place for that was a backwater bay. Han Feng walked along the river, finding several suspected backwater bays along the way, but he couldn't be certain. It didn't matter. One cast of the net, and even at worst, there would definitely be some harvest. Chief, can you see the fish through the ice? Li, who was following beside him, couldn't help but ask curiously. No, but I can get a general idea of their location. As long as I know that, it's easy. Our net is large. I had it specially woven from the strongest hemp rope before winter. We'll definitely have a good harvest. Come, have someone bring the steel chisels. We're going to start drilling holes. After saying this, Han Feng led his men to a chosen spot. He calculated the size of the dragnet, used a rope measure to mark the positions for the holes, and then had people line up with mining pickaxes and T-shaped steel chisels to drill holes on the river surface. It had been 2 months since winter began, and the ice here was very thick. Even in the very center of the river, it was over a foot thick. Near the riverbank, it was no exaggeration to say it was 3 feet thick. So there was no need to worry about the ice cracking significantly and causing a terrible accident of falling into the water. In fact, the size of these ice holes was not large, only about 30 centimeters. A normal person couldn't fall in. Only the final place for pulling out the fish had a large hole with a diameter of more than a meter, and it was located near the riverbank. The tribe members quickly started drilling holes with gusto. The ice picks and steel chisels in their hands swung continuously, and ice chips flew everywhere on the ice surface. Soon, one ice hole after another appeared. Someone couldn't help but stick their head down to look, but they couldn't see anything. They couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. The chief had spent so long choosing this place, but it didn't look like a place with fish. Han Feng didn't bother with them. He was only responsible for commanding. This method of winter fishing relied on collective strength. One person, no matter how capable, was useless. So he had people bring a lot of firewood, lit a bonfire on the bank, and put a large pot on to boil water, to be used later to warm up the tribe members who were working. After rows of ice holes were drilled, Han Feng finally led his men onto the ice. A pre-prepared dragnet was unfolded, with many thick ropes extending from it. Some people even brought long bamboo poles, their purpose unknown. Teams of strong young men took their positions. Then Han Feng instructed them to use the bamboo poles to feed the ropes into the water. The length of the bamboo poles was just right to reach the next ice hole. The people at the next hole would then use the same method to continue extending it to the side. The tribe members used this relay baton method to gradually extend the ropes under the ice surface until they came out of the last ice hole in each row and were once again held in the hands of the tribe members. In fact, this process was like sewing a quilt. The bamboo pole was the needle, the hemp rope on the dragnet was the thread, and the ice on the river surface was the quilt. The bamboo pole carried the hemp rope, stitch by stitch, under the ice surface, finally penetrating the entire river surface. But this was just the beginning. After spreading several ropes under the ice, Han Feng began to have more people come down to pull the ropes. Everyone shouted in unison, heaving and hoeing like boat trackers on the shore. But this time, they were not pulling a boat, but a large net covering hundreds of square meters. Everyone, look, the net is moving. The net is being pulled under the ice. Yes, so this rope is tied to the net to pull it down from these holes. But even if the net is stuffed under the ice, I'm afraid it won't open up. If the net doesn't open, how can the fish get in? Since the chief told us to do it this way, the chief must have a way, right? Obviously, the last tribe member who spoke didn't quite believe it himself. A group of people drilling a few holes on the ice, then threading a rope through, and then stuffing a net in. Could this really catch fish? Soon, a super large dragnet was pulled under the water. But now this dragnet was still in a long snake shape, spread out along a line. It could be said that it was spread out horizontally, but it had no depth. But Han Feng was not in a hurry. He quickly issued a new order. When the needle threading step was just completed, the ropes in each direction were actually double-stranded. But this double strand was also different. Some people were indeed holding two different ropes, while the two strands in other people's hands were actually formed by folding one rope in half. It was still one rope. And now Han Feng's new order was for those holding two ropes to let go of the one with the mark, and the other group holding the folded rope ends would start to pull the rope back. In fact, they were holding the same rope. These few ropes quickly traveled under the ice surface and were then pulled ashore by people on the other side. But the order to pull the ropes did not stop, so everyone had to continue to pull hard. Then everyone felt that the ropes in their hands were getting heavier and heavier, as if they were dragging something heavy. In fact, this feeling was not wrong. They were dragging something, but this thing was a large net. If the previous needle threading was to drag the net under the ice, then this process was to spread a long snake-shaped dragnet vertically. By pulling the ropes, people could spread a large net under the ice surface without being able to see it. Before long, the ropes were pulled to the end, which also meant that the dragnet had been fully spread. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few fish in the net by now, otherwise it wouldn't have been so difficult to spread the dragnet just now. Han Feng did not issue a new order, and the tribe members were also waiting. Many people were looking at Han Feng, not knowing what the chief was waiting for. Was he waiting for the fish to come up on their own? Sure enough, before long, many people felt movement under the ice, as if many fish were swimming under the ice. In fact, it was the dragnet below that had spread out, catching many fish in the net. They struggled downwards, but couldn't swim out, so they naturally began to look for a breakthrough upwards. Look, look, there are fish, so many fish. With a cry of surprise, everyone's attention was drawn. Following the direction of that person's finger, countless people couldn't help but gasp. There really are fish, and a lot of them. Countless large and small fish scrambled to find a breakthrough. And they really did find some. But what they didn't expect was that they swam hard towards the opening, and as a result, they jumped out of the water through the hole, and then they couldn't go back. Large and small fish jumped out of the ice holes in rows, and then landed on the snow on the ice surface, flopping back and forth. The scene was more spectacular than Baodu Spring. After all, Baodu Spring only had 3 springs, but here, there were many ice holes, and almost every hole had many fish jumping out of it, just like rows of fish springs. Everyone was excited watching this scene. This was all meat. For these tribe members who only had 2 bowls of thin porridge a day, 1 fish was enough for their family to eat for a meal. And now, the fish here seemed to be possessed, scrambling to get out of the ice holes. This was free meat. The crowd watching on the shore was rubbing their hands together, eager to try with the baskets they had brought. But at this moment, a loud shout from the chief suddenly came. Don't move. People on the shore, don't come down. Start pulling in the net now. We'll talk after we drag the fish ashore. Han Feng looked at the chattering crowd, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. When the cold wind blew, he suddenly felt like his head was about to explode. There were thousands of people standing on the shore. Most of the tribe members had come. After all, everyone was cooped up at home in winter, and there were no entertainment activities. They were either making babies or making food. Even if they weren't here to work, many people came to watch the fun. This was human nature. They were born to love gathering. After all, humans were social animals. But in the current situation, if a few thousand people were distributed over the entire river surface, it would be fine. But if thousands of people gathered on the ice, even if the ice was thick, it would definitely crack. Not to mention that the ice surface had already been drilled with many holes. Hearing the chief's roar, people suppressed their excitement and began to do as the chief instructed. The square dragnet now only had the ropes at the 4 corners on the ice. Then Han Feng had people start pulling the double-stranded ropes, and finally gathered the ropes from the other 3 directions to a large hole near the riverbank. The 4 ropes all came out of a large hole 2 meters square and were held tightly in the hands of the crowd. Even though the ropes, soaked in ice water, were bone-chillingly cold, no one was willing to let go, because the chief had just told them that at the other end of the rope were countless fish. What were fish? They were meat. Who would be willing to let go? Come on, drag the net ashore. Pull the ropes quickly, don't let the fish escape. With Han Feng's shout, the tribe members who had come with baskets and carts could no longer stand still. They dropped their things and joined the army of net pullers. Countless people were pulling the ropes from behind, looking like a large-scale tug-of-war. But this time, one side was the crowd, and the other was a school of fish. Brothers, put your backs into it. Everyone, pull hard. It's coming out. Everyone, hurry. With people's vigorous pulling, the rope was pulled out of the water inch by inch. The fish springs that had been constantly gushing on the river surface also changed due to the action of pulling in the net. From the farthest ice holes, no more fish came out of the holes one by one, which meant that the dragnet had been pulled over from that position. Then the fish springs in the holes behind suddenly rose higher, because more and more fish were gathering behind. Until finally, the rope finally reached its end. The huge dragnet, carrying countless swimming fish, emerged from the 2-meter square ice hole near the shore. Countless large and small fish kept jumping in the net, trying to break free from this net of heaven and earth that bound their lives. They stirred up countless splashes and ice chips at the mouth of the hole. In just a short while, the ice layer at the edge of the hole bulged up. It was formed by countless ice water and ice chips accumulating at the mouth of the hole and being refrozen by the cold wind. Seeing countless fish being dragged out of the water by the dragnet, the people who had exhausted their strength didn't know where they got their divine power from, and the speed at which the dragnet was pulled out of the water actually became faster. Some people who couldn't get a hand in began to replace the exhausted men, but the school of fish in the net had no companions to replace them. Some fish that were dragged out of the ice, due to the loss of oxygen supply, plus the constant struggle leading to exhaustion, and then being blown by the cold wind. Many fish were frozen into popsicles not long after being brought out of the ice, lying motionless in the snow. The dragnet full of fish was pulled out of the water inch by inch, bringing out thousands of fish. The small ones were only the size of a palm, less than a caddy, while the large ones were as thick as a person's leg, weighing more than 10 caddies each, and couldn't even fit in the wicker baskets they brought. All the tribe members showed happy smiles, smiles full of the joy of a bumper harvest. This one cast of the net had brought in too many fish. With the combined efforts of thousands of people, the dragnet was quickly pulled out of the water. Countless frozen fish were piled up on the snow on the shore. Thousands of fish of all kinds, each weighing several caddies on average. This one cast of the net had brought in tens of thousands of caddies, and this was meat, different from tens of thousands of caddies of grain. People began to shout and pick up the frozen fish to load them onto carts, or carry them in wicker baskets on shoulder poles to the city. Some even carried only 2 fish on a shoulder pole. The person was not very tall, but the 2 large fish hung on the shoulder pole, and the fishtails could still drag on the ground. The length of these 2 fish was comparable to the height of a half-grown child. Not only that, but the variety of aquatic species caught in this one cast of the net was also astonishing. There were dozens of species of fish alone, and even a lot of turtles were caught. But this was also understandable. The upper reaches of this great river was a wetland swamp. As everyone knows, the species in wetland lakes are the richest. There are often thousands of species of freshwater fish like this. However, the water in the wetlands is very shallow, only 1 or 2 meters deep. For the fish schools to survive the cold winter, they have to find deep water areas to spend the winter. And the deepest water around here is obviously this river. Chief, there are so many fish here. If we cast a few more nets, the fish we catch will probably last until spring. Let's cast another net. Everyone is not tired at all. We have plenty of strength. Yes, Chief, let's cast another net. Everyone still has strength. As long as there is food, everyone is not afraid of being tired. A group of clan leaders gathered around Han Feng, chattering and suggesting, wishing they could catch all the fish in the river. But that was also true. The environment here was still very primitive. They had probably never fished on such a large scale before. Expecting those primitive people to spear a few fish with bamboo spears, there were still plenty of fish here. Even if tens of thousands of people ate them every day, they might not be able to finish them in 2 years. Keep fishing, of course we'll continue. But we need to change places. But this place also needs to be kept. You, go to the city and bring 2 carts of corn stalks. Tie the stalks into bundles and stuff them into the ice holes, so they don't freeze over again. We'll stay here overnight, and we can fish again tomorrow. Everyone else, follow me to a new place to drill holes. Let's go. Han Feng casually pointed at a clan leader to go back and get the stalks, and with a wave of his hand, he led the others to move to a new place. This was changing positions after firing a shot. When the crowd heard the chief say that they could still catch fish in this place tomorrow, they were even more overjoyed. They quickly went back to prepare the stalks, stuffing all the ice holes with stalks. One was to make a mark, and the other was to prevent the holes from freezing over again. Even if the stalks were frozen on top, it would be much easier to drill holes again tomorrow. The others also followed Han Feng to various places, constantly drilling holes on the river surface, casting nets, and pulling in nets. In one day, thousands of people worked in shifts. By nightfall, they had already cast 5 nets, and the catch was over 200,000 caddies, greatly solving the problem of food shortage in Luoyang Commandery. If they fished a few more times, they might even be able to transport some to Hanyang Commandery. Although there was no shortage of grain there, the meat was not abundant. Although every family raised chickens and rabbits, not many people were willing to eat their fill. After all, if they really started eating, how many meals could that little bit of stuff last a family? Not to mention leaving some for breeding. You can't kill the chicken to get the egg, can you? That whole day, the 30,000 people of Luoyang Commandery were busy. Some took turns following Han Feng on the river for winter fishing, while others went back and forth to the city to transport. The Shu led the clan leaders to distribute the fish. The fish were distributed to each household according to family units. The women and children who stayed at home were also busy killing and cleaning the fish, and then hanging them under the eaves of their houses to be eaten slowly during the winter. The entire Luoyang Commandery was like celebrating the new year. Fish are a wonderful thing. The meat can be eaten, the scales can be made into fish jelly, which is also edible with some spicy, defishing seasonings, and the bones can be ground into powder to feed livestock, providing them with nutrients and preventing diseases. Although the internal organs are not very useful, they can be used to feed dogs. In the past 2 years, in addition to the dozen or so wolf cubs raised at the beginning, the Han tribe also has a considerable number of shepherd dogs introduced from the prairie. Now, the combination of the two has produced many new dog breeds for the Han tribe, and these wolf dogs usually have a large appetite. Now, with countless fish internal organs, the feed situation can be greatly alleviated. Of course, the above are not the most important. The most important thing is that the Han tribe's winter fishing operation this time has harvested a large number of fish bladders. Fish bladders are fish maws. The use of fish maws to make strong glue needs no further explanation. It's just a pity that in the past 2 years, due to the rise of farming in Hanyang City, the amount of fishing has been sharply reduced. In addition, a large number of wooden utensils have been mass-produced, and the stock of fish maws in the past 2 years has become increasingly insufficient. But this winter is the most critical winter in years, because starting this winter, the Han tribe will mass-produce recurve composite bows. A lot of various woods have been stockpiled, and important materials such as cow horns and tendons have also been stored in the past 2 years through trade on the prairie. There is no shortage of sisal fiber for bowstrings, but the fishmaw glue is very tight. You know, this fishmaw glue is not only used to make bows and arrows. Any wooden furniture, tables, chairs, benches, bookcases, doors, and windows, as well as a large number of agricultural, textile, and other utensils, all require a lot of fishmaw glue. The consumption is getting larger and larger, while the output is getting lower and lower. So when encountering such a grand fishing activity, Han Feng also wanted to catch as many fish as possible in his heart. And now these fish not only represent food, represent meat, but also represent military strength. Han Feng, who was in urgent need of improving his armed forces, did not waste time. After fishing in Luoyang Commandery for 3 days, he led a long convoy of carts back to the city. Countless tribe members came out of the city to see them off. Whether they were newcomers who had just arrived 3 months ago, or old members who had joined for more than a year, everyone looked at Han Feng with reverence. This winter fishing operation undoubtedly earned Han Feng, the chief, a wave of prestige in front of the tribe members. This was a godlike figure, their chief. He was omnipotent. In fact, this era was like this. Whoever could bring them endless food was their second parent, their heaven. The people of my heavenly kingdom have always been so simple. The convoy was from Luoyang Commandery, and the fish were from the Luoyang River. But in addition to meeting the needs of Luoyang Commandery, many of the remaining fish were taken away by Han Feng. Some were sent to the more than 1,000 people in Luoyang Commandery, and the rest were brought back to Hanyang Commandery, along with the countless fish maws. Of course, when they arrived at Luoyang Commandery, they had to bring back another batch of white paper. Making composite bows is very troublesome. The ancients said, "Make the wood in winter, the horn in spring, knead the sinew in summer, and assemble in autumn." This means that the wooden bow core is made in winter, The cow horn is processed in spring, the cow sinew is kneaded in summer, and then they are glued together in autumn. Although Han Feng didn't know the mystery behind this, the ancestors had summarized thousands of years of experience, so there must be a reason for it. Therefore, Han Feng also arranged it this way. When they reached the vicinity of the original Black Rat tribe, Han Feng had Dali take a few carts of frozen fish and turn to Commandery. Then he himself led the remaining convoy to continue west, crossed the wooden bridge, and returned to Hanyang City again. A round trip plus fishing, 10 days had passed in a hurry. When Han Feng led the convoy into the city, it was Shu De who came to greet him. But when this guy saw the countless frozen fish on the carts, his face did not show joy, but a kind of sad emotion. This made Han Feng's heart skip a beat. What happened? Could it be that something went wrong with the census? What's wrong? You look like your mother just died. Didn't you see our triumphant return? Who are you crying for with that long face? Han Feng asked angrily when he saw Shu Da's expression. Wah, woo 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 woo. Chief, Wu, the old man, is dying. He hasn't eaten anything for several days, woo 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 woo. It would have been better if Han Feng hadn't asked. As soon as he asked, Shu Da, a 5-foot-tall man, burst into tears. It turned out that someone was really dying. Seeing Shu Da crying like a baby, Han Feng couldn't bear to continue to blame him. It was conceivable that although Shu Wu himself couldn't remember his age, according to Han Feng's observation, this old guy was at least in his 40s or 50s. In this era, he could be said to be very old. Many people didn't even live past 30. It's no exaggeration to say that if he hadn't held the position of shaman and didn't have to go out on risky hunting and gathering trips, he would have died 800 times over. This is also why old people were very popular in the primitive era and generally had a high social status. The reason is that old people have more survival experience. In this era of scarce writing, they relied on oral tradition and personal instruction to master a large amount of knowledge passed down from their ancestors. Such an important figure was often highly valued by every tribe. According to the early childbearing age of this era, Shu Wu should be 2 generations older than Shu Da. It could be said that he watched Shu Da's father grow up, and then watched Shu Da grow up. Even if there was no deep blood relationship, the family affection was extraordinary. When Shu Wu was alive before, Shu Da might have been carefree. Knowing that he was living well in Hanyang City, he didn't feel anything. Now that the old man suddenly stopped eating much, it was obvious that he was going to die. That's why he was so sad, which was understandable. But the old guy was fine before Han Feng left. How could he be dying after only 10 days? What's going on? Is he not feeling well? Why isn't he eating? Han Feng pressed. I don't know. He just said he couldn't eat. He wasn't hungry. The food sent to him got cold, and he wouldn't eat it. When I asked him what was wrong, he wouldn't say. Chief, you must have a way. Please save Wu. I beg you. Shu Da said excitedly, grabbing Han Feng's hand. I'm not a god. It's normal for old people to die. Can I bring him back to life? Han Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he sighed deeply and patted Shu Da's hand to comfort him. Let's go. You take me to see him first. Oh, I knew the chief must have a way, Shu Da said happily, wiping away his tears and pulling Han Feng to run to Shu Wu's house. Han Feng was speechless. When did I say I had a way? Hey, can you not make things up? When they arrived at Shu Wu's house, the door was open. To be honest, Hanyang City was really a place where doors were not closed at night and things were not picked up on the road, because there was really nothing to steal. Therefore, there was no habit of bolting doors in Hanyang City. Entering the courtyard, the chimney of Shu Wu's house was still slowly emitting green smoke. Obviously, the heated Kong in the house was burning. Shu Wu's grandson was already an adult and was squatting in the courtyard chopping wood. When he saw the chief enter the door, the first to come out to greet him was a mangy old dog, wagging its tail at Han Feng and circling around him. Chief, why are you here? Shu Wu's grandson greeted politely. Oh, I came to see your grandfather. I heard he's not eating well. Han Feng asked directly. Yes, it's been a few days. Hearing Han Feng ask about this, his grandson couldn't help but lower his head with a sad expression. Oh, I'll go in and see him. Han Feng didn't say much and directly opened the door and went into the house. In the main room was a long table and a few benches. The stove against the wall was burning with firewood. There were people in both side rooms. In the east room, a woman was sewing clothes by the window. On the large Kong in the west room were 5 people. The old Shu Wu was sitting on the Kong against the wall, his eyes dazed. He looked out the window covered with white paper, as if thinking about something. In his hand, he was holding the bone calendar he had shown Han Feng before, constantly stroking it. On the bed was also a young woman, taking care of 3 children alone. One of them was already a year old, and the other 2 were still wearing woolen open-crotch pants and short clothes, crawling around on the calm. Occasionally, they would crawl into Shu Wu's arms and touch the bone piece in his hand. One of these 3 children was Shu Wu's grandson, and the other 2 were his great-grandsons. That is, 2 of them were the children of the guy who was chopping wood outside just now, and the other was his brother. Well, this was actually not strange. People in this era generally had children early, and in the past 2 years after joining the Han tribe, life had been relatively stable, and it could be said that they had plenty of food and clothing. This led to a common phenomenon, that is, mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law competed to have children. In fact, those who had become grandparents were not old either. The 2 generations added together were not yet 30 years old, and they were still capable of having children. And the human tradition was naturally to have more children when conditions allowed. The infant mortality rate in this era was very high, and the lifespan of adults was also short. If they didn't have more children, how could the race continue? It was not uncommon for a son to marry a wife and have a baby, while his parents were still competing with their children to have babies. Some even had the mother-in-law's milk not being enough, so she sent her child to her daughter-in-law's house to be raised. The younger uncle was raised on his sister-in-law's milk, or the grandson was raised on his grandmother's milk. This kind of thing was very common. Not to mention in the Han tribe, even in the early days of the founding of the rabbit, this kind of thing was not rare. Shu Wu's family was in this situation. Although he was a shaman, he also had women and children. The primitive era did not allow for waste of resources. Anyone who could reproduce would definitely do so with all their might. It was just that now, not many of Shu Wu's son's generation were still alive. Shu Wu. Han Feng entered the room and called out to the dazed, otherworldly Shu Wu. "Grandpa, the chief is here to see you." The young woman who was watching the children also called out to Shu Wu. As if hearing the movement, Shu Wu's scattered gaze refocused, and then he looked at Han Feng. If. His voice was very hoarse and small, probably because he had drunk too little water, making it difficult for Han Feng to hear clearly. Shuda also followed behind, moved a bench for Han Feng to sit down in the room. "I heard you suddenly stopped eating. What's wrong? Weren't you fine before I left? You were still checking the warehouse every day back then." Han Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. He was alive and kicking a few days ago, and now he was about to die. This was too sudden. "Chief. I looked at the grain in the warehouse. I was happy. We all have grain to eat. We're not hungry in winter. We have houses made of bricks, and this big calm. We're not cold in winter." I thought about the days we used to live. At that time, people would die every winter, many people. We survived year after year, winter after winter, and finally saved our tribe. Now these little ones can all live well. As he spoke, he hugged a little one who had crawled into his arms. The child immediately giggled. Shuda, who was beside him, just covered his face and cried his heart out, as if he had been reminded of the hard life he had once lived by Shu Wu. Han Feng also sighed. Although he had not experienced such a hard life, his body had. In the memories of his body, there were also such memories, as if Han Feng had experienced them himself. He knew that old people love to reminisce. The older they get, the more they have this problem. Only young people will always look forward until they get old, mature, and then they also start to reminisce. But what Han Feng didn't understand was, why was he talking about this for no reason? Since life was better now, he should be even happier. What was the point of reminiscing about the bitter past and not eating? Shu Wu, since our life is better now, you should eat well. Why go against your own stomach? Why are you doing this? Han Feng couldn't help but ask. "I want to guard the warehouse. I want to watch the grain. They said the chief won't allow it." Shu Wu said as if holding his breath, complaining to Han Feng, and also as if questioning him. "Guarding the warehouse, they won't allow it, and they said I won't let you see it. Who is this?" But Han Feng thought for a moment and immediately understood. Could it be that group of people from the county government? Han Feng wanted them to learn how to govern, to conduct a census, to measure the land, and to count the reserves of various materials. This was indeed an order given by Han Feng. But to count the materials, they naturally had to take over first. "You, a Shu Wu, guard the warehouse every day and don't let go. The distribution of all the tribe members' materials has to go through your hands. What is your status? Do you have the chief's authorization?" "But we do. We are officials appointed by the chief. managing all the major and minor affairs of Hanyang City. Now the chief has asked us to do this. Can you still object? Although Han Feng didn't see it with his own eyes, he could roughly guess the scene. It must have been a conflict between the county government officials and Shu Wu, perhaps just a verbal argument. It was unlikely that they would have fought. Thinking about this matter, it really should be Han Feng's fault. It was Han Feng who didn't coordinate their responsibilities in advance. Now that there was a conflict, it was normal. When Hanyang City was first established, the population was small, and the able-bodied young people were all participating in various constructions. Therefore, the matter of coordinating logistics and materials naturally fell on the two idle people, Elder Han and Shu Wu, and they had been in charge until now. But Han Feng was now gradually implementing a new system in the Han tribe, so the original management personnel would naturally be excluded. They were the people who were eliminated by the new system, so it was normal for them to have some resentment in their hearts. You won't let me manage the warehouse, and the current Han tribe doesn't need me to perform sacrifices. What's the use of me? I'm so old, and I can't do anything else. It's better to die than to waste your food. This was Shu Wu's simple thought. It contained both the resentment of being excluded and the persistence of the older generation. In this purely primitive tribe-born Shu Wu, they had their own set of concepts, that is, not to raise useless people, including the elderly who could not work, the disabled, the sick, and so on. Once they encountered difficulties, these people were always the first to be abandoned. Otherwise, there would not be so many wild people in the mountains. And now Shu Wu's mind was exactly this thought. He thought he was already an idle person and could no longer contribute to the tribe, so he wanted to commit suicide by starvation. This situation was indeed a bit extreme. Now, to let the old guy continue to live, there was only one way. Arrange something for him to do, to make him feel that he was still useful. But he was already an old bone. What else could he do? With this body that was about to fall apart at any moment, he probably couldn't even grow vegetables. At this moment, a small baby on the Kong actually took the scapula calendar from Shu Wu's hand, held it above his head with his small hand, and waved it around, happily shouting. This scene couldn't help but make Han Feng's eyes light up. That's right. How could I forget Shu Wu's old profession? Shu Wu, don't worry about those warehouse matters. In the future, we will have more and more things, and you definitely won't be able to remember them all. How about I also give you an official position and make you the director of the Imperial Observatory of our great Han? Han Feng suggested with a smile. Sword, what sword? I do want to learn blacksmithing, but I can't lift the hammer anymore. Shu Wu was stunned when he heard this, and then couldn't help but sigh. Not that sword, but the director of the Imperial Observatory. This is the official title of an official who is specifically responsible for watching the moon, the sun, and various stars. And not only watching, but also recording their trajectories to determine the seasons, solar terms, calendar, and time. Didn't your Black Rat tribe pass down this method of watching the moon's movement to determine the seasons and months from generation to generation? Then I'll give you a new task now, to watch the sun's laws to determine the time of day. How about it? I'll make you the director of the Imperial Observatory, and you'll do this. Han Feng immediately explained to him in detail. Shu Wu was immediately interested when he heard about the duties of the director of the Imperial Observatory. This was really something that only he was most suitable for. You know, when it came to studying the stars and moon in the sky, no one was more expert than him. But this sun, Chief, I'm willing to be the director of the Imperial Observatory, but looking at the sun will make my eyes blind. Shu Wu couldn't help but remind him. The sundial was the recording tool Han Feng had mentioned. A proper sundial doesn't need to record anything. You just adjust the tilt of its plate according to the local latitude, then tell the time by the shadow of its gnomon. But here was the problem. This wasn't Earth, and Han Feng had no idea what the latitude was. How could he determine the correct tilt for the sundial plate? It was a conundrum with only one solution, daily measurements to find a pattern. Soon, Shu Wu, invigorated by his new task, began to eat under his grandson's care. After a few days of recovery, Han Feng's sundial was ready. This sundial wasn't tilted. It was a horizontal sundial with its gnomon perpendicular to the ground, differing from traditional horizontal sundials. It was made of wood, a circular wooden disc with a bronze gnomon inserted in the center. Around this gnomon, there were 14 concentric circles of varying sizes, used to mark the 14 months. Additionally, the disc was marked with 24 hours, with the 24 point facing due south, the direction where the shadow was shortest at midday. Of course, Han Feng surmised that this planet's rotation period definitely exceeded 24 Earth hours. This wasn't a big deal. Earth's own rotation isn't exactly 24 hours either. It's slightly less, by a little over 3 minutes each day. These small discrepancies accumulate, eventually forcing people to add an extra day to compensate for the error between rotation and revolution. The leap year, February 29th, every 4 years. But this planet was different. Here, a year had 14 months, and a leap year occurred every 14 years, adding 14 extra days. This indicated a significant error in the speeds of the planet's rotation and its revolution around its star, requiring 14 additional days to balance the discrepancy. Shu Wu's task was to daily draw the path of the gnomon's shadow on the disk, creating an arc each day to track the sun's movement across the months. Since there were distinct seasonal changes here, the sun's projection would certainly differ each month. If Shu Wu could meticulously record these changes, Han Feng could roughly deduce his latitude on this planet from these arcs. This was a long-term project, and the only way to study astronomy, making the establishment of an Imperial Astronomical Bureau for celestial observation absolutely necessary. Naturally, ancient China's Imperial Astronomical Bureau did more than just this. They observed celestial phenomena, calculated solar terms, formulated calendars, and even performed astrological divination to predict fortune and misfortune. But that was a bit far-fetched, and Han Feng certainly didn't believe in it. So, Han Feng's Imperial Astronomical Bureau was purely an astronomical observation department. The appointments were quickly made. Shu Wu was named the first director of the Han tribe's Imperial Astronomical Bureau, a position equivalent to the director of a national observatory in modern times. Additionally, one female student from the first graduating class was selected as the deputy director, assisting the director. Below them were 4 seasonal observers, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, whose job was to assist the director in observing the seasons and calculating solar terms. Finally, there were 2 bell and drum officers, each managing a bell tower and a drum tower, used for timekeeping at dawn and dusk. With this, the framework of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was complete. Han Feng also allocated a large office for them in the government building. Without exception, a plaque was hung in the main hall of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, bearing 4 vermilion characters. Observe phenomena, grant time. Han Feng had seen this phrase during a visit to the capital in his past life, and now it felt perfectly fitting. Wasn't this precisely observing celestial phenomena and determining time? With all these arrangements made, Han Feng, the supreme leader of the Han tribe, turned his attention to more pressing matters. The Hanyang County office's statistical work had been ongoing for half a month, and the various material counts were nearly complete. It was time for an inspection. That day, Han Feng sat in his spacious office on the top floor of the government building. His large desk was covered with handwritten ledgers and reports. Across from him stood a group of officials, both formal and probationary, ready to answer any questions Han Feng might pose. He opened a yellow register, its pages filled with dense household records. Though the handwriting wasn't beautiful, it was neat, as everything was recorded by house number. When Hanyang City was first built, all residential areas consisted of neat rows of alleys, with house numbers in sequence. There weren't many households to begin with, so the records were quite clear. Each page of this yellow register represented one household. The text was laid out horizontally from left to right, and most importantly, it included punctuation. Hanyang County, District 1, Row 6, Number 4. Head of Household, Tan Sidong, age 22. Spouses, Shui Shi, age 22. Chai Shi, age 21. Children, 6. Eldest daughter, Tan Xiaohua, age 9. Second son, Tan Ergu, age 8. Third son, Tan Fengshou, age 6. Fourth son, Tan Dazhou, age 6. Fifth daughter, Tan Zhu, age 4. Sixth daughter, Tan Hong, age 3. Total household members, 9. Ancestors deceased. This meant the grandparents' generation had passed away. The sheer density of the household information gave Han Feng a headache, but at least the most basic details were clearly recorded. Gender, name, age. While ages might not be perfectly accurate, some people couldn't remember how old they were. Age was the most crucial piece of information. Only by knowing ages could taxes and corvée labor be levied more reasonably, or young adults recruited into the army based on age groups. However, this yellow register still looked rather messy. Han Feng pondered for a moment and decided to print a standardized form. He would create a template with all the necessary household information in a fixed format, so that when collecting data, officials could simply fill in the blanks. This would make it not only clearer to read, but also easier to record. Acting on the thought, Han Feng sent for Bai Qi, who was in charge of the printing workshop. He then drew a household registration form and instructed Bai Qi to carve a wooden block for it and print a large quantity. Setting aside the household yellow register, he picked up a report from the side. This report was much clearer. It didn't contain detailed household information, but summarized Hanyang City's population, allowing Han Feng to see what he wanted at a glance. It stated, Hanyang County had a total of 594 households, comprising 4,752 people. Adult males and females, 1784. Population aged 6 to 13, 1698. Population under 6, 1270. A special note at the end read, slaves not counted. This meant slaves were not included in the population count. This was understandable. Han Feng never considered the captured cannibal tribesmen as people. They were to be used until they died, and he certainly wouldn't allow that race to continue breeding. Among the adults, there were 627 males and 1157 females. The gender ratio was quite skewed. However, these adults were mostly people who had sought refuge from various tribes. In the old tribal era, the male-to-female ratio was already large. But now, having joined the Han tribe, with guaranteed food and safety, the survival rate of males would greatly increase. In just a few generations, the gender ratio would naturally balance out. These figures showed that Hanyang City had actually reached a development bottleneck. Hanyang City had a total of 9 districts. The central district housed the plaza, school, and county office. Another district was specifically designated as a livestock area, raising large numbers of cattle, horses, sheep, alpacas, spotted pigs, and so on. Furthermore, there was a factory and warehouse district, where smelting, carpentry, weaving, and storage were all concentrated within 12 large warehouses in one district. The remaining 6 districts were all residential. Each residential district had 99 houses. The current statistics showed Hanyang City had a total of 594 households, which meant it was completely full. Hanyang City had no empty houses left. Therefore, when future generations came of age and wanted to establish their own households, they would have to migrate outwards to the new cities currently under construction. This was an issue that demanded attention. However, the 2 cities at Fuma Pass and Riyang Commandery currently lacked population. If Hanyang City became overpopulated, some people could simply be relocated there. The distance wasn't too far, so there was no need to be overly anxious yet. In the coming years, the Han tribe's pace of building new cities would certainly accelerate, so there was no need to worry about too many people. The fear was actually not having enough people, for in this era, population was the primary productive force. After reviewing the population data, Han Feng moved on to livestock figures. This wasn't as critical. Apart from strategic resources like cattle and horses, the numbers of pigs and sheep fluctuated frequently. They bred quickly and were eaten quickly. A rough estimate was sufficient. Moreover, with the rise of grassland trade in the past 2 years, the per capita ownership of cattle and horses in the Han tribe was quite high, almost 2 to 3 large animals per household. This was actually due to the sparse population. Wild cattle and horses were countless, while the human population was small. Perhaps at this very moment, the number of humans was even less than the number of cattle and horses in the world. Once humanity began to rise, meaning after a population boom, even if the number of cattle and horses remained the same, the ratio to humans would reverse dramatically, and the per capita ownership of cattle and horses would irreversibly decrease. However, with the current development, there would be no concern about a shortage of cattle and horses for 1 or 2 centuries. As long as Han Feng planned well for the future, he wouldn't have to worry about problems down the line. After inspecting these tasks assigned to the county office, Han Feng instructed them to have each household collect frozen fish according to their registered population. The large quantity of remaining fish bladders was directly handed over to the carpentry workshop for use in making various tools. Next, he checked the progress of the carpentry workshop's composite bow production. Since all construction projects in Hanyang City were complete and the demand for tables, chairs, and benches had been met, the carpentry workshop now had only 3 tasks: producing pencils, building wooden boats, and making bow staves. Because the carpentry workshop had the 3rd highest number of workers, after the potters and weavers, The progress on these tasks was not slow. Only 2 carpenters were assigned to making pencils, as the current demand for pencils wasn't high, so they could manage. A team of 10 was responsible for producing wooden boats. They only needed to construct a keel, then glue on automatically cut planks, and finally apply a waterproof treatment. The remaining 28 carpenters in the workshop were fully dedicated to making bow staves. This was not only because making bow staves was intricate work, but also because Han Feng had set a large production target, at least 6,000 bow staves over the 4 winter months. Of these, 2,000 were for cavalry short bows, and the other 4,000 were for infantry crossbows. This meant that these 28 carpenters needed to produce at least 2 bow staves per day. However, a bow stave was not a complete bow. It was merely a base for attaching horn and sinew. Its production difficulty was not much harder than making a single longbow. Making one in the morning and another in the afternoon. After 2 or 3 months of practice, producing 3 a day would not be a problem. Many people accompanied Han Feng on this inspection of bow stave production: Shu De, Ing Rue, De Li, Yu Yi, and the elders, among others. Shu De, leading the group, represented the conservative faction who favored longbows. Only Yu Yi and Han Feng were supporters of the composite bow. Chief, our longbows are perfectly good. They're quick to make, powerful, and look imposing in hand. They can really scare people. Why do we insist on making these composite bows? Just the basic production of 1 bow takes a year. Isn't that a waste of time? What couldn't we do with that year? We could even make more carts. Shu De looked at the stacks of bow staves in the workshop and couldn't help but complain. These were all semi-finished products, just one component of those so-called composite bows. If they were making longbows instead, these stacks wouldn't be staves, but thousands of finished longbows. Wasn't this just taking the long way around? You're not wrong. Longbows certainly have many advantages, especially their power and long range. The most crucial thing is how easy they are to make. But what we need now are short bows for cavalry. Can you ride on horseback, holding a 2-meter-long longbow, and shoot arrows? Han Feng glanced at him, asking with a hint of disdain. But we don't need to make so many, do we? 1,000 or 2 for the cavalry would be enough. Why make so many crossbows? Crossbows are bulky, inconvenient to carry, and a hassle to fire. Don't even get me started on the firing rate. It can't compare to a longbow. Why are we making so many crossbows when we could be making longbows? Shu De continued to argue. Shu De's words actually surprised Han Feng. He hadn't expected the man to list so many disadvantages of crossbows. He truly was a military leader, constantly studying weapons and warfare. You're right. Crossbows do have those disadvantages. But their advantages are also very clear, and they are precisely what we need most. Compared to their advantages, the disadvantages become less important. Han Feng nodded and said, Advantages? What advantages? I haven't found any. To fire 1 arrow from a crossbow, you first have to use your foot to string it, then load the arrow, and only then can you raise it to fire. In that time, a longbow could have fired 3 arrows. Where are these advantages? Shu De retorted, unconvinced. With that brain of yours, and you're supposed to be a military leader? You can't even discover a weapon's advantages. Yu Yi, your scout team has used these crossbows for months. You tell Shu De what the crossbow's advantages are, Han Feng said, exasperated. I'm not too sure myself. If I had to say an advantage, it might be that it shoots a bit more accurately than a longbow, since it has a sight for aiming. Yu Yi scratched his head and replied. Sigh. Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. Even Yu Yi, who had used crossbows for months, hadn't truly grasped their power. Come on, I'll give you all an eye-opener. Let's see what's so great about these crossbows. With that, Han Feng immediately led them out of the workshop and headed straight for the city square. It was a sunny day, and some half-grown children, unable to stay indoors, had gathered in groups at the square to play football, making the bleak winter a little livelier. Seeing the chief approach with several people, the children stopped chasing the ball, wondering why he was coming their way. Soon, the chief was before them. Today, I'd like to find a few people to test the newly made bows and arrows. Preferably those who are almost adults. Who among you is willing to try? Upon hearing the chief talk about testing bows and arrows, the mischievous children immediately became excited, scrambling and jumping, shouting, Me! Pick me, chief. I'm strong. Han Feng casually picked 5 of the tallest and strongest children. Then, he had Dili set up fixed straw targets in the distance, and the competition began. Shu De watched intently from the side. He still didn't understand what was so good about these crossbows, nor what trick the chief was playing. First, You'll shoot 3 arrows with a longbow. Let's see who shoots more accurately. Shuda, you teach them. These children have never drawn a bow before. They don't even know how to hold one or draw the string. You must teach them seriously, Han Feng said earnestly to Shuda, who had an indifferent expression. No problem. Archery is my specialty. Teaching these kids is simple. Watch me. Shuda was momentarily stunned by the request, then broke into a smile. He hadn't expected the chief to mean that. He quickly began instructing the 5 children. Come on, come on. Stand with your legs a bit wider. Hold the bow hand loosely, don't grip it so tight. The bow is pushed forward, not clutched in your hand. 3 fingers on the string, yes. Knock the arrow on the string, hold it with your fingers, and pull back hard. Pull back. Watch the direction of the arrow. Aim at the straw target, and release. Twang, 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 twang. With the sound of bowstrings releasing, some arrows flew out, but they largely missed the straw target. Even worse, 2 of the children's arrows didn't even shoot, falling with a thud at their feet. At this, Shuda's face immediately darkened. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, what a bunch of useless kids. Kids these days are truly worse than the last generation. Why are your fingers clamped so tight on the string? Look what happened. You couldn't even let it go. Idiot. And you, didn't I tell you to hold the knock with your fingers? How did the arrow fall before you even released the string? Huh? Moron. Shuda cursed furiously, feeling utterly humiliated by the boys' performance. To have them fail so spectacularly in front of the chief, especially after he had personally instructed them, was a blow to his pride as a military officer. How could he hold his head high now? All right, what's the use in yelling at them? It's their first time touching a bow and arrow, Han Feng said calmly from the side. You weren't much better when you first started. Let's continue. They still have 2 arrows each. Han Feng's words made Shu Da's face flush red. It was true. When he first learned the longbow, Han Feng had often berated him. Besides, Shuda had never been the best archer, a fact known by almost everyone in the first batch of archers. It was the biggest stain on his military career. The next 2 rounds were just as disastrous. Arrows fell short or missed the targets completely. Out of 15 shots from 5 boys, only 2 hit the straw. But this was perfectly normal for archery practice. When Han Feng had trained his first archers, he had started with the basics, holding the bow, raising it, pushing and drawing, and practicing releases at close range. Archery was a discipline. Every movement had to be broken down, studied, and practiced meticulously. Expecting someone who had just picked up a bow to hit the bulls every time was asking too much. A truly qualified army of archers required years of training, 3 to 5 years at a minimum, sometimes 7 or 8. They needed good nutrition and strong physiques, with arms like tree trunks. They were the elite of the elite infantry. Even the current standard bearers of the Han tribe's archer companies could only manage to maintain formation and fire volleys in an arrow formation. As for precision strikes within 100 meters, only a dozen or so men in the entire Han tribe were capable of it. It required not only immense practice, but also a natural talent for shooting. Chief, 3 arrows each is too few. Shuda couldn't help but suggest, seeing the pathetic results. Let them shoot a few more. It's their first time holding a bow. They can't even hold it steady. How are they supposed to aim properly? No need, Han Feng said, waving his hand. You said they can't hold it steady? Then let's try the crossbows now. You teach them how to use the crossbows. Same thing, 3 bolts each. Let's begin. He wasn't here to train archers. He was here to demonstrate the difference between the longbow and the crossbow. There was no time to waste. Yes, Chief, Yi responded. You 5, grab a crossbow and stand ready. He immediately began teaching them how to operate the weapon. These 5 crossbows were the same ones issued to the scout team for trial use. At the time, Han Feng had only given them a simple demonstration. Since they all had experience with longbows, they quickly got the hang of the crossbows and had given him positive feedback. Within the scout team, at least, the crossbow had received unanimous praise. See this iron ring at the front? Put 1 foot in it to hold it down. Point the stock upwards. Now, grab the string with both hands and pull it up until it clicks into this slot. That's it. Make sure the string is properly seated. All right, those who have cocked it, stand up straight. Insert the bolt into the groove from the front, arrowhead forward. The fletching should lie flat in the groove. Okay, everyone double check. Once you're done, raise the crossbow. Left hand supports the arm, right hand on the grip, index finger next to the trigger. Press the stock firmly against your shoulder. Hold it steady, don't move. Don't fire yet. See the bump on the iron ring at the front? That's the front sight. And this vertical piece at the back is the rear sight. It has markings on it. Look closely. Counting from the bottom up, the first line is for 50 meters, the second for 100, the third for 150, and so on. Each line adds 50 meters to the range. Your target is 70 meters away. So where should you be looking? Does anyone know? Yu instructed, adding a bit of interaction. Shuda, standing by, was growing impatient. Firing this crossbow once was so damn complicated. In the time it took them to do all this, he could have shot 10 arrows. I know. One of the boys holding a divine arm crossbow shouted. One line is 50 meters, 2 lines is 100 meters, so 70 meters should be between the first and second lines. Very good, you're right. 70 meters is between the 2 lines, but not exactly in the middle. It should be a little below the midpoint. Now, find that spot. Then, align that spot with the front sight, and finally, aim at the center of the target. Line up all 3 points. Yi yelled, just as Han Feng had trained them. The boys quickly adjusted their aim, waiting for the next command. Are you all aligned? Ready. Me too. Good. Once you're aligned, hold still. If you move, the bolt will go wide when you fire. Now, put your finger on the trigger and squeeze back. Twang, 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 twang. Before Yu Ye's voice had even faded, a series of sharp releases echoed through the air. The strings, held taut for so long, were finally unleashed, sending the bolts streaking forward like meteors. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the bowstrings still seemed to hang in the air as a series of impacts rang out from the distant straw targets. The first volley of crossbow bolts had all hit their mark. Although only 2 struck the bullseye, the other 3 were still within the 4th or 5th rings. If they had been aiming for a person's chest, they might have hit the head, but at least none of them missed. The bolts landed at different heights, but they were all clustered along a vertical center line. This indicated slight errors in their aiming points or unsteady hands, causing some wobble during firing. Even so, the crossbow's performance utterly crushed that of the longbow. The real difference between the two wasn't in range or power, but in how quickly one could learn to use the crossbow. It might take 5 years to train a competent archer, but you could train a crossbowman and send him into battle in 6 months, at most. This was analogous to the gap between firearms and cold weapons. Why did firearms become so popular the moment they were invented? Was it because they were more powerful than bows? That was nonsense. A good bow in the hands of a skilled archer could outperform a firearm in range, power, and accuracy. So why did firearms prevail? Because they were cheap to train. With a bow, it took years to train an archer. But with a firearm, you could take a farmer from his fields or a craftsman from his workshop and turn him into a competent soldier in just 2 or 3 months. Short training times meant armies could be raised quickly, lowering the cost of maintaining a military. Even if casualties were high, new recruits could be trained rapidly to replenish the ranks. What nation wouldn't love such an affordable army? The current debate between the longbow and the crossbow was essentially the same as the one between the archer and the musketeer. While a crossbow wasn't a firearm, the principle was the same. The process of cocking a crossbow wasn't all that different from loading a musket, but the way it was fired was vastly different from a bow. Why couldn't novices shoot a bow accurately? Because during the process of drawing and aiming, they had to constantly exert force to keep the bow drawn, then aim based on rough experience. It sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult. The longbow's power came from its high draw weight. For some, just holding a full draw was a struggle. If they aimed for even a moment too long, their arms would start to shake uncontrollably. How could you expect them to shoot accurately under those conditions? But crossbows and firearms were different. Both weapons were loaded beforehand. During the aiming process, no strength was needed to maintain the draw. One only had to hold the weapon steady. Then, they could use the mechanical sights to aim at the target. The firing process was as simple as pulling a trigger. With a weapon like this, was there any need to debate which was superior? You obviously used the one that's more convenient. Why were weapons becoming more and more automated? Wasn't that the correct path of weapon development? Shuda stared, dumbfounded. It was their first time touching a crossbow, and the first volley was all hits. Then came the second round, all hits again. The third round, still all hits. Aside from not perfectly hitting the bullseye, there was nothing to criticize. Of course, the rate of fire was painfully slow, but that was because they were new and unfamiliar with the loading process. It wasn't that Shuda had never tried a crossbow. He had, but he hadn't thought much of it. The first time he'd picked one up, he had shot very accurately, hitting the target every time. But he had attributed that to his 2 years of experience with the longbow. He hadn't noticed anything special about the crossbow itself. Of course, he had remembered its slow rate of fire. It was no match for a bow. A man of his strength could fire 2 arrows a second with a longbow. While not very accurate at long range, if a whole formation could maintain that rate of fire, who cared about accuracy? A single wave of saturation fire would wipe out the enemy. But now, through this direct comparison, Shuda saw the crossbow's advantage. It was slow, yes, but its accuracy was terrifyingly high. And there weren't any other major flaws. Equipping the infantry with this weapon was indeed a perfect fit. The strength of an infantry army depended heavily on the percentage of archers in its ranks. Archers were, by nature, a ranged offensive unit, responsible for dealing heavy damage and overwhelming the enemy. If you wanted to play the formation game, but I had more archers than you, you'd probably lose half your men to my volley fire before you even got close. By the time our armies actually clashed, your morale would be shattered and you'd be at a numerical disadvantage. At that point, how would you even choose to die? The experiment ended. The 5 chosen boys were ecstatic. They never thought they could be so accurate. They must have a talent for archery. Of course, this was only because they didn't understand the difference between a longbow and a crossbow. Chief, if we become warriors in the future, can we use crossbows like these? Yeah, Chief. Can we use these crossbows? The boys chattered excitedly. Each of them had hit the target 3 times, and this outstanding performance had gone to their heads. They were starting to think they were really something special. There will be crossbows, Han Feng replied simply, not elaborating further. We're making them now, and there will only be more in the future. All right, you can go back to playing. With the comparison test concluded, Han Feng led the group back. Shuda walked along with them in a daze, his eyes staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Shuda, Han Feng called out to him. Huh? Yes, Chief. You have archers under your command. Are any of them as accurate as those children were just now? Han Feng deliberately emphasized the word children. Well, yes, but not many, Shuda admitted honestly. And how long did it take them to learn to shoot like that? Han Feng continued. About 2 or 3 years, I think, Shuda said after a moment's thought. So, do you understand now what makes the crossbow so good? Han Feng asked with a smile. Han Feng's question was like a jolt of lightning. The problem he had been wrestling with suddenly became clear. Oh, I get it. The crossbow. It's faster to learn than the longbow. Exactly. That's the key. Han Feng explained patiently. If I asked you to train a new unit of archers, it would take years to see any real results. But the crossbow is different. You can train a serviceable unit of crossbowmen in just 2 or 3 months. Now tell me, which is better, the longbow or the crossbow? Well, the crossbow is better in that regard, Shuda conceded, though he still clung to his point. But I still say the crossbow doesn't shoot as fast as the longbow. If 100 skilled archers fought 100 crossbowmen, the archers would definitely win. You might be right, Han Feng said. But there's another advantage to the crossbow you haven't noticed. Let me ask you this. Those archers of yours, how many arrows can they fire consecutively? Well, they'd be exhausted after 30 or 40 arrows, Shuda calculated. Exactly. But haven't you noticed the crossbow's unique characteristic? Firing a crossbow doesn't rely on arm strength. It uses the strength of the entire body. You just need to use your whole body to cock the string, load the bolt, and you can achieve a precise shot. It might be a bit slower, but its endurance is much greater. A man can shoot a crossbow for half a day without getting exhausted like an archer, whose arms end up trembling so much they can only wait to be slaughtered. Shuda was stunned once again. He had never considered that. He had been so focused on the rate of fire that he hadn't realized the slower speed had its own benefits. It was just as the chief said. With less physical exertion, one wouldn't tire as quickly. Therefore, a crossbowman could fight for a much longer time. That's right, Chief. Ing Rue suddenly chimed in. The crossbow's rate of fire might seem slow, but its endurance is much greater. It might not be as obvious in an open field battle, but it would be perfect for defending a city. Like the last siege, when the enemy surrounded us for days. That's the perfect situation for crossbows. A single soldier could hold his position on the wall for half a day, firing continuously. And since it doesn't require much arm strength, you use your whole body to cock it. Even the women and children in the city could use them. We could just organize the common folk for some simple training during the off-season or in winter. Then, when the enemy lays siege, they could man the walls and fight to protect their families. Rue had participated in the last siege defense. He had been on the city walls himself, so he could immediately imagine the role the crossbow would play. Exactly, Han Feng nodded, pleased. Finally, someone with a sharp mind. So, the crossbow has so many advantages, huh? Ha ha ha. At this point, Shuda could only laugh awkwardly. He had no more arguments left. As the chief said, every weapon has its own characteristics. You can't just compare stats. You have to consider where it's used and who is using it. The right weapon is the only truly good weapon. As they talked, the group made their way back to the woodworking workshop. By now, no one objected to making crossbows anymore. On the contrary, they were all filled with a newfound interest. Upon returning to the workshop, besides the piles of crossbow and bow cores they had seen earlier, another piece of machinery, its purpose unknown, caught everyone's attention. The device had a wide, sturdy base that looked stable on the ground. Atop it was a large wooden beam, like a pillar laid on its side. The side of the beam had 3 square holes chiseled through it. The top of the beam was carved with a groove, much like the arm of the crossbows they had just seen. But no one would believe it was a crossbow arm. Who could possibly draw a crossbow that large? Standing upright, the thing was taller than a man, probably over 2 meters long. Strangely, at the rear of the device, there was a horizontal wooden roller with a cross-shaped handle on each end, resembling the cloth-winding mechanism on a loom. Everyone stared, completely baffled. Chief, is this a tool for weaving brocade? I heard our tribe plans to promote sericulture and brocade weaving. Rue asked first. No, Han Feng said, not beating around the bush this time. This is a crossbow. That thing is the crossbow arm. Didn't you see the groove for the bolt on top? A collective gasp went through the crowd. It really was a crossbow. Han Feng began to introduce the giant weapon. This is called a bed crossbow, named so because its large frame resembles a bed. The 3 holes on the side of the arm are for mounting bows. One bed crossbow uses 3 giant bows, so it's also called a 3-bow bed crossbow. As he explained, Han Feng gestured for the craftsman to bring over the other parts. First came 3 longbows, all simple self-bows carved from hardwood, but a size larger than ordinary longbows, each about 2.2 meters long. Assembling it was simple. The bows were inserted into the square holes, 2 facing forward, 1 reversed, and secured with wedges. The strings of the 3 bows were connected, and the middle, reversed bow was fitted with a bronze pulley. This way, pulling the string of the rearmost bow would draw all 3 simultaneously. The power stored by the crossbow was the sum of all 3 bows' draw weights. Such immense force could not be drawn by human strength alone. Perhaps only a monster like a giant ape would have the confidence to try drawing a bed crossbow by hand. But since it was built, it wasn't just for show. At the rear of the crossbow was the wooden roller and winch. With just 2 people operating it, they could easily crank the bowstring back, making the weapon usable. With the bow, arm, and winch assembled, it naturally needed a bolt. They hadn't had time to make specialized bolts for the bed crossbow yet, so they used an old throwing spear from the Han tribe's early days as a substitute. Seeing the chief use a throwing spear as a bolt, everyone was screaming, "What the hell?" in their minds, if they knew the phrase, that is. The shock and awe were written all over their faces. Han Feng could clearly read the 2 words, "What the hell," on each of them. "Chief, that throwing spear is so heavy. Can the bed crossbow really shoot it?" Shuda asked doubtfully. "I think so. It can definitely shoot it. The only questions are how far and with how much power. If the spear is too heavy, we can switch to a thinner one. We can also replace the bronze head with an iron one to reduce more weight. If it still doesn't fly far, we can just use hollow bamboo shafts for the bolts. That would make them even lighter. How could it not fly far then?" Yu Yi, who understood crossbows better than anyone else, immediately rattled off 2 improvement plans, sparking a surge of interest and anticipation in the crowd. But Chief, one of the elders who had been silent until now, suddenly asked, "A thing this big needs several people to operate. You can't just carry it around. What's the use of making such a large crossbow? If you can't carry it, then you use it in a fixed position. For example, on top of the city walls for defense, or on a large ship for mobility. We could also modify the base into a cart and pull it with horses. There are so many uses. It all depends on where it's needed. If there's a need, we'll build it. Just like the improvements Yu Yi suggested, we can optimize those ideas even further. For instance, Yu Yi mentioned using hollow bamboo for bolts. That would certainly lighten them, but the power would be significantly reduced. So, we can improve the bamboo shafts. We could fill the bamboo with tung oil, add some tinder, light it, and fire it as a giant flaming arrow. Or we could pack the hollow bamboo with explosives, making a demolition charge, and use the bed crossbow to launch it into the enemy ranks to explode. Or we could be even more vicious. We could put explosives at the front of the bamboo shaft for ignition and fill the back with tung oil to spread the fire. When it's fired, the bamboo explodes first, turning into countless sharp splinters to injure the enemy, while the scattered, burning oil rains down on them. Ahem. Seeing this weapon, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the Korean War, when Chinese volunteer soldiers would shove bamboo demolition charges into the machine gun ports of enemy bunkers. Although those early demolition charges were later replaced by various rocket launchers and high-powered grenades, they were extremely effective at the time. And what was a demolition charge but a thin stick packed with explosives? The moment he heard bamboo, Han Feng immediately thought of demolition charges and incendiary bombs. If they really made something like that, what would they call it? A high-explosive incendiary rocket? A napalm rocket? No, the fuel was liquid tung oil. The crowd stared at Han Feng, their jaws on the floor. Yu Yi was completely bewildered. He had just suggested using hollow bamboo to lighten the bolts, and the chief had immediately come up with several, even more outlandish ideas. Shuda also stared blankly at Han Feng. Then, as if struck by a thought, he shivered. He had personally participated in the demolition of the artificial river and knew the power of explosives. Based on the chief's description, a vivid scene formed in his mind. The chief stood opposite him, operating the giant bed crossbow. He loaded one of those massive arrows he had just described. The arrow flew towards him, but because it was filled with things, it was heavy and didn't fly very fast. He could clearly see its trajectory, predict its landing spot, and run away. Good, I got away. I wasn't skewered by the giant arrow. But just then, the giant arrow landed nearby. The impact caused the explosives inside to detonate instantly. A shower of shattered bamboo splinters flew in all directions, riddling his body, which had only run a few steps, with thousands of holes. Not only that, the shockwave sent his grievously wounded body flying, twisting through the air before being thrown to the ground far away. But it wasn't over. The large amount of tung oil inside the bamboo was ignited by the explosive gases. It clung to the flying bamboo fragments, and some of it landed directly on him. His clothes and animal skins instantly caught fire. First, he was pierced by 1,000 splinters. Then his internal organs were ravaged by the shockwave, and finally, just as he was about to pass out, he was doused in burning oil, forced to endure the agony of being burned alive, his body left without a complete corpse. The thought of it made Shuda shudder. Oh, my dear mother. The chief's imagination is not only bizarre, it's ruthless. Any one of his ideas could torture a person to death. Thank goodness I'm not his enemy. This is too damn terrifying. Alas, but this is just a prototype. It can't be used yet. It will be some time before we can mass-produce them for city defense. After all, our craftsmen are limited. At this, Han Feng couldn't help but pat the bed crossbow and sigh. Even without high-explosive incendiary rounds, just as a conventional weapon, it was still a formidable killing machine. Who wouldn't love something like this? After inspecting the progress at the woodworking workshop, the group dispersed, and Han Feng returned to the county government office. The current county government was still a makeshift operation. Hanyang City was Han Feng's first pilot county. He would run it as a trial for a while, identify and solve problems, and develop a set of effective methods before rolling them out to the entire Han territory. A few days later, Han Feng summoned Bai Qi, the head of the printing workshop, to ask about the progress of the standardized household registration forms. Learning that a large batch had already been printed, Han Feng immediately called for the county government interns. He selected the 3 best-performing groups from his observations over the past period and sent them to take up posts in Luoyang County, equipped with the new registration forms. This time, however, they went with much more than before. If they were to be officials, they had to look the part. Uniforms were necessary, as were hats. An official seal to prove their identity was also indispensable. Although the Han tribe was named after the Great Han, Han Feng didn't blindly copy the Han dynasty's system. Times were changing. The Han dynasty's ways might have been world-class in their era, but from a modern perspective, there were many backward aspects that needed improvement. Take clothing, for example. First, the Han dynasty had no underwear, let alone trousers. A more complete form of underwear only began to appear at the end of the Han dynasty and was not widespread. But the Han tribe was different. From the day they had linen, Han Feng had invented boxer shorts. Han Dynasty clothing was typically the shini or the yishang, a top and a skirt. From the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods through the Qin and Han dynasties, there wasn't much change. Both men and women wore a short top and a skirt-like garment below. It was only in the late Warring States period that the one-piece robe, which sewed the top and skirt together, appeared. This was the so-called shini. Men of that time wore this, essentially a dress, with nothing underneath. This was why people in the Qin and Han periods favored kneeling instead of sitting cross-legged or with their legs apart, and why there were no stools or chairs. A careless move could expose one's private parts, which was indecent and uncivilized. China had valued propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor since ancient times. People had a sense of shame. But the Han tribe was different. They had underwear, trousers, and tables and chairs. Therefore, they were not restricted by the shini and didn't have to wear the Han dynasty's one-piece robes. The formal attire Han Feng introduced for the Han tribe, the standard official uniform, consisted of underwear, long trousers, and socks. On the upper body, they wore a white, cross-collared short shirt, and over that, a long, cross-collared robe with the right lapel overlapping the left. As for footwear, civil officials wore shallow cloth shoes, while military officials wore deep-cuffed long boots. This was the attire for spring, summer, and autumn. When autumn grew colder, the long robe could be replaced with a double-layered, wool-filled jacket. Additionally, they could wear a half-sleeved or narrow-sleeved outer coat, similar to a duster or trench coat. For formal occasions, the ceremonial dress was largely the same, except the narrow sleeves were replaced with wide, square sleeves. The required length was such that when a person stood with their arms hanging down and then raised their forearms to be horizontal, roughly with their hands at their upper abdomen, the hem of the wide sleeves would hang down to their knees. Of course, this rather magnificent attire was only worn on formal occasions as ceremonial dress. For daily life, narrow sleeves were standard, for convenience in working or writing. Finally, there were the hats. After comparing various historical dynasties, Han Feng decided that the Liangguan, beam cap, from Han-style clothing was the best. The Liangguan was used from the Warring States period until the end of the Ming dynasty and could be considered a treasure of Chinese culture. It was a great pity that it completely disappeared from China after the Manchus forced the shaving of heads and abandonment of traditional caps. The Liangguan, as its name implied, was a cap with several beams on it. The number of beams directly indicated a person's social status, a concept similar to modern military ranks. The highest level hat was naturally the Pingtian Guan, flat sky crown, worn only by the emperor, a cap with a long, flat board on top, with strings of beads hanging from the front and back. But that was for the emperor's ceremonial dress, worn only during court sessions. For regular attire, the emperor wore the Tongtian Guan, heaven-reaching crown. This was the highest level of the Liangguan, with a large row of vertical beams, over 20 of them. It was also very tall, about 20 to 30 centimeters high, with holes on the sides for hairpins and a strap underneath to secure it at the chin. Below that were the Liangguan for officials of various ranks. They were shorter than the Tongtian Guan, and the number of beams decreased. 9 was the number of supreme honor, a number no one but the emperor dared to use. So, the ranks started from 8 beams. 8 beams could be for the first rank, 7 for the second, 6 for the third, and so on. You could tell a person's rank just by looking at their hat, which was indeed similar to military ranks. For now, the Liangguan was simple, made of black cloth. The beams on the front were made of thin copper strips wrapped in red cloth for decoration. The frame of the hat was also made of thin copper strips. The Han tribe now had metal wire drawing technology, and their copper production was not low. Since these official hats were few in number, there was no concern about wasting copper. Besides, without anything valuable on them, they wouldn't seem particularly precious anyway. In ancient times, there was a country called Hua for the beauty of its attire, and Xia for the grandeur of its etiquette. Now that the Han tribe had established its mainstream fashion, it was natural to consider etiquette. How to promote it, however, was still a problem. Of course, to implement a code of etiquette, one first needed a unified standard. After dispatching the intern officials, the convoy of carts that had been used to transport fish was reloaded with various farming implements, other tools, and a large quantity of cloth before returning to Luoyang Commandery. From now on, they would take up their posts in Luoyang Commandery. Their first and foremost task, just like in Hanyang Commandery, was to conduct a census. Only by first understanding his own population could Han Feng formulate future plans. However, it was foreseeable that the ratio of households to population in Luoyang Commandery would be quite low. In other words, the proportion of adults in Luoyang's total population would be relatively large. In Hanyang City, it was common for a single household to have several children. This was because Hanyang's residents had joined early and lived stable lives, resulting in more births over the past few years. Moreover, the survival rate of young children was much higher than it had been in the era of separate tribes. Coupled with the several hundred children rescued from the Fire Tribe, all these factors combined led to Hanyang City having fewer households but a larger population, with a higher proportion of children and fewer adults. But Luoyang Commandery was different. The earliest of those tens of thousands of people had only joined the Han tribe a year ago, while the most recent had been there for only about 3 months. They hadn't had the chance to have so many children, especially the many newcomers who had just migrated. In any era, migrating an entire tribe was no easy feat, let alone in the current primitive period. On the long, arduous journey, they had already lost a significant portion of their population, especially the young children who were underfed, poorly clothed, and had weak immune systems. Birds and beasts have a habit of nurturing their elite. From the moment they are born, cubs and chicks compete for the right to nurse or eat insects, and it is inevitable that some of the weaker ones will be abandoned. The same was true for humans of this period. If a child fell ill during the migration, the tribe would abandon them without hesitation. They would never waste scarce food on sick children. Though it sounded cruel, this was the law of survival, the only way to ensure the continuation of the race. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, permeated every era, and no one was exempt. In other words, all the newcomers who had managed to reach the Han tribe were, without exception, the strongest members of their respective tribes. The weak had long since perished in the mountains and wilds. Perhaps a few lucky ones survived to become what the Han tribe called wild people, wandering the great mountains and struggling to survive. With a month left until the next spring, Han Feng had already laid out the development goals for the new year. Expansion, continued expansion. All right, this goal didn't even need a plan, as it was merely a process within Han Feng's ultimate objective. For the Han tribe to become the Great Han Empire, it naturally had to expand continuously, enlarging its territory as much as its capabilities allowed. This was not just Han Feng's goal, but the goal of his descendants for generations to come. The first development direction for the new year was to continue the construction of Fumaguan and Luoyang Commandery. Before spring, once the new census in Luoyang Commandery was complete, Han Feng would transfer some of its population to Luoyang Commandery and Fumaguan to help with construction. This would allow the new commandery city to be established sooner and simultaneously alleviate the pressure of the population boom in Luoyang. On another front, once the two tribal alliances from the north moved south, Han Feng would also divide them into 3 parts, settling them in Fumaguan, Hanyang City, and the new city of Luoyang. Only by breaking down these old power structures could they integrate more quickly into the Han tribe, which would also reduce the probability of rebellion. As the founding sovereign, Han Feng held a significant position in the hearts of all his people. Coupled with the public opinion he himself had guided, Han Feng had now become a godlike figure in their minds. It was thanks to this prestige that he could maintain control. If anyone else were in charge of the Han tribe, it would have long since fractured, especially with those clan chiefs. Only Han Feng could keep them in check. Anyone else would have a tough time. However, the current situation was relatively stable. In this extremely backward era, as long as Han Feng could provide them with a continuous supply of food, they would be quite obedient. Food as the first necessity of the people was no joke. If everyone was starving to death, who would listen to your nonsense? In addition to these construction projects, in order to understand this world more quickly, unlock new maps, occupy more resources, and expand the population, next year, besides continuing to organize the grassland trade, a new exploration and trade caravan would be formed. However, the route for this new caravan would not be the old one. Instead, they would travel south by water on large ships. One route would start from Luoyang Commandery and explore southward. The other would depart from Hanyang Commandery and explore northward. According to Yu Ye's reconnaissance reports, the Rushui River near Hanyang Commandery was a tributary of a larger river. By entering the main river from the fork, they could travel all the way north to find the cannibal settlement. At the same time, in addition to continued exploration, The resources that had already been identified along the banks of this river would be claimed by the Han tribe. Especially now, without the discovery of coal mines, the raw materials for producing cheap glass were incomplete. Therefore, to create more optical instruments like magnifying glasses and telescopes, they could only rely on that crystal mine. Although crystal was far more valuable than glass, making it a bit of a waste, there was no other choice for now. They had to make do. After confirming these tasks, Han Feng had his own mission to attend to: continue writing books. The one book the Han tribe had printed so far was Selected Poems, a very basic text used for teaching literacy. It contained too little in the way of moral instruction. Therefore, Han Feng's new goal was The Rights of Han, modeled after the Rights of Zhou from the 4 books, to specifically establish various forms of etiquette. The first part of this book would be to define the class structure of the Han tribe. Class was unavoidable in any era. Since it couldn't be eliminated, it had to be taken seriously. Rather than letting classes evolve on their own within the Han tribe, Han Feng preferred to set the rules of the game himself. Han Feng wasn't an expert on class status. After all, he hadn't specialized in sociology in his past life. He only knew that during the Qin and Han dynasties, a 20-rank system of nobility was practiced, dividing everyone from the lowest commoners to the various vassal kings into 20 levels. Since a ready-made system existed, Han Feng decided to just use it, though he would have to modify it based on the Han tribe's actual situation rather than applying it rigidly. With this ranking system as a foundation, the main content could be addressed. He had to design the wedding, funeral, and sacrificial ceremonies for each rank, as well as the etiquette for interactions between different classes under various circumstances. Han Feng instantly felt immense pressure. After all, his skill points weren't in this area. The skills he had spent decades learning in his past life were all focused on mechanical engineering, chemical industry, and military campaigns. As for etiquette, a subject for liberal arts students, he only had a partial understanding. Most of what he knew came from historical television dramas. Besides The Rights of Han, another essential book was the Code of Law, or Statutes. Simply put, it was the law. The law was another set of rules besides etiquette. Of course, revising something like the law couldn't be done overnight. Society was constantly changing, and a single legal clause couldn't apply forever. So, this draft law would need to be amended according to future developments. While it wouldn't be changed capriciously, a schedule for revision, perhaps every few years, would have to be set. Of course, a basic framework had to be established first, like the famous 3-point law from historical anecdotes: a life for a life, punishment for injury, and punishment for theft. In addition, there were crimes like robbery and rape. After establishing these basic articles, they could be further detailed with specific clauses for punishment under various circumstances. However, one particularly unique point was that in the various laws Han Feng established, the punishment for criminals did not include imprisonment, only labor reform. What a joke! Committing a crime and then being fed and housed by the state for free? There was no such easy deal. The Han tribe was still in its early construction phase, with plenty of construction sites and all sorts of hard labor waiting for those criminals. Within the new year, these 2 books had to be written. At the very least, a basic framework had to be created, which could then be gradually filled in. Furthermore, after the new year, the school would begin operations. Every household in Hanyang City would have to send their school-aged children of 6 years and older. Since this world had 14 months in a year, 6 years old here was equivalent to about 7 in his past life, making it the most suitable time for them to start school. With this, about half of the first batch of over 300 students personally taught by Han Feng would be put to use. Hanyang City had over 70 classrooms. Assuming each teacher taught 2 classes, covering subjects like language and mathematics, nearly 80 teachers would be needed. Adding the 50 to 60 people assigned to the various county offices, that was 150 people used up. Of the remaining half, 100 would be transferred back to Luoyang Commandery to serve as teachers. As for the final 50, Han Feng decided to divide them into 2 groups and assign them to the 2 waterborne exploration and trade caravans planned for the next year. These individuals might not be exceptionally talented, but they could handle simple reading and writing. With them joining the exploration teams, they could surely better develop the resources along the routes. If nothing else, just having them record information along the way would give Han Feng a more detailed understanding of the outside world. Han Feng sat in his home. Xiao Dai had made the heated Kong bed nice and warm. He lay prone on a small table on the Kong, writing down the various plans for the coming year one by one. However, life is unpredictable, and heaven does not always grant one's wishes. Han Feng's plans were well laid, but fate had other ideas. In the month before the new spring, a sudden turn of events threw all of Han Feng's plans into disarray. As the new spring approached, the temperature gradually rose. Around noon each day, it was already above freezing. Consequently, the ice on the Rushui and Luyang rivers began to melt, and the water levels were steadily rising. This was normally a natural phenomenon. Most inland freshwater rivers would see their water volume decrease and levels drop in late autumn. When winter passed and spring arrived, the melting ice and snow would gradually increase the water volume, causing the river levels to rise again. What was abnormal, however, was that Dudley discovered the water level was rising a bit too unusually. Compared to previous years, the rate of increase was too fast. Dudley immediately reported this special situation to Han Feng and voiced his concerns. "Chief, I've discovered something bad. The river is rising faster this year than in previous years. It's been getting higher and higher these past few days. I'm afraid if this continues, by the time spring arrives next month, the river will overflow its banks and flood our fields and the city." Han Feng was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't think of what to say. He had been here for over 3 years and had never imagined there would be a major flood. This was a mountainous region, after all. Logically, it should have some elevation. Besides, it wasn't a basin or a vast plain. How could there be a major flood? "Are you sure? Is it really rising faster than before?" Han Feng asked, finding it hard to believe. "It's true. If you don't believe me, Chief, you can go see for yourself. The water level has never been this high in previous years," Dali said with certainty. Hearing this, Han Feng's brow furrowed. This was a damn raw deal. If a flood was coming, the only option was to evacuate immediately. But this city, built over 3 years, held practically all of Han Feng's assets. Could he just give it up? It wasn't that Han Feng was being pessimistic. A flood could come at any moment. What else could be done in such a tense situation? Build a flood control dam? What a joke. At the current rate of rising water, who knew on which day it would suddenly burst? Build levees along the river? Hanyang City only had a little over 1,000 adults available for labor. Even if these 1,000 people worked day and night, how long of a levee could they build in half a month? Suppose they could build a 2-kilometer-long dam. What dam use would that be? The river was so long. If you blocked this section, wouldn't the floodwaters just come in from somewhere else? Therefore, Han Feng's priority now was to confirm the cause of the flood and assess the potential severity of the disaster. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which was to evacuate the entire city's population. And once it came to evacuation, Hanyang City would face its most severe food crisis. Even if there wasn't a major flood, if the river water just barely covered the ground, what about the Han tribe's spring planting next year? Without planting new crops, the current grain reserves in the warehouses would only last these few thousand people for a few months. At this thought, Han Feng could no longer sit still. He grabbed a bearskin coat from the bed, threw it over his shoulders, and rushed outside, issuing orders to Dai Li as he went. "Get our elder, Shoya, Du Er, Shirtu, Yumao, and Dezue. Call them all. We'll all go see if there's a problem with the water level. These are the old-timers of our Han tribe, who grew up by this river. The newly joined tribes won't be able to tell. All right, hurry up. You bring them to the east gate to find me in a bit." Han Feng had originally intended to go directly to the banks of the Rushui River to see for himself. But to his surprise, he discovered something unusual as soon as he reached the east gate. Outside the east gate was the solid wood drawbridge spanning the moat. In previous years, during late winter and early spring, the moat's water level would at most reach a meter below the drawbridge. But now, with more than 20 days still to go before the new spring, the water in the moat was already over a foot higher than in previous years, leaving only 60 or 70 centimeters of clearance from the bridge's surface. The water in the moat was flowing, connected to the Rushui River outside the city. If the water level here had risen so much, there was no need to even look at the Rushui River to know what was happening. Just as Han Feng was frowning in thought, a series of footsteps sounded from behind him. The elder and the other old-timers of the Han tribe had arrived. Not only them, but even high-ranking officials of Hanyang City like Ing Rue, Shu Wu, Shu Da, and the Shi clan chief had also come to the city gate. Dali had already informed everyone of the situation. Hearing that the river might surge and flood their homes and fields, everyone was extremely tense. Upon reaching Han Feng's side, they immediately began observing the river surface beneath the drawbridge. This water level is indeed much higher than in previous years. But is it still rising? Yeah, it looks higher than the last 2 years to me too. But maybe it's just risen a little. It won't actually flood out of the river, will it? The group began to discuss animatedly. Although they were nervous, they were reluctant to admit the possibility of a flood. They were well aware of the consequences. If a flood disaster occurred, the losses to Hanyang City, and indeed the entire Han tribe, would be immense. But burying one's head in the sand like an ostrich when faced with danger was not an option. It wouldn't solve the problem. It would only lead to greater losses. Listening to the discussions, Han Feng had already calmed down. He was the chief of the Han tribe. He could not panic. Everyone was looking at him now. If even the chief panicked, then there would be no hope for anyone else. Once pessimism began to spread, who knew what kind of trouble it would stir up? It would be terrible if a man-made disaster struck before the natural one. Elder, immediately send a letter to Luoyang Commandery in my name. Inquire about the water level situation there. Also, tell them to pay constant attention to the changes in the water level. They must assign people to monitor it in shifts and report the situation to me daily via letter. Han Feng commanded immediately. Since the water level on Hanyang City's side had risen, would the Luoyang River to the east also rise? Although they weren't part of the same water system, the two rivers weren't that far apart, so precautions had to be taken. Yes, Chief. I'll go write the letter right away. The elder accepted the order and left. Hearing the chief's command, the others immediately came to their senses. That's right, the chief was still here. What problem couldn't the chief solve? The chief must have a plan. Chief, what should we do now? Dali asked next. Han Feng thought for a moment, and then assigned several more tasks to the group. Dali, go to the granary and find some empty sacks. Then take a team to fill them with earth. Prepare a good number of them, and place them in the gateways of the 4 city gates. If a flood does break out, immediately use these sacks to block the gates and prevent river water from pouring in. Dali's eyes lit up at his words. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that? The chief was truly brilliant. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Ing Rue, go inspect the outlets of the 8 main sewer lines in the city. They must also be blocked with sacks. In addition, assist the county office in reassuring the public. Warn every household that no sewage is to be discharged into the sewers until the crisis is over. Furthermore, for the time being, arrange for special bucket carts to collect daily wastewater. It should be transported outside the city for disposal once a day. Han Feng continued to give orders. Yes, Chief. I'll see to it at once. Ing Rue also accepted his command and left. The bucket carts Han Feng mentioned were special vehicles designed for collecting human and animal waste. The Han tribe had already developed methods for composting and fermenting manure. To collect large quantities of waste, Han Feng had people build these bucket carts. They were essentially 4-wheeled carriage chassis with a super large wooden barrel mounted on top. The barrel had an inlet and an outlet, similar to the tanker trucks of his past life. These bucket carts would go door to door daily to collect waste, which was then transported to the manure fermentation pits outside the city for centralized processing. Crushed straw was added to facilitate fermentation into fertilizer for farming. And now, they would be used not only for collecting waste, but also for daily wastewater. Previously, wastewater was poured directly into the sewers at people's doorsteps, which then flowed through the sewer system and eventually into the moat, to be washed downstream by the moat's flowing water. Fortunately, the wastewater of this era contained no chemical pollution. At most, people used soap for washing clothes, and the soap of this era was the most basic stearic acid soap, with no other chemical additives, so it caused basically no environmental damage. After arranging these 2 preventive measures, Han Feng looked at the moat again and continued to command. Yu Mao, you also take some men to fill sacks. Then block the 2 openings of the inlet and outlet rivers. Temporarily cut off the moat from the Riyang River. After the crisis is over, you can retrieve the sacks. Oh, right. Before you throw the sacks into the water, you can tie ropes to them, or use fishing nets to hold the sacks before lowering them. It will make retrieval easier later. Yes, Chief. Yu Mao immediately cupped his hands in assent and went back to gather his men and tools. Fortunately, after a winter's consumption, many of the grain sacks in the Han tribe's granary were now empty, so there wouldn't be a shortage of sacks for the time being. If worst came to worst, they could make bags out of cloth, though it would be a bit of a waste. Of course, these arrangements were merely passive preventive measures. If a flood truly did occur, these measures could at best reduce some of the losses, but they couldn't truly solve the problem. Having prepared for the worst, Han Feng returned to the city. However, he did not go home. Instead, he ascended the fortress on the east wall and sat by an outward-facing window, gazing out. He was pondering why a flood would occur in late winter and early spring. This was clearly abnormal. If it were the summer rainy season, continuous heavy rains could cause rivers to surge and mountain torrents to break out. That, Han Feng could understand. But in late winter and early spring, the water levels were supposed to be low and rainfall was scarce. Besides the meltwater from the winter snow, where could so much water come from to form a flood? There was no issue with the rainfall. The rain and snow throughout this past autumn and winter had not been excessive, nothing unusual compared to previous years. This meant the water source upstream had not increased. Yet, the river's water level had clearly risen significantly. There could only be one possibility. The downstream was blocked. Once this conjecture formed, it lingered in Han Feng's mind. That's right. In this situation, what other possibility could there be besides a downstream blockage? Only when the downstream outlet was blocked could this strange phenomenon of rising water levels without an increase in the water source occur. The amount of water was the same. It just couldn't flow out now, so it was accumulating and getting deeper. As Han Feng was deep in thought, a Zuka giant eagle carrying a letter flew eastward across the sky outside the window. Never mind. I'll wait for a reply from Luoyang Commandery. With a sigh, Han Feng tightened the bearskin coat around him, then descended from the tower and returned home. That very noon, Deshu, who was stationed in Luoyang Commandery, received Han Feng's inquiry. Seeing the flood warning, Deshu also became immediately vigilant. Luoyang Commandery was also a large commandery situated right on the banks of a major river, with a population of tens of thousands. If there really was a flood, the consequences would be unimaginable. Deshu immediately summoned some clan chiefs for a discussion. They went together to the riverbank to observe the hydrological conditions of the Luoyang River. When they got their observation results, they were both shocked and relieved. They were shocked because, just as the chief had predicted, the water level of the Luoyang River had also begun to surge. They were relieved because they had received the chief's warning, which meant they wouldn't be caught completely unprepared when the disaster struck. Deshu quickly gathered a large group of clan chiefs to discuss countermeasures, asking if anyone had any ideas. However, the meeting was very quiet. Some chiefs were just scared but couldn't articulate anything. Others suggested sending a message to ask the chief for a solution. But there were also some peculiar individuals in the meeting room. Fear of the flood was in their eyes, and they stammered as if they had something to say but didn't dare to. Their expressions extremely telling. This aroused the suspicion of Deshu, who was seated at the head. These were none other than the chiefs of the small tribes that had flooded into Luoyang Commandery in late autumn. Their tribes were not large, ranging from a few dozen to 200 or 300 people, with the largest having only 400 or 500. But now, hearing the news of a flood, these small chiefs all showed looks of panic, which was bound to raise suspicion. Deshu narrowed his eyes at the people below and directly called one out. Hua Clan Chief, I see you stammering. Is there something you want to say? Now is the time for everyone to come up with ideas. Anyone who has something to say can speak freely. You don't need to be afraid. Just say what's on your mind. The middle-aged man called the Hua Clan Chief jolted, then stood up, somewhat trembling. He glanced around, and seeing everyone's eyes on him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, let's flee. Flee upstream. We can't stop the great flood." As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in a buzz of discussion, causing Deshu to frown. He was asking for solutions, and this guy was telling everyone to run for their lives. Wasn't this disrupting morale? Damn it. Why do you say that? We have tens of thousands of people living here, and plenty of manpower. Why can't we stop the flood? You talk as if you've seen how terrible a flood can be. Deshu immediately reprimanded him. Unexpectedly, the Hua Clan Chief actually nodded. He seemed agitated and immediately shouted, "I have seen it. I really have. The flood is terrifying. It can wash away mountains and rocks in the blink of an eye. Countless beasts in the mountains were swept away by the water, and many people from our tribe were also carried away. Otherwise, why would we have left our good lives to migrate upstream?" Instantly, everyone at the meeting was stunned. There was a lot of information in that statement. Everyone present knew that a large number of immigrants had poured in from the south in late autumn, but no one knew the reason for their sudden migration north to join the Han tribe. At first, Han Feng and Deshu had thought it was the influence of the tribes that had come for work, spreading the word of the Han tribe's prosperity to more southern tribes. thus convincing them to seek refuge in a better life. But they had never imagined that the real reason for their northward migration was a flood downstream in the south. The Great Flood had destroyed the homes they depended on for survival, forcing them to migrate upstream. Moreover, from his words, it could be inferred that a flood had already occurred downstream last year. Is what you say true? Why didn't you say so earlier? Deshu immediately demanded angrily. I. Since we've joined the Han tribe, what's the point of talking about the past? I just didn't expect that now even the upstream Han tribe would. The Hua clan chief muttered in a low voice, not daring to continue. Deshu's cold gaze swept over the crowd below. The chiefs who had joined the Han tribe in late autumn all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Among you chiefs present, are there any others whose tribes migrated here because of the downstream flood? If so, stand up, Deshu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people below stood up. These were all the small tribes that had come from the south in late autumn, with a total population of over 10,000, involving more than 70 small and medium-sized tribes. And of those present now, 40 to 50 had stood up. This meant that many tribes downstream had witnessed the ravages of the flood, forcing them to migrate north and eventually join the Han tribe. So that's where so many people came from. The labor market in Luoyang Commandery has been open for a year, and the total number of people who joined the Han tribe successively didn't exceed 10,000. Yet in those 1 or 2 months in late autumn, over 10,000 came seeking refuge. It turns out there was a disaster downstream. They had nowhere to go and lacked winter reserves. So, on their journey north, they encountered those laboring tribes and learned of the Han tribe's power from them. That's why they decided to join us, Deshu thought, a wave of realization washing over him. Then who among you can tell me what happened with the downstream flood? When exactly did it happen, and how much area was flooded? Deshu continued to ask the small chiefs who were standing. I know. It was in the summer. It rained heavily in our area for several days. There was also a lot of thunder, which knocked down trees on the mountains. Then, a great flood followed immediately after. It not only washed away many trees, but also caused a landslide. Many huge rocks were washed down by the water. If our settlement hadn't been located higher up on the mountain, it would have been gone for sure. A small chief immediately recalled with terror. After hearing the man's description, Deshu's gaze swept over the others, hoping for more confirmation. It also rained heavily for several days in our area, but there was no flood. It was only about 10 days after the heavy rain that the water in the river kept increasing, eventually overflowing its banks and flooding our settlement. That's why we had to migrate upstream. The situation is very similar to what we have here now. The river water is rising higher and higher, and eventually, it will cover the land. I think we should continue to flee north, another small chief added, his voice trailing off at the end, so quiet that only the 2 or 3 people next to him could hear. In fact, most of the people present had the thought of fleeing, especially the small tribes that had joined in late autumn. They hadn't lived in the Han tribe for long, and thus didn't have a strong sense of belonging. However, this didn't mean they were willing to give up the good life in the Han tribe. So, although they had the desire to flee, their greatest wish was for the entire Han tribe to escape together. As long as they could stay with these tens of thousands of people, they could live a good life anywhere. And even if they were to lead their old tribes away on their own, they were confident they could live better than before. In their few months with the Han tribe, they had already learned many simple yet practical survival skills and how to make tools. However, leaving on their own was not an easy matter. With Deshu stationed here, how could he let these people, who had eaten the Han tribe's grain all winter, just leave? Not only would Han Feng disagree, but even the clan chiefs who had been part of the tribe for over a year would not consent. Therefore, after the meeting ended, Deshu first dismissed the chiefs of the new tribes, then kept the old chiefs behind. He sternly warned them to keep a close eye on the newcomers to prevent any escapes. The chiefs readily agreed. They had saved grain from their own people's mouths to feed these newcomers. With countless projects ahead, how could they agree to let these newcomers run away? After arranging all this, Deshu immediately wrote a letter detailing the changes in the Luoyang River's hydrology and the information he had obtained from the small chiefs about last year's downstream flood and the surging river that had inundated the land. He then had a giant eagle deliver it back immediately. Shortly after, Han Feng received Deshu's reply that same day. After reading its contents, Han Feng's brow relaxed. His prediction was correct. Things were just as he had guessed. Last summer, there had been a torrential downpour downstream of the Luoyang and Rushui rivers. The storm caused flash floods, as well as mudslides or landslides. The fallen boulders, trees, and large amounts of mud and sand had blocked the downstream river channel, impeding the flow of water. A large amount of river water began to accumulate, causing the water level to rise higher and higher, eventually submerging a large area of land downstream and gradually forming a barrier lake. Now, after half a year of the river being blocked and the water volume continuously increasing, the downstream barrier lake had grown larger and larger, finally filling up all available space. This, in turn, caused the upstream water level to rise continuously. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire Luoyang, Riyang, and Hanyang commanderies were submerged by the ever-rising river water, becoming a vast ocean. This situation would persist until one day the downstream water flow found a new breakthrough on its own. Only then would the accumulated water rush down through the new opening. Eventually, following the law that water flows to lower ground, a new river channel would gradually be carved out downstream. However, this was not what Han Feng wanted to see, so he couldn't wait. The Han tribe could not sit by and wait for death. Move? That was impossible. Now that he knew the cause of the problem, he just needed to apply the right remedy. And that remedy was to find the site of the landslide, where the river was blocked, and then find a way to reopen a breach there, allowing the water accumulated in the barrier lake to flow back into the downstream channel, restoring it to its original state. Just as Yu the Great had concluded when he tamed the floods, dredging is better than blocking. In the current situation, building dikes to stop the river from overflowing was impossible. The only way was to find a way to open a breach at the downstream blockage, allowing the water to flow again. With this in mind, a preliminary plan formed in Han Feng's mind. Although the Han tribe didn't have large ships, it had no shortage of small boats. Over the past few months, in order to make transportation between Hanyang and Riyang commanderies more convenient next year, the woodworking shop had been continuously building boats. They now had 21 small flat-bottomed boats. Adding the 2 boats previously used for transporting, or they had 23 wooden boats. These were all inland flat-bottomed barges with square ends and shallow drafts, each 8 meters long and 3 meters wide. They could carry at least 20 people at a time, along with a considerable amount of tools, and had extremely high passability in inland waterways. Although in the grand scheme of ship types, these small boats could only be considered sampan level, they were useful in numbers. With these 20-plus boats, they could transport over 400 people at once. If all of them were able-bodied laborers, it should be enough to open the downstream breach. Thinking of this, Han Feng no longer hesitated. This was a race against time. As the temperature rose, the rate of melting ice and snow was also accelerating. By the time spring arrived next month, the situation might already be irreversible. Moreover, if the problem wasn't solved by spring, what about next year's spring planting? Without a new supply of food, the entire Han tribe would fall into a food crisis, which would then trigger uncontrollable chaos. The great Han Empire that Han Feng had painstakingly planned would be stillborn. Tucking Shu's reply into a drawer, Han Feng immediately took out a stack of new paper and began to write furiously, composing another letter to Shu. In the letter, he first told him to prepare for the flood, to have more sandbags ready to block the city gates, and to waterproof the granaries and haystacks in each city. Secondly, he requested that Shu dispatch a group of people. This group had to include the small tribe chief who had seen the landslide, as well as the able-bodied laborers from his tribe. In addition, he wanted able-bodied laborers from the Chai clan, which was the former Cha tribe that lived by fishing, and preferably a group of able-bodied men from the Ling tribe in the swamp. In the end, he needed to gather no less than 300 able-bodied men. If the numbers were insufficient, they could be drawn from the various tribes below. The requirement was that they be physically sound, with proficiency in water being a plus. These men were to be assembled within 2 days of receiving the letter, then transported by carts and horses. From the start of recruitment to their arrival in Hanyang City, the entire process had to be completed within 4 days. The order was not to be questioned and was to be carried out immediately upon receipt. After finishing the letter, Han Feng waited for the ink to dry and immediately had Ing Rue send it out with a giant eagle. This way, Luoyang Commandery could mobilize 300 men, so Han Feng only needed to draw another 100 from Hanyang City. With a total of 400 able-bodied men from both sides, plus Han Feng's personal command, he was confident he could solve the downstream blockage problem. There was no other way. Although this operation carried a certain degree of danger, Han Feng had to go. Otherwise, No one else would know what to do. The several hundred men being mobilized were fine as laborers and cannon fodder, but to put them in full charge of the operation and expect them to perfectly resolve the crisis was out of the question. Looking at the entire Han tribe, besides Han Feng himself, there was no one who could bear this responsibility. Han Feng had no choice. With the action plan settled, Han Feng began to make arrangements on his end. Luoyang Commandery was providing the main manpower. Although Hanyang City was contributing fewer men, all the materials required for the operation had to come from here. Besides the crucial boats, they also needed oars. If there weren't enough oars, iron shovels could be used as a substitute. This tool could be used for both digging and paddling, serving two purposes with one tool and reducing some of the load. In addition, there were compasses for determining direction, steel crowbars, long-handled axes, large hammers, steel chisels, steel saws, flint for starting fires, tung oil for kindling, and a large quantity of rope. Once the tools were ready, they also had to prepare some personal weapons and flags for each boat. Apart from the spears used to fly the flags, the main weapons were bows and crossbows. The few crossbows the Han tribe currently had were all assigned to this mission by Han Feng. They also needed to prepare some food. This trip could very well last 10 days to half a month, so they had to prepare enough food and drink for 400 people. At this point, the supplies for the operation were considered complete. However, the main purpose of this operation was to clear the blockage of the downstream barrier lake, so the task of this fleet was essentially to clear obstacles. But whether the tools they had prepared would be useful was still unknown. So Han Feng kept hesitating whether to bring some heavy-duty obstacle-clearing weapons, like nitroglycerin. The batch of sulfuric acid Han Feng had personally prepared was not yet used up and had been stored in large sealed jars. Later, saltpeter deposits were found around the floating island Salt Lake, so Han Feng once again dry distilled a batch of nitric acid for backup. It was still stored together with the sulfuric acid. The only thing missing now was glycerin. But glycerin was not difficult to make. If he wanted to, he could produce a sufficient amount in a few days, as the Han tribe had no shortage of fats and oils. After thinking for a while, considering it was a barrier lake caused by a mudslide and landslide, it was inevitable that there would be some fallen rocks where the river was blocked. Smaller ones would be manageable, but if they encountered huge rock formations, it would be very difficult without explosives. To increase the success rate of this operation, Han Feng thought long and hard and finally decided it was best to prepare a batch of glycerin. He immediately sent people to start making it. The process of making glycerin was not dangerous. It only required adding soda ash to fats and oils to separate the stearic acid and glycerin, and then dry distilling and concentrating the glycerin. Moreover, while making the glycerin, a large amount of soap could also be produced for daily use. After arranging these preparations, Han Feng also began to select able-bodied laborers in Hanyang City. The first to be called were the boat transport team members who had been in charge of operating the boats and transporting for the past few years. There were about a dozen of them, usually part of the mining team, but now they were all requisitioned by Han Feng. The rest of the men were selected from various urban districts, with priority given to those with children at home. This way, even if they died during the operation, their family would still have a child to carry on the family line, preventing the family from being completely wiped out. After 4 days of preparation, just as Hanyang Commandery had its personnel and supplies ready, the 300 men transferred from Luoyang Commandery to the east arrived by cart in Hanyang City. Many of them were visiting Hanyang City for the first time, especially the newcomers who had only been with the Han tribe for a few months. Seeing the city, which was more prosperous and had taller buildings than Luoyang Commandery, they couldn't help but marvel, especially at the 5-story wooden building and the 4 brick school buildings on either side. They were truly breathtaking, things they had never seen in Luoyang. However, gathering so many people here was not for a tour, but for serious business. Most of the men were taken to the empty military barracks to rest. Only the small chiefs who claimed to have seen the flash flood, landslide, and mudslide last summer were brought into the county office building. In the large office on the top floor, Han Feng sat behind a wide desk. In the middle of the room was a brazier burning with charcoal used for smelting metal. There was no choice. The building had neither heating nor a heated Kong bed, so they had to rely on burning charcoal for warmth. Seeing the few small chiefs being led into the room, Han Feng immediately sat up straight, tightened the bearskin coat around him, and sat solemnly behind the desk with a serious expression. As soon as the men entered, they first sized up this legendary chief of the Han tribe. After all, This was their first opportunity to observe the chief from such a close distance. They were surprised to find that the chief, who commanded tens of thousands of people, controlled several cities, and had a territory of several hundred li, was so young. Ahem. Just then, a low cough came from beside them. As if suddenly remembering something, they instantly fell to the ground and performed a grand kowtow to Han Feng. And Han Feng, the son of heaven of the Han tribe, was naturally qualified to receive such a bow. After they paid their respects and stood up, Han Feng got straight to the point, asking the question he most wanted to know. You few have all seen the flash flood and the rock slide. If I can take you back, can you still recognize the old river channel and the place where the rocks collapsed? I need one of you to act as a guide and lead us to the site of the landslide by the river. Now the small chiefs understood. So the chief had them brought over in such a hurry because he wanted them to lead the way to their old home. But that place was now flooded, water everywhere. How could they possibly get through? Chief, we should be able to recognize it. Even if the valleys are flooded, the great mountains can't be submerged, right? As long as those mountains are still there, I can identify it, one of the middle-aged small chiefs replied. Han Feng nodded. That made sense. As long as the mountains remained, they could definitely determine the previous geographical location. Of course, this was on the premise that they were familiar with the terrain. This was also why Han Feng had summoned several small chiefs at once. With several people to corroborate each other's accounts, the margin for error would be greatly reduced. Time was of the essence now. He didn't want to waste it wandering around outside. Which tribe's chief are you? Han Feng asked the man who had just answered. Replying to the chief, after our tribe joined the Han tribe, Lord Lin Shu named us the Hua clan. The middle-aged small chief replied immediately. I hope you can truly find the site of the landslide. All right, go down and rest. We set out early tomorrow morning, Han Feng said, as if muttering to himself. Chief, the downstream river is already flooded. How are we going to get there? It's very dangerous. Why don't we just... As the Hua clan chief turned to leave, he asked Han Feng again. He wanted to suggest that Han Feng lead the entire Han tribe to flee, but after glancing at the surrounding decorations, he ultimately didn't dare to say it. He knew it would be useless. The chief would never listen to him and run away. If nothing else, just look at the wooden building he was currently in. What a magnificent structure. The luxurious tables and chairs in the room, the warm brazier, the bright white paper-paned windows. If all this were his, he probably wouldn't be willing to leave either. You don't need to worry about that. For this operation, you only need to act as a guide and find the landslide site for the tribe. Now, go down and prepare. Han Feng naturally heard the meaning behind his words. He gave him a slightly displeased glare, waved his hand, and dismissed them. However, since they had all traveled by cart and horse, they weren't particularly tired. This was their first time in Hanyang City, and seeing this city, which was also under the Han tribe's rule, but a cut above Luoyang Commandery, they couldn't help but be curious. So they all wanted to walk around the city and see the sights. Therefore, after getting permission, they began to tour Hanyang City under Ing Rue's guidance. There wasn't much to see in Hanyang City in winter. The residential houses were all identical, with no distinctive architecture. The unique buildings were all concentrated in the central district. They had already seen the office building, and the school wasn't much to look at now either. Among the 4 school buildings, only the printing workshops still had people working. Leaving the school, the other place worth seeing was the workshop district. Although it was late winter, the weather was still very cold. The textile workshop had stopped operations. The women of the workshop spent the entire winter huddled on their heated Kong beds at home, sewing clothes and shoes. Only the metallurgy and woodworking workshops still had people working. The metallurgical industry could only be seen in Hanyang City now. After all, it was the earliest to develop, and its supporting facilities were the most mature. Besides smelting copper and iron, it was also responsible for forging weapons, farm tools, and various other tools. The small chiefs were also allowed to take a look. And so, with eyes full of curiosity, they witnessed the birth of various tools in the hands of the blacksmiths, and from it, they felt the power of the Han tribe. After all, they had been part of the Han tribe for several months, and knew that the tribe's rapid rise was all thanks to these sturdy and sharp tools. But that was all. The metallurgy department of the Han tribe was now very different from before. Under Han Feng's personal direction, the metallurgy department had split off a special division, the Mint. This special department was truly special. Apart from its internal employees, no one was allowed to enter without Han Feng's permission. It could be considered the most mysterious department in the Han tribe at present. Although everyone knew of a department called the Mint, no one knew what minting was or what it was for, because Han Feng had not yet announced the order to begin private ownership. He had originally planned to announce it in a few days, but the sudden flood crisis forced him to delay it further. After leaving the metallurgy workshop, they went to the woodworking shop. There was also a woodworking shop in Luoyang Commandery, but its scale and facilities were not as complete as Hanyang's, nor did it have as many personnel. But the things being made here piqued their curiosity. In the open space outside the woodworking shop, there were many huge, long wooden basins, each larger than a house. A dozen of them were lined up in a row, looking quite spectacular. What is this? I saw something similar on the bank in Luoyang Commandery, but I don't know what it's for. Does Chief Ing know what this is used for? The Hua clan chief among the small chiefs asked again. The Ing clan chief before them held a high position. One look at the silvery white tin crown on his head told him this was someone he couldn't afford to offend. More and more chiefs were joining the Han tribe now, but the number who had received a tin crown from the chief could be counted on 2 hands. These people who received tin crowns had not only joined the Han tribe earlier than them, but their contributions to the tribe were also beyond comparison for latecomers like them. For example, the Yu clan chief they had met a few days ago. It was said that he had led the Han tribe's caravan, traveling thousands of li to open up the grassland trade route for the tribe. The cattle and horses used in the Han tribe now, the sheep they raised, and the woolen cloth and sheepskin coats they wore were all brought back by the caravan from thousands of li away. And for another example, the Ing clan chief before them was in charge of the Han tribe's information transmission. The giant eagles that flew back and forth in the sky were all tamed by his tribe. And he himself had been summoned here from over 100 li away in Luoyang Commandery by a letter carried by a giant eagle. Hearing the question, Ing Rue couldn't help but say with pride, "This is called a boat. You saw it on the bank in Luoyang Commandery precisely because this boat is a tool that can carry people on water. Tomorrow, when you set off downstream, you will be riding in these boats." The small chiefs were utterly shocked. They had been in the Han tribe for several months and had seen all kinds of vehicles, some pushed by people, some pulled by cattle and horses. This was the first time they learned that the Han tribe also had means of transportation that could travel on water. Some say that to see the level of a civilization's development, one need only look at its transportation capacity to get the whole picture. This was no exaggeration. From the initial carrying on shoulders and in hands, to the emergence of man-powered carts, animal-powered carts, and all the way to steam locomotives, electric locomotives, and internal combustion locomotives, the increase in transport capacity was more than 1,000 or 10,000 times. And in the development of transportation methods, the Han tribe had directly leaped over thousands of years of long evolution, jumping straight to the 4-wheeled carriage, which was already the pinnacle of land transportation before the Industrial Revolution. Of course, the Hua clan chief and the other small chiefs naturally couldn't have this kind of knowledge. But the various means of transportation they had seen with their own eyes these past few days were already divine artifacts unimaginable to these primitive people who lived by hunting and gathering in the mountains. After visiting these magnificent things, they returned to the military barracks to rest. Someone had already delivered thick woolen clothes and sheepskin coats. They would be out for a long time on this trip and would inevitably have to eat and sleep in the open. Although the ice and snow had mostly melted by now, the temperature at night was still below freezing, so cold-proof gear was essential. On the other side, in a shed outside the Han tribe's oil press workshop, they were constantly preparing dry rations. However, since cooked rice was not easy to preserve and carry, this time the operation would uniformly use flatbreads as dry rations. The flatbreads were thick, leavened bread, similar in shape to a pot helmet. But Han Feng wasn't exactly sure what a pot helmet looked like. He only knew that if the leavened bread was dried, it could be stored for a month or so without spoiling, and that was enough. The flatbreads had been in production for several days. The dough was fermented on the heated Kong beds in each household. The dough was placed in a basin, kneaded with some syrup, water, and eggs, covered with a lid, and then wrapped in animal skins. It would ferment overnight. Afterward, the fermented dough was collected and sent to the shed outside the oil press to be baked into flatbreads. There was a special iron plate here, with a stove built of bricks around it. A fire was lit underneath, and the flatbreads could be baked on top. Calculated at 3 per person per day, they made enough for 5 days. This meant that on this trip, everyone would have to carry 15 flatbreads. The bread wasn't very large, about the size of an adult's palm. Of course, these were for emergencies. Pots and rice were the main food for this trip. The weather was so cold, it was best to find a place to land and rest along the way, set up a pot, and cook a hot meal. The 5 days of rations were only to be used when there were no conditions for a hot meal. For example, if they couldn't find a suitable landing spot, or if there was a lack of fuel around the landing spot. Of course, jerky and salted fish were also indispensable. This operation was all physical labor, after all. If they didn't eat enough, they wouldn't be able to work. And so, after several days of continuous preparation, the time came to the second Monday of the last month of winter, the day the team was to set out. The boats from the woodworking shop were all carried out, exiting through the nearest city gate, then placed in the moat, and then pulled by ropes from the bank into the Rushui River to join the other boats. The 400 people participating in this operation were ready to go. De Li and Yu Mao counted them off and divided them into teams. 20 people per team, led by a clansman who had previously been in charge of boat transport. The veterans were in charge of commanding, and the newcomers followed orders to paddle. Without someone in command, these people would just end up going in circles in the river. Han Feng was also on the bank, bidding farewell to the crowd that had come to see them off. Ing Rue, while I'm away, you will be temporarily in charge of all affairs in Hanyang Commandery. You can delegate the city's internal affairs to the county magistrate. You are only responsible for supervision and urging. Also, during this time, you must prepare for the spring planting. Don't let the flood prevention delay the spring planting. The quantity and maintenance of all kinds of farm tools must be checked in advance to identify and fix any shortcomings. The cattle and horses for plowing must also be well taken care of. I don't want to come back after solving the flood problem and have to personally supervise the farming matters. Han Feng instructed Ing Rue. Please rest assured, Chief. I will guard our home well. Ing Rue nodded solemnly in agreement, also very happy with Han Feng's trust in him. All right, we're setting off now. If there's anything urgent, you can contact me by Eagle. Yes, Ing Rue understands. And so, after bidding farewell to everyone, Han Feng also boarded a wooden boat. Standing at the bow, he drew the longsword Emperor's Fury from his waist, pointed it forward, and issued the command to the boats behind him. Depart. Of course, the fleet's journey was not as spirited as Han Feng's command. Its progress was very slow. But this was unavoidable. Although most of the people gathered this time could swim, for the majority, it was their first time on a boat. So they had to be taught the techniques of rowing on the spot. Fortunately, it wasn't complicated. They just needed to follow the commands of each boat captain, who would strike a hollow bamboo tube and paddle in unison. And so, after spending a whole morning gradually getting used to the rhythm of rowing, the team's speed finally picked up. As the fleet traveled further and further south, the river's surface began to widen gradually. At first, it was relatively normal. The widest part was less than 20 meters, not particularly exaggerated compared to upstream. But in the afternoon, the change was significant. It wasn't that the water surface was wider, but that the banks were now almost invisible. That description wasn't quite right. It should be that the normal riverbanks were invisible, because along the way, Han Feng found that many trees that should have been growing on the banks were now half submerged in water. From this, it was clear to what exaggerated extent the downstream water level had risen. Traveling by water was much faster than by land. This was indeed true. There was the famous line in a poem, leaving Baidi at dawn amidst colorful clouds, 1,000 li to Jiangling in a single day. Although 1,000 li in a day was a bit of an exaggeration, several hundred li was truly achievable. Transporting or from Hanyang City to the iron mine upstream, a journey of 5 or 6 days by land, took only half a day by water. A round trip could be made in a single day, and this was with manual paddling. If it were sail-powered and they caught a tailwind, 1,000 li in a day might really be possible. Similarly, the fleet led by Han Feng traveled for a whole day. By the second day, the fleet had already traveled several hundred li. The water surface was getting wider and wider. In some low-lying areas, the banks of the river had extended into the forest. Those had all been forests by the river, but now they were all submerged in water. The boats were also becoming more difficult to navigate. Although the water surface here was wide, it wasn't very deep. Sometimes, when the boats passed, some people's wooden oars or iron shovels would get caught in the submerged bushes and vines, causing the fleet to come to a standstill. However, these gradually emerging situations also confirmed Han Feng's speculation. It seemed there really was a barrier lake downstream. Otherwise, such a situation would not occur, and the waters of the barrier lake would be very wide and very deep. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for an incident that happened last summer to only affect the upstream now. The water in the river flowed continuously, and it took more than half a year to fill this lake. How much space would be needed to hold so much water? Since the banks were forests growing in the water, it was very difficult to go ashore. Looking at the current situation, it would not be easy to find dry firewood. The group had no choice but to find a relatively safe place, tie the boats to trees to dock, and after a hasty meal of flatbread and jerky, they leaned against the boats to sleep. Of course, camping in such a situation, Hanfeng couldn't forget to set up sentries. In addition to each boat taking turns on watch, Hanfeng also sent a few agile young men to climb the trees as lookouts, much like the lookouts on a sea vessel who were responsible for climbing the mast. The next day, after a hasty meal of dry rations, the fleet continued its journey south. On a winter morning, a thick fog rose from the water, making progress even more difficult. Everyone stopped paddling furiously, instead giving an occasional push with the oar to maintain the boat's direction. As for propulsion, they relied entirely on drifting with the current. They drifted like this until mid-morning, when the fog gradually dissipated, and the fleet noticed something strange. Thump! It was the sound of a floating object colliding with the hull of a boat. On a boat near the front of the fleet, the clansmen sitting at the bow acting as commanders suddenly shouted, "Chief, there's a dead tiger in the water." He shouted loudly enough for Han Feng, 3 boats ahead, to hear. Hearing the shout, Han Feng turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He then had his men stop paddling and wait for the boat that had called out. "What is it? What dead tiger?" Han Feng asked the captain of that boat when the 2 vessels were side by side. The man was using a long spear to poke at something in the water. After a moment, he managed to maneuver the object between the 2 boats. "It's this, a dead tiger," the young captain said excitedly. It was no wonder he was excited. Tigers, these ferocious beasts, were not numerous, but they weren't exactly rare either. A hunting party from a small tribe with only a dozen or so men wouldn't dare to challenge one. To hunt a tiger, one had to gather all the able-bodied men of the tribe, scout the tiger's territory in advance, carry meticulously crafted weapons, bring enough torches, set traps, and even be prepared to suffer several casualties. And now, a dead tiger had just floated by. Wasn't this a stroke of luck, a gift from the heavens? But Han Feng frowned. This tiger was not the tiger or saber-toothed tiger he had imagined. Based on his experience visiting paleontology museums in his past life, this massive feline beast, 2 to 3 meters long, was likely a type of cave lion. They preferred to live alone in the mountains, using natural caves as their lairs. However, this cave lion had clearly been dead for a long time. Its body was swollen, looking like an inflated balloon. Its fur was even soaked white. It must have died in early winter at the very least, probably 3 months ago. Throw it away. It's been dead for too long, already bloated. The fur is ruined too, completely worthless. If you haul it aboard, you might end up killing everyone. Also, pass my order to all boats. From now on, do not drink the river water. There are dead bodies in the water. It's contaminated. Drinking it will kill you. Today, we'll find a place to land, get some snow and floating ice, and melt it in a pot for drinking water. Han Feng immediately warned everyone. The young captain, who had thought a pie had fallen from the sky, shivered in fear. He quickly used his spear to push the cave lion's carcass away. If the chief hadn't warned him, he might have even tried to haul the body aboard to skin it and eat the meat. Han Feng, however, was thinking about the cause of the cave lion's death. There were no obvious wounds on its body. It was very likely that it had stepped onto thin ice in early winter, fallen through into an ice hole, and drowned. Now that the ice and snow were starting to melt, this unlucky fellow was finally revealed. The fleet continued on. Han Feng's order was passed from the lead boat to the last. Hearing that there were dead bodies in the water and that drinking it could be fatal, everyone was inevitably a little scared. Fortunately, Han Feng proposed a solution: find a suitable place to land and melt floating ice and snow for water. Only then did everyone's fear subside. But the fleet had only traveled a short distance when more and more dead bodies appeared. A megaloceros, a forest wolf, a wild boar, even a leopard, a vampire deer, and some apes and forest bison. Along the way, Han Feng only had his men chop off a few bison horns with an axe. They were forbidden to touch any of the other carcasses. Until noon, when someone spotted a human body up ahead. The body was lying face down on a naturally broken log. Its face was frighteningly pale, and it was wrapped in animal skins. It seemed to be a woman. Han Feng had his boat approach the body. The men were not particularly scared or nervous about Han Feng's order. In this tribal era, wasn't death a common occurrence? What was so strange about it? This was what made Han Feng marvel. If it were modern people, many of whom had never seen a dead person in their lives, they would have been screaming in terror at the sight of a body floating in the river. As the boat drew near, Han Feng looked at the woman's body, then poked the log she was on. The log wobbled, and as luck would have it, the woman's body slid off. The body seemed fresh, not yet bloated from the water. After falling in, it sank straight down. Just as the water submerged her head, the body suddenly began to struggle frantically. Her hands flailed wildly on the surface of the water. With great difficulty, she managed to grab the log again, clinging to it tightly and coughing violently. Holy crap, it's alive! Han Feng was startled. The others on the boat were no better off, stumbling back in shock. If they hadn't been sitting inside the boat, a whole group of them would have fallen over. These rough men were indeed not afraid of corpses, but a corpse suddenly coming back to life was rather terrifying. This was a zombie. Dead but not stiff, a sign of ill omen. This must be a demon in disguise. Although the burial methods Han Feng had discovered so far included burial and cremation, the natives of this world generally did not believe in the theory of resurrection. Therefore, when such a supernatural event occurred, they could only attribute it to ghosts and gods. But Han Feng couldn't help but believe it, because he himself had died and been reborn, a demon who had possessed another's body. But as for the woman before him, he really wasn't sure. She couldn't be a transmigrator, could she? A bizarre encounter between two transmigrators from the same plane. Or maybe she wasn't completely dead. That's right, wasn't she still holding onto a log? Maybe she wasn't dead at all. Han Feng's mind was in a turmoil, but in the current situation, no matter what the case was, the best course of action was to rescue her and ask, what if she was a transmigrator? At least she'd be one of his own kind. Even if she spoke English, that would be fine. Han Feng had come to this world alone, although he had tens of thousands of subjects under him, who could understand the loneliness in his heart. The woman coughed violently for a while, seeming to regain some consciousness. She had also heard a gasp of surprise nearby just now, so she turned her head and looked over, her eyes meeting Han Feng's. Their eyes met, and he confirmed his guess. She was not the one he was looking for. That's right. With just one glance, Han Feng determined that this woman was not a transmigrator. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Even if they couldn't communicate through language, they could through their eyes. And in her eyes, Han Feng first saw surprise, then joy, followed by fear. It was the surprise of seeing a stranger, then the desire to ask for help, but also the fear of doing so, a state of extreme internal conflict. The one thing missing was the light of wisdom that a modern person should have. But Han Feng didn't hesitate. It was a human life, after all. If he could save her, it would add another person to the Han tribe's population. Want to come up? Han Feng extended a hand to her. The woman's eyes flickered, clearly hesitating. She scanned her surroundings. There was water everywhere, but there were also many strange things floating around, with hundreds of people like the one before her sitting on them. And the young man extending his hand to her, whether it was the decoration on his head or the animal skins he wore, seemed to be the best among them all. He must be the leader of these people, the woman thought. Having determined Han Feng's identity, the woman timidly reached out her hand and placed it in Han Feng's palm. It was slippery to the touch. That was a given. Anyone who soaked in water for a long time would be slippery, and it was as cold as if it had no temperature. It made sense. Although spring was approaching and the ice and snow were melting, the water temperature was at most 5 degrees Celsius. Soaking in it for so long, how could she not be cold? It was a miracle she was still alive. Han Feng pulled her up from the bow. The woman's animal skin clothes were quite complete. She had a top and a skirt, and even a pair of boots on her feet, which were just animal skins wrapped around her feet and legs and tied with thin vines. But now they were all soaked through. After climbing onto the boat, she sat in the middle, shivering uncontrollably, hugging her legs in fear, staring at her knees and not daring to look around. Chief, is this a living person? Only then did someone react, speaking with surprise, but still uncertain. Nonsense, what do you think? Can't you see she's still breathing? Han Feng scolded with a laugh. The men couldn't help but chuckle at his words, then all stared at the woman with curiosity, wondering how she had fallen into the water. Han Feng saw her hugging her knees and trembling, her animal skins all wet. If this continued, even if she was rescued, she would surely die. He He said to the men on the boat, "Stop looking. Turn your faces away, look to the sides. Whoever looks again, I'll throw them off the boat and let them swim back to the tribe themselves." Hearing this, the men all put on an, "Oh, I get it, I get it. Don't worry, Chief, I definitely won't look" expression, turning their faces away and trying hard to suppress their laughter. The woman sat crouched in the middle of the boat near the bow. The boat was actually quite wide, with a beam of 3 meters, wider than a small truck. There was plenty of space. The men on both sides were sitting on the edges to row, and now they all had their heads turned away, but she still felt a sharp gaze fixed on her. She looked up, and it was the chief who had pulled her up. "Take off your clothes. Wear this." Seeing the woman look up, Han Feng took off his bearskin coat and handed it to her. A look of gratitude flashed in the woman's eyes. She quickly smiled and reached for Han Feng's coat, but couldn't pull it away. She looked at Han Feng in confusion. "Take off your wet clothes before you put it on." Han Feng said it again. This time, fearing she wouldn't understand, he used his other hand to tug at the clothes on the woman, gesturing for her to take them off. Feeling the residual warmth from Han Feng's body on the coat, the girl cried. But she didn't dare to cry out loud, afraid of displeasing these people and being thrown back into the water. That's right, she had been thrown into the water by her own tribesmen. If she hadn't been lucky enough to grab a log, she might have ended up like the dead animals in the water. The thought of the tribesmen who had personally thrown her into the water made her feel scared and wronged, and tears streamed down her face. "All right, let's keep moving. Everyone, get to it." Seeing the woman wrapped up tightly, Han Feng ordered the men to continue rowing. They all exchanged knowing, lewd smiles. Han Feng ignored them, glared at the group, then took a flatbread from his cloth bag. He used his personal short knife to slice a few pieces of cured meat, sandwiched them in the bread, and handed it to the girl. Fearing she wouldn't understand, Han Feng took a bite of the bread first. Seeing that it was food, the girl quickly reached out a hand to take it, then shrank into the coat and began to wolf it down. After a few bites, she was choking so hard her eyes rolled back. Han Feng was speechless and could only offer her his snakeskin water pouch. In this situation, a bowl of hot meat porridge would have been best, but unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow for it. Han Feng himself hadn't had a hot meal in 2 days. He could only hope this girl was tough. The fleet continued on like this. Animal carcasses still appeared along the way, making the girl's face turn pale, but she still didn't say a word. She just stared blankly at the men rowing on either side and at Han Feng's back. She was full of curiosity about these people, especially the magical tool she was currently riding, which could actually make so many people float on the water. The journey was silent. With no heat intake and little clean water, they had to conserve their saliva. The only sounds were the clacking of the hollow bamboo tubes struck by the boat captains and the rhythmic swish of everyone's paddling, until they discovered a large lake ahead, and the girl spoke. "We can't go that way," the girl warned hastily. Han Feng turned to look at her. He had thought she was going to pretend to be mute and not speak. Now she had opened her mouth, but he couldn't understand her. However, the girl looked very anxious and fearful, pointing at a small island in the large lake ahead, signaling for everyone not to go there. Han Feng couldn't understand what she was saying, but following the direction she was pointing, he also immediately noticed something strange. "Chief, there are people there. I see smoke. Someone must be cooking food there." "Yeah, Chief, let's land there. We can find some dry firewood and cook a hot meal. We're all about to freeze to death. Chief, let's go ashore. We haven't had a hot meal in 2 days. My legs are numb." Seeing a small island ahead with obvious cooking smoke, the men on the boat couldn't help but howl loudly. But the girl on the boat kept shaking her head. She knew others couldn't understand her, so she moved forward, grabbed Han Feng's pant leg, and shook it back and forth, hoping Han Feng wouldn't lead everyone there. Could there be some danger there? Han Feng thought to himself. But looking at the 20-plus boats and over 400 able-bodied men behind him, with bows, crossbows, sabers, shields, javelins, and long spears, a full arsenal of weapons, what danger could he not handle? So Han Feng ignored the girl's plea. With a wave of his hand, he shouted to the men behind him, "Everyone, prepare to land." "Yes, the chief has ordered us to land." "Yes, the chief is letting us land. Prepare to make a fire and cook." The order was passed from one boat to the next, and somewhere along the line, Han Feng's command was altered. In the dead of winter, after 2 days of camping in the wild, all crammed into small boats, everyone was frozen. They all wanted to drink a mouthful of hot soup immediately. so they all paddled with all their might. The original column formation gradually turned into a line abreast. The 20-plus boats raced towards the shore as if it were a boat race. But as the fleet drew closer, Han Feng witnessed something that could only be described as inhuman. On a high ground on the shore, an old man with antlers on his head and many colorful feathers stuck in them was dancing and gesticulating, seemingly performing some kind of sacrifice. And their offering was a pair of toddlers, a boy and a girl. The two children were probably less than 2 years old. They were held in the hands of two adults, wailing loudly. The two adults postured as if to throw the children in their hands into the water, making Han Feng grit his teeth in anger. Then he saw the old man's prayer stop. The two people holding the children, ignoring their cries, threw them into the water. From a great distance, Han Feng could almost hear the splashing sounds of them hitting the water, and his anger flared up instantly. As a modern man who had transmigrated from the new century, how could Han Feng stand to watch this kind of live human sacrifice? He glanced down at the girl tightly clutching his pant leg. She had probably been the offering on that high platform before. Row faster. Save them first. If we can't save them, no one eats today. Hearing the chief's command, everyone paddled frantically towards where the two children had fallen into the water. It wasn't that they were particularly compassionate, but rather for the sake of that phrase. If you can't save them, no one eats today. They were truly hungry, cold, and tired. The boat Han Feng was on took the lead, racing towards the spot where the children were. The girl clinging tightly to Han Feng's pant leg, having witnessed two children from her own tribe being thrown into the water just as she had been, was beside herself with anxiety. She shook Han Feng's pants, pointing at the two bobbing children and crying out. She knew Han Feng couldn't understand her, but when she saw him directing everyone towards the drowning children, she stopped making a fuss. She just held on to his pant leg tightly, not daring to let go, biting her lower lip, terrified they wouldn't make it in time to save the two little ones. As the fleet in the water sped forward, the group of perpetrators on the high cliff of the small island were in a state of utter confusion. They stared wide-eyed at the fleet in the water, looking as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What is that? It looks like a group of people, but how can people float on water? Shaman, what is that? Are they the river god? Have they come to enjoy the offering we just made? One of the men who had just thrown the children from the cliff asked the old man presiding over the sacrifice. In his mind, the shaman was the wise man of the tribe, able not only to communicate with the gods, but also to know many things others did not. So, when faced with something he didn't understand, asking the shaman was always the right thing to do. But this time, the shaman didn't answer because the old man was also dumbfounded. He looked in astonishment at the people in the water. They were riding divine objects that could command the water, their oars and shovels on either side like the many legs of a centipede, looking dense and terrifying. And the people who could control them were certainly not ordinary. But their purpose? Just as the old shaman was guessing the purpose of the people in the water, the lead boat finally reached the drowning children. Han Feng leaned over the bow, stretching out half his body, and scooped up a boy. The child was already exhausted from struggling, his little belly round and full. It was clear he had swallowed a lot of water. Checking his nose, there was still a faint breath. He was in mortal danger. Saving him was paramount. Han Feng had no time for anything else. He quickly found an iron pot from the middle of the boat, placed it upside down on the bow deck, and laid the child over the bottom of the pot, continuously pressing on his back to make him vomit out the water he had swallowed. Since he was still breathing, there was no need for CPR. Just inducing vomiting and keeping him warm would suffice. While Han Feng was treating the boy, the little girl was rescued by another boat and also brought to Han Feng's boat for treatment. The other boats all stared, glaring at the crowd on the shore. Damn it. It was because of these people on top making trouble that the chief almost didn't let them eat. Some men secretly raised their crossbows and bows, aiming at the people on the shore with ill intent. If these people made any strange moves, they might just have to make an armed landing. On Han Feng's lead boat, after simple first aid, both children were revived. Fortunately, they hadn't been in the water for long. If they had floated for a while like the girl beside them, even if they hadn't drowned, they would have certainly frozen to death. The two revived children didn't cry out loud, but were still in a dazed and confused state. This trauma had caused great harm to their young minds. One could only hope they wouldn't become mentally impaired later on. Han Feng handed the two children over to the girl to take care of, then glared at the people on the cliff. He scanned the surroundings. There was lake water everywhere, and it wouldn't be easy to get to the distant mountains. Only this small island before them was a good landing spot. There was a forest on it, so there would definitely be firewood for warmth. All boats, circle the island to the right. Look for a gentle slope and shallow beach to land. Han Feng immediately ordered the fleet. The spot where the children were rescued was very close to the sacrificial altar on the cliff. The children hadn't drifted far after falling into the water. Therefore, Han Feng's shouts and the responses from the boats had all been clearly heard by the people on the altar. They're people. They can talk. They've stolen our offerings. Yeah, I also saw that next to the person who took our offerings, there seems to be a woman. She looks like the holy maiden we offered to the river god yesterday. Maybe it really is our holy maiden. They must have taken the holy maiden. That's why the river god hasn't shown his power. It's almost spring, and the river is still rising. If this continues, even the top of our mountain might be flooded. How are we supposed to live then? Boo-hoo-hoo. The men and women around the altar erupted in a loud clamor. Some were cursing Han Feng for being a scoundrel for saving the children, while others were wailing in despair. In fact, there was a reason why this pitiful group had resorted to human sacrifice. The story had to start from last summer. This small island emerging from the water was not actually an island, but a mountain. It was just that due to a sudden flood last year, the river water had kept rising, eventually submerging half the mountain. Only the part above the midway point was still above water, so it looked like a small island in a lake. The tribe trapped on the mountain was a swidden farming tribe called Nyen, Sticky. For generations, they had lived by planting rice, but all they planted was round-grained glutinous rice, which was quite sticky to eat, hence the name Nyen tribe. Speaking of swidden farming tribes, some might not understand. Aren't there just agricultural and nomadic peoples? How did a swidden farming tribe pop up? In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. If Han Feng hadn't transmigrated to this world and disrupted the normal development process, then in the early days of agricultural peoples, they would have actually lived by swidden farming. This was mainly determined by the method of crop cultivation. Early agriculture was all slash and burn. The so-called slash and burn was to clear land with fire, burning the planned farmland into a white patch. Then, tools made of stone, bone, and wood were used for plowing. Sometimes there wasn't even plowing. They would just scratch the ground with a stone knife, then scatter the seeds directly, or poke a hole in the ground with a wooden stick, drop in a few seeds, and then stomp it firm with their feet. As for how much grain they could harvest, who the hell cared? That was just how it was. Fertilizing? That didn't exist. What the hell was fertilizer? It was because of this crude planting method that the primitive ancestors who had just learned to plant could not settle in one place. This was because they did not know intensive farming, let alone fertilizing. The little bit of plant ash from burning the land was not enough to support continuous cultivation of a piece of land. Besides, modern agriculture emphasizes crop rotation, intercropping, and relay cropping to increase land output, but the early primitive ancestors did not know these techniques. So, when years of continuous cultivation led to a sharp decline in soil fertility, and because the same crop was grown continuously on the same piece of land, the yield plummeted, and they began to starve. What were these primitive ancestors to do? Simple. There was only one way. Migrate, find a new piece of land, and ruin it all over again. Thus, the swidden farming tribes were born. They had to migrate with their entire tribe every 2 years at the least, or 5 years at the most, to find new farmland, then clear it and plant. Although they did not migrate as frequently as nomadic tribes, who had to move at least twice a year, compared to other humans who settled in one place for their entire lives, they were indeed constantly migrating. So, calling them swidden farming tribes was not wrong. Because the Nyen tribe planted glutinous rice, although they also migrated constantly, they could not leave the water source. They needed to find shallow riverbanks to plant rice, and their crops were all sown along the river. So, when they migrated, they had to follow the river. 2 years ago, the Nyen tribe migrated again, walking all the way here before stopping, setting up camp, clearing land, and planting seeds. While farming, they also explored the surrounding environment, hunting, gathering, and fishing. They did these things as well, because eating only rice was not enough. They also needed meat and salt intake. After planting in this new place for a year, the newly developed farmland yielded a bountiful harvest, and the tribesmen were very happy. Just when they thought the new year would be another good year, a sudden torrential rain in the summer caused a flash flood. The Nyen tribe's farmland, being distributed along the river, was the first to be destroyed by the flood. Then the river water kept rising, and the entire Nian tribe had to retreat to the high mountains. Fortunately, the flash flood endangered not only humans, but also a large number of birds and beasts who were forced to flee to the mountains. These concentrated animals became the Nian tribe's new source of food. They had thought the flood would recede in a few days, but who could have known that a landslide would cause a barrier lake, forcing the water level to rise continuously? As a result, the water level got higher and higher, and the space they had to live in became smaller and smaller, eventually turning into a small island in a lake. But if this continued, they couldn't plant grain on the mountain, and the edible animals on the mountain were also becoming fewer and fewer. If the flood didn't recede, wouldn't they all die on this isolated mountaintop? Therefore, as spring was approaching, the Nian tribe held a grand sacrificial ceremony. They selected the most beautiful young woman who had just come of age from the tribe as an offering, wanting to offer her to the river god to be his wife, praying for the river god to calm his anger, let the flood recede, and return the land they depended on for survival. As luck would have it, the girl didn't die and was rescued by Han Feng. But of course, the Nian tribe knew none of this. What they could see was that as the temperature continued to rise and the upstream ice and snow continued to melt, the water level not only did not decrease, but showed signs of continuing to rise. This scared them badly. They thought the river god was not satisfied with the offering they had made, which led to the scene that had just occurred. They offered another pair of toddlers, a boy and a girl. But as fate would have it, they were rescued by Han Feng again. This was really frustrating. The crowd was in an uproar, and eventually, they reached a consensus. Han Feng and his group had disrupted their sacrifice, stolen the offerings meant for the river god, causing their sacrifice to fail. Now the river god was angry. The water level was still rising, and if it kept rising, wouldn't it kill them all? So, the group began to shout and clamor for a fight against the Han tribe's fleet. They saw the fleet begin to circle the island, so the Nian tribe on the island also began to follow, circling. A group of men, holding various stone and bone farm tools, as well as long spears, swarmed over. There were an estimated 200 to 300 of them. This was not a small number. Just the adult men numbered 200 to 300, so their entire tribe's population had to be at least over 1,000. This was not a small tribe. But the people on the shore were walking on what used to be a mountain path, full of trees, vines, and bushes. The mountain road was also uneven. How could they possibly catch up with the boats in the water? Therefore, before they could catch up with the fleet, Han Feng and his men had already found a relatively gentle spot and begun to land. Land. Move quickly. Shieldmen, form a defensive line. Spearmen, provide cover. Archers, prepare to fire. As soon as a few boats reached the shore, Han Feng began to shout commands loudly. This mission required a lot of strong laborers, so some of the people he brought were from the Han tribe's few regular troops. Plus, with the new weapons accumulated over the past year, it was easy to arm 300 or 400 men. The boats rushed onto the beach one by one, half on the shore and half still floating in the water. Hearing the chief's shouts, the men on the boats, under the leadership of their respective captains, began to organize their defense. The Han tribe's shields were wooden, the easiest to make, so there was no shortage of them. Many men grabbed shields from the boats and began to form ranks under the leadership of their captains. Han Feng stood on the shore directing, having them form a three-sided square with the open side facing the beach to protect the boats. Rows of shields, half a man's height, were lined up. The weapons in their other hands were a motley collection. There were only a dozen or so fine steel goosequill sabers. The rest of the men held entrenching tools, iron hammers, or axes, mostly tools brought for this job. After the shieldmen formed their ranks, the spearmen immediately filled the gaps. Sharp long spears extended one by one from the gaps between the shieldmen, or were propped diagonally on the shieldmen's shoulders. And in the open space in the middle of the formation, a circle of archers now stood, along with a few older small chiefs. They were here to act as guides, and Han Feng had no intention of making them do any heavy lifting, let alone fight. The landing party was now ready, all sharpening their weapons and waiting in formation. But when the Nian tribe, who had rushed here in a fury to fight Han Feng, the culprit who had disrupted their sacrifice, arrived, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this how you fight? All the people who had just landed were hidden behind large wooden boards. From above the boards, rows of long spears with white or golden glints protruded, as many of them were the bronze spears from the Han tribe's earliest days, used to kill the wolf pack. And inside this large circle, there were some people holding strange weapons. Their holy maiden and the two sacrificed children were also surrounded within, and at the same time, dozens of large flags of red, yellow, and black were raised. All the flags bore the same symbol. The middle-aged chief of the Nian tribe, Nian Mao, had also arrived. But when he saw this strange formation, he immediately stopped. However, in any group, there are bound to be reckless fools. Plus, their chief was still in a daze and hadn't given any orders. So, among the people who followed him, some stopped, while others charged forward recklessly. One particularly burly man ran the fastest, charging forward with a stone hoe raised. But just as he ran into the 100-meter range in front of the formation, the sound of a crossbow mechanism being triggered came from Han Feng's hands. Twang swoosh. Oh! The brawny man at the very front fell with the sound, curling up on the ground and howling. He wasn't dead, but Han Feng's crossbow bolt had pierced straight through one of his thighs. The bolt was half in, half out, deeply embedded in his thigh. The others following behind the brawny man were stunned by this sudden turn of events, then terrified. That's right, surprised and terrified. Heavens, their weapons can shoot that far. We can't go any further. If we do, we'll be shot dead. Our javelins and throwing stones can't reach that distance. What do we do? The men of the Nian tribe were all thinking different things, and for a moment, they all stood there stunned, not daring to move forward. But the tribesman in front of them was still howling and calling for help. It seemed he wasn't dead yet. So a few people quickly ran forward and carried the man who had been shot back. They carried him all the way to their chief, Nian Mao. Everyone looked at the sharp little wooden stick that had pierced his thigh, and their scalps tingled. However, Nian Mao remained relatively calm. They had such powerful weapons but hadn't killed his tribesmen directly. It must have been just a warning, not a fatal blow. It seemed there was still room for de-escalation. Perhaps they could get them to hand over their tribe's offerings through conversation. Nian Mao made up his mind and began to cautiously approach the strange square formation, wanting to communicate with these strange, uninvited guests. And with that, Han Feng's goal was achieved. Why all the shouting and fighting? Can't you just talk things out properly? You have to see some blood to be happy. How pathetic can you be? Nian Mao cautiously walked towards the Han tribe's formation, but he didn't dare get too close. He stopped where the man had been shot down and began to shout at Han Feng and his men. You over there, give us back our offerings. The two children and that woman behind them. The Han tribe members. Obviously, not a single person understood what Nian Mao was saying. Oh, no, there was one exception. The girl standing next to Han Feng who had been an offering herself. When she heard her tribe's chief shouting, she immediately grew fearful and backed away. But then she saw Han Feng, who was standing beside her, reloading his strange weapon. The girl seemed to have found her support. She quickly walked over to Han Feng, grabbed his sleeve and shook it, then pointed at Nian Mao outside the formation, then at herself and the two children, and shook her head. Now Han Feng understood the gist of it. That tribe's chief wanted these offerings back, and the girl was indicating that she didn't want to return. Very easy to understand. Han Feng patted her hand, telling her not to be afraid. He then handed the crossbow to a flag bearer beside him, parted the men in the formation with both hands, and walked out alone. Nian Mao was somewhat surprised to see this young man walking towards him. The opposing chief looked very young, probably just having come of age. His face was full of immaturity, but his eyes held a maturity that didn't match his age. The young man wore a long black robe with a crossed collar lined with fox fur of a brilliant golden red. On his feet were high boots of thick deerskin. A palm-wide leather belt with a shiny bronze buckle was cinched at his waist. On the side of the belt hung an object with a white bone handle, its purpose unclear, but its exterior was also lavishly decorated. Even on the young man's head, he wore a glittering hair ornament that gathered all his hair. This magnificent appearance instantly dazzled the Nian tribe. Even their chief, Nian Mao, was only dressed in thicker and more numerous animal skins. His long, loose hair was bound tightly by a leather cord, with only a string of bone ornaments dangling on his forehead. The weapon in his hand was a long wooden spear that looked like it had been polished smooth from use. The spearhead was made of animal bone with many prongs, the central one being the longest. It looked like a ceremonial heirloom, not very practical. When Han Feng stopped 10 steps away from Nian Mao, he began to use hand gestures to reason with him. Those 3 people, we're not giving them back. Since you threw them away, they are discarded things. We picked them up, so they are ours. Also, this place is ours now. We are going to rest here. Don't disturb us. Otherwise, you'll end up like this hanging tree branch. After Han Feng finished gesturing, while all the Nian tribe members were looking at the branch, he slowly drew the long sword Emperor's Fury from his waist. With a casual swing, the branch snapped and fell with a thud between the two of them. The small icicles frozen on it shattered upon impact. Understand, Han Feng nonchalantly sheathed his sword. The Nian tribe members didn't dare to breathe. Nian Mao frowned slightly. This young chief before him was arrogant and domineering, completely unreasonable. But he certainly had the capital to be arrogant. Whether in manpower or weaponry, he couldn't compare to the young man's tribe. Strength was the basis for fair negotiation. When there was a huge disparity in strength, it wasn't called negotiation. It was called notification and being notified. Dare to disobey? Believe I'll beat you up? Han Feng didn't care if the other party understood or not. He just came out to show off his sharp weapon and then went straight back. He was so confident that he didn't even need to look back, because if anyone behind him had any ill intentions, the dozens of bows and arrows in the formation opposite would turn that person into a porcupine. Han Feng returned. After all this commotion, it was already afternoon. He dismissed the formation, scattering all the archers and crossbowmen to stand guard around the perimeter. Then he ordered the others to start clearing the campsite, gathering dry firewood, and digging up some snow to make a fire and cook. They had been camping in the open for 2 days, and today they could finally eat a hot meal. Everyone seemed happy as they got to work. The Nian tribe members not far away neither dared to approach nor leave. They just watched from a distance, wondering what these uninvited guests were up to. Nian Mao also felt very aggrieved, and at the same time very dejected. He was, after all, the great chief of a tribe of 1,000 people, yet he was being shown up by a mere boy who had just come of age. But he didn't dare to resist. He hated himself a little, because when he faced Han Feng just now, he had chickened out. He and the tribe's elderly shaman sat cross-legged in an animal skin tent. Thick layers of dry grass and animal skins were placed under their buttocks. In the middle was a fire pit dug on the spot, the firewood inside burning slowly and steadily. The two sat opposite each other, neither speaking. But the tent was not quiet. People came in and out frequently, constantly reporting on the military situation. Chief, shaman, that group of people down the mountain isn't running around. They've tied ropes to the surrounding trees, forming a large circle. All their people are inside that circle. Chief, that group of people has started clearing the ground and gathering firewood. They've already lit a fire. It looks like they're going to cook. Chief, they've set up a few tents. There are people with weapons inside the circle watching outside. After waiting a little longer, the person who returned from scouting brought back good news. Chief, someone from that group came out looking for us. They said they can save the person whose leg was shot. If we don't want that person to die, we should carry him over to them. Hearing this, Nian Mao and the shaman, who had been silent all this time, exchanged a look. They both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. It seemed the other party wasn't determined to be their enemy. So, Chief, who are they? How can they have such powerful weapons? Oh, and that thing that can float on water and carry so many people. If we had that, maybe we could leave this mountain. That way, even if the water rises higher and submerges the whole mountain, we wouldn't have to worry. The old shaman offered his opinion, not knowing if this idea was feasible. Nian Mao's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right, if they could get that thing. Of course, he knew it was impossible. Besides, even if they were given all the boats, they would still need to know how to use them. However, since the other party was not intentionally hostile, perhaps they could cooperate. His tribe could offer some benefits in exchange for these people taking all of his tribe away from this small island. But what benefits could they offer? Nian Mao's mind raced, considering the feasibility of the plan. Finally, he opened his eyes, a gleam flashing through them. He had made up his mind. The shaman is right. Perhaps we can negotiate with them to take us away from this dead mountain. I must go see that chief again in person. On the gentle slope of the mountainside on the other side, several triangular tents made of white woolen cloth had been set up. The frames were made from branches and saplings cut on the spot, and the woolen cloth had been brought on the boats. Inside the tents were long fire pits dug with entrenching tools. On both sides were some frames made of branches, used for roasting the wet animal skin clothes. The girl who had been an offering, along with the 2 toddlers, were sitting in Han Feng's tent. The ground was covered with thick antelope skins. The 3 naked people huddled together, sharing Han Feng's bearskin cloak. On the rack by the fire pit, their 3 sets of clothes were roasting. There was still snow on the mountain, and the wood was a bit damp, not easy to burn. But Han Feng and his men had brought tung oil. They just needed to pour some on, and then slowly dry the surrounding firewood. The smell of burning tung oil was just a bit unpleasant. Before long, Han Feng came in from outside with a large bowl of meat porridge and a small spoon hastily carved from wood. It wasn't very pretty, but it was usable. He handed it directly to the girl, then pointed to the two children sitting with her, staring at each other, indicating that this was food for the three of them. The girl took the porridge with trepidation. After Han Feng demonstrated how to use the spoon, she tasted a mouthful of the lightly salted meat porridge, and her eyes instantly lit up. The ingredients were all familiar to her: rice like the Nian tribes, jerky, and the taste of salt stone. This was a rare delicacy. She hadn't expected these people to have it too. And they actually had rice. Do they also grow grain? As the girl was pondering, two gurgling sounds came from beside her. It was the sound of the two children swallowing their saliva. These two children were hungry. Han Feng walked out of the tent and looked at the few small chiefs who were climbing high and looking far into the distance. He asked, "Can you still make out the terrain around here? Can you find the place where the rocks collapsed last summer?" "This? Chief, I can't make it out. Even this mountain is half submerged. The familiar places around are almost all flooded. I can't tell." The Hua clan chief was the first to throw up his hands and say helplessly. The other small chiefs quickly nodded in agreement. Han Feng couldn't help but frown. So he had brought a bunch of useless trash with him, a complete waste of food. With spring getting closer and closer, and still no solution to the barrier lake problem, they might as well not do anything this year and just move. Just then, from the place where the Nian tribe members had appeared, another group of people surged out, a large crowd. But they all stopped in the distance. Only the Nian tribe's chief came over with a few people. Behind him, several others were carrying the wounded man. "Chief, the people from that tribe are here for treatment. There are 6 men, one of whom is wounded. Should we let them in?" An archer on sentry duty came to report to Han Feng. Bring them over. But search them first. No weapons allowed. Have them hand over their weapons, and we'll return them when they leave." Han Feng nodded and instructed. Then a thought suddenly occurred to him. If these people had been living on this mountain all along, they might know the surrounding terrain. Having them assist the Han tribe's operation would surely be twice as effective. With this, Han Feng placed more importance on communicating with this tribe. When Nian Mao and his men came before Han Feng no longer wore an arrogant face. And since Nian Mao also had a request for the Han tribe, this meeting between the two sides seemed very sincere. The brawny man who had been shot was still crying out in pain. His face was a little pale, partly from the loss of blood and partly from the pain. Although Han Feng's arrow hadn't hit the bone, the wound that pierced through his entire thigh was still not a minor injury. If it were summer, he could easily have died. The man was carried before Han Feng and placed on the ground. He looked at Han Feng with some resentment, but didn't say a word. His chief must have instructed him beforehand. Han Feng naturally wouldn't treat this kind of wound himself. He called over a clansman with the surname Shi, a member of the original snake tribe. The snake tribe was skilled in medicine, like Han Feng's own Shin Nong, who tasted 100 herbs. They had an innate talent for using natural herbs. So Han Feng had intentionally guided them to develop in this direction, to find more medicinal herbs for the Han tribe. Coincidentally, there was a healer from the snake tribe on this trip. Common external injuries were easy for them to treat. With the shell disinfection, debridement, and bandaging techniques taught by Han Feng, plus their own developed medicinal powder, they removed the arrow from the man in no time. They then cleaned the wound with warm boiled water, applied the medicine, and bandaged it with clean linen. And just like that, it was taken care of. As for whether it would get infected, that depended on fate. But the weather was still relatively cold, which was suitable for wound recovery. Seeing his tribesmen being properly treated, Nian Mao naturally apologized to Han Feng, saying that the injury was not Han Feng's fault, as they had attacked first. He also thanked Han Feng for treating his man. Han Feng naturally wouldn't admit that it was his side's fault. "You deserve to be shot. Who told you to charge over? Not shooting you dead on the spot was already giving you face." The two sat by an open campfire, communicating with great effort through hand gestures. Before long, someone brought Han Feng a bowl of porridge. Han Feng gestured, asking Nian Mao if he wanted to try some. He wasn't polite at all and actually asked for a bowl, and even pointed to the men he had brought with him. This guy, taking advantage of even a single meal. Han Feng couldn't help but feel some contempt for them. Actually, it wasn't that Nian Mao was so stingy. It was just that their lives were really difficult. Their stored food and the edible animals on the mountain were dwindling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of human sacrifice. Although there were various explanations for human sacrifice, wasn't the most important reason to reduce the number of mouths to feed? This would also lighten the tribe's burden. Even if the sacrifice was unsuccessful, it was still beneficial to the tribe. In fact, Nian Mao knew this very well in his heart. But when he also received a bowl of porridge and carefully observed the food in it, Nian Mao suddenly became excited. He could see that it was rice in the bowl. There was no mistake. The Nian tribe was also a rice-planting tribe, with a history of at least a dozen generations. How could they not recognize the food in this bowl? However, the rice in the bowl was slightly different from the Nian tribes. The Nian tribe's rice was round glutinous rice, while the Han tribe's was oval, slightly longer japonica rice. But that wasn't important. As long as the Han tribe's things were different from his own, that was enough. Nian Mao thought. So he put down his bowl, took out a snakeskin pouch from his bosom, and handed it to Han Feng, looking very serious, as if the bag contained some peerless treasure. But when Han Feng saw it clearly, he was stunned. It was actually a bag of rice grains, unhusked, but it looked like a different variety from what he ate. Han Feng was very happy to have obtained a new crop variety, so he also had someone prepare a return gift. Before long, someone brought a bag of white salt, which Han Feng then gave to Nian Mao. A gift for me. Nian Mao hadn't expected any return gift. He had initially just wanted to trade seeds and farming techniques for Han Feng's fleet to transport them all away. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. He hadn't expected the Han tribe to also grow rice. When he opened the bag and saw a pile of white powder, he was instantly bewildered. What is this? Seeing Nian Mao's confused look, Han Feng could only have him taste it himself. The result was naturally beyond doubt. Like almost all the tribes who had tasted the Han tribe's white salt, he instantly treasured it, as if it were a priceless gem, tucking the salt bag into his bosom and holding it tightly against his chest. But for now, there was no way to continue negotiating terms. So Nian Mao could only hope that Han Feng was easy to talk to. What is that? In the afterglow of the setting sun, Nian Mao pointed to the 23 wooden boats on the shore and asked Han Feng. Boat. Han Feng replied with a single word. Nian Mao repeated this newly learned term several times, then asked again. Can you use these boats to take us away? He continued, speaking and gesturing. Han Feng understood and thought for a moment. It would take more than 1 or 2 trips to transport them all, and time was getting tighter. So he didn't have time to send out all the boats just to transport the Nian tribe. No, we have other important things to do. Oh, what things? Nian Mao asked curiously. The water level is rising. We came to make the water go down. Han Feng gestured. This time it was Nian Mao's turn to be surprised. So this group of people had come here because of the rising water as well. But faced with the same situation, the Han tribe's solution was completely different from theirs. One was to sacrifice to the gods. The other was to rely on themselves to make the river water recede. Nian Mao was very impressed by Han Feng's words. But could it be done? Han Feng knew he certainly didn't believe it, nor did he understand how to do it. So he had someone fetch a bucket of water. He himself drew the short knife from his waist and began to dig in the ground. Han Feng was making a simple sand table. The sand table had a river channel and mountains. When someone brought the water, he had them slowly pour it at the upstream position. The water flowed slowly along the river channel, and everything was fine. Then Han Feng suddenly demanded that the amount of water being poured be increased, simulating a flash flood. Then, as the flood rushed through the valley between 2 mountains, Han Feng pushed over a mountaintop. The fallen earth blocked the river channel. The upstream water flow did not stop, so the water accumulated, eventually forming a barrier lake. And in the small puddle in this sand table, there was a half-submerged mound of earth. Han Feng pointed to that mound, then pointed to the mountain they were on. Instantly, Nian Mao's eyes lit up. He understood. Although they didn't speak the same language, Han Feng's 3D reenactment on the sand table was a revelation for Nian Mao, who had witnessed it all happen. He instantly understood the cause of their current predicament. Then, Han Feng took a leaf and pointed to the boats on the shore. Nian Mao also nodded in understanding. He had already understood the rules of the sand table game. This leaf represented those boats. Then Han Feng took the leaf and sailed it downstream to the small island. The boat then circled around nearby and finally found the site of the landslide. Then Han Feng pushed away the earth that was blocking it. The long-accumulated water found an outlet again, and the water level began to drop rapidly, eventually becoming a river again. Han Feng threw away the leaf, washed his hands, and said seriously, "We find that place, open it, restore the river." Han Feng's sand table reenactment was a great success. Firstly, in a situation where language was a barrier, this method of recreating the scene was very intuitive. Secondly, for the Nian tribe, what Han Feng said was easy to understand. The Nian tribe had a history of cultivating glutinous rice for over 10 generations. During this time, they had continuously grown and migrated. Like the nomadic peoples of the grasslands, they had always moved along the river channels. Therefore, they were no strangers to the various hydrological conditions of inland rivers. Floods had appeared in their ancestral records, and many times at that. But each time, after wreaking havoc, they would quickly recede. This time, however, was different. The flood, which had always receded in the past, was now accumulating more and more. They didn't understand the reason for this because as soon as the flood started, they had already fled to high ground on the mountain for refuge. Later, they wanted to investigate, but they were trapped on the mountaintop by the water. It was only now, after seeing Han Feng's sand table reenactment, that Nian Mao, who was already familiar with the hydrology of inland rivers, instantly understood his meaning. If things were really as this young chief said, then they did indeed have a chance to solve the flood problem with their own strength. This might be an impossible task for the Nian tribe, but the Han tribe had a large number of boats and had even brought over 400 adult men from a great distance. Moreover, the Han tribe possessed a large number of excellent weapons, so their tools should be good too, right? Otherwise, how could they build such a magical tool as a boat? Thinking of this, Nian Mao also became excited. Perhaps what they couldn't solve with sacrifices, the Han tribe could really accomplish with their own hands. To take it a step further, even if the Han tribe couldn't do it, if they could establish a relationship with them, it would be good to be able to leave on their boats in the end. Taming the flood, or leaving. Both paths to survival now depended on the Han tribe. Sacrificing to the gods was no longer an option. Facts had already proven that the gods had not looked after them one bit. It was better to place their hopes for survival on something tangible. Your method is good, but if it was really caused by a landslide, can you people move it? Nian Mao calmed himself down and still asked the most important question. Although Han Feng's method was good, could it really be done? This was uncertain. Compared to the risky endeavor of taming the flood, he actually preferred to leave directly. What does the water have to do with me? If I had boats, I wouldn't have come here looking for trouble. It would be more practical to find a new home. This was the difference between a migratory farming tribe and a settled farming tribe like the Han tribe. After all, their worldviews were different. This also determined the development ceiling of migratory farming tribes. As long as they didn't learn intensive farming and settlement, they could never deeply develop the surrounding resources. For example, smelting metal. Perhaps they had once discovered metal or veins, but before they could study them for 2 or 3 years, the tribe moved again. How could they ever improve? But the Han tribe was different. The Han tribe was a settled agricultural society. All their assets were tied to the land. The home they had painstakingly built over 3 years with the labor of thousands, tens of thousands of people. Could they just give it up? Therefore, to continue living there peacefully, the Han tribe had to solve the flood problem. Compared to Nian Mao's direct escape, Han Feng felt more helpless. He didn't want to deal with this mess either, but he had no choice. Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. As long as you're willing to use your brain, you can definitely find a way, Han Feng said very seriously. Although Nian Mao didn't understand a single word Han Feng said, he could see the determination and seriousness written on Han Feng's face. There was nothing he could do. Since he couldn't leave directly, he had to help these people tame the flood. It wasn't that Nian Mao was very enthusiastic, but it was so that when the time came that the flood taming failed and the Han tribe left, they could also propose conditions to leave with the Han tribe. This should count as a bargaining chip. Is there anything we can do to help? Nian Mao asked again, gesturing. Han Feng had been waiting for him to offer help. So he pointed to the breach on the sand table that he had just pushed open, indicating that his people couldn't find this place for now. Since your tribe has always lived here, you must know the downstream river channel. A barrier lake formed here, so someplace downstream must be blocked. Therefore, it should be easy to find the collapse point, just by following the old river channel all the way. After Han Feng's repeated explanations and gestures, Nian Mao finally understood his meaning and patted his chest, promising to take care of it. After all, the Nian tribe had migrated all the way from downstream. How could they not know the way downstream? Although it was now flooded and hard to find, As long as those mountains were still there, he could find the general location. Then Nian Mao asked Han Feng how many people he needed. Han Feng thought for a moment. The Nian tribe people couldn't row boats, nor could they use their tools, and there was a communication barrier. It was impossible to expect them to do the work. They would just be guides. 1 or 2 people would be enough. Seeing the 2 fingers Han Feng held up, Nian Mao immediately nodded. Fine, 2 people it is. That way, even if there was any danger, their losses wouldn't be great. Participation is what matters. As long as they could take their people away in the end, that would be enough. The 2 sides settled on the cooperation. Nian Mao didn't stay here any longer. He had to report this matter to his tribe's shaman and then decide on the candidates for the guides. So, after bidding farewell to Han Feng, he had the 4 subordinates he had brought carry the wounded man back. It was dusk. Those who had eaten had already begun to lie in their earth coffins, sound asleep. They would sleep for a few hours before it was time to relieve the sentries. The earth coffin was a camping method Han Feng had taught everyone. He had learned it in the army in his past life. When there were no tents and no time to build a shelter, you could dig a pit in the ground, just the size of a coffin, enough for 1 person to lie in. Then you would light fires in the pit and on both sides of it. After the fire in the pit burned out, you would add a thin layer of soil, dry grass, and animal skins, and then you could lie down and sleep. This method was firstly to repel insects, secondly for warmth, and thirdly, because it was right next to a bonfire, it could also prevent wild animals from approaching. When there was no shortage of digging tools, making an earth coffin was very convenient. But Han Feng didn't need one. As the chief, he had his own tent. When he entered the tent, the clothes roasting by the fire pit were gone. The girl had wrapped them around herself again. There were also the 2 little kids, who had also put on their own clothes. The 3 of them were squeezed together, sharing Han Feng's bearskin cloak. The 2 children were already whimpering and asleep. The girl holding them was also sleeping, but under the firelight, her fluttering eyelashes betrayed the fact that she was pretending to be asleep. Wrapped up so tightly, and still pretending to be asleep. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Han Feng chuckled softly, but didn't expose her. He saw the empty bowl by the fire pit. It was very clean. There was no water here, so it couldn't have been washed. Then it could only be, she licked it way too clean. Shaking his head with emotion, Han Feng also lay down on the other side of the fire pit, covered with a grayish-white antelope skin, hugging his long sword and short knife, and closed his eyes to sleep. Perhaps because she heard no movement, the girl who had been pretending to be asleep opened her eyes. She stared at Han Feng with a mixture of curiosity and fear, not knowing whether she was cursing him in her heart for being a beast or for not being a beast. And at the top of the mountain, in Nian Mao's tent, the shaman was listening intently to Nian Mao's account. He told the shaman about the flood-taming method Han Feng had mentioned and said that he had already settled on a cooperation plan with that chief, with the Nian tribe providing 2 people to guide them, and so on. There was no language barrier between Nian Mao and the shaman, so even without Han Feng's sand table, the shaman understood what was going on. Whether Han Feng's method could tame the flood, he, an old man, couldn't judge. But his tribe was only contributing 2 people, which was no great loss. In the end, they might even be able to hitch a ride on their boats. What was there not to like? To this, the Nian shaman also expressed his approval. The 2 high-level members of the Nian tribe had settled the matter. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Han Feng was woken up by the 2 children. The boy, less than 2 years old, had forgotten about being offered as a sacrifice after a night of deep sleep. He woke up at dawn, crawled over, and peed into the fire pit dug in the middle of the tent, dousing the embers and sending up a cloud of white smoke. The whole tent filled with the smell of urine. The child just stood there laughing foolishly, wiggling his little bottom to shake it dry. Han Feng was smoked out. The sky was already bright. Some of the clansmen were still sleeping in their earth pits. Those who woke up early had already changed shifts. Some were gathering firewood. Others were collecting snow to make breakfast. Han Feng scooped up a handful of snow to wash his face, then inspected the camp. After confirming that everyone was safe, he began to wait for breakfast. It wasn't until the sky was fully bright and the porridge was cooked that those who were sleeping were woken up. Han Feng also went back to the tent to call the 3 of them to eat. Children are sleepy, but hearing there was food, they groggily got up. This time, they ate together outside. Everyone got a bowl of porridge. Han Feng and the others sat on the ground around the bonfire, eating and discussing the day's arrangements. They wouldn't stay here forever, but they could use this place as a base for rest and recuperation. And today, 2 guides from the local tribe would be showing them the way. The chances of the plan succeeding were high. Everyone participating in the operation would have to work hard, and they would naturally be rewarded when they returned to the tribe. Finally, Han Feng looked at the girl sitting next to him. She was holding a large bowl and feeding the 2 children porridge, occasionally looking at the Han tribe members and listening to Han Feng speak to them. The girl still didn't know where these people came from or what they were going to do, and she seemed a little lost. Han Feng broke off half of his heated flatbread and gave it to her. The girl quickly took it and took a bite. The 2 children immediately started crying out for some, no longer wanting to drink the porridge. Everyone chuckled, especially the people from Hanyang City. The women and children and their families were about the same age. Seeing this scene, they were all somewhat moved. Are you going back to your tribe, or are you continuing with us? Han Feng pointed in the direction of the Nian tribe, then at his own group and the boats on the shore. Although the girl couldn't speak the Han tribe's language, she expressed her meaning through actions. She put down her bowl, hugged one of Han Feng's arms tightly, and tugged at the bearskin cloak on her body, as if to say, "You gave this to me, so I'm not giving it back. I'm going with you." Han Feng looked towards the mountaintop in the distance. Abducting one person was no great feat. His real intention was to abduct the entire Nian tribe. Turning back, Han Feng said nothing. He quickly finished his meal and then had everyone start packing up. However, not everyone would be setting out today. Only 10 boats were needed. The rest would stay behind at the camp. Han Feng also sent someone to contact Nian Mao and have him bring the guides. Before long, Nian Mao came over himself with one other person. "You're going with us personally?" Han Feng asked in surprise. He hadn't expected this man to be so bold. Nian Mao nodded. "If you can go, I can go." Han Feng smiled and said nothing. He just had them start boarding the boats. But then the girl also ran over, with the 2 little kids trailing behind her, insisting on going with Han Feng, terrified that he would leave them behind. Taking them would certainly be a burden, but looking at the people staying behind on the shore and the members of the Nian tribe, Han Feng decided to take them along. After all, this trip was for exploration, so it wouldn't have much of an impact. And so, under Nian Mao's guidance, the group set off towards the southeast. Seeing the direction he was pointing, Han Feng nodded to himself. Southeast from here was the direction of the lower reaches of the Luyang River. It seemed these 2 rivers were indeed connected and probably merged into one large river in the end. The terrain here was all mountains on the south side, like a high barrier, concentrating all the water here. This also explained why the newcomers who joined in late autumn all came to Luyang Commandery from the south. And to the northwest of this open water area was a large expanse of forest. Many of the giant trees were half submerged in water, looking like a swamp from a distance. While they were on their way, Han Feng called over the commander of another boat. It was a young man from the Ying clan, who was in charge of communicating with the eagles. Hearing Han Feng's call, he took out a bone flute hanging around his neck and blew a sharp, intermittent, and rhythmic whistle. Before long, a giant eagle appeared in the sky, circling above them. Han Feng hadn't been idle this whole time. He took out the small notebook he had brought and a portable brush made from a bamboo tube, dipped it in the river water, and wrote a letter to Ying Rue, who was guarding Hanyang City. He told him that the plan was going smoothly, that he had encountered a tribe of 1,000 people that could possibly be subdued, and that he should prepare to receive them in Hanyang. After finishing the letter, Han Feng rolled up the paper, stuffed it into a bamboo tube the thickness of an arm, sealed it with animal skin and rope, and then stood on the boat, holding the bamboo tube high. The giant eagle in the sky was very cooperative. It immediately swooped down, only flapping its wings to slow down when it was right above them. It then grabbed the bamboo tube, soared into the sky again, and flew in the direction of the Han tribe. The people on the boat felt as if a dark cloud was pressing down on them. That big bird just now was too big. Although it wasn't as monstrous as some terror birds, its wingspan was 8 or 9 meters, enough to cover the entire boat. It really gave the girl and Nian Mao on the boat a scare. But seeing that the eagle was actually summoned by Han Feng, the 2 of them couldn't help but think more highly of him. This tribe could even tame beasts. But Nian Mao was interested in more than just that. He was more concerned about the paper and brush Han Feng had just used and the characters Han Feng had written. As a tribe that had already unlocked the technology of planting, Nian Mao's knowledge and thinking were relatively advanced. Many things that others couldn't understand, he had his own insights into. What was that just now? Nian Mao asked Han Feng curiously. Paper, brush, Han characters, letter, Han Feng replied simply. This was what made the Han tribe different. After some simple communication and speculation, Nian Mao had a new judgment. The Han tribe's language level was very high, because they had already given different names to everything and could use corresponding Han characters to represent them. This was definitely a top-tier language, countless times better than their Nian tribe, which still called things this and that all day long. Hey you, go tell that guy to do that thing to that thing. If it weren't for people who spent all day together, who the hell could understand such words? This was the problem of an underdeveloped language. But the Han tribe's strength lay in the fact that the Han language could name anything, so there was no need to call things this and that anymore. In addition, the Han tribe had also invented symbols corresponding to their language, which could even be used to transmit messages between two places. This was even more remarkable. In Nian Mao's heart, a sense of worship and fear arose. This tribe must be very powerful. Right, these people's tribe can also produce white salt on their own, and their clothes look like they're woven from many fine threads. This makes them seem even more amazing. The fleet of 10 boats continued to travel southeast for half a morning. Then, under Nian Mao's command, the fleet rounded a mountain and finally arrived at the main channel of a large river with cliffs on both banks and unfathomably deep water. This could no longer even be called a large river. It could pass for a great river or a jiang. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the fleet was proceeding between the continuous cliffs on both banks, Han Feng finally saw the place where the rocks had collapsed. The river channel was indeed blocked here. When Han Feng directed the fleet to approach, he climbed onto a huge fallen rock and looked down. He saw that where the river valley should have been, the entire riverbed was now exposed, covered with dense cracks. While the upstream was flooding, the downstream water source was cut off. The resulting drought must have been very severe. Han Feng stood on the huge rock and couldn't help but sigh. Who knew how many plants and animals had died of thirst in this downstream area? But on the cracked riverbed in the distance, there were some shiny things that caught Han Feng's eye. On the other side of the rocks that had fallen into the valley, on the cracked riverbed, were large patches of glittering objects. It was afternoon, and under the clear sky, the downstream riverbed looked like a spiderweb-covered beach. Yu Yi, Dali, each of you take 20 men and go over to take a look. I think there's something on the riverbed down there, Han Feng said from atop a house-sized boulder, addressing the fleet on the other side. Yes. Yu Yi and Dali responded in unison. Each leading their own boat crew, they gathered their things and began to climb over the barrier that was blocking the water's flow. The location of the barrier lake's collapse had been found, right under Han Feng's feet. These were huge rocks that had fallen from the high cliffs on both sides. Combined with the driftwood washed down by the flood from upstream and a large amount of mud and sand, a natural dam had formed here, with the boulders as its skeleton and the driftwood and silt filling the gaps. It had cut off the river that flowed southeast. Yes, it could be considered a major river. After all, even in the upstream Luoyang Commandery Basin, the water surface was 80 to 100 meters wide, and in some wider places, it could reach 100 or 200 meters. Even the Yangtze River of his past life was only 80 to 100 meters wide in its narrowest parts. This naturally formed dam was very high. On the inside of the dam, the water level was about 2 meters from the top. On the other side, the top of the dam was more than 10 meters above the cracked riverbed, high enough to be called a cliff. However, getting down from here wasn't that difficult. Ropes weren't needed. When the landslide first formed the dam, the boulders only constituted its skeleton. Later, a large amount of mud and sand washed out through the gaps. This silt, which had washed out from the gaps, was now piled up on the other side of the dam, forming a natural gentle slope and becoming the final barrier that blocked the water flow. Dao Li, Yu Yi, and their men climbed up the dam and then walked down the gentle slope of accumulated silt to the riverbed. The riverbed here looked dry and was covered with cracks, but because it was close to the water source, it was still very soft. With every step, their feet sank half a foot deep. But when they walked down the slope and saw the reflective objects on the riverbed, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. The waterless riverbed was covered with metal particles of all sizes. Under the afternoon sun, they shone with a golden yellow light, so bright it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Dao Li and Yu Yi certainly recognized this yellow metal. In the early days of the Han tribe, they had smelted a lot of brass. The stuff here looked exactly like brass, and it was extremely heavy. There was no mistaking it. This was copper. Smelting copper was not easy. First, you had to go up the mountain to cut firewood, then carry it down on shoulder poles or with cattle and horses. After the firewood dried, it had to be burned into charcoal in a kiln. The mined or had to be crushed and ground fine. Only after all these preparations could a furnace of brass be smelted. But now, right under their feet on this empty riverbed, brass was scattered grain by grain. The large ones were like corn kernels, the small ones like sand, but they would never mistake that heavy, golden color. And so, the group all spread out, like they were planting rice seedlings in the spring, bending over and searching the ground. Not just on the riverbed, but also in the cracks, and even in the soft river mud. If you dug out a piece with your hands and rubbed it, you could feel many granular hard objects inside. If all this mud were dug out and washed in water, a lot of clean copper could be panned out. The 40-plus men sent down by Han Feng all thought. While the men below were busy, Han Feng had no time to wait. It was already past mid-afternoon. They had rowed for most of the day to get here. Now, whether to go back or find a place to camp was a problem. There was no time for them to dawdle down there. So Han Feng cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down to the men below. "Stop looking. Come back. We've already found this place. There's no need to linger." Hearing the shout, the men below reluctantly grabbed another handful from the riverbed. Many even brought back some of the river mud. When they climbed back up the slope, they immediately shouted, "Chief, there's copper down there. Lots of copper." Then, one by one, they presented their haul from the past half-day to Han Feng as if offering treasures. Their dirty hands, just pulled from the mud, were filled with glittering golden metal particles. If the Han Feng of his past life had seen this, he would have been ecstatic. But now, he was equally excited, though he didn't show it. The first time he saw the riverbed, Han Feng had suspected there might be gold dust there, he just wasn't sure. But after his men confirmed it, he was even more certain of his guess. Why? Because only gold has such stable chemical properties, able to exist as elemental gold in nature without reacting with other substances. If these were brass particles that had been soaked in water all this time, they would have rusted and turned green long ago. Gold is always gold, it will shine anywhere. But brass, once buried, just waits to rust. But at this moment, seeing his men holding gold and vying to present it to him, Han Feng's heart did skip a beat. But he quickly calmed down. "It's just gold, what's the big deal? In this world, all the rules are set by me. If I don't treat gold as money, then all this gold on the ground is worthless. All right, find a bag and put it away for now. We'll talk about it when we get back. Everyone, let's leave this place. This is no place to talk." Han Feng looked up at the sliver of sky above. The rocks under his feet had fallen from up there. He hoped his luck wasn't so bad that another one would fall and crush him. Hearing the chief's words, the men, who had just been excited about finding metal, were now even more in awe of their chief. "Look at our chief. We get all excited about finding brass, but look at him, so calm, as if he had foreseen everything, or perhaps didn't care about this brass at all." It made one feel a sense of admiration. This was the gap between them and the chief. The men began to reboard the boats. Nian Mao, who was sharing a boat with Han Feng, looked at the dam before them, and his mind started working. Yesterday, in the sand table demonstration Han Feng had given him, he had swatted away the obstacles blocking the water with a single slap. But today, seeing the real thing in person, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. The dam before them was nearly 80 meters long and about 2 meters high, and who knew how deep it was underwater? The fallen boulders, the small ones were the size of millstones, the medium ones comparable to old oxen or giant elephants, and the largest were as big as houses. The entire river channel was filled with such large rocks. With just the 400 men Han Feng had brought, could they really reopen the channel? He was afraid that even if he threw in all the men from his own tribe, it might not be enough. Since it couldn't be solved, it was better to find a way to leave. Thinking of this, Nian Mao immediately put on a smiling face and looked at Han Feng, the only one who could decide this matter. "Chief of the Han tribe, the rocks here are too big. Even with more people, you definitely won't be able to move them. What do you plan to do next?" Nian Mao's question seemed to be asking Han Feng, but it was actually a trap. As long as Han Feng said he couldn't do it and had to go back, he could then propose to pay a price for Han Feng to help take them away to find a new place to live. But in reality, Han Feng certainly had a way. Even if he couldn't get rid of the entire dam, creating a breach to release the floodwaters downstream was not a problem at all. But Han Feng wouldn't say that. After interacting with Nian Mao these few times, how could he not see what Nian Mao was thinking? He just wanted to borrow his boats to leave. But Han Feng was thinking the same thing. This was a tribe of 1,000 people, nearly 300 adult men, now all trapped on an isolated island. If they couldn't leave, they could only wait to die. But who was Han Feng? Even if Nian Mao didn't propose leaving himself, he would have to find a way to trick this group of people into leaving with him. Free population, right? It would be a crime against himself not to take them. So even though Han Feng had a way to solve the flood problem now, he couldn't solve it immediately. If the water level dropped in a few days and the river channel was restored, it was uncertain whether the Nian tribe would still be willing to leave. Now that this guy had brought it up himself, Han Feng could just go with the flow. What was there not to like? No, there must be a way. There must be a way. We can definitely open this place up, Han Feng said excitedly, speaking and gesturing. Nian Mao was snickering inwardly. If you have the ability to open it, then go ahead and do it. Sigh, you look so well dressed, and you have so many warriors, but you're just as helpless when you encounter this kind of thing. Still too young. But a chief has to save face, right? He's just unwilling to admit his incompetence in front of an outsider. I can understand that. This was Han Feng's scheme. He had confidently declared at the beginning that he would open the blockage in the river channel. Now that they were here, if he directly said he was giving up, it would be too fake. He had to put on an act now, an act that matched his physical age. This way, Nian Mao wouldn't be suspicious and would be lulled into falling into his hands. Sure enough, hearing Han Feng's unwilling words, coupled with the unwilling and somewhat angry expression Han Feng was performing, wasn't this the typical behavior of an impetuous young man? Nian Mao happily filled in Han Feng's thoughts in his mind, not knowing that Han Feng was the real hunter and his own wisdom was only that of a fox. But Han Feng's temper tantrum was his own business. Nian Mao still had to say what needed to be said. He didn't want to wait here with Han Feng for death. Then, Chief Han, you can think of a way here, but it will take some time to open this place up, right? Why don't you have your men use the boats to transport my people upstream during these few days? That way, we can find a new place to settle down. Your tribe is so large, you surely wouldn't refuse such a small matter, right? Of course, if Chief Han wants us to exchange something for it, that's no problem either. As long as the Nian tribe has it, we will definitely not hold back. Nian Mao said this to Han Feng with great sincerity, putting a high hat on Han Feng's head while making his own conditions. In his view, a young chief like Han Feng, who already had some power, must particularly enjoy being flattered. Han Feng naturally did not disappoint Nian Mao, putting on an "I'm as awesome as you say" expression. You're right. Isn't it just transporting your tribe's people upstream? This small matter is nothing to me. As for payment or whatever, what could you possibly have? We have things you don't have, and we don't care for what you have. Han Feng immediately went along with it, continuing to act according to the script. He had even predicted what Nian Mao would say next. It would surely be another round of flattery. And sure enough, Nian Mao did not disappoint Han Feng. This old fox ultimately could not escape the trap he had dug for him. Ha 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 ha. Chief Han is truly amazing. You are so young, yet you possess such a powerful tribe. Our Nian tribe really can't compare. Thank you for sending us upstream this time. But as for the payment, I hope Chief Han will accept it. Although our Nian tribe is inferior to the Han tribe in every way, as long as we have it, with just a word from Chief Han, I will naturally fulfill my promise, Nian Mao said, looking like he wouldn't let them help for free. See how sincere I am to you. Han Feng also cooperated by looking down his nose at him, like a rich man looking at a country bumpkin. The meaning was, with your tribe's poor state, you can't even feed yourselves. What could you possibly have that I would want? But this time, Han Feng did not directly refuse. Sigh, I really don't see anything in your tribe that I want. But since you're so insistent on giving, let me think about it first. Anyway, it will take more than a day or two to send you all away. I'll tell you when I think of something. Han Feng waved his hand carelessly, showing off his generosity. He loved the feeling of showing off. Hearing Han Feng agree, Nian Mao was also very happy. He quickly flattered the young chief, who was more than 10 years his junior, again. He just treated it as coaxing a child. Children love to show off and brag. Isn't that normal? Ha! One flattered, the other played dumb. The two communicated with each other through gestures and language. Unknowingly, the fleet had been out for several hours. Fortunately, with spring approaching, the days were getting longer. And since they had scouted the route during the day, the return journey was faster. By the time the setting sun had completely sunk into the lake and 2 crescent moons had risen in the sky, the 10 boats that had gone out for reconnaissance today finally returned to the camp on the small island. Nian Mao still had his dinner at the Han tribe's camp. mainly to discuss with Han Feng how to transport the Nian tribe away. Nian Mao didn't understand boat transport, nor did he know the situation upstream, so he could only listen to Han Feng's arrangements. Han Feng's suggestion was to transport 300 people each time. The fleet could only carry 400 people at a time, but the Nian tribe people couldn't row, so the fleet needed 100 people from the Han tribe to row and lead the way. The entire Nian tribe would be transported in 4 to 5 trips. A round trip would take 4 days. They would strive to send everyone away by the beginning of next month. As for the destination of this trip, Han Feng would send them to the Han tribe settlement. It was said to be very safe there, with no enemies around, and there was a large area to accommodate the Nian tribe's people. They could gather there and then find a new home together. Han Feng's plan, on the whole, seemed fine, and the claim that the Han tribe settlement was very safe with no enemies, Nian Mao didn't doubt it. After all, the Han tribe had a large population, sharp weapons, and their warriors could form formations. How could there be any enemies around such a powerful tribe? But it was precisely because of this that Nian Mao was even more worried. Your Han tribe has no enemies, but aren't you Han tribe our biggest threat? You say you'll send a few hundred people to your tribe at a time. Maybe as soon as they arrive, you'll detain them. Then it will really be at your tribe. Nian Mao was very worried, so he also tactfully raised his concerns. Chief Han, when our people arrive at your tribe, will they cause you any trouble? Can you really guarantee their safety? What kind of talk is that? You don't trust the strength of our Han tribe? Since you don't believe me, how about this? We'll send a batch first. Then you appoint one of your own tribesmen to follow the empty fleet back here and report the situation there to you. That should be fine, right? Han Feng said angrily, indicating that Nian Mao's suspicion of his tribe's strength was an insult to him, and he was very unhappy. Nian Mao's eyes lit up when he heard Han Feng's proposal. This was a good idea. Each time, he could have one of the people sent away come back and report to him what they saw at the destination. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the Han tribe swallowing up his people and not returning them. But just as Nian Mao was feeling happy, the rich Han Feng said something that he found very petty, but he really had no reason to refuse. Helping your tribe transport people is no problem, but I have to say this up front. Your food and clothing on the road, and during your temporary stay in the Han tribe, you have to solve it yourselves. I'm only responsible for transporting people. If you starve or freeze to death when you get there, I won't be responsible. Hearing that Han Feng's evacuation plan for them would take more than 20 days, Nian Mao wasted no more time. After returning to his tribe, he immediately gathered all his people to prepare food. After all, Han Feng had said he wouldn't provide food and drink. Fortunately, the Nian tribe had a considerable amount of stored grain. Their farming method was slash and burn, so it didn't require much manpower. The harvest depended entirely on the weather. Therefore, they could only increase the planting area. A single fire and a handful of seeds brought them a lot of food. The grain was ready. They just needed to prepare a few days' worth of dry rations, as well as various kinds of jerky. Finally, they had to select the first group of people to be sent away. The Nian tribe had over 270 adult men. By the time spring arrived again, with the addition of newly adult men, there should be over 300. These men were divided into 5 batches, 60 men each time, plus 240 women and children, making a group of 300. Han Feng wasn't idle on the mountainside either. He began to arrange everyone's actions. After yesterday's field investigation and research, there were still many difficulties in this dam-breaking plan. First was the issue of the workload. It was impossible to clear the entire 70 to 80-meter-long dam at once. Han Feng's expectation was to solve a part of it first, find the weakest point, open a breach, and let the water flow down first. The specific construction method was to start from the downstream riverbed, because it was easier to get a foothold there and more convenient to work than on a small boat. After digging a breach in the mud and sand downstream of the dam, they would then blast from upstream. Of course, that little bit of explosives was definitely not enough. The rest could only be dealt with by sending boats over later to slowly work on it. Having made up his mind, Han Feng returned to his tent to rest. This place would also be evacuated in a few days. When he entered the tent, the 1 big and 2 small occupants were already asleep. But after Han Feng went in, the girl immediately sat up. It seemed she was still quite vigilant. Your people are leaving by boat tomorrow, to my tribe. Do you want to go with them? Han Feng asked the girl, using hand gestures. The girl understood and immediately shook her head. Although she knew that now that the Nian tribe had a way to leave, even if she went back, she certainly wouldn't be sacrificed to the river god again. She still didn't want to leave Han Feng. After so many days of contact, even a fool could see that the Han tribe was more powerful and wealthy. Life after joining the Han tribe would definitely be better than in the Nien tribe. Besides, she was considered an adult this year. Even if she didn't follow Han Feng, she would be married off to another tribe during the migration, which was a form of intermarriage between two parties. But that was all uncertain. Who knew what kind of tribe she would end up marrying into? But Han Feng before her was tangible, and he was the one who had saved her from the water. Who else would she follow? Even if Han Feng drove her away, she would never leave. Seeing her firm attitude, Han Feng didn't refuse. After all, she was the holy maiden chosen by the Nien tribe. She was, by all accounts, the prettiest girl in their tribe. Her features were good. It wouldn't be a problem to take her into his home. Besides, his subordinates like Deshu, Shuda, and Ingrue all had more than one woman, and their children were running all over the place. But Han Feng had married Xiao Dai, which had caused a lot of private discussion among his subordinates. Now, the 3-year agreement with Xiao Dai was over, and Han Feng was also an adult. At his current age, converted to Earth years, he should have graduated from junior high school. However, looking at the 2 children next to the girl, Han Feng still said he would send these 2 children back to be raised by their own parents. Han Feng didn't want to take on 2 more burdens. He wasn't Jichong, adopting a bunch of godsons. Besides, there was no latency here. The girl looked at the sleeping children beside her. Although she was a little reluctant, she still nodded in agreement with Han Feng's opinion. That night, while Han Feng was sleeping, the girl quietly crept over from the other side of the fire pit and snuggled into Han Feng's arms. But what awaited her was not Han Feng's embrace, but the long sword with the ivory hilt and the short knife in Han Feng's hand. No, wait until we get back. Han Feng immediately refused her. Rejected by Han Feng, the girl began to cry softly. According to the customs of the Nien tribe, after 2 people were together, it was not a good thing for the woman to be rejected by the man. She would be looked down upon by others. What's your name? Do you have a name? My name is Han Feng, and you? Seeing the girl crying, Han Feng didn't feel much. It was impossible for there to be any feelings, of course. That kind of thing needed to be cultivated slowly. But he couldn't just let her sit there like that. He might as well chat with her. Ing. The girl introduced herself in her tribe's dialect and took out a stone from her clothes. The stone was slightly larger than a coin, flat and round, very smooth and polished, probably a pebble of some kind. But it looked semi-transparent, with an overall orange color. And most importantly, this stone emitted a faint yellow light. It was actually a fluorescent stone. Han Feng took the small stone, also incredibly amazed. Glowing stones were not unheard of on Earth, but most were of the cool light spectrum, usually blue and green. But this was the first time in his 2 lives that Han Feng had seen one that could emit a warm yellow light. Of course, he was shocked. Next, Ing introduced the stone and her background. This stone was passed down from her ancestors, and only to the women. This stone was given to her by her mother before she died. Similarly, Ing not only inherited her mother's only property, this fluorite, but also her mother's name. That's right, her mother was also called Ing. Or rather, all the previous owners of this stone were called Ing. Han Feng was impressed. What kind of name was that? It was worse than just pointing at something and using it as a name. A name that could be passed down for generations sounded more like a position or an identity, like an emperor. When an emperor died, the next one was still an emperor, endlessly. Is this a person's name? But Han Feng didn't dwell on it. According to his own habit, all new members he absorbed would be given a clan name to distinguish their lineage. So the girl's name would be Nianing from now on. That character isn't good. It always feels like those 50-cent sticky fly papers sold in supermarkets. So Han Feng changed her surname to Zhan. Although the pronunciation was the same, it was much better than the Nian of sticky paper. Having slept for only half the night, Han Feng was awakened by the noisy chatter of his clansmen. When he came out of the tent, he saw that his people had already started packing their equipment and food. And outside the Han tribe's camp, Nian Mao, with red eyes, had also led a group of his people over. Apparently, he hadn't slept much either. A dense crowd of several hundred people gathered outside the Han tribe's camp. Among them were those preparing to leave with the Han tribe, and those who had come to bid farewell to their relatives. There were also the cries of many children, a scene of life and death parting. Seeing Han Feng come out, Nian Mao immediately went up to him. Chief Han, when do our people set out? After breakfast? Don't you eat in the morning? There's no place to land along the way. You'll have to eat and sleep on the boats. Oh, right, You also need to bring some water. There are many animal carcasses in this river water. Drinking it could very well be fatal, Han Feng said to Nian Mao, glancing at his clansmen who were still eating. What? We have to bring water. Nian Mao was dumbfounded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that we're about to leave, you tell me this. But he didn't dare to blame Han Feng. After all, his people still depended on the Han tribe to be transported away. So he hurriedly had his people go prepare fresh water. Fortunately, there was a lot of bamboo on this mountain. They had often used bamboo to make containers in the past. Storing 2 days' worth of drinking water for everyone was not a problem. Moreover, Han Feng had also brought wooden water buckets, which could also store some fresh water. By the time the sun had fully risen, around 7 in the morning, everyone finally boarded the boats. For this return trip, Han Feng appointed Dai Li as the leader, with a total of 100 men, 5 on each boat, responsible for commanding and teaching the Nian tribe members how to row. The remaining 3 boats were left for Han Feng, and he also kept over 300 men with him. The Nian tribe members all stood on the shore, waving goodbye. Nian Mao also watched his gradually departing people. Han Feng also noticed Nian Mao's arrangement this time. Among the first group of people to be transferred was the shaman who had been dancing a few days ago. He was probably sent by Nian Mao to be the advance party. But Han Feng wasn't concerned that the old man would ruin his plan. After the fleet had sailed out of sight, the other 3 boats were also pushed into the water by the Han tribe members. 80 men, fully equipped, boarded the 3 small boats. This was already the limit of their load. Chief Han, where are they going? Nian Mao felt a little uneasy, thinking Han Feng had some other plan. He hurriedly asked Han Feng, is there any need to ask? Of course, they're going to that place from yesterday. I'm sending everyone over so that we can have a plan to move those rocks, Han Feng said, as if it were a matter of course. Only then did Nian Mao feel relieved. But he still had no hope for Han Feng's flood control. Let the Han tribe do whatever they want, as long as they can safely transport his people away. The following events went rather smoothly. Han Feng was indeed making preparations on 2 fronts. On one hand, he was transporting the Nian tribe's people, and on the other, he sent Yu Yi as the leader to the dam to carry out the forced demolition work. Their task was simple, just clear the mud and sand downstream of the dam. Everything proceeded according to plan. When the fleet transporting the Nian tribe immigrants had been gone for a day, Yu Ye's side had already sent the first batch of 60 men to the dam. They crossed the dam, found a high ground on the downstream riverbank to set up camp, and temporarily stationed themselves there. Then the remaining 20 men rowed the 3 wooden boats back. The next day, another 60 men were sent. The 120 men who had been sent over also began to excavate the river embankment according to Han Feng's plan. On the 3rd day, when Han Feng sent people to the dam again, the fleet transporting the Nian tribe immigrants on the other side had also arrived at Hanyang City. After 2 consecutive days of life on the boat, the Nian tribe members were both excited and terrified. They were happy because they had finally left that desolate small island and could go upstream to find a new home. They were terrified because of the uncertainty of the future and the floating corpses they had seen along the way. If they couldn't leave smoothly, perhaps they would become one of them. The anxiety and fatigue of the past few days had made them very tired. Many people even experienced seasickness. After all, not everyone could adapt to this environment where their feet didn't touch the ground and they were surrounded by water. But fortunately, they persevered. The group finally arrived at their destination, the Han tribe settlement. Look, there are people over there, and a huge piece of land. Many people saw the settlement on the east bank of the Rushui River and shouted loudly. There were indeed many people there, and many earthen houses were emitting green smoke. Some people were also standing by the river fetching water. When they saw the fleet approaching, they even waved their hands in greeting. But the boat did not stop. It continued to advance north. This time, the Nian tribe members who thought they had arrived started to make a fuss again. Why are we landing? Isn't that your settlement? I see their clothes and hair are exactly the same as yours. The Nian tribe shaman excitedly gestured to Da Li on the same boat, hoping he could give a reasonable explanation. That is indeed our settlement, but it's a new one. It's just one of the Han tribe settlements. It's not particularly safe there. There are often wild beasts. The place we're going to is still ahead. We'll be there soon, Da Li explained casually. This was something the Nian shaman had not expected. He looked at Da Li with suspicion for a while, somewhat doubting his words. The Han tribe has more than one settlement? Shouldn't all the tribe's people live together? Only with more people would it be safer. Since the Han tribe has other clansmen, why live separately? This was the limitation of his thinking. The Nian shaman, whose population had just passed 10,000, simply didn't understand how many people a piece of land could support with limited productivity. But he didn't think about it for long. Dali wasn't lying, because they soon discovered a new settlement on the other side of the Rushui River, and it was even bigger and more shocking than the last one. We're here. This is also one of our Han tribe's settlements. Dali gestured to the Nian shaman with pride as they arrived at their home. And on the city walls of Hanyang City, Ing Rue had been standing there early on. Seeing the fleet dock, he immediately had people open the city gates and lower the drawbridge. A few days ago, he had already received Han Feng's letter, telling him to prepare to receive the newcomers, and also arranging some subsequent activities, such as how to win these people over to the Han tribe, and so on. And these Nian tribe immigrants, who had been on the boat for 2 days, when they set foot on land again, it was unclear whether it was because they had been sitting for too long or because they were frightened by the sight of the Han tribe city, but many of them were trembling in their legs. For a moment, shock, curiosity, fear, all sorts of thoughts flooded their minds. Since there was no dock here in Hanyang City, well, such small boats didn't need a dock anyway. A few people could just drag the boats ashore. Dali led the Nian tribe members to the east gate and handed them over to Ing Rue. The handover was complete. They had to rest early and set out again at dawn tomorrow to find Han Feng. The task of receiving the immigrants was entirely handed over to Ing Rue. The residences in Hanyang City were long full. The military barracks could at most accommodate 200 or 300 people, but the Nian tribe had over 1,000 people. The only place that could fit them all and provide shelter from the wind and rain was the 4 school buildings. That's right, Han Feng's letter had instructed just that, to specifically clear out one building for them to live in. The desks in those classrooms could be pushed together to be used as beds. Wow, they don't live in tents. What is this made of? Is it an earthen house? Earthen houses don't look like this. I think it's built with stone blocks. Look, the house is covered with bluish-black stone blocks. But these stones are so strange, they all look exactly the same. There are so many horned beasts over there, and wolves. Many Nian tribe members walked on the streets of the city. They looked with novelty at the neat rows of houses of the Han tribe, and the dogs that roamed the streets and alleys, including the large pastures in the breeding area, where the cattle, horses, and sheep were leisurely strolling. It made them both scared and curious. By the time they were led to the central square of the city and saw the unusually tall building complex, and were told that they would be living inside for the next month, many were so surprised they couldn't speak, followed by deafening cheers. Everything here was beyond their imagination. It was like the kingdom where the gods lived in their dreams. And now they also had the opportunity to live here. How could they not be excited? And when the old Nian shaman stood at the window of a third-floor classroom and looked out over the entire Hanyang city, he was so shocked that he forgot his proper business. What about taking care of his people? What about being vigilant against the Han tribe? He forgot all about it. Instead of thinking about these things, he might as well investigate how that windmill outside was turning. Why was it turning tirelessly when no one was touching it? Could it be that gods really lived here? The first batch of 300 Nian tribe immigrants were thus housed in the school building. Although Han Feng had said on the small island that he would not provide them with food, after they arrived at the Han tribe, he still had Ing Rue arrange for them to have a daily meal of meat porridge. The meat was not the key. The important thing was that it was all cured meat, which could supplement their salt intake to some extent. In addition, since there were no heated Kong beds in the school building, some animal skins had to be distributed to them for warmth. Another important issue was the toilet problem. There were currently no public toilets in Hanyang City because each household had its own dry toilet, so the demand for public toilets was not high. Therefore, they could only distribute 2 chamber pots to each classroom. The chamber pots were all placed in a corner by the window, one at each end. The next morning, they would have to carry them down themselves, and then they would be uniformly transported away by the manure carts. The Nian tribe members were very cooperative with these regulations of the Han tribe. This was mainly because they were used to being wild before. Now that they had suddenly come to such a clean and tidy place as Hanyang City, they also appeared cautious and did not dare to easily cause damage. This feeling was actually like a mountain dweller who had never left the mountains for his entire life suddenly arriving in the lobby of a 5-star hotel in the city. Looking at the shiny ceramic tiles, they were afraid of accidentally stepping on them and getting them dirty. The current Nian tribe immigrants felt pretty much the same. In addition, Ing Rue, following Han Feng's instructions in the letter, did not restrict the activities of these immigrants much. Besides telling them to sleep in the building, they could also come out for activities, such as sunbathing in the adjacent square or strolling down the streets. However, without permission, they were not allowed to enter the homes of residents. The various workshops, warehouses, and so on could only be looked at from the outside. All immigrants were strictly forbidden to enter. But there was one most important rule. There was a curfew at night. When they heard the drumbeat at night, everyone had to return to their assigned rooms. There would also be people checking the rooms, and no one was allowed to go out at night. But even so, it was enough to shock these people. Many immigrants, after settling down in the classrooms, began to climb up and down the building, carefully studying how this tall structure was built. After a day of novelty in the building, many people began to tentatively walk out of the school building and wander around the square. At this time, the square was not empty. In winter, Hanyang City did not need to go out to graze livestock. All the animals were kept in their pens, eating stored fodder. As a result, the half-grown children who were usually responsible for herding sheep could only find fun in the city. Children are naturally playful. No one can stay at home for 4 months without getting bored, unless they are sick. So on sunny days, many children in the city would gather in groups in the streets and alleys, and on the square to play games. At this time, the games that Han Feng had previously promoted showed their effect. Things like throwing sandbags, playing football, jumping rope, and so on, immediately attracted the children among the immigrants. They didn't dare to rashly go forward and play with these children who were wearing beautiful clothes and shoes, but it didn't stop them from enjoying watching from the side. Many of the immigrant children gathered in 2s and 3s, squatting or standing on the side, and could watch for half a day. Their eyes were full of envy, envying these peers who were the same age as them, but could eat well, dress well, and have fun toys. The children were like this, and the adults were no different. The doors of the households in Hanyang City were not usually closed during the day, and the residents often came out for activities. This also gave these immigrants the opportunity to observe the daily activities of the Han tribe members. Some people were chopping firewood at home. Some were carrying water buckets to the well at the entrance of the alley to fetch water. Especially in the morning, the scene of each household lining up at the entrance of the alley to fetch water even attracted the Nyen tribe shaman. They were very curious why there was an endless supply of water in that deep pit in the ground, and there was one at the entrance of every alley, all in similar locations. This was clearly not naturally formed. It must have been made by the people of this tribe. Therefore, they became even more curious. The things that shocked them were not limited to this. Some people went to see the few large windmills that turned on their own, but at the entrance of the woodworking workshop, they saw something familiar. They didn't understand much about the various woodworking tasks, but the wooden boats that several craftsmen were assembling were very familiar to them. So, the boats we rode in were made here. They are really amazing. They can make anything. Many people who saw this scene were filled with infinite emotion. It was just a pity that the various construction projects in Hanyang City had already stopped. Otherwise, they could have witnessed the prowess of the Han tribe's infrastructure. Besides these, the other place with the most visitors was the breeding area. The breeding area was flanked by large warehouses. Not only did they store a large amount of straw and fodder, but they were also the shelters for the livestock to keep warm and protected from snow in winter. And the large open space between these 2 rows of large warehouses was enclosed by a fence as tall as a person. Many Nyen tribe immigrants gathered outside the fence, watching some of the clansmen who had been traded from the grasslands raising livestock, cleaning the stalls, providing clean drinking water and fodder, and on sunny days, they would even let them out to move around. The sheep and antelopes inside were leisurely basking in the sun. The 20-odd alpacas had become a weak group, huddled in a corner of the enclosure, shivering. Whether it was the herds of cattle, the large groups of horses, or even that lone rhinoceros, the alpacas couldn't afford to provoke any of them. And those immigrants watching from outside, they didn't feel like they were visiting a zoo. It was more like a wolf had entered a sheep pen. They looked at the large groups of lively animals inside, drooling. Even the stench of manure wafting from the enclosure couldn't stop their green eyes. When modern people visit a zoo, they think, "Oh, that tiger is so fierce, so scary." But these Nyen tribe immigrants would only think about whether tiger meat was delicious, whether its fur would be warm to wear, and how many people it would take to hunt it. The situation at hand was just like that. They couldn't understand why the Han tribe people would build large houses for these foods, feed them well, and even enclose a large open space for them to play in. So much meat, wouldn't it be better to kill them and eat them? Until they were dumbfounded to see and ate. or 9-year-old boy riding the only white rhinoceros in the pen, galloping wildly, chasing the sheep around. Giddy up, Ben, run fast. I brought a cabbage from home for you to eat. You have to eat it all. I stole this from home, especially for you to have a treat. You must be tired of eating that dry grass every day, right? I'm telling you, you have to be obedient, just like me. Look at me. I eat rice every day, and I've never gotten tired of it. The chief even told me that picky eaters are not good children. My mom also often tells me that I often didn't have enough to eat when I was little. Rice is such a good thing. We couldn't even have it back then. After riding the 2-year-old Ben for a lap, Chu Bing and it snuggled together on a pile of straw. He held a stolen cabbage in his arms, tearing off leaves one by one to feed this increasingly fat fellow. Chu Bing himself had also grown taller. He had been in the Han tribe for 3 years. In these 3 years, he had been well-fed and well-clothed, with sufficient nutrition. At only 8 years old, he had already grown to 1.3 meters tall. In the past year, because Han Feng had invented the brush and paper, he had also started to learn to write from Han Feng. Taking advantage of Han Feng's affection for him, he could take as many brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones as he wanted, things that others hadn't even used yet. Ben, lying next to him, remained silent, chewing on the cabbage leaves one by one. These fresh leaves were a rare treat in winter. Look at those old oxen and horses frolicking outside the large warehouse, looking at him eating fresh leaves with such envy. Thinking of this, Ben couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar at the cattle, horses, and sheep outside. Moo. However, what the group of Nian tribe immigrants outside saw was not so simple. Besides the pair of Chu Bing and Ben, there were also some people practicing horse riding in the pen. These were mostly older children. Only the nearly adult boys could get such an opportunity, because they knew that only by learning more skills could they follow the great chief to do more things. Besides, horse riding was such a majestic thing. If they didn't learn it, how could they have the nerve to confess to their beloved girl during the matchmaking in spring? It would be bad if the neighbor's second daughter was chosen by someone else. Wow. So they raised those animals not to kill and eat, but for people to ride. Yeah, what kind of beast is that? So tall. It's so impressive to sit on it. If we could also ride this kind of beast, we could chase down those horned beasts when we go hunting, and just stab them with a spear from its back. I really want to learn how to ride a beast too. The young men inside the enclosure were slowly riding their horses in circles, while the immigrants outside were clinging to the fence, shouting and exclaiming. People who had only known that hunting wild animals was for eating, for the first time learned that these animals could also be tamed and used by humans. This was undoubtedly a huge shock to their worldview. And just as Ng Rue was reshaping the worldview of these immigrants in the city according to Han Feng's plan, De Li and his group, who had rested for a night, once again loaded up with supplies and headed for the disaster relief front line. 2 days later, De Li arrived at the camp on the small island and handed over the mission to the 100 people stationed there. This time, De Li had brought back a lot of things. Besides more food, there were also an additional 100 men. Hanyang City had provided some, and Riyang Commandery had also provided some. In addition, 2 new boats were added, both of which had been newly built during this period. On the other side, Nian Mao also listened to the accounts of the clansmen who had returned. However, this person had not stayed in Hanyang City for long. He had only seen some superficial things of Hanyang City. He told Nian Mao that the clansmen who had gone there had all been arranged to live in large houses, how big the Han tribe's settlement was, how tall the houses they were assigned were, and so on. But Nian Mao had not seen it with his own eyes, and his clansman's description was not clear. He could only rely on his own imagination. But this made Nian Mao even more interested in the Han tribe. It made him want to go and see for himself. But he couldn't yet. He still had to stay behind to cover the rear for the last batch of clansmen. Otherwise, if both the chief and the elder were gone, what would happen if the remaining clansmen were wiped out by Han Feng? Soon, the second batch of 300 Nian tribe immigrants set off by boat again. Nian Mao could only stay on the island, anxious. But Han Feng had not been idle during this time. Over the course of a few days, Han Feng continuously sent more people to the dam, having them find high ground on the riverbank downstream of the dam to station themselves. Then he had everyone excavate the accumulated mud and sand downstream of the dam. With the addition of the reinforcements brought by De Li this time, 100 able-bodied men were now stationed on the small island. On one hand, they were there to provide support to the clansmen on the front line at the dam, and on the other hand, they rotated with the 100 people responsible for transportation. After all, Rowing for 4 consecutive days was fine, but if people weren't allowed to rest, no one could stand it. The boats were fine, but people would always get tired. A few days later, after the fleet transporting the immigrants had sent off the third group, Han Feng no longer stayed obediently on the island. News came from the dam that they had already dug open a section of the mud and sand slope. But after digging it open, a continuous stream of mud, sand, and water gushed out from the gaps between the stones. If it wasn't cleared in time, the mud and sand would block the dam again in at most 2 days. As long as the huge rocks were not moved, no matter how clean the downstream was cleared, it would only be a temporary solution. So they began to call for Han Feng to come and provide support. Since it was the chief's idea, he must have a way. Han Feng was definitely going, but he didn't go directly. Instead, he had someone call Nian Mao and ask him if he wanted to go and see together. Chief Han, did you really move those rocks? Nian Mao asked in disbelief. Not yet, but we're close. I'm going on this trip to completely solve this problem. Do you want to come and see? Han Feng invited with a grin. This smile made Nian Mao very uncomfortable, because the current Han Feng felt like a different person from a few days ago. That smile seemed triumphant, as if a conspiracy had succeeded. The way he looked at him was full of sympathy and pity. In modern terms, it was the look of caring for a mentally handicapped person. Have I been tricked? Was I deceived by him? No. Didn't the returning clansmen say they were doing well over there? They even saw a lot of good things. Then why is he looking at me with that kind of expression? What's so funny? Did he really have someone move those huge rocks? For a moment, unable to bear Han Feng's caring gaze, Nian Mao began to let his imagination run wild. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Perhaps he was fine, but this young chief of the Han tribe had a problem with his brain. Yes, it must be so. Only those fools born from intermarriage between relatives would laugh so foolishly. But since Han Feng had now invited him, there was naturally no reason not to go and see. It was also a good opportunity to see what kind of tricks he was up to. But before leaving, the cautious Nian Mao did not forget to give thorough instructions to the remaining clansmen, telling them to be on guard against the 100 able-bodied men left behind by the Han tribe, lest their tribe's headquarters be attacked by the Han tribe as soon as he left. And so, Zhang, Nian Mao, and some of their respective attendants, plus a boat specially for transporting supplies, a total of 3 boats, set off towards the dam not far away. In the north, after the third batch of Nian tribe immigrants arrived at Hanyang City, Rui also began the second phase instructed in Han Feng's letter, spring planting. Although there was still half a month before the first month of spring fully began, the temperature in the last half of late winter was also rising rapidly. The ice and snow had almost completely melted. It was perfectly fine to start plowing now. After all, with a large number of cattle to pull the plows, people wouldn't be so tired. In addition, the reason for plowing so early was also to prepare for expanding the cultivated land area. In the new year, grain was needed everywhere. Before the first season's crop harvest in reincarnation, they would have to rely entirely on Hanyang City for supplies. As for the taro grown by the Yu tribe themselves, the yield was limited, and besides, that stuff couldn't really be eaten as a staple food. Besides the grain for reincarnation, even the grain for Fumagwan had to come from Hanyang City. That's why Han Feng had issued an order to start the spring planting half a month early this year, with the aim of reclaiming more new fields and expanding the planting area of grain crops. And this was exactly what Han Feng wanted those immigrants to see. Rui was winning over hearts and minds here, making them linger and forget to return, making them wish they could join the Han tribe immediately. Of course, there was still a key figure who would create resistance, and that was the Nian tribe's chief, Nian Mao. But at this time, Nian Mao had already been taken onto the boat by Han Feng. But what he didn't know was that Han Feng's active invitation to take him along this time was not to admire the magnificent mountains and rivers, but to give Nian Mao a soul-shaking deterrent, to make him feel awe towards him, just like the members of the Black Rat tribe many years ago. P.S. Recommending a friend's book, The Gluttonous Empire, a new book by an old author in the history category, about the story of the late Sui and early Tang dynasties. Those who are interested can go and check it out. At noon, 3 small boats carrying several dozen people arrived before the River Valley Dam. A breach had already been dug downstream of the dam. As a result, the accumulated river water began to flow again, and the turbid river water, carrying mud and sand, gushed out from the countless gaps between the huge rocks. On the downstream side of the dam, dozens, even hundreds, of turbulent water columns formed. The further down, the greater the water pressure. And because the dam had begun to release water, large and small whirlpools formed on the surface of the water at the upstream lake entrance. This was all due to the siphon effect, and these whirlpools were precisely Han Feng's true objective. Why did Han Feng have people dig the downstream mud and sand? It couldn't directly break open the dam. At most it could create some gaps. But it was precisely these gaps, constantly spewing water, that could suck the things on the upstream water surface into the gaps at the bottom of the dam. And this was exactly what Han Feng needed. The three boats did not rashly approach the dam. At this time, the canyon upstream of the dam was full of whirlpools. A small sampan like theirs was very likely to be destroyed and its occupants killed as soon as it got close. Therefore, Han Feng just had the boat stop far away, directly opposite the canyon, and then raised a large flag to signal the rescue team stationed downstream. Seeing the large flag raised upstream, the people downstream quickly climbed onto the dam from the side of the canyon, then waved a flag at Han Feng, and then quickly ran away, shouting to the crowd downstream as they ran. "Quick, quick, back to the station. The chief is here. The dam is going to blow. Quick, back to the station and take cover." Hearing this, everyone grabbed their tools and ran like a streak to a small hill covered with large trees on the shore to take refuge. They had been stationed here for nearly half a month, just waiting for this day, to avoid being swept away when the upstream water was released. Everyone tied the ropes they had brought tightly to the surrounding tree trunks. From a distance, it looked like a giant spider web. Then everyone stood in a grid, trying to secure their bodies as firmly as possible. And on the three small boats upstream, two boats were pulling a thick hemp rope, each rowing to one side of the canyon, tying the rope to the protruding stone pillars on the cliff face, pulling up a rope across the 70 to 80-meter wide canyon to block the river. Then they tied the boats firmly to it, to avoid being washed into the muddy riverbed downstream by the rushing floodwaters when the water was released. And on the boat inside the canyon, Han Feng was also fiddling with something. Nian Mao and Jianing next to him were staring at Han Feng, who was busy, not knowing why he was cooking on the water at this time. Yes, Han Feng looked like he was cooking. There weren't many people on this boat, only 13, but it was loaded with many round ceramic jars. The jars were of two colors. The red ones contained nitric acid, and the white ones contained concentrated glycerin. And Han Feng was now mixing the contents of the two kinds of jars. It really did look like he was cooking. There was no choice. Han Feng was also helpless. Nitroglycerin was extremely sensitive. A slightly larger impact would cause it to explode directly. It was far from being as safe as solidified TNT. But it wasn't easy to detonate a pile of TNT in the water either, because he didn't have a detonator. So on the way here, Han Feng had always stored the nitric acid and concentrated glycerin separately. As long as there was no leakage, there would be no danger. When it was time to use it, he could just mix it on the spot. And Han Feng had always done it that way before. "Chief Han, didn't you say you were going to move those rocks? The rocks are still piled up there, but you're here making food. I know what you're trying to do, but even if you eat your fill now, you definitely won't be able to move those rocks." Nian Mao looked at the two colors of jars in front of Han Feng. One contained a yellow, transparent, viscous liquid, and the other contained water that was slightly emitting white smoke. Han Feng was holding a spoon of the same material as the jars, scooping a spoonful of the transparent water into the yellow viscous liquid, then stirring it with a white ceramic rod. Then he kept repeating this process. He thought this was Han Feng making some kind of food that could give him divine power, so he said this to Han Feng. But Han Feng ignored him, just chuckled lightly, waved his hand, then pointed to the jars, then to the water under the boat. Finally, after the jar was full, he took a lid and sealed the mouth of the jar. That wasn't all. He covered the mouth of the jar with a layer of white cloth, tied it tightly with a rope, then wrapped it in wet mud. Then he took a net bag and put the jar in it, tied it tightly with a rope again, performing a live demonstration of what it meant to be trussed up. Looking at Han Feng's gestures, Nian Mao's mouth was open, a look of sudden realization on his face. "Oh, so this isn't for people to eat, but an offering to the river god, just like the Nian tribe's human sacrifice a while ago. You're going to throw this trussed-up thing into the water. But it's tied so tightly, can the river god still eat it?" Nian Mao thought he understood Han Feng's intention, but he didn't think much of it. He felt that such a thing was probably useless. The river god would not easily help humans. It was so for the Nian tribe, and it would be the same for the Han tribe. And so, everyone waited for nearly an hour. Nian Mao was getting a little impatient, but he still endured it. After all, Matters related to sacrificing to the gods always took a long time to prepare. He just hated that since Han Feng wanted to make a sacrifice, why didn't he prepare the offering in advance at the camp, instead of wasting time here? It wasn't easy for Han Feng either. He really didn't dare to entrust this delicate work to others. He could accept a few people being blown up, but these raw materials were very difficult to collect. Just this little bit of stuff took half a year to produce. It was all accumulated by the Han tribe over time. Looking at the tin jars he had finally finished, Han Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was still late winter. Although it was noon, the canyon was not directly exposed to the sun, so it was still very cold and gloomy here. But in such an environment, Han Feng was still sweating. He was just too nervous. Seeing that Han Feng was finally done, Nian Mao wanted to say something again, but Han Feng quickly raised a finger to his lips and shushed him, then waved his hand for him to be quiet. For a moment, everyone on the boat held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. In the dark canyon, a dozen people sat on the boat without saying a word, quietly holding this strange sacrifice. But to Nian Mao's surprise, the sacrifice did not have any extravagant ceremony. He only saw Han Feng put the jars he had been making for over an hour into the water one by one. The jars were a bit larger than a basketball, 10 in total. Each jar was filled with more than half of nitroglycerin, weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms, for a total of about 70 kilograms. This was all the Han tribe had stored over the years. They just floated up and down with the current, drifting all the way down to the dam. At this time, Han Feng no longer acted mysterious and immediately shouted to the people on the boat, "Run! Row upstream! Leave the canyon!" Upon receiving the order, 10 men lined up on the left and right of the wooden boat, grabbed their oars, and paddled for their lives until they were out of the canyon. The group found a protruding low rock and climbed onto it, then tied the wooden boat firmly in a crevice. Then, under Han Feng's guidance, they squatted on the rock, covering their ears and looking at the dam in the distance. And Nian Mao and Jianing next to Han Feng were completely dumbfounded, not knowing what on earth Han Feng was up to. But they saw Han Feng and the others all staring at the white jars floating in the water, so they also looked over. The canyon was not very long, about less than 300 meters. Han Feng had thrown the jars into the water about 100 meters in. In the middle 100 meters, the water flow was still relatively calm. But in the last few dozen meters near the dam, it was a place full of whirlpools. The white jars floated in the turbid yellow water, very conspicuous. They just floated all the way, up and down, until they reached the dam, where they were suddenly sucked into the water by the whirlpools. The speed of the water flow suddenly increased, carrying the 10 sealed jars in the whirlpools, crashing heavily into the gaps below the dam, trying to rush through those gaps to the downstream. But the water passed, but those jars couldn't just squeeze through any gap. They were all smashed against the cracks in the dam by the current. In an instant, the huge impact immediately triggered the high explosives inside. Rumble! A huge roar echoed through the canyon. 10 deep water bombs were detonated almost simultaneously by the impact. The waves they created were more than 10 meters high, crashing against the cliffs on both banks, and also blasting open the huge rock dam that blocked the mighty river from flowing downstream. Countless huge rocks were instantly shattered, mercilessly hitting the cliffs on both banks and the muddy beach downstream. When the 10-meter-high water column fell again, everyone finally saw the situation at the dam. The huge rock dam that had originally spanned 70 to 80 meters had immediately collapsed, creating a gap of more than 30 meters after the violent explosion. The river water that had been accumulating for half a year finally found a new breakthrough downstream, carrying countless broken rocks and mud and sand, gushing out from the gap, forming a waterfall that extended outwards on the other side of the dam. An unknown number of cubic meters of river water impacted the cracked riverbed downstream, nourishing this river valley that had lost its water source for half a year. The water level finally dropped. A flood also occurred downstream. At the exit of the canyon, some of it overflowed the riverbed. Fortunately, the water flow was not blocked, so not many places were flooded. At least the rescue team's downstream station was in a safe zone. And Nian Mao and Jianing, beside Han Feng, were now staring blankly with their mouths wide open, dumbfounded at the thrilling scene just now. The violent explosion and the roar of the flood impacting the earth were still echoing repeatedly in the canyon, mercilessly impacting their eardrums and nerves. The rocks are gone. The water has been released. Han, Chief Han, just now, Was that the river god? What did you offer to the river god? You also know shamanism. You can communicate with the river god. Nian Mao finally came to his senses. He had been by Han Feng's side the whole time. He had only seen Han Feng prepare some offerings, then put them in the water. Then the offerings sank into the water, followed by a roar comparable to thunder, and then a water column thicker than a house surged up. When the water column fell again, the dam that no one could move was thus opened. Yes, this must be divine power. This young Han chief must have offered something good to the river god, and then borrowed the river god's power. Yes, it must be so. However, Han Feng did not answer according to his thoughts, but gestured to him with contempt and pride. River god? What the hell is a river god? If it dares to disobey me, I'll blow it up too. Holy crap. This little chief of the Han tribe is even more powerful than the river god. He says he'll kill the river god, and he does it. Then who is he? Could he be a god more powerful than the river god? Nian Mao was deeply shocked. His gaze towards Han Feng became reverent again. He didn't even dare to look Han Feng in the eye again, deeply impressed by the domineering aura Han Feng had just displayed. At this moment, Han Feng's own clansmen also began to spontaneously kowtow to Han Feng. Long live the chief. Long live the great Han. These young men came from various different tribes. After joining Hanyang city, they had been influenced by the elders and had heard many legendary stories about the chief's ability to move mountains. Although some people said it was just a very powerful thing the chief had made, it was still something only the chief could make. Could anyone else do it? Could you make it? So this did not affect their infinite admiration for the chief. However, these dozen or so people were not the earliest members of the Han tribe. They had heard the story of Han Feng moving mountains, but none of them had personally witnessed that magnificent scene. At this moment, having personally witnessed the process of the chief creating another miracle, they were all completely convinced, prostrating themselves on the ground and loudly singing the praises of the chief. But Nian Mao couldn't understand what "long live the chief, long live the great Han" meant. He only saw others kneeling and shouting at Han Feng as if they were worshipping a god. Out of a primal instinct from his heart and his deep reverence for Han Feng, Nian Mao also did not hesitate to prostrate himself on the ground and kowtow, although he did not know what was going on. Could this be the real ritual part of the sacrifice? Jianing was no exception. Her former chief had knelt, so she couldn't possibly stand. Everyone prostrated themselves at Han Feng's feet, and so Han Feng's goal was achieved. He had intimidated Nian Mao. When they returned, even if he were to forcibly seize his Nian tribe, he believed Nian Mao wouldn't dare to let out a peep. The group stayed on the rock like this for 2 days. When they were hungry, they ate some dry rations. When they were thirsty, they drank some of the fresh water they had brought. It wasn't that Han Feng didn't want to leave, but because the downstream water was being released, the current here was too fast. To go back, they would have to row against the current. A few people couldn't row fast enough and could easily be swept downstream by the flood. In 2 days, the river water that had been accumulating for half a year began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, a total drop of 5 or 6 meters. The wooden boat that Han Feng had someone tie to the side was now completely stranded on the muddy shore. But this wasn't a big problem. Small boats had their advantages. A few people could push it back into the water with a little effort. Following Han Feng's command, the group once again rowed their boat into the canyon, joined the other 2 wooden boats, and went downstream to pick up the people from the rescue team to evacuate. It took several trips to get there, and it was the same on the way back. Due to the drop in water level, the places where they could originally row their boats were now exposed land. Many fish were even stranded on the muddy land, their mouths opening and closing as they struggled, enduring the discomfort of suffocation. They couldn't row to the original small island anymore. It was now a small hill not far from the shore. Below the hill was a vast expanse of flat land. At this time, these flatlands were muddy and covered with a layer of silt that had washed up from the river channel. The group could only park their wooden boats on the bank of the river and walk towards the original camp, one deep footstep after another. But they didn't expect that the clansmen who had seen the water level drop had already run down to move around on their own. They were at the foot of the mountain, in the puddles, in the tree holes, picking up fish. It was only when the 2 sides met that they learned that the Han tribe's fleet had already taken away the 4th batch of Nian tribe immigrants. Now, in the camp on the mountain, there were still 100 Han tribe members and less than 50 Nian tribe members. The other 1,200 plus members of the Nyan tribe had all been transported to Hanyang City. It was said that the fleet would be back soon. And at this time, Nyan Mao suddenly didn't want to leave anymore. These flat lands that had been soaked in water for half a year were now covered with river mud and the rotten remains of plants and animals. It was the most fertile time for the land. It didn't even need much cultivation or land reclamation. Just by casually scattering a handful of seeds, they could harvest new grain in midsummer. If he had known that Han Feng could really lower the water level, why the hell would they have run? But it was too late to regret now. Most of his people had been taken away by Han Feng. He only had less than 50 clansmen left. What could he do with them? It was impossible to transport the people back. The only place to go now was to follow Han Feng back to their Han tribe. But what about the future? Come with me to the Han tribe. Join us. I will make you the chief of a clan. I will teach you more advanced planning methods. You can settle in one place forever, no longer needing to migrate frequently. How about it? Han Feng held a white, empty jar in his hands, with an air of, if you don't agree, I'll blow you up to the sky on a dirt airplane. Of course, it was empty. He just brought a jar over to remind Nyan Mao not to forget what happened 2 days ago. Resistance would not end well. Divine being of the Han tribe, I am willing to lead my tribe to join your tribe. Forced into a corner, Nyan Mao had no choice but to give up all his thoughts and kneel at Han Feng's feet, offering his loyalty. He had no other choice. He had no idea where the Han tribe was, but most of his people were in the Han tribe. A deer separated from the herd can only be torn apart and eaten by a pack of wolves. And now, the 100+ Han tribe men around him were the cunning wolf pack. I am not a divine being. I am a child of heaven. You can call me the son of heaven of the great Han, or you can call me chief. From now on, you are the Zhan clan chief of our Han tribe. Your name is still Zhan Mao, Han Feng said happily, patting his shoulder and pulling him up. He who understands the times is a wise man. This guy is quite obedient. Just as Han Feng pulled Zhan Mao up, he thought this guy was quite obedient, but he didn't expect him to go back on his word and immediately give Han Feng a suggestion that was for the good of the Han tribe. Chief, now that the water has receded, the mud here is so flat